broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through, claiming you're not like the other guys. And only if I could give you a chance, show me that you mean it, we'll feel some type of way. Why do you keep chasing clouds? Better live before I feel something. Before I go and change my mind. I said, why do you keep chasing clouds? Better live before I feel something. Before I go and change my mind. Something must be wrong with me. Keep wanting just to see you show up at my door. Et même quand je suis froide, un peu indifférent, tu continues tout de même de montrer tes efforts. I'm trying to keep my heart in peace. I just can't think but the way that I feel. It's too hard to trust. I miss it all. I just can't risk to be falling like this. Oh, why do you keep chasing clouds? Before I go and change my mind. I said, why do you keep chasing clouds? Better live before I feel something. Before I go and change my mind. I said, why do you keep chasing clouds? Better live before I feel something. Before I go and change my mind. I said, why do you keep it? You make me wanna change my mind.
This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we win, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we win. is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man.
This is insane.
Good morning and happy Sunday, Smite fans, and welcome back to the final day of week 1 of the Smite Summer Masters. We have had 3 jam-packed days of action, and now we move into our final day leading up for the remainder of our qualifier matchups into our actual quarterfinals that will be happening a little bit later on as well. We've already had a couple of our quarterfinal matchups take place this week with some of the SPL teams, and we still got some more SPL to be seen. Gladiators and Hounds going to have their first matchups today against the EU-SCC teams that have made their qualifications in, and we can see how the EU-SCC has made their way through here by taking a look at the brackets for everything here. This is the full bracket that'll be taking place a little bit later on, or actually taking on fully today as we start things out. It'll be Gilded Gladiators and Hex Mambo, as well as the Hounds and Niflheim Wargs facing off. And then the winners of those, well, what a great treat for them. They get to move up and face the Oni Warriors for our first set victor. And then the winner of our second between Hounds and Wargs face off against the Highland Ravens in a quarterfinal match. And then you're probably wondering, well, J-Mac, what happens with the semifinal matches? What about the finals? There's still so much more of the bracket. It's already Sunday. Don't worry, we'll have semifinals, finals, and that third place match all taking place next weekend, all starting on Saturday. But we still got to get through our final 4 matchups, our 2 qualifier match into the bracket, and then our final 2 quarterfinal matchups, all going to be taking part today. 4 best of 3s still to go for you guys, and it's been quite the journey for these 2 teams out there. Hex Mambo had a 4-set 8-game win streak, not a single game dropped by Hex Mambo to get here. Niflheim Wargs had to kind of go through the losers bracket a little bit here, had to face off against Hex Mambo a couple of times, and it's been a very entertaining weekend to see so far what the SCC have done. We got to see a little bit of the SPL, and now, AJ, we get to finally see the SCC versus the SPL, some of the matchups that a lot of fans really look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, last year, towards the end, towards Worlds qualification, the SCC teams actually came out and upset the SPL teams. We had 2 of them come into Worlds. I think since then, the SPL has grown in terms of quality, and the SCC maybe has dipped a little bit slightly, or they're got more competitive, whichever way you want to have a look at it. So this should be very interesting matchups that we have here, starting with the first one, as you can see right behind us, Gladiators versus Mambo.
Yeah, Gilded Gladiators and Hex Mambo should be a very fun match, and a lot of history between some of the players on these teams, or maybe even some of the brand at least. Hex Mambo, you look back a couple of Masters, all the way back to Summer Masters last time through. Hex Mambo versus Solar Scarabs. They find a loss to the Solar Scarabs originally, but then Hex Mambo beat the Scarabs the next time through, qualify up into the quarterfinals to face off in against what was the powerhouse Jade Dragons at that time. So Hex Mambo, while not holding on to all of these same players from that same era, definitely hold on to that same level of pedigree as well. You still keep players like Johnny on this squad who have been such a powerhouse for them. You have Deathwalker not playing for them, but as their coach. But who better to have in place of Deathwalker than probably the next best solo laner right now in the league? Julio has been absolutely dominating over in the solo lane. We were actually pulling up stats this morning. The least dying SCC player over the course of this weekend in the 8 games that he has played, 5 deaths so far for Julio.
Yeah, you cannot take down this man. He's gone undying at least 3 games, probably even more than that, and he's been doing it by playing tier for the most part. In fact, he's had tier in 3 games. He's had King Arthur in 3 of those other games, and has played the Guan Yu and Sun Wukong to round out those final 8 games. So he obviously sticks to the meta. He sticks to what he believes is best, and it's always worked out for him, so there's no reason for him to change that at this point.
I mean, this has been a team that has done a whole lot of killing and not a whole lot of dying. And remember, this is a team that has gone 8 games through. This is not like they played, 3-4 games like some other squads and are holding similar levels of deaths and whatnot to it. The most deaths on this team is Kha'Zix in the support role, and that's at 12 over 8 games, which means he's dying less than 2 times on average a game compared to the rest of his team. Next highest after that is 10 deaths out there. This is a team that does not do a lot of dying, even though their games sometimes may not have the most kills, may be very slow to start. This is a team that is very disciplined and really can pull a carry off of just about any single one of these players.
Yeah, and on the reverse side, they do a lot of killing themselves. They might not die a lot, but I think you pulled it up. It was Johnny with 50 kills so far this tournament in 8 games. To put that into perspective, Sanford Soccer, he also has 50 kills across that same period of time, but has had to play a lot more games and a lot more Smite to have done that. So Johnny really stepping up in that respect. And if you have a look at the assists across the board, there's high numbers of assists across every single one of this Hex Mambo squad. They play as a unit. They play as a team, which it speaks to their play style. We've always talked about they hit the 18-minute mark, they group up, and they team fight until the end of the game.
Yeah, and I think that's going to kind of be the big thing here against Hex Mambo is which of the 2 sides of the coin are we going to see? Are we going to see we're not going to do anything for 18 to 20 minutes and then we're just going to come out and fight? Or are we going to see, everything kind of hop out immediately for the Hex Mambo team once that 5-minute mark hits? And I think for me, talking about, maybe their opposition, the Gladiators, a team that is a little bit more early focused, we'll have to see how things kind of pan out with them. And speaking of the Gilded Gladiators, and speaking of one of the players who hasn't had a chance to be here in studio, we've actually got Snoopy standing by for our pregame interview.
That's right, Snoopy joining me here from the Gilded Gladiators. Now, Snoopy, the Gilded Glads, maybe separated by distance a little bit. It's the first time with everyone in the studio since qualifiers. How does it feel for the team to be all together here on LAN?
I'm really excited. The energy is super great with the team right now, and like you said, I just haven't been able to be down here. But now that I am, I'm so excited to play with the guys and just be ready, feel that energy when I'm in a team fight, feel everybody yelling and screaming when we get a win. It's going to be great.
Now, we've been almost a week on this patch, 3 straight days of very competitive games on 10.6. How has the team been feeling about the patch? How's the meta developing in the SPL level? And how have you guys adapted?
We've been feeling pretty good on the patch. We liked a lot of the way the map has changed, and with the different elements that were added to it, we think it kind of helps our team play a little bit. And I do think we have a little bit of spice for the meta. But more or less, we're kind of on par with the SPL teams and what they've developed, and we think we have a pretty good shot.
Now, Snoopy, your opposition, the Hex Mambo, have been crushing it this tournament, going unscathed up to today. But you've had the benefit of watching all of their games up to this point. How have you prepared for the Hex Mambo, and how's the team feeling going into this matchup?
Like you say, we've been able to watch every single one of their games, so we have a pretty good idea what they're going to do and what their win conditions are, and we're looking to shut those down. I'm not going to give too much information away, but we really think we have a good shot at like taking them down pretty early and pretty easily, I'd say.
Snoopy and the rest of the Gilded Gladiators feeling confident headed into Hex Mambo. Thank you very much, Snoopy, and back to the desk.
Always got to have a little bit of confidence when you're coming into these tournaments, especially if you've had the, maybe the luxury of getting to sit back and kind of watch your opponents over the course of these last 3 days here. Obviously not wanting to give away what their strats are going to be, but it does bring into question, maybe what have the Gilded Gladiators been sitting by, what kind of notes have they been taking, where have they recognized they need to try and deal with their competition. For some teams against Hex Mambo, it's okay, we're going to try and fully ban out Johnny and hope that works. Other teams have said, no, that's probably not going to work. Let's try and ban somebody else out here. But I think that's the question then for the Gilded Gladiators is where do they put their focus? Do they keep things standard? And most importantly, what kind of gameplay are they bringing? Because that's always the question that comes down to today. It's okay, what are you going to change in your playstyle to do it? Most times, I would say probably 99 out of 100 times, teams, especially ones like the Gilded Gladiators, they're just going to come out and they say, we're going to play our game, we're going to play it the best that we can.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it in the interview. They said that the additional objectives that have come into this patch have really helped focus their team play, and that was something which maybe was a little bit lacking in the regular season. Doesn't help that all of them weren't available to come into studio week in, week out, but they have the luxury of having all 5 members here today, and that could really be a boost to them, having all 5 members together in the same room. Your comms are a little bit cleaner, the energy is just a little bit higher, can really help elevate a team. In the regular season, they did go 2-8. They did finish bottom in their group, but they only finished 1 win behind the Leviathans and the Jade Dragons. So still very competitive across the regular season.
Yeah, it's definitely a team that really plays up to their competition. I would say maybe more than any other team in the league right now. Is this a team that you kind of always have to see it as, okay, if you're a bottom seed, what's the worst that's going to happen? You stay bottom seed for a bit, you find a win, maybe you upset somebody else. And it's always kind of been a spoiler style of story for some of these players out here. Inbound, while he hasn't had some of the most successful splits over his career, has always been able to come out and kind of play that spoiler towards other teams. And now that you have some of the talent backing alongside him, Snoopy in the mid lane, now that he's had some positioning adjustments more than anything else, Kirmi, who has been a massive hyper carry for this team, has usually been the one dictating the pace out here. The Gilded Gladiators have been looking really good, even despite some of the losses they've had this season.
Yeah, and I think when it comes down to their team fights, if they manage to get to that stage at an even point, they have shown that they are capable of communicating effectively in those team fights. They are capable of playing the 5 versus 5 game quite effectively. It's just been that struggle to get to that point in game where they have, as you've mentioned, had some positioning errors, had some times where they've been picked off in unfavorable positions. They've been picked off at back camps, they've been picked off in mid lane, isolated. And if they've cleaned that up over the past few weeks, if they have, as you said, cleaned up their game and they have started to work on that teamwork, that synergy, it could be difficult for Hex Mambo to exploit that, because in the Hex Mambo games, they've caught people off guard time and time again, and you can't do that as much against SPL opposition.
Yeah, that's always the conversation that comes into question whenever it's SCC versus the SPL. We always talk to the SCC guys. They say, yeah, in our games, we can sometimes make a mistake. It's not a huge deal. We bounce back from it, even if we're, 6,000 gold up. Make one little mistake, no big deal. We just regroup and we keep going through. Against SPL teams, you make a mistake at 6,000 up, all of a sudden that 5 to 6K drops to maybe 3K, maybe down to 1K. Maybe now it's a dead even style of game. Mistakes are such a crucial portion of the game to where you don't want to make one, clearly, but you also don't want to make one against teams that know how to punish those mistakes comparatively to what you've been more accustomed to playing with in the regular phase.
Yeah, I would even imagine that SPL teams can switch it up to 10,000 gold if they have the run of the map as a Dia side, which has happened in a couple times. I mean, for me, I think the Gilded Gladiators have a great shot at shutting down Hex Mambo here. I think, as I mentioned before, the quality in the SCC in Europe has waned a little bit, and the SPL quality has grown a bit. It should be a game which the Gilded Gladiators feel confident in. Where do you stand? Do you think the Gilded Gladiators should be confident?
I think that this is a team that should feel confident. It is SPL talent coming into this one, even against the SCC, even despite the history that the SCC has had coming in through here. The EU SCC is a stacked region. I think that's a very safe thing to say. The amount of former and even recent pro status that has moved over towards that region, whether that be not wanting to jump back over here across the pond to North America to play in the SPL, or just by saying, okay, well, we're kind of done with SPL. We just want to keep playing in the SCC, have our time over there. there's so much talent in EOCC that stacking them up against North America, who we almost always see when they have that talent, they jump up to SPL at that kind of point. I think the Gladiators should feel confident going into an SCC team, and I think every team should feel confident going against their opposition, especially if you are an SPL team, even if you are a bottom seed team here, because this is a team that does turn it up to the competition. They are one that can play up to their opposition. Not saying that they have to play up to Hex Mambo at this point, but as the Gladiators stick to their guns, they play their playstyle, they play what works them. I've got faith that the Gilded Gladiators can keep this one interesting, at least for Hex Mambo.
Yeah, I think if they play up to the level that they know that they can play at, if they play to their full potential, they can beat anybody on their day. And it all starts with how they want to draft. I mean, how do they deal with Johnny? How do they deal with Julio? That's what we're going to see.
Yeah, I think that's the big question that will be answered here in our first game of the day. Hex Mambo versus Gilded Gladiators, the SCC from Europe versus our SPL talent now up for the Gladiators. We'll see what that priority is. Is it going to be bans against Johnny? Will it be bans against Julio? Will it be just standard bans across the board? That is the questions I think we will see answered at least here in game number 1, and then the adaptations beyond game 1, as always, what the next step up is going to be. Hex Mambo, they're going to take away the Emoja and the Robin, 2 standard bans that we've been seeing so far amongst the SCT talent, whether that Robin goes to solo or into the jungle. And the Gilded Gladiators, they're going to stick with pretty much common bans here. Tyr, which has been one of the top of the meta picks for the solo lane, and Baba Yaga, which has been probably definitively the #1 mage selection over this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, out of the 8 games that Hex Mambo have played, 4 of them, Hawk has managed to pick up this Baba Yaga, so taking that away from him is pretty much a guarantee that he's going to look for something else in that mid lane. I mean, the Tyr as well, yes, he's only gotten that 3 games, but this is Julio's Tyr. Every single time he gets his pick, even if it's going to be on a loss, he looks really comfortable, really strong on this pick, so no surprise to see that one taken away. Whilst Hex Mambo, they haven't had a chance to look at the Gilded Gladiators yet. They may have scrimmed them once or twice, as we have heard the SCC did scrim some of the lower-end SPL teams, but they still will not have an idea as to what their overall meta would be on the side of the Gilded Gladiators. So just take away some of the top picks, take away some of the flex picks. That's probably going to be your best bet here in game number 1.
Yeah, I think this Terra ban, while a safe ban in general is still one of the top supports, is also one of Inbound's favorite picks to go to right now.
Oh, yeah.
From the SPL. So not just a standard ban, but also a nice little target ban over towards Bobby. And then it will be an Ao Kuang, so kind of spreading the love across the board for the ban. So the Gilded Gladiators taking away probably some of the best picks of each individual member there of Hex Mambo. It does leave open a Hachiman first pick for the Mambo squad, which has been one of the go-to hunters, usually Rom kind of that next in slot, and would be a perfect call at least for Stu if he wants to go towards the Rom, since that's been one of his favorite picks to go to in the past as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised that it's going to be Hachiman here for Spudio, considering he is known primarily as a Rama player. He loves the Ram pick, he plays it to his fullest potential across pretty much anybody that I've seen in the EU SCC. But instead, it is going to be that Hatchman, and then locked in immediately. The Circuit over here for the Gilded Gladiators is going to be matched up with that Marty Chorus, which can go into the mid lane, can go into the ADC, but Kermi's Circuit here. It's a scary pick.
Yeah, it's definitely not one that I want to square off against in the jungle. Kermi has been a hyper carry for his team on this pick in particular. It's one that lets him get very active very early in the game, and probably the way that you have to go against Hex Mambo, because like we said, you never know which of the 2 Hex Mambos you're going to see. Is it going to be the, once we hit level 5, we're going to start fighting no matter what kind of Mambo, or is it going to be, we're waiting until 20 minutes and everybody's got a few items online style of Mambo play? So getting a little bit more early for Gilded Gladiators not only fits their play style, but then allows them to maybe combat what Hex Mambo has been doing this weekend. So Circuit and Martikaras makes his way through, something that Snoopy and Stewart have both comfortably gone to on this team.
Yeah, and it's a good combination for them as well as early game aggressive fight potential. But they're going to have to contend with the King Arthur and Discordia. I mean, that Discordia in the mid lane has seen some prevalence. 40% win rate, so maybe not the best pick in terms of statistics, but that passive cannot be ignored.
No, you definitely cannot, especially with the King Arthur. I mean, we saw it in a couple of sets already. You get Disco King Arthur, let King Arthur free farm damage in the early game, usually 10, 12,000 damage. We see even by the 15 to 20 minute mark. Everybody else is so much further behind on there. So let's see what Hex Mambo can do with this top 3 combination. Back over to the Gilded Gladiators to see what their option may be. Would not be surprised if we maybe saw a pick from Inbound kind of pop up here. That way they can throw a couple of focus bands maybe over towards Kha'Zix's way. As we've been seeing a lot of flexibility with Kha'Zix. We saw the Kuzenbo come out a couple of times for him as well. So very excited to see at least what Kha'Zix and Inbound will both bring to this event, given that now the Umoja and the Terra have both been banned. Is there any kind of maybe next up supports that you're kind of seeing for these two?
I mean, I'm thinking potentially Ganesh could come out here for the Gilded Gladiators. In the one game that we saw Hex Mambo being forced to have Johnny play something other than his traditional 4, he played the Camazots, and that was into a Ganesh. And every single time he went in, if the support was nice and perfectly timed with his silence, it caused problems for him. But instead, electing to go with the Sobek, a very aggressive pick, but at the flip side, comes with the risk where you are dispositioning yourself, and if you miss your pluck, you're in the middle of 5 people who are just going to double, maybe triple sunder you, and kill you before you even have a chance to go lurking in the waters.
You know, I have seen some flexibility with the Sobek, though. Support, solo lane, both potential options over here, though. I wonder if this is something that Scary D really wants to play, because when I think of Scary D for the Gilded Gladiators, I think the guy who wants to jump in there. I'm thinking your Camazot style of play, your Guan Yu's, your Vamanas, kind of those styles of picks where you want to get active, get in their face, and you want to do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Sobek doesn't really do a lot of damage. It gives you that initiation that Inbound likes to play, kind of gives him the ability to get in and get active as fast as he can there. So potentially going to be seeing that over into the duo lane. And then obviously still flexibility with this Marty as well. Not a guaranteed to go to mid, not a guaranteed to go to the duo. So for the bans, well, we'll go ahead and start banning out Johnny at this point.
That's
Already
smart.
used one ban. Now throw a couple over there. Loki and Bakasura banned away by the Gilded Gladiators. And then we're seeing an Ola run ban. And this might seem strange because really it was only, I believe, Davey who's kind of been playing this Ola run from the Niflheim Warg side. But when you think about the history of Stu, he has really been favoring some of the mage ADCs when given the opportunity to play them when those gods are meta.
Yeah, and if you think about someone with relic usage that's rivals some of the best players we've ever seen, if you think about somebody who's got great positioning as well, I immediately think of Stuart. It looks like you were right calling that. It is going to be Scary D on the Sobek, and the Sylvanas is actually going to be in the support role. I do have to agree with you, though. It doesn't really speak to me as a Scary D pick.
Yeah, it feels like this is going to be a very stalematey style of lane over in the solo lane. King Arthur's going to do a lot of damage. Sobek's going to do a whole lot of, well, sitting around and probably eating the damage, and he'll maybe a little bit back off. And then Sylvanas does feel like a true inbound style of pick. This is one of his go-to guardians when that Terra is taken away. It's one that he's been able to find a lot of success on in the past. So now, where does Hex and Mambo go with their picks? They ban the Olarun. They ban the Odin. Might as well go to something that Kha'Zix has been playing quite a bit. Already 2 games this weekend on the Maui, both the wins for him, so he's going to lock that one in. And Johnny's going to stray away from the norm, going to go over to a Thor, something that's worked so well for players like Rapio and even Sam for Soccer over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, have a look at the Gilded Gladiators draft, and what have they got? Anti-heal on the Circuit, good displacement by the Sobek, and again, anti-heal with that Sickening Strike. Sylvanas has got great peel. It doesn't speak to me as a Kali game here. If they pick the Kali, it's almost like Gilded Gladiators were baiting to try and pick that pick. And look at the rest of the bans, all what Johnny likes to pick except for that Kali. So they're using their draft as almost a 4th ban here against it. Doesn't want to go back into the Camazots for, again, that anti-heal reason. So going down to what presumably would be his 6th pick on the tier list here in the Thor. Not so bad when you have Thor down as your 6th pick, is it, though?
Yeah, it's a little strange to see a 9th pick Thor considering how powerful he's been this weekend. Then Rom, absolutely no surprise here for the Gilded Gladiators, giving that one over to Stu whenever this god is meta. Stu loves to have a field day on this kind of a pick. Just always on point with these snipes as well. Has great positioning with this style of pick. This just feels like the Gilded Gladiators got just about everything they wanted. The only thing that seems a little odd in this comp is the Sobek for Scary D. I have no complaints, though, given as all the highlights that you've given it, the anti-heal that can come through there, though not really a lot of sustain on this composition, but the displacement more than anything. You can get somebody so far out of line with this Circuit, Sobek, Sylvanas combination. Obviously, looking at, the best possible scenario, you Circuit, throw somebody with the ultimate into a Sylvanas pluck, into a Sobek pluck even for, you can throw them all across the map. Unlikely we'll see a CC chain exactly pan out just like that, but so many different ways and so many different initiation attempts here by the Gladiators.
You made it sound like a Brutal McLeany time video there, just the way they're pulling somebody from one tower all the way to the next. That's probably going to come up in a few weeks' time, isn't it? But Hex Mambo, I think they've got the tools to be able to deal with this. The King Arthur into the Sobek matchup. That's what I'm looking at here as probably being the most pivotal one on the map. The Sobek is there to make sure that King Arthur does not get ahead, does not snowball uncontrollably out of his lead and get 2-3 levels ahead. Sobek is a nice stalemate pick. You pick this pick up in the solo lane because you don't want to lose the lane. And it's almost a guarantee, unless you misplay horribly, that you do not lose this lane. On the other hand, the Discordia passive could tip things over the edge in the favor of the King Arthur.
Now, given the history of what we've seen with Hex Mambo and the Johnny style of picks, his ones where he's gotten early have been things like the Bakasura and the Kamazots. Is Thor one of those jungle style of picks for Hex Mambo and for Johnny that can allow him to maybe hit that level 5, we're starting to fight no matter what? Or do you imagine that this might be another style of composition where we see Hex Mambo kind of delay the game a little bit and just try and farm up for the early game?
I think they might delay early unless they manage to find a nice solo kill or a fortunate pick-off in the early game. If they manage to get King Arthur, getting a kill onto Sobek, or they find Serkets in the jungle early on and they're thinking, hey, we're 2-3 kills up. Let's go ahead and start playing our early game style where we just kill them kill them minute in, minute out. That could be the answer for them. However, I do think they're going to wait until that 18-minute mark.
Now, maybe looking at kind of both of these jungles and kind of seeing, maybe where everybody has gone through. We've been seeing some jungles go over to the solo lane, try and just get those cooldown buffs on, at least on reset every single time, go for these blue buff invades. We've seen some junglers go over to the left side of the map, try and make sure to get that shield buff priority and get that kind of focus over there. Kirmi tends to somewhat focus over towards the dual lane, where we've seen Johnny kind of try and circumvent and allow Julio to kind of get ahead over on that right side. So I wonder how that clashing will happen here. Game number 1, the SCC versus the SPL. It's Hex Mambo and Gilded Gladiators, and we've got Dimes and Frog to bring the cast.
Kicking it off here with a banger. Frog, SCC, SPL, the Hex Mambo to this point at Smite Masters, untouched. Goose Egg in the L column, and the Gilded Gladiators have quite the task ahead of them. Dimes here, you got me for play-by-play. Frog joining me as my trusty analyst, making me look good. And Doug doing what Doug does, which is being the best dang spectator in the industry. Frog, Hex Mambo, unscathed to this point. The Gilded Gladiators.
Look at that poll.
Oh, wow. And you know what? Which goes perfectly with the point I was going to make. The Gilded Gladiators ending the phase 2-8. Not exactly the most stellar of slash line. Got a big task here today.
Yeah, they certainly want to continue their way on into this bracket, get up against the other SPL teams waiting for them in the next round of this bracket. But going up against Hex Mambo, the crowd is with Mambo, and I think for good reason, right? History has shown us that, especially, not to harp on inbound, but the history is there. And the last season of the SPL showed us at these tournaments, this is the opportunity that SCC teams show up during. And Hex Mambo, you said Goose Egg, typically that's followed with a negative comment, but no, that's a positive there. Hex Mambo, lossless here in the column, and I think they put themselves in a position to really have a good game with this composition. Something that the Gilded Gladiator Snoopy said during the interview was they had gotten a chance to watch all 8 of their games today. They feel good about, they know how they want to win the game, and they know how to play into Hex Mambo's style of draft. But Hex Mambo, this is kind of a new style of draft for them. Johnny is on a brand new pick. We haven't seen it this weekend, but a little bit of action here.
Good night inbound. A pull in from Kha'Zix and a slam down to the ground. The Maui takes out Sylvanas for the first kill of the game. And Frog, all weekend long, we've been seeing this targeting of supports, right? Whether it was Dazer on the Sobek or anybody else, supports have been the target, and it continues here in Game 1.
Hawk under a little bit of pressure, but that was something I wanted to bring up as well. Inbound has been playing Yemoja and Terra. And
Exclusively,
and Terra, pretty much exclusively the entirety of this first phase of the SPL. And Hex Mambo did their homework. They took those 2 picks away in the first ban phase. And this is his third go-to pick. He's gone back to Sylvanas and had some success with it. They've looked competitive on picks like these, but you get that early pressure there in the dual lane. Kha'Zix and Spudio waste no time, and Kirmi now wasting no time.
What a phenomenal chain CC. Julio dashing away on the King Arthur with his 1,000,001 buttons to press. Kirmi following up Julio, who's going to dash under tower, a pull back in. Max range Cobra's Kiss there from Kirmi puts the Gilded Gladiators on the board.
Good reaction there from the Gladiators to match gank with gank, or at least kill with kill. Wasn't a gank there on the left side. But Kirmi getting involved in this right side is a little bit surprising to me, and we can talk about this solo lane pick. The Scary D going for this solo Beck, something we have not seen a ton of success on throughout the weekend. Variety tried to pick this up a little bit earlier and did not look great, but inbound falling for the second time, only 2 minutes in, and we've got plenty of action on the side lanes.
I mean,
Sylvanas is, I mean, help me out here, Frog. Is there a more immobile support than Sylvanas, especially being, I mean, level 2? It is 2:30 in the game. Inbound is level 2. Everybody else is already 4, ticking over to 5. What is Inbound going to have to do? I mean, look at this. Kha'Zix is moving into the left side of the lane. The left jungle as purples are respawning. It's just going to be pressure for the next 30 minutes if this game goes that long.
Yeah, I mean, if they get what they want, which right now is a purple buff invade, Kha'Zix does want to continue pushing for that buff, and so they will at least find the fight on the right side as well, though. Kiermi's over here.
Locked down by Johnny, does not use the hammer to teleport away, now stuck in this blue buff pit. A little bit of a death bane there from Kiermi to knock down Johnny a little bit farther. Scary D doesn't have the final touches for the Thor, who goes back into the fray. Kiermi, no mana, no HP, getting chased out by Julio, but guess who has made the rotation? It's Snoopy on the Marty. Julio does turn it around, jungle for jungle on the right-hand side.
Gilded Gladiators looking like they want to focus down this right-hand side. You got a replay here on this left-hand side. The replay onto Inbound falling for the second time. And you mentioned, is there a more immobile support? Maybe. You know, I'm thinking of like Ymir at some point.
Sure.
But this definitely tops the list, right? In terms of immobile supports, S tier. Sylvanas is up there at S tier. And he's gone this War Flag as well, which tells me he wants to be aggressive. You get the most rewards out of this War Flag when you are in the enemy's face and constantly trying to find that poke onto the enemy. And so if it's kind of clashing, right? You fall behind early, you're down 0-2, and you now want to play a little bit safer. You're down 2 levels early on in the support. But Scary D's the focus again.
And with no mana to his name, Scary D is going to be juggled in the air, slammed down by Julio. And the King Arthur takes down the solo Sobek Hex Mambo off to a blistering start here in game number 1.
Yeah, they are definitely getting the kills on the board and responding where they need to. They pick up a couple in the left lane, then they recognize Gilded Gladiators want to focus towards the solo lane. They want to help Scary D not fall behind on this solo back. And Hex Mambo, they react perfectly. They say, Johnny, come on over. You got a free gank opportunity. Julio is where they want to put some of this focus. You heard it on the desk. Only 5 deaths throughout this entire tournament. Now make it 6th with that 2-1 scoreline after that early initial gank. But I mean, this certainly feels like a lane that you want to play through. Doesn't have the tier that he's had so much success on, but this King Arthur pick is one that he's continually gone back to just because of the space that it makes in the backline. And with this Thor, the semi-global ultimate, him and Johnny are going to have a field day on this dive continuously in these fights.
Kiermi and Scary D combining to take down the blue buff on this right-hand side here. Julio just a second off the mark there to confirm his own buff. So it's going to be stolen away by the Gilded Gladiators, who get out scot-free, retreat to their own blue buff. The Hex Mambo's jungler Johnny not willing to take that fight on the right-hand side. Looking for those middle lane Harpies there. Might take a look at this left-hand lane as well. And of course, you can't forget about it. I just love the interaction between the Discordia and the King Arthur, right? The top damage, usually farmed up in solo. You throw that Discordia passive on King Arthur, starts to look pretty tough.
Yeah, right now it's Spudio, though. He is a whole 600 damage ahead of Julio on this King Arthur, and for good reason. He has that 1 kill, 1 assist, but Johnny's looking to join him here, maybe catch Kiermi out in the jungle.
Not usually the target you'd be looking for. A little off the mark with that Anvil of Dawn, and Johnny happy to just walk it right back. Now, Kiermi also has that ultimate online, though. Got a blink on the Circuit. Didn't go the beads the way Johnny has. I'd love to see Kiermi getting a little bit more active. You got the Jotun's Wrath, so the cooldown is there, which means you burn the ultimate, just, back up in a minute or 2.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how Kiermi sort of rounds out this build, especially with the meta of 10.6. We've seen Johnny and other junglers here on the SEC level have success just going pure power. You get a trans, you get a pen item online, and you still feel like the jungler of the first half of Season 10. Scary D, under a little bit of pressure there, he will walk out. You still see all of that power get focused, but Circuit is one of those junglers that you can very reliably build 2, maybe even 3 hybrid tank items on, and then all of a sudden you become a very solid 3rd frontliner. You're in there making space, dealing out the CC, and all of a sudden you potentially have what all of these teams have struggled to do. You've got somebody who can just match where Johnny is. You put Kiermi right next to Johnny. He doesn't get to flank as easily. He just has to focus on the circuit, and that's going to be hard to kill when we get to the late game.
Inbound has abandoned this left side. Kha'Zix stuck around a little bit. We've seen supports really hover and babysit their ADC so far. Inbound a little bit behind, chooses to roam. Let Stu get some solo farm, but meanwhile, just one of the worst things you can do in Smite. Stall the lane out, minions meet in the middle. You lose a little XP. Here comes Kiermi, though, blinking in on Spudio, who immediately hops on the horsey. Kiermi with the follow-up. Stun doesn't connect from Kha'Zix. Target has turned, but here comes Johnny from out of nowhere with a double stun. One goes the way of Spudio. Landfall off the mark. Inbound, falling low, Johnny. No wall online. The double tap goes on to Stewart. Final shot from Johnny. The ADC falls. Inbound, half HP under tower. And a 1-1-3-4 Thor is a good start here for the jungler for the Mambo.
Johnny is beautiful on that counter rotation. Kiermi walks over a ward, I think, on the way over towards that dual lane, and Johnny, he just has to get within range to ult. He doesn't have to make the full rotation and just walk over there, so he gets to join mid-fight and combos perfectly. Cleans up Kiermi, a double wall, forces the beads, and then perfectly min-maxes under tower as well and finds the double kill, add the purple invade to it. Hex Mambo just get everything that they want in that fight. The duo lane for the Gilded Gladiators has struggled on these ganks. I don't know how they shut down Spudio. You saw it right there. They attempt the gank, and he gets into the ultimate immediately. He's so safe on this Hachiman pick. You have to dedicate more if you want to take this one out.
So my question off of that, Frog, is Spudio, not a fantastic target for this circuit. Are you looking at Hawk? Are you looking at Julio, who's now got a little bit of defense online in those mannequin spots? I mean, who are you targeting out if you're Kiermi?
I mean, right now I think you're targeting Farm. My man is a little bit down, 2 levels behind in this jungle role. Now, it won't matter as much what this build he's going. That tank is going to be in that second item. I think probably a Phalanx is coming out in that second spot. So it's not going to matter as much as if he was stacking up a Trans or something, which is what we might see on the other side from Johnny. But I think if you have to target somebody, honestly, it might come down to Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix has been really aggressive in trying to set up these plays for his team. He's been using that one movement ability aggressively a lot to try and get that early stun. That's how they got that early kill onto inbound. The Sunder followed up by that CC coming from the support. And Kha'Zix, you see him right now, he's pushing up. He is the one starting these engagements. And after he loses that rope swing, he doesn't have, he's very similar to Inbound. He's got a little bit of CC immunity, he's got that landfall, but could be potential to catch out the support and just get yourself a kill on the board.
Hex Mambo opened up the game. A little bit more here, call it about a 3K lead over the Gilded Gladiators. Kills certainly go the way of the Mambo as well, but good macro farm. Stealing some of the jungle away. Good XP leads as well, as you mentioned there in the jungle. Snoopy taking a double tap, Discord to the face. Ricochet's not going to do it. Marty able to walk his way out of danger there. And Artie, you can see Hawk, 0-0-0, hasn't participated in any of the bloodshed on the map yet, but certainly coming online with that Divine Ruin. A knock-up onto Johnny, a slam down from Kha'Zix. Rom snipes, raining down onto this engagement. Kiermi, the recipient of the apple. Spudio with the finishing touches, taking down the jungler. Johnny, electing not to continue the engagement, hammering down on the purple buff, and Hex Mambo find yet another engagement that goes their way.
Inbound tries to punish. He finds Johnny in the jungle, immediately drops the Wrath of Terra, and Johnny does take everything. I think he does get hit by that initial Marty damage. He gets hit by the ultimate. On the other side, though, Scary D in a little bit of trouble, maybe, if Hawk doesn't back off here. But, I mean, you try to go onto Johnny, and the rest of his team is there instantly, right? The ADC rotates over before Stewart even gets a chance to get up into the air, and ultimately the snipes come through. I think he hits 2 out of 3, but the damage is just not there yet. The 3,000 lead that they have just at 10 minutes here, and they're still putting the pressure on.
Scary D in a bit of a tough spot here. It's Julio and Johnny combining on the right-hand side, taking out this blue buff, but here comes Snoopy on that Marty. Got some stacks. building up here, so not really looking to engage probably here, Frog. Just a little bit of pressure to dissuade the Hex Mambo from moving any further.
Yeah, I'm really looking at inbound here because you pick the Sylvanas and you pick this War Flag, you have to be getting involved. You have to be looking at, what's Kha'Zix doing? Very similar. He's jumping in. He's got a little bit more movement, a little bit more safety naturally in the Maui. But, early on, we saw inbound rotate away from the dual lane and Kha'Zix stayed. And as an ADC, you're thinking, okay, it's a 1v2, but I now don't have to share farm. Stewart is still 5 levels behind.
Oh.
You kept your laner over there. You kept Kha'Zix over there, and it doesn't mean that you're not splitting farm. Like, Stewart got a bunch of that solo farm, but he was zoned from waves.
Yep.
He lost his tower. He's been ganked 3 times at this point, which has led to a couple of deaths. He is 5 levels behind at 13 minutes into the game. They've spent all of their time focusing the dual lane, and Kha'Zix hadn't had to do anything other than just stand there and look scary, and you can't step up to my wave. And it has gotten them all this pressure across the map.
Well, 4 levels now. Silver linings here in the dual lane, Frog. That's quite a few. That's a bunch of levels, dude.
Yeah.
That's like more than 1 in less than a billion levels ahead. Anyways, Stygian Beacon going down the way of Hex Mambo. We've seen that played very interestingly here at Smite Masters. Sometimes it's a 5-man rotation at 12 minutes. Sometimes it seems like the teams couldn't care less who grabs that objective.
Yeah, I think teams are valuing the objective less and the fight more. It definitely does stack up. If you are able to get all 3, get that 15% damage to structures, 3% movement speed online for your team, you're definitely going to have an easier time focusing that, but you don't necessarily need the additional damage to pick up the Gold Fury here.
Goodness gracious, and it's going down quickly here at 14 minutes. Hex Mambo take down the Gold Fury with nary a whiff from the Gilded Gladiators.
Did you say nary a whiff?
Yeah.
Is that
trying to channel my Charles Dickens,
Okay.
No,
I dig it. I dig it. They
Been
just
reading
didn't.
a lot
They
of the
didn't.
classics.
Yeah. Okay. No, I like the poetry.
Mifflin gave me Dante in the back.
Yeah.
So
we read a lot of poetry here at the SPL.
It's actually mandatory. You have to read like
Mandatory
Frankenstein
reading
and Dracula, or else Hindu hands it to you. It's like, do your homework, kid.
Yeah, do your homework.
Anyways, talk about Smite.
Talk about Smite. No, I think the Gilded Gladiators probably knew that was going on, especially after inbound got focused out a little bit, but might be Kirmi trapped between Johnny and a wall here. Does manage to find his way out, but you look at the jungle matchup as well, also a 3-level deficit in the jungle matchup. Johnny once again continuing to impress on his deeper and deeper god pool, picks up the store for the first time, and he's looked great on utilizing that global pressure. He's been there for the counter rotations, even when he's gotten caught out in the jungle just a little bit. He gets out very cleanly, but now it's Hex Mambo. They're looking for the tier 1 tower, and Gilded Gladiators, they can't fight back. They're at such a deficit right now so early on in this game. This isn't even Hex Mambo's typical style, but they're forcing their hand so well so far in this game.
Pyromancer coming online here in just a moment. Got a big-time group up from Hex Mambo to start up this objective. Kirmi around the corner. Same thing goes for Inbound and Snoopy. They just have to look on in dismay there as the Gilded Gladiators take down one more neutral objective to their name. Inbound yoinked in there. And we talk about Johnny picking this Thor going, quote-unquote, deep into the god pool, as if Thor hasn't been around for like 10 years and is not one of the most premier junglers of all time. Pretty sure you could hand Johnny a toaster, like lock in a toaster in the game of Smite, and somehow he would like go 3-1-9.
What would be the abilities of a toaster, do you think? Like, what would be the ultimate? I would have to imagine it would be something like
popping toast
Sylvanas.
or something. Yeah. Speaking of popping toast, Spudio hopping on the horsey, getting out of dodge here. Up into the air goes Rom. One snipe connects.
Johnny up.
Same thing goes for the second one. Johnny down to create space for Spudio. A well-timed ultimate there from the jungler. Kirmi locked in the purple buff pit. Deathbane onto Johnny, who's forced to hammer away. But Kha'Zix wants to continue on the immobile inbound, who gets locked down. Snoopy is in from mid lane, up in the air, raining down poison from above. The tick damage on Johnny, not going to be enough to put the jungler in the ground. Same thing goes for Kirmi and Snoopy between a rock and a hard place. Beads, Kha'Zix down, Hawk, goodbye Snoopy.
Snoopy the only one to fall so far in this fight. Kirmi does get the back off in front of Kha'Zix, but once again, a fantastic re-engage by Hex Mambo. You find the one pick that you can. You come up behind Spudio and you force the ult early on, and then Johnny uses the Anvil of Dawn sort of defensively as well. He does not go onto the carry right there, and all of a sudden you feel like you have the advantage if you're the Gilded Gladiators, and you get a lot out of Johnny. You burn both the defensive relics, but I think that they just weren't on the same page with that pull. I said good pull when inbound grabbed him back over the wall there, but his teammate, I think Snoopy, missed the main combo on the ability there just because of that pull came through, and so they dropped the kill. That should have been a shutdown kill onto Johnny. Wouldn't have been the shutdown goal, just the impact that he's been having. But that's something you definitely got to come through and hit. And instead, they lose their mid laner and they lose the beads off their mid laner. It's just, it wasn't the worst fight from Gilded Gladiators, but with how far down they are, how much less damage they're doing in these fights, Hex Mambo come out on top once again.
I mean, Mambo is pushing an 8K lead here in 18 minutes. That is significant pre-20 minutes. I mean, you noted the XP differences, but 4 in the jungle. We've got 4 in the ADC role, 3 in... I mean, you could literally go up and down the teams, compare them, and Hex Mambo have not just a level or two. I mean, this is a significant lead. As the Oni Furies started up here, Stygian Beacon going to be back online in a moment. Inbound, pulled in, ultimate used as well. Discordia Apple just to slow down the support, who's going to be put in the ground. It's just a matter of who is going to claim the life of Inbound. Give it to Kha'Zix, why not?
Oh, yeah. He needed that kill, too.
2-0-5.
Yeah, he needed that kill. Deathless
stock is rising
on the team, as are the carry and the mid laner there for Hex Mambo. They'll pick up the Oni Fury and continue on their reign of dominance. And I mean, what do Gilded Gladiators have to do to get back into this game? I think, honestly, I'm looking at Scary D, because Scary D is the only one that we have not yet seen involved in a fight. He is behind. Absolutely everybody on the Gilded Gladiators is behind, though, at this point. That's not an excuse, right? If you're going to make that excuse and you're already focused on game 2, that's okay. I don't think they are. I think they want to win this game.
Yeah, of course. Single
and
them
so
too.
You have to find a route in, and Scary D is the only one that has not been rotating the fights thus far. He's just been trying to farm up, and at this point, he is tanky enough to start asking some difficult questions. That might even start with, hear me on the blink here.
Ooh, who unfortunately is going to be stymied there by Maui. Throwing out that fish. Spudio teleports away. So a burned Circuit ultimate, thought for a second.
And a blink.
Was going to catch it out there. But, you know, you talk about Scary D, who's now made the rotation over to this left-hand side. Same thing kind of goes for Julio, though, right? We haven't really seen Julio in these engagements. And as soon as Scary starts rotating, King Arthur starts rotating, and then Stuart and Snoopy start having nightmares.
No, surely. Don't blow up my spot like that. It's got to be Scary D. It has to be Scary D, right? He is surely the savior of this squad, and it's not just going to be Julio. See, Julio didn't rotate over. He stayed on this right side of the map to start the Fire Giant.
Right, absolutely. As the Fire Giant's going to go down here for absolutely free to the Hex Mambo. The Gilded Gladiators scattered across the map. And so far, their hopes of winning this game number 1 against the Hex Mambo are looking to be scattered to the wind.
Yeah, they are looking slim. This is looking like one that Hex Mambo are going to have to throw away more than one than the Gilded Gladiators are going to be coming back into. That being said, there is absolutely still hope. And the reason I am so confident in that, because I casted a set yesterday where the Wargs came back from an 8K gold deficit against the Mambo. They did still end up losing the team fight and losing the game at the end of that. But this lead is not something that the Hex Mambo really, that's not their gameplay style, right? They want to win a team fight in the late game, and that was where the Gilded Gladiators were prepping from. That's the studying they did. They've gotten a chance to watch all of the games that Hex Mambo have played, and the late game team fight is Hex Mambo's bread and butter. So yes, they've fallen behind. Yes, they are going to be more behind in their items. They don't have these power spikes. They don't have the relic upgrades or the starter upgrades. They're definitely at a disadvantage. But now we're at the point in the game where Snoopy said in the interview, this is where they prepared for. This is Hex Mambo's bread and butter. This is where the Gilded Gladiators have watched them succeed and said, hey, they really play through Johnny, or they really play through Julio, and we feel confident we're going to be able to shut that down. And so it has to be on them to identify where they want to funnel their focus And honestly, it might be this King Arthur once he starts to come to the team fights. You've got this Shred coming online from Stewart, still behind, but once he gets to level 20, Spudio gets to level 20, you can't get farther behind. that's
true.
That's silver lining.
Then it's only catching up from then on.
Yeah, it's only catching up. And so, yeah, it's going to be tough on this siege, but it's only the unenhanced so far. You still have your Phoenixes up at the moment. You just have to be ready to defend these larger pushes.
It's Johnny and Scary D in the middle lane. Scary D taking the worst of it so far. Auto attacks to the face. That Hammer of Thor is doing it. As Johnny's not quite done, Scary D forced into lurking in the waters. But look on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, the rest of the Hex Mambo forcing down this left-hand lane, and Johnny straight up soloing the Crocodile, beating out the Pluck, and down goes Scary D, the hope of this Gilded Gladiators team, as you said, Frog, as Hex Mambo. It's Hawk, Kha'Zix, Spudio. It's the entirety of the team on this left-hand Phoenix already seeing damage.
No ultimate down, though, for Johnny, so that engage tool is going to be lost. But it's Johnny still in, just walking in.
Boom! Hawk blows up inbound in the backline. Snoopy raining death from above and falling down. Stewart with an Aegis to delay the death for one moment, but it's Spudio with an auto attack from downtown to take out the enemy hunter. There's a double for the ADC. Kyrmi, Deathbane away under the fountain. It is one member, the jungler of the Gilded Gladiators, to delay this game one victory, and it will be for naught. Kyrmi jumps in the back line. Johnny gets out of there, and Hex Mambo, the SCC European powerhouse, taking out the SPL Gilded Gladiators.
That is a rough game one from the Gladiators, and I'm sure it definitely brings all of the confidence that Hex Mambo have been feeling. They've gone undefeated so far against the SEC squads. They were confident in their meta. And sure enough, they bring that meta here to day number one, or to game number one against the SPL, and it looks fantastic. The Gilded Gladiators seemed lost in that game completely. They go down early in the duo lane. All of these ganks in the solo lane, that's where Kyrmi tries to focus early on, and it's not successful. He does find one pick, but it's immediately answered back by Johnny. All these small buff invades don't really get them anything. They're on the objectives first. They're on the Stygian Beacon first. They controlled the map completely by themselves. They gave Kyrmi this facilitator pick, and he didn't really facilitate anything. They need to look at a different style of draft, or at least feel more confident in this game too, because like I said, they just look lost.
Well, Frog, you said the Hex Mambo did their homework on the Gilded Gladiators. We can only hope the Gilded Gladiators learned something themselves from this game number one. You got game two coming at you in just a sec.
Master of life and death takes front stage. Let's liven things up, shall we? Come, the party's this way.
Yeah, that's right. Make no mistake with the ad that we just showed you. Advanced GG, our good friends, have now introduced us to a new flavor and a new shaker that is all Smite themed. And I'm just going to be honest, one of the few things I'll really shill for is anything that is purple-based. So Baron's Brew now available, as well as the brand new Baron's Shaker, all over at our friends at Advanced GG. So make sure that you go and pick up your Baron's Brew now and your Baron Samedi Shaker. Still one of my favorite gods, one of my favorite colors. And just in all honesty, again, these shakers are really nice. I've been using the Godslayer one ever since I got my hands on it. I'm going to make sure to pick one of these up and to pick up the new Baron's Brew flavor as well. Delicious flavor out there, so make sure that you go pick it up. And for any of your other orders through, make sure that you use code SMITE and get 10% off. Thank you so much to Advanced GG for joining us here in Season 10 of the Smite Pro League. J-Mac and AJ back over here on the desk, and man, that was a fast-paced game by Hex Mambo, one of the fastest ones that we've seen so far this weekend. And still the same level of dominance that Hex Mambo has had up against other opposition here. Gilded Gladiators fall behind early. It all starts back over into that dual lane First Blood by Kha'Zix.
Listen, I didn't think Hex Mambo had another level to go up to, but boy, if they proved us wrong here. And as you mentioned, it all starts off on that dual lane. I mean, Inbound unfortunately fallen down not once, but twice in quick succession. And it just sort of spiraled out of control over there in dual lane. At one point, I think Spuddy had a 5-level lead over Stuart. You don't get 5-level leads often, and this just seemed to be the product of consistent pressure over on this left-hand side by the Hex Mambo team.
Yeah, Hex Mambo really controlled pretty much every single front of the map. The only time that we saw real fight back from the Gilded Gladiators was over on the right side. They got a kill onto Julio, that being the Gilded Gladiators, and then the dual lane went down. Snoopy makes some rotations to make sure that solo lane doesn't go down immediately after, but what I was talking about in the pregame is Johnny usually spends so much time on the right side, man. Make sure that Julio is good. Get Julio ahead. Make sure that you have nothing to worry about there. This time, it's Johnny going over to right like one time to help him out, make sure that they can't lose out on a blue buff. They can steal it there. And then Johnny spent the remainder of his time, at least in the early game, just consistently diving over and making sure to take down Stu, making sure this dual lane falls back behind. Kirmi trying to make things known on the right side. Does get that first kill for the Gladiators over on the right side of the map, but outside of that, this is just pure dominance by Hex Mambo.
Yeah, I mean, we even heard it from Coach Deathwalker himself as he was walking out into the main foyer. There was only one mistake that was made, and that was Julio not respecting the fact that Serket was over in solo lane at level 4. Otherwise, he feels like it was a perfect game, and the stat lines surely show that it's near perfect. Only 2 spills, one on Johnny and one on Julio over on that right-hand side, as we pointed out before. But for Gilded Gladiators, it felt like they got what they wanted in the draft. They took Johnny off of some of his more comfort, more hyper-carry picks. They put him on something like a Thor, which is a little bit more easy to counter. And he still does Johnny things. He's still able to just control the pace of the game, control team fights, and get out with barely any health at times.
Yeah, there were some very close calls for Johnny throughout this game. Some close calls for Hex Mambo, but it all ended up being a win for them. Only deaths on the Hex Mambo team were against Julio and Johnny here in game number 1. So return to the drawing board, maybe, for the Gilded Gladiators. Whenever we talk about the draft, we were both kind of questioning maybe what this Sobek pick was going to do for the Gilded Gladiators. You thought maybe it was kind of an idea to maybe try and bait a Kali style of pick to come out from this team, but Hex Mambo didn't bite the bait at all. They just said, okay, we're not going to play Kali. We'll just let Johnny play another kind of powerhouse pick. So what do you do now for the Gilded Gladiators? What kind of switch up do you make for this team?
Well, I think you still have to keep with the idea of trying to get Johnny off a hyper carry. That seems to be the #1 focus that the Gilded Gladiators have had in their drafts. But maybe start to branch out the bans a little bit more. Maybe start to look at Hawk in the mid lane. No team so far has come in with the idea of trying to get rid of Hawk's God Pool. We've seen shots taken at Julio's God Pool. We've seen shots taken at Spudio's God Pool. We've even seen a couple of shots taken over at Kozak's God Pool to almost no effect. So there's one player left on the team to really try at. Try banning some mid laners. Try and see just how deep that mid lane God Pool goes.
Yeah, because so far it's been kind of all over for the place on what you want to do to try and ban out Hex Mob. But as you mentioned, it's kind of a ban on a different fronts. You know, take one away from Julio, take one away from Hawk in the mid lane, and take a ban away from Johnny. And then, okay, Johnny hasn't picked yet. Let's go ahead and keep the bans going to him. But maybe throwing some love kind of across the board. Maybe putting Kha'Zix on something different as well. He's only had to play, if I'm not mistaken, 3 gods so far during this event. It has been that Maui, the Kuzumbo, and we'll see if anything else gets taken away from Hex Mambo. On a tear right now, 1-0 up over the SPL squad and the Gilded Gladiators to see which team is going to jump into the quarterfinal bracket. Remember, the opponent awaiting them is the Oni Warriors. First time that we have seen them since the regular phase of the SPL. Remember, the Oni Warriors and the Ravens did not need to play through the seeding tournament that happened just a couple of weeks ago, so it's going to be our first time seeing those guys in quite some time. But as we jump into the picks and bans for Game 2, Hex Mambo going to keep it very standard. Stick with the Emoja, stick with the Robin. I imagine Terra probably in that same front.
Yeah, don't change a thing.
Nothing they need to change. Everything they did was perfect. Gilded Gladiators, it's up to them to make the adjustments.
Yeah, starting off with that same tier ban, I wonder if we're going to be seeing a similar style of ban phase coming out from the Gilded Gladiators. Interestingly enough, they did have option of first or second pick this game, as the team that did lose that game. And they chose to go second pick yet again. So obviously feeling like maybe just a couple of minor adjustments in the banning phase, but definitely feeling like the second pick of the two is going to give them the best chance of victory here.
It will be the same top 3 bans for Hex Mambo. No reason to change anything out there. Third one was Terra, by the way, at least for Kha'Zix of his 3 picks that he's had to go. So out of his 9 games played, has only needed to flex 3 gods, Terra, Kuzumbo, and Maui. So maybe we see if Gladiators can force him onto something different, or Kha'Zix doesn't care and he just gets to pick up one of those selections anyways for himself. But I think the most important thing for the Gladiators is what adjustments get made in their top picks spots. But getting rid of the Hachiman, definitely a good call. It's been one of the top performing hunters here ever since his buff, and even just now here in 10.6. So taking him off the board,
they just
we'll
take
force
Rom.
Buddy onto something different, and as you say, could just go straight to the Rom. Oh, man, he just called it. That was easy for you.
That was the most gimme pick I think I've ever seen in my analytic life. Just, oh, we banned out one of the top 2 ADCs and there's one good one left. Might as well take it. And it's Spudio. He plays his pick week in, week out. It is his signature pick. So no surprise to see him pick up this Ram early on. And now Stu is going to have to dig a little bit deeper into the God pool for himself. Different kind of safety from the Rama though. So I do like this adjustment. For Hachiman, he's able to just go miles on his mounted archery. He's able to dash away as well with the Aijutsu. But with Ram, he goes straight up and straight back down to buy some time from his team, so he can't gain horizontal distance away from ganks.
So So now what adjustments do get made for the Gilded Gladiators? Still going to stick with the Marty. I had no complaints about the Marty in game number 1. I think that's probably where the most consistency was from the Gilded Gladiators, was Snoopy over in that mid lane. Early rotations to right, a couple rotations over to the left side. Still was able to output a lot of damage, but this is an adjustment I like to see now from inbound. Get away from that immobile Sylvanas, even though it's a great pick for him. Get something that you can not really need to expend your body, kind of that non-committal style of initiation on this Maui.
Yeah, I do like it as well, as you mentioned. Bit more mobility here for inbound, and you're picking his god early, meaning you're giving him something he's a lot more confident on here. And you definitely need something more confident than going 0-2 in your first, 2 minutes of gameplay? But for Hex Mambo, no real adjustments. It's just the one forced one in their top 3. The Hachiman taken out of the game, so Ram going to be replacing that. And then reprise to King Arthur and Discordia. Like you mentioned, it was almost perfect, so why change it?
It just works. Sometimes that's all you need for the confidence of Hex Mambo. Now up again 1-0 over Gilded Gladiators in this best of 3. Elimination on the line for the Gladiators. So adjustments need to be made here. Last time around it was Serket Martikros, at least as a top 2 for the Gladiators, but now changing that to Marty and Maui. So what changes do we see out of Kirmi? What do we see Stewart go over towards? We did see an Olarun ban last time by Hex Mambo, something that Stewart's been very comfortable on if he decides to go for a Magic ADC build. Now this is more in line with what I imagined for Scary D if you want to play an aggressive style of solo laner. But how do you feel about Shiva right now?
Shiva has been not great in the first half of Season 10. Let's be real. He's been one of the lowest tier picks in the solo lane. He's picked once, maybe twice, and in those games has done basically next to nothing. However, with the itemization changes in this patch and with the healing changes from the last patch, I think Shiva has grown in viability. I think he still brings quite a fair bit to the table. He can bring good area control. The best thing he does is he locks down a single target and makes it nightmarish for them to play the game. So in the late game, look for Scary D on the Shiva, if it is going to be a Shiva solo, to just sit on this Ram and make Spudio's life a living hell.
Plus we have seen some item adjustments that might bring Shiva back. Whenever I think Shiva, I think Manticore Spike was whenever it had its kind of big pump up there. Shiva was able to really make good use of that. Even Glad Shield still as well, so could be seeing that as maybe potential options for him over in the solo lane. A lot of CC though. You got a lot of CC, a lot of lockdown, a lot of ways to keep people in one given area. Some decent sustain as well. But as the bans do roll through, still focused over towards Johnny, taking the Ao Kuang and the Loki away, or the Gilded Gladiators, and the Hex Mambo will take a shot in the jungle, taking the Serket off the table, and then an Olarun. Now an Erlong Shen. And we've seen a little bit of Erlong Shen this weekend. Have not seen a whole lot of winning out of the Erlong Shen just yet.
Yeah, 2 picks and 0 wins so far. First game that we saw the Erlong Shen finally get picked up in was against an Ares, so we could chalk that loss up to just being counterpicked. The second time, I believe it was Captain Twig was the one that played the Erlong Shen. Had a bit more success on it in the team fights, went 3-4-4 in that game. Little bit more of a even game, that one for the Erlong Shen, so I'm excited to see what it can do when it hasn't been counterpicked here so far by Hex Mambo. If we are going to go for the support pick, though, as you mentioned for Kha'Zix, he's played 3. 2 of them are already taken off the table, so almost certainly will be the Kuzenbo here for him.
It's been pretty successful for him as well. The Kuzenbo in the, I believe, 2 games now that Kha'Zix has gotten to play that pick. It's worked out really well for himself, even netting a first blood and almost a first double kill in the last game that he had played him, just against the Niflheim Warg. So, for Hex Mambo, what do we see? Do we see a new pick from Kha'Zix? Do we see him go back to just what's been working? His 3 selections is all he has needed to find wins over in the duo lane. Stewart relaxed on the side of the Gladiators, leaning all the way back, almost out of frame at this point. It's just how comfortable he is, and definitely needs at least a nice little mental bounce back from game 1.
Yeah, he's thinking, right, I've got all the time in the world to think about my final pick. What do I want to do to counter the entirety of the Hex Mambo draft? And going back to Kha'Zix, I think the Kuzenbo would work perfectly here. You've got Martikoros and Erlong Shen, 2 heavy base attack, base focus gods, which Kuzenbo does quite well against. In the support role, you can really mess with the positioning of the Erlong Shen. You can zone out fights quite easily. You can disrupt the Shiva and disrupt the Martikoros. You have the CC immunity to go up against the landfall from Maui. It's a strong pick overall, which I think he will go into. The question is, what does Johnny go into here? Because 2 of his picks have been taken off the table. The Kali is being hovered.
So we'll be Kuzumbo and Kali. So not going to see anything new out of the support for Hex Mambo. Going to stick with his top 3, and we're going to see still standard for Johnny, sticking within his top 4 style of picks. That Thor was really the only outlier here for Johnny so far this week. And that and the Kamazotsuki that we've seen him. So out of now what will be 10 games for Hex Mambo, 6 picks for Johnny in the jungle. But Kuzumbo, Kali, you got a lot of reflect damage, you got a lot of CC, a lot of displacement with this Kuzumbo, and all hoping that you can rev up the chainsaw for Kali in the late game.
I mean, Dimes is just off camera. He's screaming, Cupid, Cupid, Cupid. But it's going to be XChell instead here.
Wow.
That's going to be a mid lane XChell with Marty Chorus going into the ADC position. XChell, this is a very risky pick because XChell does wonders in team fights, can really spam through those abilities consistently. However, struggles with self-peel. And you're up against a Kali and a King Arthur, 2 of the most dive-heavy gods in the game. XChell's going to have to position perfectly here in this game. In fact, Snoopy's going to find himself in a world of trouble if he steps even a toe out of line.
Yeah, it feels like Kali could be a miserable matchup for eShell when you think about it. I mean, immediately, the first time that we got to see eShell brought out, I believe it was by Paul on the 6th Ferryman earlier on in the phase. I believe it was during the playoffs. He thought that out game number 1. Drafted into a Fenrir. Was not a fun time for him. No way to peel the Fenrir away. This time through, still a little easier to do with the Kali. But as soon as you pop that Destruction Ultimate, you have root immunity, so your one immediate self-peel is kind of taken away. You also have knock-up immunity in the Destruction, another way that you would try and self-peel. Feels like it's, I almost want to call it Fenrir light in that sense, just only because Kali has to expend an ultimate to be able to get away from that self-peel. So for an eShell in this game, we haven't gotten a whole lot of data on this god, hasn't been able to find too much success so far in the few games that we have seen her played at the SPL level. What does eShell as a mid laner kind of offer to this Gladiators team up against this Hex Mambo draft?
Offers a bit of long-range control, good burst ability, good poke, good one-on-one opportunities, and I think good DPS on objectives is all around what you're looking for this XChell, and that's without talking about the healing that she will bring. I mean, that ultimate of hers, just be able to help deal damage as well as heal your teammates at the same time, I think is a good value here in this team comp, especially when you're having Erlang, Shen, and Shiva just stand right in front of you as 2 beefy bodyguards. We haven't talked about the King Arthur as well going into that XChell. I mean, pretty much half of King Arthur's abilities where he's spinning around, he is root immune, he is knock-up immune. XChell can't peel 2 people at once, can she?
Man, you kind of just made it feel a little bit more miserable for the eShell now, kind of going into 2
horrific.
gods that just go up against this one. It's going to be a tough ask for Snoopy over here in the mid lane, but was the most consistent player on his team there in game number 1, so trying to put a pick like this, maybe putting a little bit of extra emphasis and hope towards, at least for Snoopy, over on this Gladiator style of pick. But the competition kind of built around the eShell. You got the Erlung, you got the Shiva, the Mao, you have a very stark front line here for the Gladiators. Do you like these 3 gods kind of going up against what Hex Mambo has?
I think if you are going to try and control the Kali, denying area is probably the best way you have of doing so, because we see what Johnny's able to do. He waits and waits and waits for the perfect opportunity to go in. So if you can deny as much area as possible once he does go in, you're really limiting his ability to get the chain resets off, to be able to get the consistent heals off. So I do like the fact they have the landfall. They've got the Shiva ultimate as well. They've got the Nineteenth Blessing coming out from Erlang Shen. They've got a lot of opportunity here to really disrupt the Kali in the backline. They just have to make sure that they're communicating effectively who is doing what and when, so they don't overlap this CC.
Yeah, this Hex Mambo draft definitely feels like one that we're going to be waiting maybe about 20 minutes before the ramp-up actually kicks in. It's typically kind of all dictated by Johnny's style of pick. Is this an early Johnny pick or a late Johnny pick? Well, it's a Kali, so default is probably going to be towards late game. So how important is the early game emphasis here for the Gilded Gladiators to get this comp? It's going to be hard to fight up against the King Arthur unless you maybe throw 2 bodies over there. Discordia fairly safe over in the mid lane once she gets that jump. Where's the pressure for the Gilded Gladiators? Got to come here in game number 1, or game 2, I should say.
I'm looking at the Gilded Gladiators probably putting pressure onto the mid lane. So just put this Discordia under as much pressure as possible. Maybe even try and force the Discordia passive onto Discordia. Because you don't want it on the King Arthur, because the King Arthur will then sort of have his way with Shiva even more than he already does so. The Ram, you don't mind if it's on the Ram, actually, because he's just going to be sort of there in late game regardless.
We'll see if the Gilded Gladiators can bounce back, or Hex Mambo going to sweep through and make it 10 straight. Let's jump into game number 2.
Frog, in the pregame interview, Snoopy promised us spice. And spice is what we have been given in game number 2. The Hex Mambo looking to continue their undefeated streak here at Smite Masters up against the Gilded Gladiators.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, Dimes. I hate this. I dislike the Ixchel pick here. Just
the 9
here.
shell?
Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. Did you have anything else, or was that just upon you? Just wanted to make sure that you said 9 shell.
Whoa, wait, hold on. Before you talk about 9 shell, 78% Hex Mambo stock rising. All right, now talk about Snoopy on this mid pick.
Okay, I don't dislike the pick by itself. I think Ixchel brings a lot of interesting things to the game. You've got healing, but not like dedicated healing. It's not like a Chang'e, not like an Aphrodite. You still bring a lot of damage, a lot of utility. You've got the knock-up. You've got a root. You've got wave clear. You've got dependent abilities, kind of like Baron's heal. You've got to hit somebody, but instead you've got 2 damaging abilities. It's a very interesting character. Here, though, you've got this Kali on the other side, and you've got this Kuzenbo on the other side. And Ixchel does not do a fantastic job in surviving the dive. She's got this ultimate that gives her CC immunity, and it heals her and her teammates, and it does damage at the same time. It's a cool ultimate, but it doesn't do healing in big enough numbers to have you survive a Kali destruction. Not like Martikra's ultimate, where Stewart just gets up in the air and he's like alive for the next 5 seconds no matter what, right? You are still on the ground there. You can still be damaged. You're just CC immune.
Goodness gracious, Kirmi dropping down, but no, it's Johnny, and it's 9 shell picking up first blood. Snoopy finding one for the Gilded Gladiators, getting the newest goddess off to a rip-roaring start.
I feel like I should get some credit for Casters Cursing that.
That was tough, bro.
Yeah, that was.
That
is
in your
tough.
face.
Yeah,
Casters
that really is for Snoopy to pick up first blood there. But clearly, I mean, despite what I say, despite what everybody else thinks, right? I feel a little bit supported because I think AJ was sort of agreeing with me on the desk. Snoopy feels confident in this pick, and the Gilded Gladiators feel confident in this pick, and that's to say something, right? They've been on this meta. They've been practicing it. They've been watching the other teams play. This isn't just spur of the moment they picked this up. They thought about this one. They decided to hang their hat on this Ixchel. And I think if she can stay safe, you have a lot of potential. You've got facilitation with that ultimate. You can be healing Kirmi as he goes in. You can also be locking people down. You've got a good CC chain just by yourself. You get to heal your team with that knockup as well, so it's just a good ability to fight in, kind of like Ra 3. You've got tools, but almost all of those tools, to be as successful as you want them to be, require you to be on the front foot. So good start for the Gilded Gladiators, but I need to see more facilitation. I want to see Kirmi getting around the map in these first couple of minutes.
Another player I have my eyes on here, Frog, after call it a thrashing that the Hex Mambo delivered to the Gilded Gladiators front door.
That's a pretty polite way
in game number 1. Is inbound on this Maui. I mean, first blood on the Sylvanas, right? And then dies a second time in lane moments after that. I think we can agree just should not have happened. Like straight up shouldn't have occurred. Inbound now on a little bit more of a mobile god in this Maui. It's going to be very important for the Gilded Gladiators to be able to play through their duo lane. Scary D and Julio boxing out, but here come the junglers, Kirmi and Johnny, who are going head-to-head here in the solo lane with simultaneous ganks on the right-hand side. It's going to be null for both these squads.
I think you're right to point out inbound because he absolutely is. Well, maybe right to point out Scary D. Johnny will find the first blood for Hex Mambo, and they're continuing the push.
Julio, now the new target for Kirmi. No knock-up on that turtle. Julio able to escape. Ixchel finds a 1v1 on Hawk in the middle lane, and this pick looks unstoppable here in game 2.
I don't know about unstoppable. We are 3 minutes in, but Snoopy's certainly off to a hot start. 2-0, and that's going to catapult this build a little bit as well. Getting into that Chronos Pendant, I think, early is going to enable you to have more cooldowns online and hopefully see some of these rotations. We were talking about I think one of the things that led them to be so far down in game number 1 was these rotations were not coming through. It was the Kha'Zix, it was Kha'Zix who was having these rotations to consistently in the left lane, and inbound and Kirmi just did not feel super confident in taking those. But if Snoopy continues this play, I mean, we've got a replay of that 1v1 in the mid lane. If he continues this kind of aggression, it's just a full combo. He hits the Rudy, it's the knockup, he hits the ultimate. Hawk doesn't stand a chance. Maybe the Hex Mambo haven't prepared against this pick.
That was straight up a 100-0.
Yeah.
Hawk was at pretty much 100 HP. Scoopy. Oh my God. Snoopy. Snoopy nails the full combo on ECHL, and Hawk goes in the ground. Gilded Gladiators looking much better here early in game number 1. Excuse me, game number 2. Wow. The ECHL picks got me.
Let's talk about the Soul Knight, because this is also a little bit interesting. I'll bail you out a little bit because I want to talk about Scary D. He goes to the Sobek, and he doesn't have the best game in game number 1. I talked about how he may be the savior of the team once he started rotating in. This is much more a pick that you really want to get involved in, though, right? Sure. You're not waiting for all your tank items to come online necessarily. You're not this slower Guardian, but hold that thought before that action comes out. Kiermy's getting chased down. Johnny will force him into the enemy jungle, and he's continuing on the W key.
Johnny is not afraid to fight on this Kali, typically a late game pick, but going into 3 members of the Gilded Gladiators, baits out the ECHL ult. Johnny into the destruction with barely enough time. Kha'Zix trying to create peel for the jungler, who gets yanked back in with that landfall. Down goes Johnny, and continuing the aggression, the Gilded Gladiators find one more onto Hawk. Kha'Zix, low HP, low mana, but the same thing can be said for the Glads.
Well played there by the Gladiators, and I think a little bit of an overstep there from Hex Mambo. That is a confusing push-up by Johnny. I mean, I do understand the initial chase. He catches Kiermy out in the jungle. He wins that 1v1 early on in the game, but just pushes into 3 and just holds on to destruction for as long as he could have. But the Gilded Gladiators used their tools perfectly as well. They used the ultimate early from Snoopy, force him into the destruction, and then inbound looking much better already on this Maui. Gets a double pull over the wall, forces Hawk's dash. Hawk doesn't get to dash to avoid an ability. Hawk has to dash just to get through that mass of the landfall, and you burn the beads off of this mid laner as well. You pick up 2, you burn a couple of those tools, and that's just a response from Gilded Gladiators. They didn't even force that. Hex Mambo just overstepped.
Hex Mambo now down 3 kills to 4 at 6 minutes. I mean, we've seen some real...
It's 1 kill to 4.
What did I say?
3 kills to 4.
Dang, man. I'm going through it today.
You are.
We've seen
We're
some real
early.
knockdown, drag-out games. I mean, 50-minute bangers. I mean, I had the pleasure of casting 3 pretty much 50-minute games in a row on day 2 of Smite Masters. And this one and game number 1 are getting started early here, Frog.
Yeah, I think I was a little bit surprised at the pace that Hex Mambo put out in game number 1, especially because we saw them try something kind of similar yesterday in game number 2, but hear me, trying to have a gank on this left-hand side. It might actually be Kha'Zix who forces him out. And I do like that, though, from Kiermy, and now I like it much better as a whole from the Gilded Gladiators here in the second game, because it seems like they want to get involved. Kiermy looking for that gank, and now inbound looking for Hawk.
Snoopy over the top, doesn't connect with Hawk. Apple goes out onto Snoopy, and the damage is being returned on the mid laner. Ultimate coming out, but now Snoopy in a tough spot here as Johnny has triggered the destruction. Snoopy's the target, but Snoopy turns it right back around, is on the killing spree. Kha'Zix completely out of mana. Lockdown here from the Maui. Stun connects Kiermy with the auto attacks, but it's got to be Snoopy. 4-0-2 on this E-Shell.
Snoopy with the double kill and beautiful peel from the rest of his team. Gilded Gladiators come in. Kiermy hits that ultimate early on, locks down Johnny in place, and then once again inbound with the great landfall there, used as a defensive tool. He times it out perfectly and waits for the knock-up immunity of the destruction to go away, pulls out the damage. Snoopy grabs the last hit and off to a level lead already into the second tier pen item. Snoopy has so much damage online, and you see how he's not hesitant at all to just get in there. He started the fight there with his CC immunity with that ultimate ability, and it looked initially like he was getting collapsed on. Everybody was surrounding him, but the peel is there. That's the second time this mid 3v3 from the Gilded Gladiators. They look fantastic.
And we're seeing a lot of inbound, right? I mean, Maui, these landfalls are on point.
Yep.
Getting lockdowns from the solar swing. And inbound is having that impact that he just wasn't able to do in the first game because of the massive lead that Hex Mambo had built on him.
Yeah, I mean, this game, he definitely has picked into a little bit more of those strengths. Even if he had fallen behind early, unlike the Sylvanas, you're not stuck in the back line. You don't have, like, Sylvanas, once you fall behind, it is so difficult to argue that I want to step up, especially into the pick comp that they had. That you don't want to get landfalled against the enemy Maui in game number 1. This time, you have yourself an escape tool. You have your own form of CC immunity. You can get up into the air with that ultimate as well. And sure enough, he has not lost that confidence after that game 1, and that's a good sign. He goes right back to that war flag, and it is working out for him in this game. He's 2 levels up, 1-0-3. You can see him going into what may be a Relic Dagger as well in that second slot. And I love this if it is a Relic Dagger, because these Relic choices could be super impactful. It could be the upgraded Horrific here, just buffed in 10.6 to make Johnny do less damage on these dives. That's going to come through in these late game team fights. And then depending on what this second Relic could be, inbound could be one to look for. These could be fight deciding relics.
Well, Frog, hear me inbound and Snoopy. Taking a look at a little bit of an invade here. Going to be successful. Kha'Zix would love to turn things around here. He's going to snag inbound, pull him back into the team, but it's Kirmi blinking forward onto Spudio, who heads into the air to rain down fire from above, immediately dropping down as poison is being spewed onto the enemy ADC. Spudio finds the grayscale. Kha'Zix yanked back in by a landfall. It's going to be the duo lane of the Hex Mambo, falling as the final ticks of damage come through. Snoopy on a rampage. The Gilded Gladiators find 2 and the Gold Fury.
Well, they do have to contest against this. Hawk and Johnny in the area. They're going to look for the steal.
Johnny, Hawk hovering around the area. Hawk, no apple to come out. It's going to be the Gilded Gladiators needing to secure this one. They destroy the Gold Fury, but Johnny doesn't want to give this up completely for free. Leaps in, doesn't find Kirmi. And between the 4 members of the Gilded Gladiators, Johnny will find his 4th death of this game. Frog.
Not looking good for Hex Mambo. Gilded Gladiators doing everything they need to be doing with this lead. They recognize the game is in their hands. This early game, they've got an advantage, and they force it well. They start up on the left-hand side. They bring 4 members over, and they find the right target as well. Kirmi was perfect on that blink engage. It felt like he was going in a little bit alone, but he grabs Spudio initially, and Spudio does really the only thing he can do and go up into that ultimate. Hope that his team can group up around him and get there to peel. And Kha'Zix was there to peel, but you cannot peel away that damage from the death from above. And Stewart grabs that kill, looking good on the Martikaras. They pull back in Kha'Zix once again. I keep saying it, inbound. Great landfall, just grabs them yet another kill. And then not a good look once again. It felt like they should have let the Gold Fury go. Maybe go somewhere else, try and push down this tier 1 tower, find some of this macro play that Hex Mambo are known for. Instead, it's an overstep by Johnny. This is the second time this game that's just a needless death. You get great peel, a good hook there from inbound, just waits out the destruction, and Johnny falls for no reason.
We're at 12 minutes here, Frog. The Gilded Gladiators have amassed a pretty nice little cushion for themselves in terms of golden experience, to the tune of about 4K gold, 4.5K experience. But, great on them. Good job. This is a ticking time bomb, right? Johnny on this Kali.
Whoa.
As Kha'Zix is going in aggressively, Apple finds inbound. Here comes Kirmi blinking in with the ultimate, taunting in the mid laner. Landfall off the mark there. Johnny is between 3 players of the Gilded Gladiator. Snoopy forcing the Hex Mambo back under this tier 1 tower. It's Stewart who has made the rotation from the left lane. Snoopy falling low. A well-timed Aegis keeps the mid laner alive, allowing Kirmi to put the finishing touches on the Kali, who finds the 5th death of her game. Kha'Zix and Hawk defending the mid lane. Might not be advised here. Hawk, death rains down from above. Hawk falling low. Final shots coming through from inbound. Only one more auto. Not going to find it on the mid laner. Snoopy does fall to Kha'Zix in the meantime, and it's a retreat here from the Glads.
Kha'Zix still weak, and the teleport in from Scary D. They may want to continue looking at this Tier 1 tower, and I don't think Hex Mambo can do anything about it. Both relics got burned. I'm amazed that Hawk is still alive in that fight. He actually might not be up for as long as he fakes the blink in and good peel. But
Scary D didn't fight the
No
kill when
way!
Hawk the apple comes out, and Scary D dies. Hawk's still alive with a slim amount of HP.
oh my goodness. A perfect response, right? So have to give props there, and that evens the experience lead right up. You get the Gold Fury, you get, or rather, you get the gold to shoot back up, you get the XP to shoot back up just off of that one kill onto the level 13. And Scary D is now a little bit down as well. They've turned around, they're on the Pyromancer. The Gilded Gladiators still looking to push this lead.
It's only Hawk here to defend. Cancel that. Julio has made the rotation in as well. Kirmi with the ultimate rainbows slamming into Julio there. Kha'Zix has joined the fray as well. Snoopy takes down the solo laner, but Hawk answers it back with a kill onto Kirmi. Kha'Zix and Johnny aren't willing to let this one go for free inbound. Solar Swing does find his way out of this engagement. Kha'Zix wants to keep this rolling, though. It's a landfall in. Hawk is eviscerated. Stewart finding the final touch on that kill. Kuzumbo a dash away, but 4 members of the Gilded Gladiators chasing this turtle down. Stewart with a double kill.
They'll find 3 in total, and they'll find the Tier 1 tower as well as they head right back to the Pyromancer on the right-hand side of the map. The Gilded Gladiators, a little bit questionable there. Scary definitely did not need to dive on that tower. But they get a huge win in mid, and they get another fight win right next to that Pyromancer. And the fight continues to look clean for the Red Squad as Kirmi is just forcing him down onto Spudia, will force the ultimate and head out of there. Thought he may stay just to find the 1v1, but it's been the team play from the Gilded Gladiators that has found them success here. How much early rotation we've seen from Stewart has come to the mid lane now, I think 3 times. Not really typically what you see at 12 minutes into a game like this, but also for all of the kills that they've gotten, they are ahead 9 kills, and it's only 2,500. It's only 900 in the experience lead. They've been pushing their lead relatively well. Like it's not like they're not finding the engagements they want to. They're consistently winning these small skirmishes. But this is what Hex Mambo wants. It feels like in some level, right? This is what their composition and their playstyle goes back towards. They just want to keep their head above water and wait for these late game team fights. Gilded Gladiators have to do more and get more. Like I'm focused on these bigger objectives here. They've got to keep pushing their lead.
Stopwatch is ticking here for the Gilded Gladiators. The Hex Mambo doggy paddling, keeping their head above water, as you said, Frog. Scary D and Julio have made their way back to the solo lane. Primal Fury started up here by the Gilded Gladiators. Spudio and Kha'Zix trying to defend this objective. It's falling low. Landfall.
Steal it!
Gilded Gladiators grab the Gold Fury. They confirm it.
Yep.
Scared me, Frog. As Johnny,
I did get
Kha'Zix, and Spudio are continuing the chase down here. Johnny wailing away on the Gilded Gladiators. Destruction is forced a leap out, but in the air is Stewart, who cannot find the final shots onto the jungler. 1 shot connects from the ROM. 2 shots connects. 3 is off the mark from Spudio, and the Gilded Gladiators able to grab themselves a Primal Fury and get out scot-free.
Johnny's got to be careful here. No destruction available if Stewart wants to push this one down, but will not have the range and will get out of dodge there. Admittedly, I got scared there. The Gilded Gladiators took it. They secured it. That they did what they were supposed to do. I think I read it wrong on the screen. But they perform well. They continue to push their lead. They group up. They find the secure right there. And I think what's the most telling thing about that fight is Johnny's dive. Johnny has now hit a couple of his power spikes. He's got the Kins online. He's got the Hasten Katana online. He is 3 items in to this Kali. Certainly, he will get stronger. No doubt about that. But he just dove. He found his way onto 4 members. He was hitting Snoopy almost the entire time that destruction was being channeled. And Snoopy maybe only got knocked down to half HP. Like, you did burn the relics, but that's what you're supposed to use your relics for. He didn't have the help from Julio. He did not have anybody there with him. It was only the Johnny dive, and the destruction just did not get it done. It wasn't enough to knock anybody past 50% HP. And I think Johnny just has to be smarter about those dives if they're going to look for that. He has to hold on to Julio and wait until he is diving and giving him those space in these fights.
Well, both these squads now contesting this Stygian Beacon a little bit more aggressively than they have in the past. It's Julio from the solo lane knocking up Snooki, and it's Spudio knocking it down Snoopy. The Hex Mambo able to grab control of the Stygian Beacon. The rest of the Gilded Glads aren't willing to give this one up totally for free, but it's only a show of face. Hex Mambo confirmed the beacon for themselves.
Hex Mambo come over, and that's the first time we've had Julio join us. And sure enough, it is Snoopy who gets taken advantage of right there. No relics available. They were burned in that last fight. They picked their target perfectly. You take the mid laner off the map. That's a second spill for him. Still looking to play a lot through this mid laner is the Gilded Gladiators. They have used the healing and the damage from that ultimate, the knock up, the group healing as well from that second ability. The Gilded Gladiators have been using that very well from the 6-gel pick, but that means that if Hex Mambo are targeting out this mid laner first and dropping Snoopy before he gets a chance to use that ultimate in these fights, where does your healing go? Where does your facilitation go as a mid laner? Kha'Zix's in on the Pyro.
Stewart is the target here. It's Kha'Zix and Julio in the backline, but Stewart immediately taking to the sky. It's that get out of jail free card, but here comes Johnny. The Hex Mambo want this ADC to die, but a great pull back in from inbound keeps the ADC alive for a moment longer. Scary D taking out Hawk in the backline. Johnny just will not give this one up. Leaping away is the Kali. Snoopy making the rotation in the back, and Johnny blinking directly into death. It is a 2-for-0 swing. The Gilded Gladiators grab a Pyro, grab 2 kills, and are on the hunt.
Once again, Johnny just finds a dive without Julio. Julio's farming in the right lane. He's late to that fight, and he's forced to contend with Kiermi, and they're separated completely. Kiermi gets out with his life, and Johnny has just not found one successful dive against this grouping. It's been always 3v1 or 4v1. The Gilded Gladiators are grouping themselves up well against the dive, and in order to deal with that, it's clear-cut on paper. Johnny cannot be diving alone, because every time he does, he either wastes the destruction and has to get out of the fight. Maybe he's burning relics, but he has to get out of the fight. He's not finding success, and he just has to wait for his tanks. But now in this Oni Fury, they're grouped up once again.
The Hex Mambo are never letting any objective go completely uncontested. It's 4 members of the Mambo up against the Gilded Gladiators. Kiermi already dropping low to half HP. Julio versus the world here as the King Arthur is swinging away. Immune for damage for just a moment, but is going to slam down and escape as well. Hawk takes out Kiermi in the backline. Kha'Zix looking to keep the engagement rolling here on the Gilded Gladiators, who run away with the tail tucked between their legs. The Hex Mambo find a pick onto Kiermi and retreat back to the Oni Fury.
Hex Mambo get in early on that one, and Julio is a big part of it. He starts out the fight, he drops a couple of members low, but really what he does is make space for Hawk to free cast. You get that golden apple, and you get that strife onto a couple members, and Kiermi gets clipped by, I think, one of the orbs of that first ability to get taken down right there. And honestly, I think that would have been a hand-over-fist fight win for Hex Mambo if Johnny wasn't a little bit later on that respawn timer, because that was the engagement you needed from Julio to give Hex Mambo the space they were looking for. You see how these fights are continuing, though, for the Gilded Gladiators. You get Snoopy almost instantly into that ultimate, and the same for Stewart. You get him into that death from above, and those tools combine, you have to be full engaging if you're the Gilded Gladiators, or else you just have to back up when those tools are down. But if Snoopy is ulting and Stewart is ulting, both channeled heavy damage ultimates, you have to be ulting behind a Kiermi engage, behind a Scary D engage, or off of one of these big landfalls from inbound. He's been using them really well for Peel. He's saved his teammates, I think, 3 or 4 times with these landfalls, but what I haven't seen is a really good aggressive landfall. I haven't seen one member or 2 members pulled in with a landfall to start the fight, and that's the other coin, the other side of the coin for Maui. If you're going to pick this pick, it's not just for safety, it's not just for Peel. He brings so much of this pressure, walk up to the enemy, pull them in with the hook, not just Peel. I like them being able to survive the Johnny dive, but at some point, they got to put their best foot forward. I'm looking for inbound to start these fights off well.
And now at 23 minutes here, Frog, Stygian Beacon going to be up sooner rather than later. The Gilded Gladiators, I mean, they jumped off to a massive start in this game, but now Gold for all intents and purposes, dead even here. Experience has been shored up as well, and with people taking over to level 20, I mean, that's going to become less and less crucial here as the game goes on. Odysseus bow finished for Johnny. Hawk got that Karen's coin online. Hex Mambo are hitting these power spikes, Frog, where the Gilded Gladiators have to start thinking about late-game team fighting and what can we do to keep this thing at least even.
Right, I mean, we've gotten past the early point in the game. Gilded Gladiators have made it through the point where they lost last time. It was like a 23-minute game. They were 10K down. They've completely gotten past that point. Now we're into a totally different stage. They'll pick up the Pyromancer. Noticeably, they've got 2 Runic Bombs, so that could come into play here around a Fire Giant. But now we get to the point where it is a large focus around this late game team fight. And that's where you try and preach all this stuff that I've been mentioning. For the Gilded Gladiators, it is on this engage. It is on making sure that your large damage ultimates can follow up safely against some tanks and some power in the front of your team fights. You're pushing forward, finding those engage. On Hex Mambo, it is all eyes on Johnny. He last picks this Kali. We've known him to be a powerhouse on this god, and 2 and 6 is just not going to cut it. He has to show up here at this Fire Giant.
Here we go, Frog. The objective started up by the Gilded Gladiators, dropping to half HP. Julio blinking in aggressively. Kha'Zix forcing the back line of the Gilded Gladiators out of this fight, but falling low in return as the damage is raining down from above. Spudio takes out Scary D. Snoopy turns it right back around. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Astral arrows fired from above out of Spudio. And it looks like it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade for the moment. Kha'Zix for Scary D. Who comes out on top in this one, Frog?
I think it's Hex Mambo. They still have Johnny alive with ultimate at full HP. Anybody who makes a misstep in this jungle has the potential to go up against this Kali, which can be a scary thought while one of your tanks is dead. But to start that fight, you get both tank engages once again for Hex Mambo. Kha'Zix and Julio both in there immediately and stop this Fire Giant siege, and I think that's necessary because, once again, Johnny was late. Last time, he was late to the Gold Fury off of a death timer. That's not really on him. This time, he was farming up on the left-hand side, and now he might get picked out here. Another grouping from the Gilded Gladiators.
The Glads see an opportunity here, but Julio wrapping around the back line, knocking down inbound to low HP, forced out by Isho. Kirmi finds Hawk in the back line, who was at low HP. Kha'Zix spinning around, knocking up the Gilded Gladiators. Finds 1 in return. Johnny ripping through with that chin-sized Kali. Stewart to fall as well. A double for the Kali. Snoopy, low movement speed. The immobile E-Shell being chased down here by a movement speed enhanced Kali. Blinks in, stun, off the mark, over the top, jumps. Snoopy only delaying death as Johnny picks up the triple.
Johnny comes alive and is the superstar of that fight, and it's because of the patience that comes through. He waits in that green buff and is just... I won't even break it down just yet. They've got a Phoenix on the left-hand side. They might push this forward. Okay, I got a little bit too excited. Too excited.
Hackles were raising there.
These Titans are actually out of the base. They would not have been able to end as they're pushing down the right-hand side. But Johnny was so patient in that fight. He stands inside the green buff because he was waiting for Inbound to put himself in a dangerous position. Just through deaths and Johnny being alive, Inbound had ended up being that Kali target. So he needed the reset. He had the extra penetration onto Inbound, and he hides in a corner, and sure enough, he finds the perfect engage onto Inbound, gets a triple kill, and now sets Hex Mambo up for positioning on the Fire Giant.
The Gladiators secure is in the grayscale no longer. Snoopy walking in from base. The Fire Giant down to a quarter HP. Scary D trying to create space here, but Johnny just rips through the solo laner. Stewart in the back line, forced up into the sky as well. It's Julio and Kha'Zix taking down the backliner. Kirmi does find the Kuzumbo, but Johnny finding another kill in the meantime. That's 3 again. Johnny cannot be that's 4. Johnny with the penta leaping out of his chair. The Gilded Gladiators cut down by the Kali.
I am speechless speechless. We were talking about how he had to come online. 2-6-2 was not going to cut it dimes, and it sure didn't cut it. He ends the game 10-6-2. They've got the fire minions. They've got the opening here. The Titan will get taken down by Hawk, and only 10 seconds remaining on Scary D. Surely they will be looking to end. Maybe not. They've got to back off. Johnny wants another pentakill, so he'll give it another 5 minutes or so. But how does it come online right there? The tanks make so much space in the front line, and Kha'Zix and Julio trade their lives away for Johnny to just spend the entire fight free casting. He gets his first kill all the way at the back of the Fire Giant pit, and then he gets the next tank, and then he walks up and he picks up the kill that Julio almost got. But now all of the relics have been used. All of the cooldowns were used to kill the tanks, and Johnny Waltz is in. He's just walks right in. He finds the remaining 2 carries and picks up a pentakill here on the Masters stage. 30 minutes in, Hex Mambo have the reins on this game.
Frog, as soon as we saw this Kali, you and I were sitting there, we see this Kali locked in, and we say this game is on a timer. I mean, once Johnny gets this Kali online, 6 slotted, full items, slow start, 10-6-2, chainsaw running through the Gilded Gladiators. Fury goes down on the left-hand side. Hex Mambo take the Pyromancer on the right-hand side. Fire Giant down for just a moment. Frog, we have to see this pentakill again.
He starts in the back. Scary D goes in, tries to make space. It's the 2 tanks that are together. He even beads as the knock-up on the Fire Giant just to chase down the next tank. And then, look at this, the Fire Giant secured. They use everything, killing Julio, and there's nothing left to go on to Johnny. The destruction is there. He gets an oboe proc to kill Stewart on the Mighty Chorus, and now Hex Mambo have Fire Giant and are ready to push.
No towers remaining here for the Gilded Gladiators. Left-hand Phoenix due to respawn in a moment. Landfall grabs Kha'Zix to kick things off, who immediately has to spin away. Stewart looking for some protection. Shred up above is not going to find much off of that ultimate. Right-hand Phoenix, meanwhile, extinguished here, Frog. 2 Phoenixes down for the Gilded Glads. Left one due to spawn in a moment. Fire Giant up in just a couple of minutes, and a reset here from the Mambo.
I think the Gilded Gladiators have to fight into this Fire Giant, to be honest. I don't know that they have the best tools on the Siege. Certainly not bad. They've got sort of a mage ADC that they can put out the damage on, but they're also going to be in a good position. Their left Phoenix has spawned a good bit before this Fire Giant is due to spawn. They're going to be able to knock out those fire waves, and it'll only be these fire waves on the right-hand side that they have to deal with. That's the side closest to the Fire Giant. So they are going to be able to try and put up a defense if they want to. That's the question around if Hex Mambo don't just continue to try on this siege. They've only got 20 seconds on this Fire Giant, but they've got a fire wave to push with. I wonder if they'll push down this left-hand side. Looks like they will just back off, though. Maybe trying to find a pick right here outside the base.
1 pick at 31 minutes into this game would spell curtains for the Gilded Gladiators, who are facing an SCC team 2-0ing them here to start the day on the final day of the first part of Masters.
Facing elimination.
Yeah,
right. I mean, they're on the edge of the abyss. And you said it, 1 pick, Hear Me, cannot feel safe in his own jungle, and for good reason. If the Gilded Gladiators do step up here against the Fire Giant, they have to be perfect. What have we seen the last couple of fights? These 2 tanks for both sides step up and just try and make space. And for my money, it's got to be the addition of the jungler, really for either side, and I think specifically for the Gladiators, that has to join them, and it has to feel like a cohesive dive. You saw that last Fire Giant fight. It was the 2 tanks. Scary D and Inbound went in on the Fire Giant, and the rest of the Gladiators were in the back dealing with the other 2 tanks, and because they got separated, Johnny just had a field day. Nobody was looking at him, and as soon as somebody did look at him, you pop the destruction, he free casted, he gets a pentakill. You do not want that happen again, because if that happens again, you lose the game, right? So how do you try and adapt to that? You have to try and play more cohesive as a unit. Maybe instead of playing 3-2, try and play 4-1, but right now, it doesn't even look like they're going to step up to this.
Hex Mambo starting up the Fire Giant here. The frontliners and Kha'Zix and Julio have been surgical, separating the backline of the Gilded Gladiators. Fire Giant falling down to half HP. It's basically Spudio on the objective. Kha'Zix in the backline, playing the distraction. Here comes Kirimi and Scary. Scary already dropping to low HP. Spudio forwarding shots into the solo leader. A 3-man landfall, but it doesn't matter. Kirimi drops to Hawk, who falls to low HP, dashes away. The Hex Mambo on the back foot here for the moment. Scary D dropping low to the auto attacks from Spudio. Hawk picks up a triple for himself onto Scary D. Johnny ripping through with the destruction. A Divine Collie on the map inbound. Yanks back in. Julio protects Snoopy for a moment here. And it's a low Hex Mambo versus 2 more from the Glads.
They pull them off the Fire Giant, but the critical part is these are 30, 40-second death timers. They've got time to back off, reset, get that health back, and come right back to what is now an enhanced Fire Giant. And I like that attempt from the Gilded Gladiators. They've got these good ideas in mind, I think. You get the jungle diving with the solo laner. Scary D gets in there, and Kirimi gets in there right after. They burn the relics off of Hawk. They burn the beads at the very least. Spudio gets up into that ultimate. But ultimately, they then have to separate. Scary D takes too much damage and leaves Kirimi alone, and then both of them die. It's now only 2 here to defend this Fire Giant, and I'm not sure that they can. Julio just chases them away, an enhanced Fire Giant for Hex Mambo after just a couple of picks. But now they've got this 6th man. They've got the Phoenixes at the very least that they can rely on. And Kha'Zix, last time, he got chased away with the ultimate. If they can secure that kill off of the engage this time, if they can secure a tank early on in this Phoenix fight, it's going to look much better for the Gladiators.
A weakened bird on the left-hand side, a weakened bird on the right-hand side for the Gilded Gladiators on the back foot here at 35 minutes. Landfall grabbing Kha'Zix, who's more than happy to be pulled into the Gilded Gladiators team. Spins away there. Snoopy dropped to half HP from the Discordia Apple inbound. Low, the target, Julio. And meanwhile, Johnny just ripping through the middle lane Phoenix for absolutely nothing on the right-hand side. Split up are the Gilded Gladiators. Hex Mambo looking to take advantage of how low the Gilded Gladiators are, moving in on the right-hand bird. That one goes down as well. Only 2 objectives remaining here for the Gladiators. A left-hand Phoenix weak, a half-health Titan. Fragile hopes of the Gilded Gladiators here as Kha'Zix moves in. Julio is here as well. Stewart spitting poison from the Marticarus. Spudio in the backline, falling low to Kirimi, but it doesn't matter because Johnny is here. A double kill, immortal for the jungler for the Mambo.
Once again comes in to save the day. You find a dive for the Gilded Gladiators. You feel like you have to do something. Both your Phoenixes just fell. They're right on the outside of your base, and you get the solo jungle dive once again. But at this point in the game, it's not enough, and now it's 5 versus 3 to defend against the Titan.
The entirety of Hex Mambo moving in to the base. The Titan at half HP. The Gilded Gladiators forced back under their fountain as the Hex Mambo are going to go unscathed here at Smite Summer Masters.
Remaining undefeated, 10-0 in total matches at this point of the Hex Mambo, and for good reason. In game number 1, they look brutal. They run it down, a 20-minute game, 10,000 in the goal lead, and they look totally unstoppable. Here in game number 2, it's a different story. They have to bounce back from an early deficit. They get the Gold Fury taken from them. Pyromancer gets taken from them, and it's all this 3v3 that we're talking about from the Gladiators that looks great. And they do, sure, the Gladiators have signs of looking great, right? Props to them.
Absolutely.
But Hex Mambo, you can't let this Collie get to late game, man. And ultimately, Johnny just does what he does.
And we can talk about Johnny all day long. We always do. Superstar, been called the best player in the world right now, but Kha'Zix said it best. It is every single member of this Hex Mambo squad that's allowing this team to flourish. What an incredible game. What a pentakill. What a 2-0 by the Hex Mambo. Let's chuck it to the desk to break it all down.
Hex Mambo continue their reign of terror here in the Smite Summer Masters. Now 10-0, 5 sets straight that they've won, haven't dropped a single game, not even to the SPL Talent. Hex Mambo with a big win here. But this was not an easy game for them by any stretch of the imagination, AJ. We gave a lot of potential flack over to the Seashell to start the game out. Snoopy looked phenomenal. He starts off this game better than you could ask for any mid laner, but it's once we start getting to these late game fights. You didn't get that lead pushed quite enough. Remember, it's 5,000 gold up nearly that the Gladiators had. They have a stumble, they bring it back up. But it all comes down to this team fight, this late game style of play that Hex Mambo loves to drag their opposition to, and this is where Hex Mambo shines.
You said it best. I mean, XShell started the game off, was it 4-0-2 at one point when they had 6 kills, so it was the focal point of absolutely everything. Even managed to get a solo kill onto Hawk, but it didn't pay them too much in the end. But we're going to see a little bit of a replay here from Kha'Zix as they try and help defend. This right here was the beginning of the downfall. Snoopy falls down for the first time. Yes, it's onto Kha'Zix, but that just starts to set the momentum and starts to get the belief back into this Hex Mambo squad because it just wasn't there until that point.
Yeah, I think this little team fight here as well for Hawk. Gets that golden apple in the middle of a massive team fight, spreads that damage over across the board, and then allows his team to start catapulting back. And then these fights around the fire jump, I mean, this is where Hex Mambo turns back through. Spuddy was able to find some decent snipes. And then Johnny does Johnny things. Finds himself his second competitive pentakill up against SPL Talent. One when he was in SPL, now here in the SCC. Starts off by getting those 2 tanks. And I think that's where the real beginning of the end was. Because for Hex Mambo, they send all their tanks to the enemy front line. They said, Guild Gladiators damage, deal with our front line. The problem is that the Gladiators front line could not deal with Johnny inside that Fire Giant pit and allows him to then run forward.
No, and there was a little bit of fortune there for Johnny, which you always sort of need when you're getting a pentakill. The oboe proc taking care of Stuart before he falls down to a basic attack from the Marty Chorus. But congratulations to Johnny for his second ever competitive pentakill, like you mentioned. And congratulations to Hex Mambo as they get the honor of facing the Oni Warriors in the next set. Oh, that is going to be a difficult one for them.
Man, going up against the #1 seed of the SPL, but the problem is, and something that I do have to put some worry for them is, you don't want to fall behind like you did against the Guild Gladiators when you're facing the Oni Warriors, because that is a team that can punish. But the resilience of Hex Mambo, being able to bounce back even from such a high deficit, recognizing that we need to bring this entire team together, bunker back down, get the gold, get these team fights going back through. Hex Mambo can find themselves a big win. And who better to talk to than the man who just got his pentakill, Johnny, standing by for the post-game interview.
The man of the hour is Johnny from the untouched Hex Mambo here joining me. We gotta kick things off by talking about the pentakill. On the Kali, fully built up, walk me through what you see and how you pick up that 5-piece.
I mean, I could kind of tell by the fight, like my team, like we kind of won even without me, so I could kind of tell by literally on first kill it was kind of penta, so yeah. Nothing special.
Nothing special, says the man who just picked up a competitive pentakill here at Smite Masters. So far in this tournament, I mean, the Hex Mambo have literally gone untouched, 10-0. How's the team morale? Where are the mindsets at? And do you think you can run the gauntlet on this thing?
I mean, of course, it feels pretty good. Like, we just keep going until it works, and yeah, see how long we can go.
You just 2-0'd the SPL Gilded Gladiators. Game 1, I mean, you ripped through them in a 23-minute game. Game 2, a little bit slower. Do you chalk that up to homework and playing the composition and playing it slow and steady? Or?
I mean, second game was so free if you just get to late game, but I don't know. At first wave, I got one shot and then it kind of put me off. So I died I had 2 or 3 more bad deaths that kind of put the game that delay that was not necessary. So yeah, it was.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Death can't stop Johnny and the rest of the Hex Mambo. 10-0 here at Smite Masters. Back to the desk.
Hex Mambo with a big win here of the Gilded Gladiators. They will get to move up into the second portion of the bracket, now into some quarterfinal matchups here for Hex Mambo. This is not the first time that Hex Mambo has been in a position like this to go up against some more SPL talent, especially talent that have been on hot streaks. If you got to remember, all the way back to Summer Masters, this is right after the Jade Dragons had just brought Scream over to their roster last year. They were on an undefeated streak of their own. I believe they had somewhere of 10 to 13 games that they had not dropped just yet. Hex Mambo hand delivers them their first, at least, game loss there. Didn't win the set, but able to deliver a loss out there. Now seeing if they can do the same to the 13-0 set win streak that we have here out of the Oni Warriors. That'll be a matchup later today. It'll be our third match of the day, so make sure you stick around because that is going to be an action-packed set. But stick around all day because we still got more great games to go. Eldritch Hounds, Niflheim Wargs, our second SCC versus SPL qualifying match up in. Winner of that one will then face the Highland Ravens a little bit later on today. So still one more qualifying and then two more quarterfinal matchups. And then, like I said, kind of at the top of the day, don't worry, the semifinals, the finals, your third place match, we're not forgetting about those ones. Those are going to take place next week on Saturday and Sunday. But already an explosive start to our day, AJ.
Yeah, it's not a start I expected. I expected this set to go 2-1 either way. I thought either team could take this. And it threatened to go to a third game there, but in the end, Hex Mambo just too strong in late-game team fights.
Hex Mambo just a little too resilient to what the SPL has to bring to them. We'll see what they can do later on, but we still have another set to go before that. Set number 2 between the Wards and the Hounds coming up right after this break.
Show me a different way. I'm not afraid to let my guard down. I was walking in the dark until you came and turned a light on. And I don't wanna take the rain without the clear skies. And I don't wanna take the pain without the love. I know you have to break a heart to Won't you wait for me? I need you to stay right there. I'm coming right away, my dear. I tried this, tried that, tried everything. Coming right back, right back. Won't you wait for me? I need you to stay right there. I'm coming right away, my dear.
The EU dominance continues with the Hex Mambo on top over the SPL talent. And now we've got a matchup, dog versus dog. The Wargs going up against the Hounds, hoping to continue on the EU dominance that they've been maintaining pretty much all weekend long. You've got Frog, you've got Trelly. Let's take a quick look at the bracket for the Smite Summer Masters here. We are only going to quarterfinals, and this will determine our last quarterfinals matchup. The Eldritch Hounds going up against the Niflheim Wargs. Whoever wins this set will be going up against to face the Highland Ravens a little bit later on today. But for now, I'm sure they're focused on just winning this one. The Hex Mambo, the SCC team, will continue on into the bracket. If we get the Wargs taking this one home, it will be another SCC team continuing on making top 8 in the bracket. I'm sure both teams fired up for this one.
I imagine that, seeing Mambo win might fire up the Wargs and say, hey, we can do this. They probably had the confidence regardless, because a lot of these teams have been filled with that SCC level confidence saying, we're better than everyone thinks, number 1 and number 2. We can surely pull off some upsets. But in this particular instance, I think the Hounds they've been on a decent streak. They are a little bit more of a complete squad than the Gladiators have been as of recent. So I'm going to say the Wargs definitely have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to take on any SPL team. But I agree, especially the Hounds. They've been on a little bit of a run recently. I think they had the same record as the Dragons, who ended up in that main bracket, the 3-7. So they've certainly found their successes. And I think over the time that they've been together as a team, there were some questions early on. Parts of the Valks, previously the Valks ended up on this team. There were questions early on about how they would mesh, but they've been on the upswing, it feels like.
Certainly have. And in this case, I think having Coast on LAN is also a big deal. He's been popping off just from home at this point. So having him on LAN is going to be a big boost for the team. So maybe even more confidence for the Hounds going in. So I still think the Wargs are able to use the fact that they've been playing a couple more games. The Hounds have been sitting at home watching more often than not. So the Wargs have had to play through the gauntlet, losing early on. So because of that, they do have a lot more experience. They've had a lot to just sit by and watch the meta. And I think that is a bit of a benefit as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is on the Hounds that are going to be coming out a little bit with, potentially less practice, certainly less practice playing here in the studio on LAN. We're going to see just how they're feeling about that. We've got an interview up with Vaporish Coast.
That's right. I've got Coast here for our pregame interview. First off, good to have you back in the studio, finally now with the team. And we'll kind of just start there. How does it feel back to be on LAN, now in the full squad with your team, finally getting to see them for the first time as they walk into the studio today?
Yeah, it's just nice to see everyone. The first time I saw them was today, and the vibes feel really good. It's just nice to see everyone. And, I've been up the scrim here in the studio all week, so I'm feeling pretty comfortable playing on LAN again.
And now kind of going up against some EU counterparts here as a team, some players that you got to just play against with and against kind of recently up in this past year. How's it now feel getting to go up against the SCC to try and qualify up for this bracket?
Yeah, it'll be nice to play against some of the EU boys, my good friends. They talk a big game, but they've not been able to back it up yet. But hopefully we don't fall into the same trap as Glads and get knocked out early.
Yeah, hopefully so. And kind of talking about this, we've seen the Niflheim Wargs play style a little bit. It's kind of been a little bit more early focused, maybe towards late. What kind of adjustments has the Hounds been making since we last saw you guys at the playoffs coming into this new patch for this team?
I don't think we've changed too much. We're not going to focus on how they play. We just focus on ourselves, because if we know we play as good as we can, but they should have no chance really, because I think that team is just Rapio does everything for them, and Pat can easily match him. So I'm feeling good.
Well, we'll see how you guys can do. Coast,
Thank you.
best of luck in your match. Let's get back with the team, and we'll throw it back to the desk.
Thank you.
They should have no chance, really, is what Coast said. Essentially, just running that team through Rapio. Those are big words.
They're big words, but Coast has never been one to trash talk after the game. He is going to trash talk before and then try and back it up. More often than not, he does. I think he's earned that right. And we already saw one Penta today, and with Coast in the building, I've got high hopes for a second one.
Yeah, the cards are indeed set out on the table. I mean, the Wargs definitely are feeling a little bit fired up, surely, after that Hex Mambo win. You've seen the EU dominance. You just saw that SCC can indeed take down SPL. And so I think you've watched over the shoulder and you've said, okay, maybe we can do this. You're starting to feel a little bit better. But also, the Wargs have to battle back against that mental state, considering they've almost made it so many times to this first seed of the SCC. They've fallen to the Mambo several times. Now they're hoping that they still can, even though falling to the Mambo, they still can come on top on the SPL.
Right, and I think that it does help with the mental, though, because the team that, you have had troubles with did just have a fantastic performance, and it was kind of close game number 2, but game number 1 was not close. So in that instance, I imagine, of course, the Wargs are like, hey, you saw the team that we had struggles with just looked real good, so we are still able to play up to that level. I don't think they're going to worry about it too much. I do think that Davey, I want to see a little bit more from him because his positioning has came into question a few times so far this weekend. We know when he positions correctly and is able to just free farm in fights, he looks really solid, but there's been times where I've wondered why he's stepping so far up. He gets caught out. Things like that. The Odin cages were a big question for me. So when you're up against Coast, I don't think you can make mistakes like that. He is one of the more aggressive ADCs in the league, and I do want to see a lot coming from Davey. I don't agree with Coast that Rapio is the whole team. I think this squad in general plays through their front line very well. Kana has been such a big part of the team fight here for the Warg. So it's not just the Rapio show, but I think Coast was probably just saying that, trying to get into their heads.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the stats here in front of me. Davey actually has the most deaths of all of the SCC players. He's tied with Sam for Soccer. Up
he's
there,
getting after it. That's
yeah,
what that means. He's playing aggressive.
He's playing aggressive. Maybe not what you want to see from the ADC role. Definitely going to have to shore that up here. But I think you're feeling good, and I think you definitely have to have a plan going here into picks and bans for game number 1. Certainly, if you're the Hounds, you have gotten a chance to see what the Wargs have played over the past 3 days, seen their take on the meta, and if you're the Wargs, you should be feeling confident in your meta. You've beaten out other NA teams. You've beaten out almost everybody here on LAN already with this meta that you've been sticking to. So I think both teams should be coming in here with confidence and an idea of what they want to take away. Maybe, though, it's the Hounds that are going to be focused on a couple more target bans from their side.
Yep, wouldn't be surprised. First pick slot, the Thor and the Alquang taken away, and this is a smart call. Despite the fact that is a lot of Rapio's God pool as well, Oath has been disgusting on some of these picks. Giving him any bit of leeway, not a smart call. Hachiman is open, and that's immediately where my mind goes to. There are so many other bans that could be in question, but getting Davey on something that is safe and cannot be camped is probably a smart call, and taking that away from Coast also could be an idea, but the Wargs are going to grab that Terra, maybe leaning towards that Oleron composition they've been running every once in a while. It does unfortunately put Davey on an immobile character with no CC immunity, but that Sanctified Field has been working for him.
Yeah, they have been leaning more towards the Oleron as of these last couple of matches. And that won't be banned out by the Eldritch Hounds. Instead, it'll be a mid laner supports and taken away from the Hounds. And sure enough, they don't pick up the Hachiman on the side of the Wargs, so it will be the Hounds who lean early into that double ADC composition. I think more than likely sending this Marty towards the mid lane, sending this Hachiman over towards the ADC role. They get their damage up top.
Marty the mid lane menace, that's what they call him. Everyone says it, I'm sure you've heard it as well,
Totally.
Of course. You're not going to worry too much about stacking all that physical damage because you've got the Parag Shred from Marty. His ultimate is pretty disgusting if you just want to make sure you grab it. Good call banning away the Alquang, though. That is usually what the Hounds like to go towards when they go a double hunter composition like this. So because it's unavailable, Oath is going to have to look towards either A, the Hebo or the Poseidon, or B, just going in, double dipping into like a 4 Fizz composition. The Ganesh is going to be the call, which I think has a fantastic matchup into the tier and the Terra specifically. If they're trying to get to the backline and use their movement, they just get silenced out, and it can be a big problem.
Well, as we go into the second ban phase here, Eldritch Hounds, they are aware of what the Wargs have been playing, and I think sure enough they are going to take away this Ola run. And I think if you're the Wargs, you're probably okay with that. If you didn't pick this Ola run in your top 3, you're not going to design your entire draft around it. I think that may be foolhardy. But I mean, with this top 3, right, as this second phase of bans come through, with this top 3, you're seeing damage focused out for the Hounds. You're seeing a little bit more frontline focused out for the Wargs. Who gets the better end of it?
I mean, so far, I'm liking exactly what the Hounds have done. The Ganesh is the only pick that is not top of the tier list, but of course I think matchup dependent, the tier and the Terra aren't going to appreciate it. But when you look at the Wargs, this Discordia has been on the rise. So I credit Marty a lot because it's proven in the SPL and it's so strong, but this Discordia has been doing quite well up at the SEC level, so we'll have to see, how much value that gets up against a team like the Hounds. But still, I mean, Marty and Hachiman, disgusting late game. I'm going to give the top 3 edge over to the Hounds.
Bans continue to come through. Yorm taken off the board. A little bit interesting there from the Wargs, but not the best matchup for Kana's tier. And speaking of Kana's tier, glad he's able to go back to this one, right? King Arthur's still on the board as well, so we may see that banned away, but instead it'll be another target ban towards Oath. They really want to make this Hounds jungler uncomfortable.
They can try. I mean, Oath has a very diverse god pool. The Susano is still available, but doesn't have the greatest matchup into what the Wargs have drafted so far, so maybe that's why they're not leaning in towards it. And it's also possible that this Serket pick has gone under the radar for, I want to say, this whole tournament. It's still a fantastic jungle pick for early aggression. You have built-in crit now, so you don't even have to itemize into it if you don't want to. Serket has been, top of the jungle priority in the SPL for quite some time, and it's going to be picked up here. Relative free, just helping out for some of that CC, some of that lockdown, trying to bridge the gap between early game to late game when these hunters can just take it away.
You get a lot of facilitation with this pick, although we did just see Kirmi struggle to have an impact in game 1 of our previous set with this same Serket pick. But the Flame Wargs have the last part of their draft set out in front of them. They've got to go for an ADC and more than likely looking for a jungler as well. That Rapio pick, the Camazotz, has been taken away, and noticeably a number of Rapio picks banned away by his own team. No Thor, no Ravana, no Bakasura, all picks that he's played in the past. So he may have to go towards something new here in this last 2, and they are taking their time thinking about it. It looks like it will be the Hebo locked in going into the jungle.
Yep, I think that the Fenrir could have been on his mind, but then he saw how much was able to cancel out the Brutalize, and I was like, I have to go something else. And the Hebo is going to be a good look. Takes a bit to get online, but once you get there, that one-shot potential can be absurd. I don't think has the greatest matchup in the Serket, just because of you want to start Blink, you want to be aggressive, and Serket really says, I'm going to one-shot you. If you start Blink, I am forcing you to play a little bit passively with the beads, but once Hebo gets late game, he doesn't care too much about Serket. He's able to use that Crushing Wave aggressively, and the Guan Yu. The Hounds got a lot of the top of the tier list picks here. Plenty of healing, plenty of engage. They've got Prot Shred, not only with the Guan Yu, but of course with the Marty. They're not going to stress too much about having this many physical characters when they can just take away. You could build full Fizz Prot and it's not going to matter.
Yeah, they have a lot of Shred on the Hounds composition. I'd been a little bit surprised that they didn't go towards the King Arthur. I think that's still up on the table, but Ducky feeling a little bit more comfortable on this Guan Yu pick. And as these drafts round out, I can't help but agree. It looks like the Hounds shouldn't feel uncomfortable at all. They might have they could have literally put what gods they wanted to play #1 on the list, and they could have written that down in an Excel sheet preparing for the draft, and this kind of looks like exactly what they drew up. Like this looks like just a pure comfort top of the tier list draft.
Yep, I would say that maybe Oath got banned out of bed. That's about it. Everyone else is like, yep, I could have just loaded into this game, not seen the bans, and grabbed exactly what I wanted. Doesn't mean the Wargs didn't get, a solid composition as well. I think the tier versus Guan Yu matchup is pretty miserable in lane, but you're not looking to find solo kills in this meta anyways. You are clearing waves. Hopefully a blue buff invade comes through. If it doesn't, then you're not getting any real human interaction until about level 12. Like, that's when you're able to rotate out with a second relic, things like that. So, the solo lane's not going to be the biggest deal, but In a meta like this, you gotta look towards junglers. Coast called it out. Rapio's the whole squad. Whether it's true or not, he's gonna have to have a big impact here because Oath almost always does, especially on this Circuit. I'm going to think Hebo versus Circuit in the jungle. I'm keeping my eyes on it pretty consistently here. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw First Blood like pre-5 minutes from one of those two characters.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the compositions they've drafted, this is likely to be a little bit faster of a game just through that Circuit pick, right? On the other side, maybe you're looking to slow things down a little bit. The Wargs have been one known to take it a little bit later, right?
Yep.
And I think this Hebo, not something we've seen from Rapio this weekend, maybe something we've seen from him in the past, but that is going to slow down their potential across the map at least a little bit.
Yeah, if you wait till level 12, you get a lot stronger, but you still have the ability, if you're hiding around a corner and you catch someone with a water spout, crushing wave a one-shot. Like at level 5, if you have that ability and they're below about 60% HP, you're usually able to find a kill. But again, you have to watch out for Oath. You have to make sure your ward vision is clean. Circuit could be hiding around any corner, and if she is, the lockdown is just absurd. So I do think that Rapio is going to be playing relatively careful unless he knows exactly where that Circuit is.
Both compositions feel strong here. The Niflheim Wargs and the Eldritch Hounds both looking to make their way to the main bracket. We will throw it over to game number 1 with the casters for this one.
That's right. Niflheim Wargs and Eldritch Hounds fighting for the last spot in the quarterfinals. And to see if we can have 2 SCC teams make it to the quarters, or will it only be the one in Hex Mambo? It's J-Mac, Alpha Jackal, and Doug here to bring you game number 1 of our next best of 3 match between the Wargs and the Hounds. Heavy favoritism from the audience, at least 82%. One of our more staggering numbers that we have seen so far, at least in a prediction here. Still could be some bias, at least over for the NA fans from the Eldritch Hounds. Remember, ended out their season 5-5. One of the highest seedings that we've actually seen come from kind of an up-and-coming team. Whenever we see these qualifier teams, we typically think, okay, phase number 1, they're probably going to be hitting that bottom 2. Maybe they get up to that at least third to last spot there, but it's been a pretty breakout performance by the Eldritch Hounds so far this year.
Yeah, I mean, 5-5, it's nothing to scoff at in their phase. In fact, they finished 5-5, along with 2 other teams that also finished 5-5 in their bracket, and obviously the Highland Ravens finishing 7-3 in there as well. So we could have even seen the Eldritch Hounds being in any other part of the bracket here. Niflheim Wargs definitely have their work cut out for them in this game, but they certainly have a draft which has the potential to do so. Connor back on that tier, Gunter on the Discordia as well, should cause some problems. Preds playing on the Terror like he has done pretty much exclusively nearly all weekend. But the X factor of Rapio back on this Hebo. It's not a god we have seen him picked up this weekend. It's been banned a couple times. And I'm not so certain about it in this game.
Yeah, I think that was the question of conversation for this Hebo, is something that we talked about. Could be a pick for Johnny. Bede's gone from Coast already. It's going to force him into the Tier 1 tower, but back on this Hebo, it's something that we talked about, what is Johnny's next go-to? If he gets completely panned out, what are some of his options? Hebo kind of came up there, but it's more so a question, maybe some of the change in itemization with the power scaling nerf across the board. Feels like maybe Hebo kind of gets pushed out of the meta with some of those changes.
Yeah, but if we're seeing anything from, for example, Sanford Soccer playing a Poseidon jungle, if he's viable, then that means Hebo is still somewhat viable. So I imagine that they will have still practiced this pick on this patch. They will still feel comfortable with it. Otherwise, why pick it up here? Definitely going to be going into more of what we have seen, though. I think we'll see a Breastplate of Valor come out here from Hebo, because look at the side of Eldritch Hounds. Physical, physical, physical. Ganesh support is magical, and then physical from Vaporish Coast.
Gotta imagine defense on the mind for nearly everybody, at least anybody who wants to be in that front line. Quig gets slowed down, a dash in by Davey, stunned by Coast to bail out his support, but now has he done too much to try and bail them out? Auto attacks are going through, Coast cannot body block anymore, and a couple more autos just out of range. Vaporish Coast able to walk under the Tier 1 tower, both lives spare to the duo.
I think I could hear Davey's keyboard just spamming that 2 button, just going, please come up off cooldown, please! No, he can't find that kill, and that is yet another escape there for Quick and Vaporish Coast. Very aggressive start here from Preds and Davey in this duo lane, but it's not transitioned into anything just yet. They have got positional advantage over for this shield buff. They can look to potentially evade on this purple buff, but they're still going to need the help of Rapio over on this left-hand side to do so.
Now, I think I want to kind of bring up maybe the Guan Yu here, at least for the Eldritch Hounds, because from the SCC teams, haven't really seen a whole lot of Guan Yu. He's kind of seemed to have maybe fallen out of favor, maybe seen a couple of bans this weekend, but no real priority there. Maybe we're going to see what he can do late game, but Rapio jumped on by Oath. Oath trying to cut off the path and keep the chase going. BennyQ is keeping the other mid laner out. Gunter can't even go back to chase through. Rapio gets taunted back in. Deathbait is going to couple more autos, but he misses out on just 2, and Rapio gets to spare his own life. Throws out the water spout, and Oath forced to back away.
Yeah, it's a little bit too low on mana for Oath to keep the chase up there. If he still has half his mana, I think we see first blood there from the jungler in a 1v1 scenario, but that's just a warning shot for Rapio, saying he can't be safe going around his own jungle. There is a Serket lurking around.
That's exactly what the desk was bringing up. You never know which corner of the map that Serket may be lurking through. And now, because of that, Rapio losing out on the purification beads. Those down for 2 minutes. Preds goes in. Doesn't go for the root actually onto Quick. Thought maybe we would see the dash, but instead going to hold on to it this time through. Davey level 5, a bit scary for the duo lane, though maybe for the benefit of Coast does have his beads back up. Might want to use them soon because the Wild Hunt is here. Beads forced out. Another easy startup for the Wargs.
Yeah, that is going to be 160 seconds of terror for Vaporish Coast coming up in the near future, because Rapio, he's going to have heard the call that the beads are down. He's going to have heard the call that Vaporish Coast is only just at level 5, and he's going to potentially make his way over to this left-hand side. Do have to try and force out that mounted archery before this Hebo does look for his gank. That's exactly what Brett is doing here.
Preds does get the root. Vaporish Coast undeterred, though, by the damage that Preds is able to put out. Not really the highest damage dealer. Oath lurking around the corner, but Rapio is here first. Quick may be the first one to go down. Drops over pillars, but Rapio's just got too much damage. Coast jukes out the stun. Now with Oath here in the back line, trying to at least bail out his carry. Rapio dives with that, but he misses. The crushing wave. Vaporish Coast still falls down, but Rapio dies as well. It's a double kill for Rapio, and Oath able to help and get some bailout from BennyQ. 3 for 1 trade, the Eldritch Hounds. They're actually losing out on 2 because Quig just now coming back off respawn.
That was a gank there from the Niflheim Wargs as they look to just try and punish BennyQ. They try and punish Quig, but BennyQ's rotation definitely coming up. Trumps there for Oath to let him escape. He was, what, 1 health there at the very end, it looked like, from Hi-Davey. And then you also have to talk about Rapio diving underneath the tower. Unfortunate to miss that crushing wave, and he is building into that defense as well now.
Going for defense after starting up the damage of that tier 2 Doom Orb. More than anything else for Rapio. But just missing on that crushing wave doesn't feel great. Really meant that he had to trade his life in order to get that kind of a kill against Coast under that tier 1 tower. But Coast happy to take that trade. It means that he gets the extra little bonus bounty from killing Rapio right after.
Yeah, but you may have also heard that Rapio may have spammed on a little bit as he dove under tower. He was dead to rights anyway. Might as well use his last dying breath that way.
Look, Coast does the exact same thing. Coast gets a solo kill, he's going to taunt. Coast baits you forward, his team kills you, he's going for a taunt. It's a lather, rinse, repeat. I don't mind seeing it back here, especially when you're going up against some of your former teammates and former enemies over from the SCC as Preds tries to get the escape, but the silence is going to prevent the dash for a moment. Oath catches the second one. Preds able to walk away from him, but Coast is going to chase him down on the mounted archery. 2 more autos will do it, but Oath will dash right through the Eldritch Hounds up with 4.
That is a heavy investment, though. They use the mounted archery, they use the Dharmic Pillars, they use the last breath to try and get that kill. They also have BennyQ rotate over for it. That is a heavy, heavy investment to get the kill onto this Terror, who has started off with that Sovereignty. But in the end, they do still get that kill. But have a look at the top there, J-Mac. Look at the gold difference between the two teams. It's about 1,000 gold in favor of the Niflheim Wargs, despite the fact that they are 2 to 4 down.
It's always that neutral farm. It's the one good thing that the Warriors have been very consistent on this tournament, is being able to take those mid camps, get those buffs. And now the 1v1, Coast versus Davey. Coast will dash out, but Rapio has shown up a fast beads to avoid what could have been a water spout combo into a crushing wave. So Coast's gonna walk out, but that's the 3rd time now. It feels that those beads only stay off cooldown for about 15 to 20 seconds before someone on the Wargs knocks them right back.
Yeah, they're just consistently putting pressure over onto this left-hand side because they know how dangerous Vaporish Coast can be in the 1v1, 2v2, and 5v5 situations. There's a reason we call him the Pentakid. He has more pentas than most people will even get in their lifetimes in the SPL alone, not just to mention his SCC and Smite Console League days.
Definitely to start off another fight. Rapio stuck inside the pillars. Oath going through, gets the Deathbane, but doesn't get Rapio. Finds the top, and it goes Davey the wrong way. He's forced to use the ultimate to pull him right back in. Wild Hunt is massive. Rapio could have kept this going, but is too far out. It's Oath with his 3rd kill of the game. A killing spree now for the Jungle of the Hounds.
We've seen Serket 3 times this weekend, and all 3 games the Serket has unfortunately lost in those games. But Oath showing exactly why this Serket pick is so devastatingly deadly and so highly valued to have been banned out so many times. A 3-0-1 start here for the jungler. It's the fast start you want if you are the Eldritch Hounds.
Benny Q, for a moment, trying to get aggressive against Preds and Gunter. He'll be fine, sitting a little far back. Has lost out on some of that neutral farm, which is why you see him just barely hitting over to that level 10 now compared to Guts, who's been sitting there, at least for a moment. The Eldritch Hounds still keeping up the fight, still keeping up the pressure. And all of this off the back of the aggression by Oath and Vaporish Coast. Got to throw Coast's name in there because even though he has been the recipient of so much fire from the Niflheim Wargs, he's still stepping up. He doesn't care if he's 2-3 levels down. He doesn't care if you've gotten a kill on him. He's going to step up every single time.
Yeah, he trusts in his team to back him up. He says, guys, I might not have beads, but I know you're around. I'm going to commit my ultimate here. I'm going to commit my entire body on the line for you guys to try and get this gank off successfully. And that's what I want to see from pretty much every single team here, is just the commitment from yourself and trusting in your team. And that's what separates the best teams from the very best.
We saw this fight a moment ago when the junglers were over here. But for now, not going to see the Dharma Pillars used by Quig. Still going to hold on to those. Coast throwing some pot shots over from the side of the jungle. We'll be able to rejoin and try and take this shield buff away. Though Davey and Preds not going to give this one up so easily. Preds walks up to try and take it, immediately forced to leash it away, and now Niflheim Wargs picking up instead. So again, neutral farm going to the Wargs and keeping them ahead.
Yeah, it has shortened that lead thanks to that 5th kill. It's now back under 1,000 gold. The experience difference sitting at about 1,700, as you can see there on the graphs down at the bottom as we reach the 10-minute mark shortly. We still haven't had a chance to talk about solo lane, though. Every single bit of action has been over on this left-hand side and potentially in the mid lane as well. Ducky and Connor sitting on a virtual island over here on the right-hand side of the map.
I mean, they're John Travolting over here saying, "Where's the fighting? What's happening? We're just kind of chilling over on this side of the map." But I think you're right to bring these guys up, because once we see these solo lane rotations, once these teleports start getting used for more than just getting back to this lane, gotta imagine that's where we see the big impact, the big fight back. We know how big of a playmaker a Godlike tier can be for Kana, but the same right for Ducky, at least on this Guan Yu, has made some strong plays throughout the course of this phase.
And you have a look at their relics. They both have upgraded to the persistent teleports. Yes, they're on cooldown for the next minute, but look what comes up in a minute and a half. It is going to be that first Stygian beacon. Loads of ward coverage is going to start coming out on this left-hand side around this beacon. Look for deep wards from both teams so that solo laners can teleport behind the opposing figures and try and come for the wraparound. But it might not even be the Stygian beacon that we see as the first objective, as the Gold Fury was somewhat threatened there by the Eldritch Hounds.
It's kind of teased.
Yeah.
More than anything else. Walk over, see what's up, see who's standing by, say, oh, the Wargs are here. All right, cool. We don't need to commit this hard, at least for this objective just yet. But you are to say a minute away till those beacons are back up. And you were talking about building defense for Rapio. Gunter is following the similar suit. It's a breastplate of Valor for Rapio, tier 2 now. For Gunter, to make sure that he's a little tanky against this physical squad.
Hey, why not? If you are going up against 4 physicals, might as well make your life as easy as possible in terms of trying to survive through the burst that is going to be coming your way. Wonder if it is going to be a Breastplate of Valor as well, or if it goes into something a little bit different. I can't put it past a Breastplate of Valor. 20% CDR is something mages find so valuable.
Everybody loves a little bit of cooldown, especially if you're already a high spam mage like a Discordia. Would not argue against a little bit of extra CDR for him, but it's bad to deal with the damage output that Benny Q has put on this Marty. This has been one of the few Hunter picks that Benny has consistently gone over towards. We've been seeing it kind of bounce around between the two lanes, but at least on the Eldritch Hounds team, this Marty has really found its home over in mid for Benny.
Yeah, Benny does like having these almost ability-based hunters in the mid lane just to try and throw out as much poke as possible. And on the main side, Vaporish Ghost, he really prefers these basic attack-based in-hand hunters. He likes your Rams, he likes your Hachimans, he likes your Kernonoses. Ones that really benefit from ramping up that attack speed and have some form of stim in their kit.
First beacon now contested. Kana's here, gets the blink push onto Quig. It's a 5-man surrounding. Quig's got nowhere to go. He barely can even get the ultimate off before Davey takes him out. Lawbringer to the backline, but Kana finds nothing through as Benny rains hell from above. And Preds will go down.
That's a spread.
The detonate spreads over to only one player though for now. Kana forced to back away while the Hounds can cap the beacon for themselves.
Yeah, huge investment onto Quick. They finally take down the elephant, but at what cost? They lose so much in terms of their ultimates. They use a few relics there as well. It takes them a long time as well. I think that's the biggest thing, is that it took them 4-5 seconds to kill Quick. You need to be taking down Quick faster than that if you are wanting to start off the fight as a 5 versus 4.
Now the Eldritch Hounds, with their 1-1 trade, keep the game even, get that first beacon, a little bit of bonus movement speed and structure damage afforded to the Eldritch Hounds, and that third pick onto Preds. Probably the big one that at least now helps out for the Hounds. Trying to keep this Terra down, who seems to be potentially going for this walking aura style of build for the team. You mentioned that sovereignty, great against the Fizz, now building into more physical defense.
Yeah, really interested to see which one this turns into, because there's quite a few different options that we can have from this silver breastplate tier 2 that we have been built up by Preds, but only time will tell exactly what option he does go for. We were right, it is the breastplate of Valor coming out there from Gunter. Loads of physical defense coming out from Connor already. Has built 2 physical defense items, going into a third one now. Penetration, though, is going to be the name of the game from Rapio, Gunter, and Davey as they look to start to build up and ramp up their damage, which is something they were lacking in that last fight.
1v1 of the Hunters. Well, that one fizzles out a little bit faster than I'd hoped for. Pyromancer, though, started up by the Hounds, and nope, that one fizzles out too. Every time we pan into action, they want to stop it. Kana got to use the ultimate to escape. Preds tries to bail him out with the wall, misses out on the stun, but keeps things interesting at the least. Gunter as well, throwing out the Strife, just to distract Penny Q and Quig, who are walking through. As far as experience goes, it's only slightly leaning here over towards Niflheim Wargs. A lead for Kana by a level, a lead for Davey by about half level to a level as well.
Yeah, but look at that experience per minute difference between the two supports, 379 to 311. That is a huge difference when everybody else is so close to each other.
Coast goes in, and a fast wave out by Rapio, plus an ultimate by Davey. 2 big ults expended defensively by the Niflheim Wargs, and that's exactly what the Eldritch Hounds want. Now they can try and go for a pick towards Preds, but that taunt just off the mark might need to be a call off for the Eldritch Hounds. With vision inside that Fury, unlikely they start the objective with so many alive.
I think if they manage to pick off Preds there, if the ambush does work, they'd start the Gold Fury up there immediately. But Preds just about playing it safe, manages to sniff that one out thanks to a handy little ward, which Oath just about appears on in the nick of time.
Well, instead of going for an actual kill or even an objective, the Hounds, they keep Oath on this left side, and it forces Davey and Preds both back to give up this tier 1 tower and affording some extra pressure now for Vaporish Coast in the duo lane. But Benny-Q has gone relatively unchecked here in the mid lane. This Marty 1-0-2 to start the game out for the Eldritch Hounds, building into a little bit more damage now in mid. Is there a point maybe for Benny-Q where he starts to become a little bit problematic for the wards?
I think right about now is when he's going to start to become problematic. Look what he's managed to finish off now. It's the fail knot. So the second he lands from his ultimate, the first ability he throws out, the first basic attack he throws out afterwards, will then mark somebody to where there's extra crit. Oath on the Circuit has got a crit in this build, but will have a crit % chance already on that ultimate. Will help alleviate that, will help grow that. Vaporish Coast, I imagine he'll be also targeting the same person, will then have some form of critical chance against them as well. Just means that this fail knot could spell the demise of a tank that finds himself in the wrong space at the wrong time.
Well, let's see where the first objective fight really starts up, because Fury, Pyromancer, both those completely faded away. Neither team really trying to go for those just yet.
Oh, Quig.
Instead, it might just be a fight for Quig. Fast dash out, gets him away. Coast out of position, though. He'll go up on the Mount Archery quickly back to the Tier 1 tower. And we were questioning what Preds was going for mid-Guardian Mail. Try and slow him down, both movement and attack speed. Benny Q, he's pumping away autos against Gunter. Ultimate goes through, but Benny right to the sky is going to get the Aegis away. But now he's got Kana right behind him. Benny Q going to try and go down with a fight, but it's Kana who puts him down.
Yeah, and that's what you wanted to do if you're looking to start one of these objectives up next. Connor with a good rotation. The impact of the solo laner has finally been felt here. 17 minutes into the game. It's close to that 18-minute mark that we'd love to see the Niflheim Wargs start to group up a little bit further.
Look at the ward where Kana teleported into.
Right in the middle of the lane.
A greedy mid lane ward by Gunter set right dead smack in the lane. Kana teleports to it. Benny isn't paying attention because he's got his eyes focused on Gunter. And the Wargs are able to capitalize off of Benny Q's aggression. You wanted the shutdown onto the Marty, and it'll do just that. But now, a fight over on the left side. Oath used the ult onto Davey, tossed him away. But look at Rapio. Look at the rest of the team. They're starting to wrap around. Oath slowed down, forced to use the beats. But here's Rapio. A blink through. Water spout is good. Still waiting for the crushing wave. And inside the Darwin Pillars is not the place that you want to fight if you're the wards. Prince goes down. And Oath is still distracted by Kana. Able to dash out. But Rapio on a sliver of HP. Double jump in. And Davey may be the next one to go down. If Coast continues to chase. Or maybe it's Oath. A taunt in. The death bait's good. Kana cannot save his teammate. But a golden apple lands. Coast is as good as gone. A 2-for-1 for the Hounds.
That is not done yet. In the back is Gunter. One more basic attack should do it. No, he is out. Benny Q can't find it. Connor with a double fearless. I don't think that's going to be enough to save his life, though, as he is surrounded by the Hounds. And Benny Q picks up his second kill of the game, and that should be the Gold Fury for the Eldritch Hounds.
Almost any other jungler you look at in this league, they're at 25% HP. They say, I'm out of here. I'm going back to base. Good luck in the team fight. Oath, as soon as that Lawbringer went through, he said, cool, I've got no threat left from Kana, and he sticks around, finds 3 separate taunts in that fight. And the Eldritch Hounds now up 9-5, and a Gold Fury after the first major neutral objective to the Hounds.
5-0-2 on Oath. I think regardless of if this ends up on the winning or losing side this game, Oath doesn't get this pick again this weekend. It has to be a ban.
It's been banned away from him multiple times in the regular season. Surprised he's able to get it so freely. So many other bans were thrown his way, and with all due respect, he deserved some of those bans. Kana, though, goes in with the Lawbringer, doesn't find anybody. Pyromancer still being aggressed on by the Hounds. Benny Q up in the sky, doesn't steal the Pyromancer, but does a lot of damage. Back to Preds, back to Rapio. Ducky chasing in on the cavalry, but turns back towards Kana. Maybe a turn and burn on the tier, but a triple strike and a double water spout will bail out the solo laner. Rapio comes up big for his team.
Yeah, but triple strife and triple water knockup. Look how much health Benny Q's on. He's still on about 70-80% health. There needs to be more damage coming out from these mages, otherwise, what's the point of having these double mages? We need them to start finishing off these crucial damage items. They need to finish off their Soul Reavers, and more importantly, like they're building into now, they need to finish off these Ethereal Staffs.
Maybe some of that comes off the back of Quig going for that Heartward Amulet, second item. Try and bail out his team there. Really deals with the damage that Gunter and Rapio put through. And talking back about it, the defense that both the two mages picked in, they've stunted some of their damage by going for these defensive items.
Yeah, it's almost as if they were trying to stalemate and elongate this game, saying, right, we might not win this early game against you, but if we build defense and take this game later on into the true 5 versus 5 fights 30-35 minutes into the game, I'm sure we have your number there. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take you all the way to late game.
Ducky and Kana having a little dance over here on the right side. It's been Guardian Mail from both of the frontliners of the Niflheim War is going to make sure that no matter who is being hit by some of these carries, by Benny, by Coast, even by Oath. In all honesty, even Oath has some great chase down potential there, making sure to slow all of them down and really burn out the pace of this game and try and keep the Eldritch Hounds at bay. It is a dead even game, essentially, at this point. 300 gold means absolutely nothing at this point, and even the XP is little of a lead as the Niflheim Wargs have. This 1200, effectively nothing at this point.
21 minutes into this game, not a sniff towards this Fire Giant. We have had one takedown of the Pyromancer. We've had one takedown of the Gold Fury as well. That is going to be respawning into an Oni Fury. Not the one you want to see as Quig. Catches out the blink from Connor with a good knockup, but instead, it's going to be the turnaround.
Ducky is back, Quig is low. Davey's got so much damage. Where
did he go?
It's a Quig's HP. Now Ducky hit with the apple. He'll be just fine. Defense is good from the Guan Yu. But Connor's going in. Rapio finds a knockup, and Connor finds the kill. Oath forced to dash away. The Niflheim Wargs find 2 massive picks in the mid lane. And what is Coast doing all the while? He's going to keep the split push up on the left side. Tier 2 tower traded for his team's life.
This is going to be the start of the Fire Giant here for the Niflheim Wargs, and that's exactly why you see Vaporish goes back in, because he knows he needs to be here for this fight. Connor was caught out in the mid lane Tier 1 tower with that silence, with that knockup, and he thought, nope, You're trapped in here with me, actually, as he continues it. 10% on the Fire Giant. Who's going to take it, J-Mac?
Ducky had ultimate, but didn't use it there. Oath was forced out of the fight. It's fire on all 5. Ducky has used the ult defensively and goes back to Coast for a bailout. The Niflheim Wargs, in one fell swoop, have brought themselves right back into the lead with fire around everyone.
And it's just one simple fight, one play from Connor, which bursts this game wide open in favor of the Niflheim Wargs, but they still have to make advantage of this Fire Giant. This is only a temporary, small lead that they've got with this Fire Giant, a loan, if you will, that they need to start to earn money to pay back with, and that's probably going to start over on this left-hand side. Davies made his way over there, because look what's up. It is going to be the Oni Fury is up. Tier 1 tower on the left-hand side as well has to fall down.
Got plenty of time, though. Still a ton of towers on the map for the Wargs to start knocking down. Still plenty on the opposite side for the Eldritch Hounds to answer back. Oath.
Connor's found all 5 of them.
Doesn't find the taunt. Has to use the ultimate. Connor's tanky. CC chain isn't quite enough, but the damage is more than enough. The Eldritch Hounds get their pick, but they lose out on the Oni Fury on left.
Yeah, they found all 5 of them, Connor. But the problem is, he found all 5 of them. And all 5 of them were not happy to see him living there, and he eventually does fall down in the blink of an eye. That does mean, as you mentioned, the Oni Fury does fall down. This Tier 1 tower on left falls down. The Tier 2 should follow suit. In all the meanwhile, Eldritch Hounds are where the Niflheim Wargs aren't. They're taking objectives on this right-hand side, which I think is a good play, but they need to back now because the Phoenix is under threat.
Phoenix about to be sieged by the Wargs. 4 inside. Ducky stunt out. Quick can't get there in time. It's a trade out. You lose your left side. Phoenix, the Hounds, too slow on the trigger to go back to the base. Too busy trading out Pyro and right side Tier 1 tower. So you get Kana. That's a cool kill, but you lose Oni. You lose 2 towers and a Phoenix, and maybe a little bit more here if you're the Hounds. Benny forces this guy, but Connor's waiting for him on the back line. Double Lawbringer. Benny's got nowhere to go. He's transformed into a pig and turned into dust. The Niflheim Wargs charging in. Ducky knocked down. Preds, credit for the kill, and the Wargs on a tear.
Oath can't do anything but watches his team falls down one by one on the wraparound. He doesn't have a chance to go into the back line. That is a Tier 2 tower in mid down now. That should be the Phoenix as well. Oni minions pushing into the base as well. This could be the end here for the Niflheim Wargs as they look to push in and take game number 1.
30 seconds till the other 2 are back up. It's a 3 versus 5. Pred's gonna tank up the Titan.
They need to fight.
Gonna silence. Oath's gonna try his best to take down Rapio, but there's nowhere for him to go. Rapio shuts him down. Coast forced back to the fountain on low HP. The Titan being sieged by the Wargs. Oath down. The Coast tries to get that kill in there. The Titan low. The Titan goes down. The Wargs strike first.
In a upset, I would say right now, the Niflheim Wargs take game number 1. It wasn't convincing, it wasn't pretty, but all that matters for them is they got the job done.
Just takes one fight sometimes. It's all it seems in these games. Just one team fight to turn the entire tide of a game. And the Eldritch Hounds, they give up just too much. They found their one pick on the con. They took fire off of one. The problem is how much they gave up in return for it.
I think the issue was they didn't back in time to defend the Phoenix. They then push up that lane without respecting the respawn timer from Connor. And you know what he's got? He's got a teleport. You know he's going to come into the back line there. And who's caught out by it? Benny Q. Immediately falls down in that fight. And then Ducky falls down a bit further after. You're in a 3 versus 5. No chance that you aren't losing another Phoenix.
I mean, it really all starts back in that mid lane fight where Kana walks into a Tier 1 tower. Sure, he doesn't get the fearless that he's hoping for, but he groups up 2 people, sets up for Gunter to get so much damage to start this one through, and then immediately after, we see the full collapse, the full commit by the Wargs. That's the important part, is that commitment from the Wargs to keep pushing forward, take that tower, and just have all the confidence to move in. The USCC strikes first up against the SPL squad. Can they close that on 2, or the Hounds fight back? Student for game number 2, right after this.
Welcome back, Smite fans, to Smite Summer Masters. The Niflheim Wargs take game number 1, going up against the Eldritch Hounds, and EUSCC stays on top. Do you ever play Smite, Smite fans? Because right now, going on in the game of Smite, we've got the Color Forge Prism of Souls event, the new Tier 5 Fenrir skin available in-game, and you've got those dyes going on for the Spicy Raw Ramen skin. The new Fenrir Tier 5 as well has those dyes. You can have a pink dog, Charlie.
Are you telling me I can change the color of my skin?
You can indeed change the color
That's crazy.
of your skin in-game. You can even have someone ride Fenrir in your skin. It's a whole new thing for Smite here in the 10.6 update. You're going to want to buy it now. Get 33% off. Best value possible. Hopefully you enjoy that Color Forge event. But for right now, we've got the Wargs taking game number 1. And it felt like, Trelly, they just kind of flipped a switch.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty much even up until like 18 minutes or so. And then Kana on this tier just decides to start lawbringering forward. And they just take it cleanly.
I was a big fan of the way AJ described it. I believe he said it wasn't clean, it wasn't pretty, but they were able to mount that comeback. And again, the Hounds started off to a great moment. I think Oath only died once, and once that Zerket finally fell down, it just was not able to stay alive for the actual end call. But Rapio on this Hebo was able to find some pretty big ultimates there towards the end. As you expect, Hebo can also be one of those ticking time bomb style of jungles. And of course, I was actually very impressed. We talked about Davey positioning-wise. The CERN was still finding deaths for sure, but his damage, he was always in the right place. He was always there to shred tanks, which is exactly what you want from your ADC. And then in particular, you highlighted it, Kana. This tier pick, man, I am just waiting until it's like top pick, top ban for just about everyone, because it has been dominant in the solo lane. Not particularly in lane, but for things like this, when you can actually ult to the back line, get these massive stuns, the disruption and the survivability of this pick just seems like at times can be too much to deal with.
Yeah, Kana especially has been making this pick look fantastic. And sure enough, you can see why they prioritized it so heavily in their draft. They pick a top 2 there. And I was a little bit hesitant on the Rapio Hebo as well. I'm not sure I believed in it as much given some of the other picks that he's played and had success on. But sure enough, he got those 3 items online. He hit those power spikes, and he even has that Breastplate of Valor in his build. A little bit of defense, getting in there a little bit more. That solo jungle combo for the Wargs, definitely something the Hounds have to figure out how to shut down.
And look at Davey, top of the damage charts there by a wide margin. I mean, doing double of anyone on the Hounds except for Coast, and still plenty ahead of Coast. That's what I'm talking about. This CERN seemed to be in the right place at the right time. And Gunter didn't get to highlight him yet, but that disco did hit some massive strifes there towards the end. Such a disruptive CC. You get punished for grouping up with your team, right? And that can be super annoying because you want to play as a cohesive unit, but you also don't want to make sure you're standing next to them, and instead of getting rooted, you get feared toward each other, and it's just annoying. So picks and bans are going to be a big indicator of how this is going to go. We saw a lot of focus towards Oath. He was still able to get his Zerket, but Zerket wasn't enough.
Well, picks and bans for game number 2. We were ready to jump right in. And I'm questioning as the Hounds, what am I trying to do differently? Because it felt like you got off to a good lead. You had a good gameplay from Oath on the Zerket. He was the only one it felt like got targeted in those bans. Like me and you were both almost impressed with the tier list picks that they got in their picks and bans. Is it just play on field, or like what do you change in the picks and bans?
You can't get upset at the gods you got. Like honestly, maybe you're saying, hey, we shouldn't have picked Ganesh. That's the only pick that I could say they're really kicking themselves for, and I don't even think that was the case. It still did provide decent peel. It's just play on field in this case. Maybe a bit overzealous. Again, the Hounds were ahead. They had that lead. They just weren't able to translate it into, you know, the ability to end that game. So in this case, I wouldn't hate the full run back, but this is a great switch up already. Tier finally getting banned away. I said I'm waiting until the day where we get to see that pick, first ban. It looks like we have arrived at that day. Also following suit is going to be the Terra. I'm curious if the Thor will follow next. This is something the Wargs took away from Oath last time, and it looks like Oath will not get to play it once again. Still, though, that Hachiman, Yamoja more particular, is also available, and they didn't have to think about that one.
Yeah, they insta-locked that Yamoja pick. This time, the Hounds, after losing, they've selected that first pick slot and will take away the top 2 picks from the Wargs last time around. But taking the Yamoja first still leaves the Hachiman up on the table, and I'm going to leave a couple other picks up as well. I suspect that, yep, the Baba Yaga, another one of those picks banned away in game number 1, so they pick their ADC mid lane off the bat.
Baba Yaga the Hachi, it's a strong top 2. Baba has been one of the safest mid laners you can really come across if it gets through picks and bans, and of course Hachi right there in that same vein. The buffs to Hachi just means that he is going to be a mainstay in the current meta, which means the Hounds have a chance to strike back. Do they go for the Surcat once again? I don't see a problem with it. Of course, Oath was still able to get plenty of damage off and set up for his team, but like I said, he couldn't full-on hard carry the game away, and that is usually a playstyle that he likes to go for. You got Yamoja, you've got plenty of sustain. The team fight seems pretty linear, right? You're looking for that River's Rebuke, trying to fight around Quake. If he can set up for you, then you have a good time. If not, you back up. Maybe you wait for some form of an engage from Ducky. The Guan Yu was also one of those picks that didn't get enough value for me. It's still great, of course. The sustain is not a problem. The engage that Guan Yu can provide is always good, but I don't think that's something Ducky wants to run back. The Surcat, though, that is something Oath wants to run back.
Yeah, it's hard to argue against the inherent value of any of these picks they found in game number 1. Definitely going to be something where they're just looking to play the game a little bit differently, but also some switch-ups they'll be interested in. Surcat, one that they go back to, and after 5-1 on the Surcat, I don't think Oath really wants to do anything explicitly super different. He was running the map when they did have that lead, but they do want a little bit more pressure over probably in this dual lane. They pick up the Anhur, could still be flexed though.
They will, but this pick is nasty. Wow, the Eldritch Hounds may have just drafted themselves into a bit of a problem. Look at all 3 of those characters. The Riptide trying to zoom away. You get pulled back in by a Wheelix, and of course, Surcat and Anhur. Both are going to try and use that leap to get out. And the Wheelix gets snap locked here, not to mention the possible knockup to come from bringing the house down. Baba Yaga could set up. This could be trouble. I mean, you have to watch your beads consistently. There is CC immunity in play, but whenever Rapio is around, the Hounds are going to be in some trouble there, making sure to hold on to these relics. I have been liking the answer back, though, to Hachiman of Anhur. He's able to block that ultimate with the pillar and just try and stay and scrap in lane. Very small buffs going the way of Anhur. Nothing to really shake him up meta-wise. It's just 0.1 extra attack speed and the slow on the pillar. But that alone has made him catapulted back into some of these picks.
Yeah, definitely going to provide you a little bit of pressure in that duel lane, and something the Hounds will go towards. But will be interesting to see how the Wargs and the Hounds round out the rest of their drafts. Tank bans come through from the Hounds towards the Wargs, and then the Jormungandr and Discordia banned away. And this is what I was looking at for the blue squad. Kha'Zix has looked fantastic. That's not Kha'Zix. I just got the players totally mixed up. Maui being picked up provides yet another knockup for the Awelish. Definitely going to be a space creator for the Wargs.
Yeah, Preds has been able to control a lot of space, as you said, and I think definitely a good look. The Benny Q Ra. This is a pick that he had been known for at times, have not seen it for a bit now. There is plenty of setup, but a lot of these snipes Benny has been known for hitting has not been for, oh, they've got like a Kumba, they've got plenty of, he's going to hide over a wall and hit the 1 to 2 man snipes. Ra, again, one of those characters that receives some buffs, but is that enough to try and survive against Baba? There's so much range damage that she can provide. You're going to be able to, stay in lane and clear just fine. But even more knockups coming through from the Wargs. I'm telling you, beads is going to be the most precious relic, more precious than gold here for the Eldritch Hounds. They are going to have to watch their positioning to the T.
Yeah, Magi's may be a required pickup on all 5 of these characters for the Eldritch Hounds. You certainly, I mean, one thing though I think about immediately looking at the Wards draft, I mean, we said that maybe the Hounds had drafted themselves into a corner. I'm worried that the Wargs may be drafting themselves into a corner. Are they relying too much on this one knockup to catch out some of the Hounds? Or, you know, if they don't have the Uwilish finding that pick, does their team fight still look solid?
I mean, if it was one knockup, I might tend to lean towards it, but it's 3-4 knockups, including all of the leaps on the side of the Hounds. So there is just plenty of value from this Wilkes to try and grab. You don't really need that gravity surge in to start a fight. You've got Maui, you've got Kakolin. A blink in, a huge transformation from this Kakolin could just force out Relic. And remember, Ra, not the most mobile character in the game, right? The second that root comes through, or any of the CC, even a Feather Step is enough to lock you down for so much DPS here. BennyQ, I can't press on it enough. The positioning is going to have to be pristine. There's a reason that when all of these healers came into the meta, Ra was overlooked. It's because you have to, number one, land every single ultimate, or most of them, to get value out of this character. You also have to stay so far back. It's just very easy to dive a Ra.
Well, it also forces Julio onto a slightly new pick here. He's been reliably going back to these King Arthurs, back to these tiers. Kana onto a slightly new pick. I'm really in my head about just completely different players.
They're both good teams.
They are both good teams. Cast and Hex Mamba all weekend. But Niflheim Wargs, with these 5 gods, both teams rounding out their drafts here. Do you think, Trelly, put your hat in the arena, get your put your decision on the line.
Here's my hat.
Do you think we're pushing it to 3? Do you think they take it in 2?
I'm going to be honest, before I saw picks and bans, I was saying game 3 entirely. But what the Hounds have here is hard to execute on. It's not as easy as, we just have, like a Baba Yaga, for example. It's very hard to miss Baba Yaga's abilities. Ra is high execution. And after the game we saw from Hounds, number 1, didn't seem like they were firing on all cylinders. I think Oath showed up, but everyone else was looking a bit dodgy. Maybe it was the warm-up, right? Maybe that was the game 1 download. They're just like, hey, we're going to download the strategy. Game 2, we employ it. But this is a comp you have to execute on. You can't have many misplays. So looks like a 2-0 to me.
All 5 gods locked in. Trelly's predicting 2-0. We'll have to see how the play on field is executed as we throw it over to the casters.
Will the SCC continue to dominate through this tournament? Are the SPL finally going to strike back? It comes down to game number 2. An elimination on the line now for the Eldritch Hounds. And they've gone for a very skill and mechanic style of draft here, AJ. You got the Raw for BennyQ, trying to rest on his own merit of finding those snipes. You've got Vaporish Coast going for the on her, something I haven't seen very much of, even with some of the changes that have come his way, those small buffs up towards his kit. And it doesn't seem that the chat is very confident in the Eldritch Hounds. A big sway back the opposite way here for the Niflheim Wargs. But the Hounds going back to just a mechanics diff style of play.
If I'm Rapio, I'm like a kid in a candy store right now, just having a look at how many jumps, how many knockups are on the side of Eldritch Hounds and Niflheim Wargs respectively. I've got my choice of anything that I want to pull of my Gravity Surge. I mean, where do we even start? Vaporish Coast is probably never going to be able to be allowed to jump in the game with the love-hate relationship that we know that Coast and Rapio do have. I'm expecting loads of pressure over on this duo side.
Yeah, I think Charlie put it best on the desk, is that the most valuable thing in this game is not gold, it's not items, it's not levels, it is your purification beads that 4 players, including Quig, have had to pick up just because of the threat from those knockups between Kana, Rapio's own Merrick, Gunter, Pred. So many opportunities to burn those ones away. The Hounds have got to play so cautiously around this Wheelish.
And now that you do see the fact that Quig has beads, if you're Pred, if you're Connor, you're thinking you're a little bit safer for the first 12 levels because there's no Sunder coming your way. And speaking of Sunder, Vaporish Coast is going to be tasting one of those early on, down to about half health, as the Niflheim Wargs look to try and pick up where they left off in game number 1.
Yeah, Coast forced back under the tower. Only 1 charge of that Sunder used by Preds. And charging up that hook, whether that be for poke or just to help clear out this wave. But I think right lane is where we might see some early action. Remember, because Beads is on every single other player, unless those probably taken away, Rapio maybe unlikely to try and go over to that side of the map. So maybe solo lane, where we see some rotations for these 2 junglers.
Yeah, it could be, but you have to think that Ducky is going to hold on to his Summer Soul Cloud unless he absolutely needs it, because that is his only option of CC immunity. It's his only way of really escaping Rapio and Connor once they do decide to gank him. but it might be an early gank before both of those ultimates are even up.
Rapio rotates through, but seems the cooldown buff is at least the name of the game for the jungler of the Niflheim Wargs. Remember the Wargs, so far for their tournament, started off great, a couple of 2-0s, hit a brick wall up against Hex Mambo, go 2-1 up against the Valkyries, and another 2-0 for Mambo. So now want to try and bring that win back for themselves. And if they can get up here against the Eldritch Hounds, a great opposition for them to do so here. Eldritch Hounds have got to stand their ground, got to win game number 2 to keep their hopes of this Masters tournament alive.
And don't forget, whoever wins this set will play in our final set today up against the Highland Ravens. We talk about going up against the Yoni Warriors as a reward for the team in the last set. Highland Ravens are just going to be as difficult.
It really has come down to a lot of the adaptation of the meta more than anything else. When you have a large patch like this with so many changes that go through, talking hundreds of changes between items and gods, it makes it difficult to adapt on the fly, but so far the SCC teams have been able to do just that. The SPL has left a little bit to be desired against their opposition. Preds knocked down to about half, able to get back under the tier 1 tower. The pressure afforded to the Hounds.
Yeah, and it's on the spawn of those purple buffs as well, so Quig immediately going into the jungle to put some pressure onto this buff. But it's going to get pulled back in, going to take a bit of damage. Davey and Preds undecided about whether they want to go engage on this buff or onto Quig.
Quig not able to steal that one away. The bubble just a little bit early. So the purple buff secured for the Niflheim Wargs. Level 5's now available to the right side of the map. So both these solo laners do have their CC immunity, do have those ultimates online for themselves. And I'm curious to see as to how early we see these solo laners get involved in the fight. Remember, Kana makes a couple of big rotations in game number 1, over to dual lane to help start a fight, over to the Gold Fury in mid lane to put pressure up against Benny Q. I wonder how fast we'll see the trigger pulled from these solos to get involved in this game.
I think it might be a little bit while. I think we are going to wait for that level 10, level 12 mark before we do see them decide to roam out from this solo lane. They're going to want to finish their first item first and then upgrade their teleport, as we have seen them do in the last game and in games prior, if we're talking about Connor specifically. But he's just de-transformed, and Oath thinks that this is potentially the time to come over for his first gank.
Now Oath going to go for the cooldown buff himself, so similar to Rapio, a rotation over, recognizes they might be a little too healthy to go for this fight. It might be lacking some items. Quig pulled back. Is that the bubble? Will slow things down. Rapio making his rotation over, and with beads now gone from Quig, an opportune target, even though Preds had even used his ultimate to try and get that one started through. So Rapio, he's got his first target now. 150 seconds till Quig gets his CC immunity back up.
Yeah, I think it was the landfall that caused Quig to use his purification beads early on in that engagement. And then just Rapio does blink in, looking for the knockup, but Quig keeping focus on where Preds and Rapio were to make sure he wasn't the victim of the knockup. Immediately back to base to not even finish up an item, but Connor's in a bit of trouble here.
Well, jumps away. Couple more in hands. Oath finds another taunt, another deathbang combo. Needs 2 more autos. Uses the beads to get away from the ultimate, but Oath can't find the last shot. Kana might try and turn this one back, but now Ducky gonna walk his way through the tower. Ultimate still available for him, but Rapio gets Quig over on the left-hand side of the map. The Niflheim Wargs fighting on all fronts.
And it doesn't even take the gravity surge. It's as simple as that. You don't have beats on your support, and it's a swift kill as the Niflheim Wargs take the first small lead of the game of about 500 gold.
Again, try and elevate that a little bit further. Oath going to go for a blue buff steal since he's still stuck around this side of the map. Is able to actually take that one away, but losing out on shield buff left. And this is where the Niflheim Wargs have found their strengths over the course of these games, has been getting these camps, by getting these small buffs and by getting these mid-harpies.
I also like that they're focusing on what they believe is the X factor here of the Eldritch Hounds. They know that Vaporish Coast has the potential to pop off in any single game and single-handedly carry, so what do? They subdue him. They make sure that he doesn't get this level or 2 lead that he seems to pretty much find game in, game out. They put him under pressure, they keep him in check, and they make sure that IDavy's not punished for his wayward positioning that we have seen throughout this tournament.
Now rotation back towards Quig. Rapio still has got ult. It's 40 seconds until Quig gets anything back. He's going to be yanked back by the landfall, pulled in by the gravity surge, stunned on landing, can't even get through the riptide, and as soon as he does, it's right into a brick wall. But now Oath is here to try and bail him out. Davey goes in, Rivers Rebuke already used, but it's one down. BennyQ and Coast turn it around, make it a 1-for-1 and maybe 2 because now Preds has nowhere to go. Does he have the swing to get over the wall? Ducky tries to help out his team, but gets stunned on landing. A Tiger stun right after through. Preds goes down. It's a 2-for-1 for the Hounds.
Bit too aggressive, a bit too greedy on trying to kill Quig and trying to make something happen, and they're punished for it. The dual lane falls for the Nephilim Wargs, and Eldritch Hounds find themselves 2 for 2 and have evened up this game. Ducky as well making his presence known very early with a rotation thanks to that teleport.
And that's exactly what we were calling for just moments ago, is when is that tier 3 teleport coming online? When is it going to get used and by who first? This time, it's Ducky from the Hounds to pull that one through. Maybe not entirely necessary, did get the stun immediately after the swing from Preds, but Oath already there to bail out with that taunt. So at least getting the assist to his name, give himself a little bit of extra golden XP for helping out there. And keep himself even in his lane. Didn't lose out much by rotating over without Kana.
Yeah, and he still has access to the Somersault Cloud, so Rapio makes his way over, and it's as simple as that. Oxform immune to knockups, and that means he's safe just playing this lane without beads.
I wonder when we will see the next use of Rapio's ultimate. Remember, much shorter cooldown now for a Wheelish on that ultimate. Scales down fairly low, I believe down towards to 60 seconds, and then you throw in things like the Jotun's Wrath and maybe more. Could be seeing that often. Mid lane skirmish, Rapio in the middle of 3, not able to get away. Pops the ultimate just for the extra damage output, but BennyQ's got plenty more. Otho pulled back into the home sweet home damage. It's not enough to take him down, and now it's Gunter on the run. BennyQ taking up everything that's been thrown his way as he walks back to the tower and a kill for the Hounds.
You say he was tanking up everything. He's still full health. There's nothing that they actually managed to throw at him that did significant amount of damage to him. That's because right now they don't have access to any anti-heal on the side of the Nephilim Wargs. I imagine we're going to be seeing a Divine Ruin coming out here from Gunter just to reduce the healing coming out from BennyQ, reduce the healing coming out from Quig, and what's more, able to amplify his damage thanks to that little proc of Chain Lightning that will happen.
It's not very often that we even get to see things like a Charon's coin from your mid laner outside of Baba. That 8 minutes in the game, you've already got 3 stacks online because of how active you've been. BennyQ all over the map. Left side, mid. I imagine once we see a fight break out on the right, make his fast rotation over that way as well. But if Nephilim Wargs, though, still keeping their small lead over the Hounds, trying to take away any farm they can find inside the jungle. Just unfortunate positioning by Rapio during that last little fight.
Do you think we'll see a Prophetic Cloak come out from Gunter again?
100%.
It's been consistently built up on here on the Baba Yaga in mid, and it's just made the pick the strongest mid pick in the game because of how resilient she has been. But that means you are delaying your damage here, and as we saw in the last game, that spelled trouble for the Nephilim Wargs as the Eldritch Hounds looked like they were going to start getting away with the game.
But once the game goes later, you know that these games sometimes tend to swing. So we've actually had some very fast games here in our first few. BennyQ gonna try and go for Preds, but Preds can't get back over the wall. His path's been cut off. He's thrown up against the wall, throws out the landfall, pulls one back to him, and it's actually now a pull onto Oath from Rapio. But now the chase is on, and the escape is out for the Eldritch Hounds. The Nephilim Wargs, they spend so much just to try and pull one in, but they don't have any follow-up. Ducky finds Rapio. Snipe just barely leaped over. If BennyQ connected there, that is a dead Rapio.
I think if that is a Tiger Form stun rather than an Ox Form knock-up there from Ducky, that is going to be a kill onto Rapio. Does just a tiny bit more damage, and also that stun means that BennyQ can line up that snipe and confirm it very easily. Very unfortunate play there for the Eldritch Hounds not to get a kill onto Rapio. But once again, the target selection there for the Nephilim Wargs, I think, leaves a little bit to be desired. Yes, you can pull in the Circuit with that landfall, but the Circuit will then have 2 abilities to get away from you in the Deathbane and the Ambush.
Yeah, we saw both of those put on display for Oath. As soon as he's thrown up into the sky and then pulled back to the ground, drops both those mobilities, gets himself immediately out of dodge, and then Ducky there to bail him out just in case Rapio thought about continuing forward. Kosto's been left alone on this left side, pulled back in by Rapio's ult, beads immediately, but it's going to be the full collapse in. Kosto will stand his ground, but he will fall down. Davey and Rapio team up to take down Vaporish Coast.
And it's as easy as that to gank it on her if you are a Wheelix. Just wait for the jump, and you're going to force the beads at the very least. Desert Fury was even popped there by Vaporish Coast, so CS immunity completely gone for the next 70 seconds here for Vaporish Coast. He's going to have to play very safe for the next minute when he respawns.
I feel like I just kind of cast this because I'm like, man, they've been left alone. Nothing's been happening over in this duo lane. And immediately that I speak it, Rabia says, all right, cool. We're just going to keep fighting everywhere we get the opportunity to. I think that's the difference that we've been seeing with some of these SCC teams is even if they're losing out on some fights, they're still willing to start some. They're still willing to jump out there, throw an ultimate, see what they can get, where it's maybe been a bit lackluster in some other fronts. As Quig tries to secure the purple buff, it does get stolen away. Finds a double stun. River's Rebuke is there. Vaporish Coast closing in. He wants that revenge kill on Davey, but Davey's got the stun, and now it's the 1v1 that Davey is winning. Jumps over the landfall, but Rapio pulls in one. Davey goes down to Benny Q, and with Ducky on this side of the map, Gold Fury could be under the watchful eye of the Hounds.
Oh, 100%. They still have this searing pain from Bendiq to secure this objective. Vaporish Coast has gone back to base, and I think that's the only thing stopping them from taking this objective, is that they don't have the consistent damage coming out from their ADC.
Ducky actually goes back to the right side of the map as well, wanting to defend his tier 1 tower. Stop that one from dropping to Kana, and now there's a fight over the beacon. The action's gone so fast, I almost forgot that we have beacons spawning in at this point in the game. 2v2 in the mid, but Quig on the way to try and keep this fight going.
Pred's doing what he can to keep the advantage that they have on that timer, but it's going to be slowly ticked away as it's just 1 versus 3. Made that 0 versus 3 on the point right now. It's slowly, very fastly now taken away of the Eldritch Hounds, and without any other rotation, it's going to go the way of the blue side.
Benny's got Snipe. If anybody gets low enough, if anyone steps just a little too far forward, one taunt, one Riptide. Good setup for Benny Q, so the Wargs will give up the first beacon of the game to the Eldritch Hounds. We'll give them that nice little bit of movement speed and structure damage. But now what do the Eldritch Hounds do with it? They've only really been keeping themselves alive up against the Wargs. It's the Wargs farm game that's still been a step above the Hounds.
And yeah, it's about 1,000 gold still in lead of the Niflheim Wargs. Davey putting out a lot of damage here, but he might be caught out by River's Rebuke here as Quig has made his rotation.
Still no ultimate up yet for the Emoji, so Davey safe. His beads still 70 seconds before those come back up, though. And Coast will get some nice healing, both from his Devourers and also from Quig helping him out. Start with a shield buff, though. 3v2. Coast has ult. He's got beads. He can get away if need be, but the chase is still on for the Wargs. We're going to have a 5 versus 3 on the side of the map. Ducky's nowhere to be seen. Preds goes for the ultimate. Coast has used all of his relics. It has nothing left in the cast tank. Niflheim Wargs collapsing in on Oath, pulled out of the leap, and nowhere to run. Their tier 2 is not safe. Double kill for Rapio.
5-man strong, the Niflheim Wargs march into the jungle of the Eldritch Hounds. They find 2 for the price of 0. And it's a late rotation here from Ducky that's trying to stop the bleeding, trying to stem it all, but Benny Q's been left alone.
Benny Q goes for the snipe. He hit 3 people. That's an insane amount of damage for one run. He's still kicking for a moment, but Rapio picks up the triple. The Rivers are there for Quig. It's just he and Ducky to fight against 5. Ducky does get the Aegis out of Gunter, who blasts off away. Ducky tries to go for the chase, but he's silenced out of it. Gunter's still alive, but a Jenku Pang is there. Ducky will slam him down and still keep up the chase for another.
That's 1. Can he find 2 with the help of Quig? It's a few more basic attacks away. Connor, not long for this well. Jingu, bang! Double kill for Ducky as he helped cleans up the mess that the Niflheim Wargs have created.
Eldritch Hounds able to fight back. Their frontliners keeping these alive, but most importantly, Benny Q's snipe during that one.
Snipe.
Insane amount of damage he's put out. And he's only 2.5 items deep by that point. Just gets that ethereal staff too. Benny's hitting hard already, and you don't want to stack up that close in the jungle.
I mean, he's done just shy of 10,000 player damage. I'm willing to bet 5,000 of that was in that last fight. About 2,000 on that last sniper known.
He lived way too long in that fight.
Oh, for sure.
He snipes in the middle of 4 people, hits 3 of them, throws down a heal, and is still kiting around. Someone's got to deal with Benny Q faster than that.
I mean, they invested so much in killing everybody else, though. I mean, you saw they used about 4 or 5 ultimates. Benny Q's snipe is up again, used. They're trying to steal the Pyromancer, and it's close. They actually do.
It. Quig takes it with the bubble, the singular bounce of a bubble at this point. Takes away the Pyromancer, puts the Runic Bomb in the Eldritch Hound's pocket. And now the Eldritch Hounds still back in this game. The lead diminished between them and the Wargs. And a lot of it coming off the back of BennyQ, Quig. And I got to give shout-out to Ducky late to the rotation, but just in time to be able to pull back for his team.
It's probably the perfect late you can be, is where everything's been used, but you teleport in and everybody's still around the vicinity, where you can then chase people off and pick them up one by one because they have no resources to fight back into you. Ducky keeping his team in the game here on this Sun Wukong pick, 2-0-1. Level 16, which is the highest level in the game alongside a couple of others, finds himself a level above Connor on this Cullen, which, by the way, we haven't had a chance to talk about it. We haven't seen this Cullen at all so far this tournament.
We've seen one rotation through. Gunter, is the house even enough? Snipe off the mark though by Benny. Gunter does live through. Rapio trying to make his impact, but Ducky is standing too far forward for the Niflheim Wargs to comfortably push in. It's a tier 1 tower, but now,
Kana.
Speaking of Kana, he's got a blink to the back line. He only finds 2 with the ult, gets the beads from 1, and Vapor's Coast afterwards. Oath diving on top of Rapio as Kana is now on the run, and Ducky on the cloud, still chasing through. Kana's in the middle of 3, and will fall to his opposition in the solo. Ducky on a killing spree.
And that's a great screen for the second time here for Connor. And look what they're doing. They're grouping up. They're standing in that solo blessing coming out from BennyQ. The healing pool of goodness allows him to stay out here when other times, other compositions would have to fall further back than they are. There was a small potential there for the Gold Fury, but I think with the fact that the rest of the Niflheim Wargs are still so healthy, instead it's going to be a retreat back into the jungle, regroup, and get the Stygian Beacon when it spawns.
I think the important thing now for the Eldritch Hounds is this transition from this early game now through the mid game, and as we push towards late game, because we saw in the previous set, 5,000 gold at 20 minutes doesn't necessarily mean the end of the game. 1,000 gold at 18 minutes is nowhere near as staggering as that number. So how does this Eldritch Hounds team move its way towards this late game? How does this late game team fight style start to look for the Hounds?
Well, it got to use Quig's River's Rebuke, as it have been doing so far in these fights, as a separator, and make it so there's 2 separate fights going on. Say goodbye to Ducky, say goodbye to whoever's on one side of the River's Rebuke, and make sure that on the side where you have the majority, where you have the numbers advantage, that you are winning that fight. Not just winning it, I'm talking winning it, where you are expending nothing to get the kills.
Yeah, win with a capital W, I-N-N-I-N-G. Yeah, I have the whole word capitalized now for the Eldritch Hounds. But trying to find anything is Rapio. He has been fishing so hard to find these pullbacks every single time. There's somebody who's CCing me, and the only one I think he's successfully pulled back has been Oath a couple of times through. And Oath has just let them happen. He's got so much movement to get out. And now as we move towards our second beacon, 3 Hounds stand tall, make that 4 with the rotation in from Coast, and Ducky right behind. This second beacon should go hand over fist to the Eldritch Hounds.
Yeah, but the Niflheim Wargs are not going to get up just yet. The rotation is slow from Connor, and I think it might just be a little bit too slow. Orderside has captured their second beacon, but it's going to be a pull-in from Connor.
But Preds is now losing a lot of HP. Vapor's Coast is forced to jump out, but gets pulled back in by Rapio. A massive pull. It's a 1-for-1 trade as BennyQ is being dealt with by Connor in the backline. Benny goes back under the heel, but he's got Quig as backup now, and Ducky teamed up with his group in the backline. Oath and Ducky do a lot of damage. Davey goes down. Double kill for Oath, and Benny charging forward. Snipe is about to be back offline, but he won't use it. It is 4 decimated from the Niflheim Wargs. The Hounds win out the fight.
And that was the fight started off by Preds. That was a landfall that brought in 2-3 people. And they just got decimated. I mean, Gunter's surviving only because he had beads at the very end of that fight, and because he stayed in the backline, and because of that prophetic cloak at 27 stacks, by the way. The Eldritch Hounds, they're going to be feeling really good about that fight, considering nobody died outside of Vaporish Coast at the very beginning.
Yeah, Coast ate a lot there. Ton of damage from Gunter. Rapio's pull in, grabs him as well, maybe catches him off guard. He gets yanked back right into the middle of everybody, goes down, but the rest of his team benefiting highly from it. A 2-3-4 slash line for Coast, but you got to look over towards Ducky, towards BennyQ. 4-0-4 for Ducky on the Wukong, and a 2-1-7 raw game for BennyQ. The Eldritch Hounds, they needed that step up in game 2, and so far, they provided just that.
Yeah, but for all the good work they've done, for these positive slash lines that we see coming out from Ducky and BennyQ, specifically like you pointed out, the gold lead is sitting at just shy of 2,000 gold. The experience difference, just shy of 5,000, so a little bit better in that regard. but we're starting to approach level 20s for Ducky and BennyQ. So that experience difference, that experience lead is going to start mattering less and less. The gold lead is something that they need to start expanding on, and they need to get this Gold Fury to do that. In fact, we still haven't had the first Gold Fury of the game, 21 minutes in.
Yeah, these teams really don't like fighting for the Gold Fury itself. They go for the team fight and they say, okay, cool, we got a Beacon. Or, okay, cool, we got a Pyromancer. Those have been 2 of those taken each so far. The Eldritch Hounds and the Niflheim Warwicks, only I think even a couple Furies over the course of just both of these games. None here in game number 2. The Eldritch Hounds, though, they can make their way over. They've got BennyQ. That's a lot of extra damage, a lot of protections provided to them by that heal.
It's just a Drake meme where they go, Gold Fury? Nah. Pyromancer? Yes, that's it. That's what I want. But no one here for the Niflheim Warwicks. That's a free Gold Fury. It's exactly what I was calling for.
Might have been one of the freest Gold Furies we've seen this weekend as the Hounds just walked up. Preds looked over the corner, said, yeah, there's probably a couple too many people there. I'm not even going to risk my life trying to maybe even steal that one away.
Oath wants him.
Oath gets the taunt. Doesn't really have a whole lot of follow-up damage, though. Just making sure that he buys some space for the Tier 1 tower that Coast can knock down.
And with all these blue wards over on the left-hand side that you can see at the top of your screen, they know that the rotations are coming through from Rapio and Gunter. They know that it's time to disengage.
Taunt just off the mark from Rapio, but BennyQ has met Rapio in the jungle. Gets the beads away from the Willis. The ultimate's been burned as well. Oath wins out in the 1v1. The landfall pulls Benny back in, but that's just where Benny wants to be in the action. Taking out the enemy mid laner. Snipe is still available for Benny, holding on to the perfect moment as Oath grabs a double kill. Beam clips Preds, and the snipe will take him down. BennyQ's been waiting for the snipe of a lifetime, and he snags it here. Another 4 down at the cost of nothing for the Hounds.
It's 4-0 once again. Vaporous Coast lives this time. Rapio caught completely unawares in the jungle. That high ward coverage pays dividends for the Eldritch Hounds, and they're not done yet collecting their winnings. The Fire Giant looks like it's going to be the next thing in line.
Eldritch Hounds, 2 massive team fights. 4 for 1, losing Coast, and then a 4 for none this time through. Gunter, again, the only one living through these fights as the Hounds pick up their first Fire Giant 23 minutes into the game and have started up their first lead of the set.
BennyQ is ridiculous on this Ra. He may not have the most flashy scoreline right now, but my god is he playing this pick to perfection.
3-1 and 9, found a big snipe early on that clips 3 people, finds the one to seal the deal on Pred's health bar. BennyQ's a bit of a menace, and the problem with a pick like this, AJ, is you can't just exactly ban the Ra. You say, oh man, we're really scared of Ra. Well, BennyQ's got so many other picks in his back pocket.
But I mean, it's the same thing with Crimson. You see him play Yanis, you think, oh my god, we can't ban Yanis. You ban Yanis, and all of a sudden, there's a dub against him. He then goes to the Thoth, think, we can't ban Yanis and Thoth. You ban Yanis and Thoth, and then all of a sudden, the God Pool sort of dries up a little bit. So maybe, just maybe, it has to be a Ra ban in the next game here to silence the Eldritch Hounds. But that does give them a boost as well. It's always nice when you see yourself have a respect ban like that.
Makes you feel real good as a player.
Oh, yeah.
When they got to focus you out, and especially if you're the mid laner too, and on oddball picks, again, like if you're getting banned out from your Baba Yaga, your Agni, your Discordia, that's kind of standard. That's what everybody's playing right now. When your one specific kind of niche off-meta pick is being banned away, that makes you feel real good. Pred's probably not feeling too great after that snipe, and after this collapse by the Hounds, he'll try and swing away, gets over the wall, but Oath is ready, and so
he's gone again.
Is BennyQ. A second snipe to the back head of Preds, and now the Eldritch Hounds can march up the right side.
This should be the Tier 2 tower all forsaken. This Phoenix as well should go down, because look at the rest of the Niflheim Warwicks. They're split. They're looking at Tier 2 tower in left, Tier 1 tower in mid. They've lost out on the Phoenix. They're going to lose out Tier 2 in mid as well, because they still haven't grouped up here.
Double Runic Bomb takes out the right side. Phoenix still one more in pocket for Quig, should they want to move. Maybe take out
Rapio,
this Tier 2 or hold on. Rapio walks through the door and immediately has to try and slam it back closed before the Wolf really moves through. Oath is standing by as the guard of this base. Davey versus Ducky is not looking great for Davey as Ducky is juking and jiving around. Davey jumps on the mounted archery just to try and run away, but can he outpace Ducky? The slow keeps the Tiger away, but Ducky's going to make sure that Davey will pay with his life for sticking around too long. Stun is good. Ducky falling low now. Jingle Bang is there, and the Bluestone finishes the job. Meanwhile, the fight on the opposite side, Benny Q, no ultimate available. He doesn't need it. He and the rest of the team have marched up the mid. They've taken the Phoenix. The Nibelheim Wargs on the back foot in their throne room, and Kana thankful that Benny doesn't have that snipe as he's able to make it back to Fountain.
Game number 1 went the way of the Niflheim Wargs after a crazy turnaround, and now it's all but confirmed here for the Eldritch Hounds as they group up underneath that heel, looking for one last push into the base.
2 versus 5. Kana tries to do anything. Gunter has no ultimate. Benny Q waiting for his opportunity. Might not even need the ult because the Eldritch Hounds are taking us to game 3.
It is a game 3 that both teams here have fully deserved. The Eldritch Hounds played that game phenomenally. Benny Q played that game almost perfectly, but we also have to give a shout out to Ducky on that Wukong, the driving force for them even being in the game in the first place.
I mean, Benny's a menace. That's the best way I can put on picks like this. Remember, you dial back almost a year and a half ago when Benny is qualifying to get to the SPL. It's this raw pick that makes a highlight reel performance to help qualify his team forward. Now when he needs it the most, when his team needs a big win, he pulls out again for another dub.
Yeah, and it goes, what, 4, 1, and 10, I think, at the very end, or something close to that. Only 1 death on the Ra, which, in a meta like this, where mid laners are heavily focused, thinking, how can Ra only have 1 death? Benny Q's the one that has the answer.
And Benny Q and the Eldritch Hounds get the job done. They tie up the set, and they take us to game number 3. Will the SPL come out on top, or will the SCC prevail once more? We'll find out in game 3, right after this break.
When you say I miss when you say I miss when you say I miss when I say I'm falling for you right before the sunrise. When I say I'm falling for you, when you say I miss when I say I'm falling for you right before the sunrise. When I say I'm falling for you, when you say I miss when you say I miss
The Hounds push us to 3. The Niflheim Wargs fall in game number 2 as they try to hold on, but man, Benny Q's Ra is just a little bit too strong. A little bit too strong.
I'm perplexed, Frog. I can't lie to you, because coming into this set, I had nothing but confidence for the Eldritch Hounds. After game number 1, that was kind of ripped away from me. I was like, oh, the Hounds got exactly what you would assume they would want picks and bans wise, and it didn't look too clean after they had a bit of a spill. And game number 2, I was feeling more confident in the Wargs, and this time the Hounds say, hey, we didn't need those old picks. This is the kind of gameplay we want to play, despite the fact that it seemed like Rapio just had such a decent matchup into all of the leaps and all of the knockups on this squad. It was not enough. Ducky on the Wukong was commanding, as the casters highlighted many times, was a big problem. And we've seen a few Wukong picks, but I think haven't quite nailed down like exactly the build that these players want to go for. Is it Bluestone with some damage? Is it full tank? Is it hybrid? Well, it looks like this hybrid build with the Glad Shield was definitely what Ducky was after. And of course, how can you not gloss over what Benny Q was able to do on the Raw this game? There was plenty of CC, but also some of those blind snipes were just too clean from Benny, and I'm glad that he's finally getting back to this pick.
Yeah, and it's hard to really think about what you can do in picks and bans, because it's really hard to ban away the Ra, in my opinion, right? It's an immobile pick. You're thinking about the mid laners in this patch, and you're looking to shut something like an immobile pick down, but when you're having snipes like that off cooldown, it is just tough to deal with. An Oath as well, 5-1 and 8. He got what he wanted back on the Circuit. They didn't take it away from him after game number 1. Think they may need to rethink that as well. But I mean, we talked about they got everything they want in game number 1. Clearly that wasn't the case. They only got part of what they wanted. But here in game number 2, felt like they did get everything they wanted. And the Wargs definitely have to go back to the drawing board on this one. Felt like they maybe relied a little bit too much on those knockups.
Yeah, certainly was the case. And because of that, I question what comes next. Because as you said, it's very hard to ban away something like the Raw. If anything, you probably just need a little bit more dive to try and deal with a pick like the Raw. Kana, I saw a few times with Kakolin was getting to the backline, but he just didn't have the damage to try and finish it off. The heal from that Solar Blessing, the protections as well, really did start to add up. Maybe if Rapio's there, a double dive situation, Benny Q feels a little bit more unsafe, but because the front line of the Hounds was just going ballistic, right? You saw Benny Q was able to snipe from a distance and then stay safe.
Well, picks and bans for game number 3 here. They definitely have to make some changes, and the first of those changes will be the Wargs going back into that first pick slot. This is where they won game number 1 from. This is where they will end up back again in the all-deciding game number 3. Whoever wins here continues on in the bracket. Whoever loses here will be sent home from the Masters tournament just here in weekend number 1. But so far, The bans seem much of the same. Still the Niflheim works, targeting out the jungler on the other side, taking away picks from Oath. And the Eldritch Hounds, they are in the second pick slot, so they don't feel like they can leave Yemoja or Terra open.
Smart call for sure. I think that the Yemoja has been too polarizing, but this is the pick that I was surprised got through, giving Kana the tier. Scary stuff. I mean, forcing him onto something like the Kakolan seemed to work out very well. I just can't imagine the healing from Terra is more worth what Kana's been able to do on this tier pick, but maybe it's confidence speaking from the Eldritch Hounds, or more specifically, maybe they just do not want to deal with that level of sustain in their draft, so they're going to focus out elsewhere. Going back to the Hachiman first pick, we saw something very similar in game number 1, the one that started off great for the Hounds, but ended up not so great, and the Ganesh. I hate to repeat myself, but this is very similar to that first game.
Very similar indeed if these two picks do indeed get locked in. Hachiman here for the Eldritch Hounds will be headed over towards that Hunter role, and Ganesh locked in as well for the support. I mean, this begs the question from the Wargs. Do you just try and answer back with basically the same composition that worked for you in game number 1? If the Hounds are going to run back something similar, do you just try and put yourself on the dive junglers, give yourself that comp that has already worked before?
I would assume the Hounds know what's coming at this point, right? And they're saying, hey, we know we are in the lead for game number 1. We know that was a thrown fight in our favor, and that's why we ended up losing. So we're confident that's not going to happen again. Or it's just the duo lane. They give up the tier. Something else is going to be the change-up. We know that Rapio could potentially take away the Surcat, trying to take that away from Oath, but it's not a pick that he's liked to go to. In fact, like I said, has been relatively overlooked, and the Kuzenbo comes through. Look at that win rate, man, 75%. This is a pick that I have loved to see. Terrible annoyance in the backline. Notably, though, the Ganesh silence is going to deal with what the two frontliners so far want to do. Those silences to silence out the Fearless, and of course the Sumo Slam from Kuzenbo can be annoying.
And we're back on the Ra. No surprises there. I think the Eldritch Hounds having a ton of success on this pick in game number 1, or game number 2, rather. And so we'll lock it in again for game number 3. Interested to see how these jungle picks and maybe jungle bans come through. As Oath has held on to his pick until the second half of the draft, as has Rapio, and some of those have been taken away. They will have to go towards new picks here. Oath going to be forced off the Surcat, and Rapio in game number 1 went towards that Hebo. That will be taken away once again. But it is clear here on the Eldritch Hounds, they insta-lock that Bakasura right after the ban phase. They want to put Oath onto the carry.
Yep, and I love this pick for Oath. I think that more than anyone, Oath knows exactly when to go in with Baka and when to say, hey, that fight's dead, I'm going to go in right lane and take farm. I am strictly trying to get more items than the opposition, and then I'm going to rotate in. And I think that's a good sense to try and have as a jungler. You gotta know exactly when fighting is the call and when just split pushing and making sure you get level 20 first is the call. And Bakasura farms better than most junglers at the moment. So love that pick there from Oath. Good switch up considering that Surcat was banned away. And now the Wargs have to show us what jungler do you pick into the Bakasura. Not many you're favoring in that 1v1, but trying to stay away from the Baka find farm could be the call. And the Marty comes through for Davey. Interesting grab. And a Rat Hover. Wow, game 3 really bringing the spice for us.
Bringing the spice indeed. This Ratatosker being pulled out the first time this weekend, I believe. And Rapio looking for that semi-global pressure. On the other side, an interesting hover as well.
Surely that's
if
troll.
This gets locked in. That would be a Kumbhakarna solo.
Nope, not that.
Surely
They're
that's
messing
troll
with
as
us.
well. I don't know, man. I mean, they need something to control the backline, and this Wukong did a great job of it last game. So it won't be either of the Guardians. They'll go back to what's worked.
Ducky thinks he's so funny.
Hilarious.
For teasing Kumba and Bacchus. By the way, picks that I would have loved to see. Wouldn't have brought too much pressure in the solo lane, but alas. We're going to see the Wukong come right back, and a smart call, because we saw what Ducky was just able to do on it. There wasn't too many answers for that pick. The tier is going to be interesting, though, because Kana in game 1 looked fantastic. Ducky in game 2 looked fantastic. Now they both get those picks back. We'll have to see how they're able to clash in the solo lane, but we're going to have to keep our eyes on this Ratatosker again. not a fantastic matchup into the Bakasura. If you're able to jump onto him when his ult's down, great. You're winning that 1v1 for sure. If you're trying to fight in the jungle, Baka catches you out with the Regurgitate, you better hope you get up in the sky in time, because again, that dart getting crippled out is never a good time. But that semi-global presence might be what the Wargs are looking to lean on here in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely something they are drafting towards is to be able to focus down this mid laner. They didn't ban out the Ra. They know that it had a great effect here in game number 2. But only one death on this immobile mage, you have to find something that's going to allow you to dive a little bit better. The Gakul and Awila seemed a little bit disjointed, but now you've got this tier dive. Kana feels very comfortable on this character, no hesitation in throwing that Lawbringer and just getting into the back line of the fight. And no matter where he engages, the beauty of that Ratatoskr ultimate is Rapio can come join him anywhere on the map.
Yep. And I think that's something that we're going to have to watch for, because Rat does have that ability to get active early, right? We talked about the Circuit having that same ability in game number 2. Early CC that these junglers have could force ganks, could force early fights. And when you have a Ra heal, I usually lean towards that side in the mid lane, just because you're not going to get poked out too often. You still have ease of clear, as BennyQ has shown. So wherever Rapio and Oath in particular try and get active is where my eyes are going to be glued to the screen, right? Even it's a side lane, whether it's in the mid 2v2, I'm hoping we see some sparks fly early on.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Wargs especially have the potential to try and find that early game aggression. On the other side, I'm a little bit questionable about their engage. You've got this Ganesh, a little bit more passive. It's just the Baka and the Wukong, neither of which you necessarily want to like start the fight with those ults. What's the engage coming out from the Hounds?
That's a good point. You know, you see the Ganesh, you see the Wukong and the Bakasura dive. It's probably going to be Dharmic Pillars go up, we chase down, force a leap, force an escape, something like that. But it's not going to be easy.
Well, the all-deciding game number 3 here. Wargs going up against the Hounds. Loser goes home. We'll throw it over to the casters.
That's right. It is a very important game number 3 for both of these teams, because they still got to qualify into the quarterfinals with this matchup. But the loser goes home. It's J-Mac, Alpha Jackal, and Doug back one final time for this set between the Wargs and the Hounds. A near 66% to 34%. Actually in favor of the Hounds. Usually we've been seeing these game 3, the audience goes a little bit closer to that 50-50 mark. And this time through, a bit of recency bias, and maybe because BennyQ's back on the Raw, Ducky on the Wukong one more time, the fans seem to think the Eldritch Hounds have this one in the bag.
I think at least 30% of that vote for the Eldritch Hounds has to be for BennyQ's Raw consistently. I mean, man did so much work in that last game on this pick. He manages to pick it up again at the cost of Oath's Circuit. They had the choice of either picking up the Ra or the Circuit. They decided the Ra was more worthwhile than the Circuit pick was. Oath has to go back into the Bakasura. It's not a bad backup pick.
Certainly not for Oath. It's definitely one that he, alongside the Circuit, have been able to have plenty of carry style of games with, so not upset in the least by the pickup here for Oath on the Bakasura. Want to see maybe how active Oath gets on this kind of a pick, especially up against something like a Ratatoskr. How's that jungle matchup kind of go? Where does maybe the dynamic of these two junglers kind of lie on this map?
I mean, trying to hit the nail on the head. It depends on if the Bakasura has the Regurgitate or not. If he has the Regurgitate, it should go in favor of the Bakasura, just simply because it forces the Ratataskr to go up into the sky early on. But speaking of early on, it's a very early rotation over to the left-hand side. It's going to be caught out by a ward.
Rapio does get spotted. I was wondering what Gunter was doing so far back, sitting all the way by the red buff until the wave was finished there by the Eldritch Hounds, but it seems it's just buying some space and maybe some communication for Rapio to the left. But wise on the Hounds for dropping a ward down there. We've seen those a couple of times when the invades start popping through, and we might see a push towards BennyQ, heal down on the wave. Should deter Rapio from going too far forward.
The second the heal comes out, he realizes he can't go in onto BennyQ there. It's just going to be too much protections, too much damage amplification, and healing to fight into. That ability is probably one of the hardest abilities to fight into in the game for just how much it does in a small area.
Yeah, that raw heal has definitely become a very potent ability, not just for the god, but just in general. So far here now in 10.6. Niflheim Wargs had a strong statement in game number 1. Eldritch Hounds took them a little bit to ramp up in game 2, but able to find the win off the back of a couple of big team fights. Remember, it was a 4-1 trade in mid, and then a 4-0 trade immediately after for the Eldritch Hounds to find a win in game number 2. Push up Fire Giant, take the game. And now Niflheim Wargs
Got to find their fight back. Got to find that same fire that they had in game number 1 with rotations like this by Oath to try and deny farm to Kana. It's a 2v2 brawl through. Stun is good by Rapio, but no further follow-up beyond there. Both members of the Elder Towns backing up the tower.
Yeah, surprised that there wasn't more aggression there from Rapio. He blinks in, he gets the stun, and then nothing else. Not a flurry, not a dash. Maybe he used a dash to get closer to that fight as quickly as possible, but definitely should have had a flurry available to reduce some of the protections and allowed Connor to do a little bit more damage.
What? Nothing happens over on the right side. No relics need to be burned there except for, well, at least the blink by Rapio to get to that point. Pred's going for a invade here up against Quig, but quick little dash by Quig will make sure to secure at least the larger of that chest camp for his team. Purple buffs are about to be on the respawn. And Coast and Quig, they're not going to let Pred stick around this side of the map to try and take theirs away.
No, they're instead going to force him back to share some of the wave with Davey if possible, but getting the full wave to himself on that left-hand side is the Hunter for the Niflheim Wargs. Going to be able to get the shield buff as well, get that one over to Preds, and I think that's a smart decision, given that Preds on this Kuzenbo is always going to be aggressive, always going to be under the cosh of some minion damage.
Now, a lot of the Marty games that we have seen as of recent and kind of after a couple weeks of jumping competitive have been in the mid lane, a more power burst style of build. But how do you feel about him in the dual lane? I mean, we see that Davey's going towards that same build, but how do you kind of feel about Marty in the Hunter lane as the only Hunter for your team compared to having him something more like a Hachiman or a Rom, even a Cernanos?
I feel like he might lose the damage of the kin size in the mid portion of the game because he's going in for the Transcendence, most likely will go in for the Soul Eater next, and at that point he then has to decide, does he want to get a little bit more penetration? Does he want to get into the kin size for attack speed? Does he want to continue off into the full ability-based build? There's so much difference there, but you need to have some form of kin size on your team, otherwise Ducky is going to go unkillable, Quig's going to go unkillable, apart from maybe a choice Sunder from Preds or Connor, but you can't rely on the relics alone to kill these tanks.
Very interesting ult there by Oath. Believe trying to secure or steal away those mid-Harpy camps. I think he took one of the 3 Harpies there, but drops ultimate, now does not have it for the next bout against Rapio or to try to go one of these lanes. Quig pushed back, but now a dunk in by the Ratatosker on top of just Quig, and inside of his own pillars, it's not even safe for him. The Niflheim Warg strike first blood.
And it's a perfect gank there from Rapio and a perfect omen there for the Niflheim Wargs as they pick up first blood and find themselves just shy of 1,000 gold in the lead. And if it's anything that we've learned from our game so far is that their micro farm over on these side camps, over on these contestable camps, has just been better than the Eldritch Hounds, so they should start to extend this lead even further.
Yeah, Benny Q at least going to get better into the Bastions early on in mids. That's 150 gold to the pocket of the Raw to try and answer back through. Be alright to say, Niflheim Wargs immediately able to capitalize off that kill, take the shield buff on the left-hand side, farm up those spirit minions. Does Prez, a little bit of extra golden XP there for the support, which is something we don't see as often. When these spirit surges drop down, a lot of times you see it hit, team fight ends, everybody disperses back to base. Not too many times have we actually been seeing the team sit by and farm up those minions.
No, and it's a shame because it does give you just that tiny little bit more gold. If you have nothing else to farm up on the map, it's always worthwhile just getting that because you're always better earning 1 gold than you are earning none.
True. Now, Oath jumps up, but a little behind Rapio. Mid-camps go over to the Niflheim Wargs once more now on the right-hand side. Waiting for Benny Q's pop. Waiting for the moment when this Raw is able to get active. Niflheim Wargs might want to just try and play everywhere except where Benny Q is. That's typically been a lot of answers. When you don't want to ban a character, you just want to let it through because you think, oh, maybe it's just execution. Sometimes you just ignore the character, and at least for the time being, the Niflheim Wargs are doing just that.
Yeah, and it helps that the pick isn't really the most mobile pick, as Connor's actually going to go aggressive onto Ducky, get a stun. A full combo does about half health, which is a good litmus test for damage numbers that he can put out right now. But instead, it's going to be this left-hand side where we focus as the Nami pillars have been dropped.
But Gunter is over here, dusts out the apple, doesn't hit the target he wants, but now to Duncan by Rapio, finds Oath, gets another kill. The Wargs now have 2. Rotation from Ducky to try and turn the fight. He's teleported again. The roll off the mark by Benny. The stun is good on the Preds. Should be a casualty. The Hounds should be able to grab this first kill. Duncan by Ducky is just off the mark, but Preds is only buying time for his team to break out.
It took them a little bit longer than they wanted to, but they eventually kill the Turtle, and Preds falls down for the first kill for the Eldritch Hounds in the 1-for-1 trade. It was a great engage there from Quick, but immediately turned around. Oath had zero value in that fight as the Bakasura. He goes in, regurgitates, and knock up because of the spinning turtle.
Unable to get any real value in the fight. Oath goes down for his first death of the game alongside Quig, who died just earlier on. So a 1-1 trade over on the left-hand side of the map, but support for jungle going to be worthwhile here, especially when the jungle is falling so far behind. Oath 2 levels down to Rapio, only 7 in. Oath wants to try and reprise that with his rotation to the side of the map, but only thing he's really able to do is to start securing some of these camps.
Yeah, now have a look at the damage numbers on that left-hand side. Bottom 2. Oh, well, we're going to hold on for that for a second because Coast is under a lot of trouble here.
Dash is off the mark by Preds, and Coast will be fine just because of that. Still had to use the mounted archery to get himself out, had the beads in case the push does connect. But Coast lives, but forced back to base once more.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see if you are Coast, having to use your mounted archery like that. You've given up one form of safety, and it's a big form of safety as well, simply because of how much distance you can cover with that mounted archery. Yes, you set up your purification beads, but your dash isn't going to carry you as far.
Now let's see when Benny's able to get involved again. Missed the snipe during the last team fight. Dropped out a nice little heal, a good beam for some early damage, but still not as active as maybe he and the Hounds would hope to be. And going back to this Ganesh, it was something that was maybe a little questionable in game number 1. Your really only initiation is to dash into enemy lines and try and find that knockup on somebody, maybe go for the setup here. So I'm curious as to why maybe they go back to it here a second time. With beads down by Coast, now an opportunity for Rapio, maybe for Preds to try and come back over.
Yeah, back to the Ganesh. I think it's one of those picks that you have when you have a pick that you want to protect in the backline. Think about when Zeus was somewhat viable. It was only played when you had the Ganesh on your side, simply because the Ganesh could peel, could set up for the Zeus, and give it the time and space that he needed to drop down all of his damage before he inevitably died. Same sort of thing here with the Ra, but at the same time, Rapio's under trouble. His Quig and Oath have found a combo.
Silence is preventing the ultimate from going through. Beam just off the mark by BennyQ. Splits the uprights between Gunter and Rapio, but Preds bailing out for his teammate, getting that watery grave, and giving Rapio the space needed to get out of that team fight.
Yeah, that is a unfortunate scenario there for the Eldritch Hounds, because they find a good pick onto Rapio. They do find him in the jungle and catch him completely unawares, but they're unable to finish off that kill. And I think that's due to the Manticore spikes, which you do see coming out from Rapio straight away. Gives himself a little bit of protection on both physical and magical, which probably does end up saving his life there.
I've been seeing this item kind of pop up a little bit here, mostly for your solos, very rarely the support, but also in these junglers now, especially ones that have been building a little bit tankier. I've been seeing this Manticore spike pop through. Preds in the middle of 3. We'll throw out the Kappa just to give himself some extra space. Coast taking the 1v1 against Davey, losing out on that one. Nearly half his health taken away just by some early poke. BennyQ versus Rapio's going about even between the two of them. The Eldritch Hounds, they're down, but certainly not out in this fight.
No, and they're still within touching distance of the Niflheim Wargs. 1.5 minutes remaining until that first Stygian beacon comes out. And that's where I think we'll see Connor and Ducky start to rotate out of this solo island that they've constructed for themselves yet again, and start to have impact in these team fights. And if there's one thing that we've seen this entire weekend, is that Tyr has had such a massive impact, and Coast is caught out.
Coast CC'd, able to get up in the ultimate just in time, because otherwise the burst damage there from Davey could have been the final nail in the coffin for Vapor's Coast life. Pressure on the left side of the map, all over for the Niflheim Wargs.
Coast must feel like he's done something personal to the Niflheim Wargs, because
yeah, he left their region.
Yeah, for 3 games straight, it's just been non-stop pressure over on this left-hand side. As the Dark Pillars come out, they're chasing Davey.
Push by Preds to keep Ducky away from Rapio. The Niflheim Wargs just trying to bail each other out after extending so far forward to try and get that kill. But now Kana's going to, teleport over and immediately go back to base. Interesting decision by the Tyr, but able to get himself out. Now Quig going for the wraparound. Pillars are not available for him this time through. It's just the double silence to bail through. Coast slamming on us through. Ducky jumps down onto the ground, but Preds gets out. Davey up to the sky to return fire back. Not much they can do with Rapio rotating back through. Finds stun onto Ducky. The spin is good, and Rapio nails number 3 for the Wargs.
Yeah, that's a bit too greedy there from the members of the Eldritch Challenge. It could get even worse. Gunter rotates over. Rapio still wants some, but Davey and Pretz have both backed off to base. The call has been to calm down here for Rapio as he plays aggressively on this left-hand side. They're happy with the pick. They're happy punishing the rotation out of Ducky, but now the call has to be going on his beacon because right now, Benecu's by himself there.
Oath has been left to his own devices on the right side of the map just to try and solo farm, but now with Beacon contested by the Wargs, Gunter's going to slowly notch away some of what progress that BennyQ had made. But it's a 2v2 of the supports and the mids. Not going to give this one up. Maybe a while before we see this Beacon capped.
Yeah, I think the junglers have to start making their presence known over on this mid side for this to start to go away from the stalemate that we find themselves in right now. Quick doing his best to stay in this circle. Almost feels like a sumo pit here. And the supports are just standing there as the wrestlers refusing to budge.
Oh, double strife by Gunter. First ability off the mark, though. Splits right in between Benny and Quig. This is a stare down over here by the Beacon. Neither team budging an inch. Even though all the progress BennyQ had made, it gets alleviated then by the opposition. But still standing there with that first bar. We might be here for another minute or two.
Wonder what the longest time it's taken for the first Beacon to go down is, because I think we may be on for a record here in this game.
I mean, as far as two teams standing by and taking it, this is probably taking the cake for longest one. Now Oath on his way. No, he's got to get the
oracles.
Got to get the Oracle Harpies. Those are very important. But so is this Beacon. Finally, we see the Niflheim Wargs give a little bit of room over to the Hounds. First Beacon will be capped at almost a minute and a half after initial spawn.
Yeah, and that's just because one jungler comes over, the other one was still making his rotation over towards this mid lane. Rapio a little bit late on the rotation here to the first Beacon. But what he's made up for as late rotation to mid, he makes up for early rotations over the left coast. Again, forced underneath his tower because of the presence of Rapio.
Davey has been putting a lot of burst damage through to make sure that Vapor's Coast is uncomfortable into this tower. But now Kana surrounded by 2. Ultimate is just off the mark. Fast Lawbringer from Kana gets him away from Ducky and Oath. And Oath has given up chase entirely. He's just going to let Ducky make sure to keep this chase up. Because of all the pressure on left, Coast has forced Quig to rotate over just to keep him safe under this tier 1.
I'm very surprised, actually, with Oath's build. From what we've seen from most Bacchosaurus, they've gone into the Golden Blade, they've then gone into Kinsize, or maybe gone into Phalanx. But he's gone straight into the Jotun's Wrath for some cooldown, then Serrated Edge. A completely different build than what we're used to seeing from most Bacchosaurus. Perhaps that's maybe the reason why we haven't seen as much out of Oath as we have seen from someone like Johnny, like Rapio in the past.
Very strange. My only thought to it, maybe just more ultimates. Able to consume camps faster. Ducky in the middle of 3. Up in the sky. Golden Apple hits the decoy this time. And so Ducky will not lose out on too much HP. His clone will give at least word and vision that the Pyromancer was started up by the Wargs. They might just be able to take this one for free. Kana's zoning away, but not enough damage. The 2 DPS aren't enough. His Oath tries to get the job busy over on the left-hand side. Able to steal away the purple buff and able to strip away the ultimate from Davey.
Yeah, but that is win-win there for the Eldritch Hounds as they take away, as you said, an ultimate of safety away from Davey, and then they also managed to pick up a buff. But the biggest win is the fact that they don't have to lose the Pyromancer as Vaporish Coast takes the first L of this small little bit of play as he's forced to use his mounted archery.
Well, knowing that Davey and Preds now both without their ultimates, not a whole lot of kill pressure just yet, unless Rapio rotates back over to the left side of the map, and that's where Rapio's been spinning. So much time this game has been the dual lane. There's a vendetta out here against Coast. I think it's the team saying, hey, you left our region, you're in the SPL, but now we get to fight up against you in a match, in a situation that matters so heavily for both these teams.
We used to be brothers, we used to be friends, we used to be teammates, and you've betrayed us. And now we're going to make you pay for it. Vaporish Coast on the hit list here for the Niflheim Wargs. But so far this game, compared to the other two that we've seen so far from between the Niflheim Wargs and the Eldritch Hounds, at this point, there's been one team that's been almost 5,000 gold in the lead, one team that's controlled the pace of the game. We've seen double-digit kills total. This one, a lot more cautious from both teams. They realize that this is the elimination game. They can't afford to lose this. They can't afford to go 4,000, 5,000 gold behind, which is maybe why you have seen a little less oomph from the teams.
But does that favor one of these teams more than the other. You look at the Wargs, got a Ratatosker, sometimes falls off late game, can't fully get the damage, has gone for defense instead to try and maybe alleviate that. You got Kana, who's only going to get more dangerous to kill in the late game. This late game maybe favor the Wargs. They might not need to worry about late game as BennyQ caught out. Lawbringer's there. And Davey, credit for the kill. Now Rapio up on the tree. Who will step forward from the Hounds to be dunked on by the Ratatosker? So going to use that ultimate as a nice little vision ward for himself as the team resets to gold.
Yeah, that is just pure Connor there to get the kill onto BennyQ. Both relics forced out as well, but importantly the snipe was not used, so no big AoE damage coming out there. Ducky's going to stun on Connor. Rapio's waiting for it, but it's going to be quick that gets engaged on.
Shoved against the wall, the CC chain is too strong, he can't even get the ultimate off. Gunter, credit for one, and now Ducky forced out of the fight. Oath pushing up mid, but everyone else is focused on the Fury. Even Ducky's decoy is not enough to deter the Niflheim Wargs.
Connor wants
as
more.
Ducky and Coast still standing by. Ultimate available for Coast. Ducky, full HP on the Wukong, has a chance to steal this away, but Connor's going to keep Coast out of the fight. Ducky rooted plays. Oath is here to the back line. The Wargs hit the Fury, but Oath gets one. Oath tries to jump away, but there's still four standing. Into the sky goes David, into the grave goes Oath. A third kill for Davey.
And the Strife might just save Rapio's life there as a Ridge Ducky. The snipe is off the mark from BennyQ, and the Niflheim Wargs open this game up ever so slightly in their favor. The gold difference ekes to the 2,500 gold, but the experience difference is dead even still. It's a slight lead, it's a sliver of a lead, and it is something that they need to hold on to dearly.
Niflheim Wargs might be losing out on Pyromancer, but a fast rotation from Kana stops that one in its tracks, so the Hound's unable to get anything from that fight. And Davey standing tall on the Marty, 3-0-3, with Rapio right behind him at 2-0-4.
Yeah, we were wondering maybe potentially the fact that he's going to an ability-based build could spell the demise of the team as they don't have that kin size to take down the tanks, but so far it doesn't matter. The Sunder coming out from Rapio of all people, as well as Preds. The two Manticore spikes coming out from Connor and Rapio has just allowed them to burn through the health of these tanky frontliners, and every single time it has been Connor that's been setting them up. I mean, BennyQ, the first one to fall in that fight, Connor found him. Quig was pulled right back into the clutches of the Niflheim Wargs, all started up by Connor again.
Man, did you see the trail of spikes on the ground that were
that was
leading
like
through
4 by.
BennyQ? There was just a whole lineup for anybody to come by, grab, and reap the benefits of it.
It's like almost like this way to Ra, please.
Yeah, it's just the ooh piece of candy along the way. It's like, ooh, Manticore spike. Ooh, here's another one. Let's just keep stacking up that damage.
Ducky, no, he's behind you.
The Warg started the Pyromancer. Ducky runs in, tries to go for Gunter, uses the ultimate. Atomic Pillar's used as well. Gunter is effectively out of this fight, but the rest of the team of the Wargs are right in. Triple ultimate from Kana to slow things down. BennyQ heals. And
He's
alive. Turns it out. Oath and Ducky and a big snipe from Benny. It's a double kill from Oath. A four-man wipe for the Hounds. Davey stares on in defeat as the rest of his team crumbles to the Hounds.
And Connor also got picked off on the right-hand side by Oath. He dies on the right there before anything goes down in the mid lane. Ducky's looking for Davey, looking to zone off because look where the rest of the Eldritch Hounds are. They are looking at the Fire Giant. What looks so good for the Niflheim Wargs has turned to despair in a matter of an eye.
Ducky not going to let this beacon go for free, or he might just have to. Davey standing his ground. We saw the 1v1 earlier, but that
Davey,
one was
no.
way later through. Now it's Davey versus 2. Oath body blocking and big shots from the Bakasura. Eldritch Hounds get fire on all 5 in a delayed deicide.
And it's all on the back of BennyQ, the man who lived. He was dead to rights. That Aegis buys him just 1.5 precious seconds, but that's all he needed. The heals that come through, the peel that comes through, and then all of a sudden, there was no damage coming out from Rapio, no damage coming out from Connor that could even touch him, thanks to that extra movement speed afforded to him from his passive. And because he lives, he turns around, takes Preds out the game, and from there, it was just all Eldritch Hounds.
This ethereal staff's putting in work for him too. Not just the extra HP afforded to him, but all the steals that he's getting during these fights. Being able to shred small bits of HP, give it right back to him, keep him alive here. The Niflheim Wargs, they had a firm grasp on this game, but the Eldritch Hounds have pulled the rug out from under them so far.
This is what you want to see if you are a fan of the Eldritch Hounds. They were down in this game, but they weren't out, and now they feel like they are in control. Fire Giant around the waist of 5 members of the team, and they're grouping up. They're going left. They want to take down this Phoenix on this left-hand side, mainly because it is the furthest away from the Fire Giant. It makes the most sense if they can get it. If you're Niflheim Wargs, you have to try and defend this Phoenix line.
And even despite, I don't want to call it a rocky start for Vapor's Coast, but the bullying that he received in the early game, and has not stopped him one bit. 1-0-3. Teleport into the tower. Runic Bomb even used to try and take out this tier 2, but it's not quite enough. Ducky on the right side. Oath blinks out. Ducky has that teleport, though. Can rejoin the team at a moment's notice, but he might just take the long walk back, as it's a slow movement by the Eldritch Hounds through this map. Primal Fury still up. Seems to be their call to go for.
Yeah, they stepped into the tower to see just how good the defenses were, and they think, yeah, maybe not right now. You know, there's too many people around. It's a bit too suspicious to try and take this tower. Let's just step back off, take Gold Fury first, wait for the defenses to disperse. Benny fires out a sniper and hits nobody. The Darwin Pillars slow down too, and that could be Oshiro. Connor goes in, but he's silenced immediately.
Can't get any damage, but look at what Gunter's able to return back. Coast and Benny both clipped by the damage. Oath doesn't get Rapio's dash with that regurgitate, so now an ultimate down for Oath. Benny's back up shortly. Remember, a very small cooldown on that raw ultimate. With Ducky standing by, they've got ways to get in this tower.
He's waiting patiently round the corner, waiting for a chance to blink in and cause havoc in the backline. He's going in now. Hunter hits 3, and in goes Connor into the backline.
Finds 2 with the ultimate, and the displacement from Preds into the backline. He's keeping Benny and Coast out of the fight, but you got to work a little harder than that, because Benny's got the double snipe through. Davey to the sky will only buy him an extra moment, but Connor has fallen. Rapio and Davey to the backline to run through as Oath continues his tirade to the backline. The left side Phoenix stands no more. The Hounds have wiped 3.
There's too many towers for them up right now to end the game, but it still could be all over. And again, Benny Q just decimating health bars, crushing dreams here for the EU SEC team.
Benny Q on the raw, took him 22 minutes to find the snipe he needed, but a big one it is! Back online, another one down! 2 Phoenixes gone, the Hounds in control, but they've got to back themselves up. Not much time left on the fire, so the Hounds will now reset.
A lifeline for the Niflheim Wargs here, just a crumb of hope left for them to hang on to, as it's now 24.5 minutes into the game. Eldritch Hounds, off the back of a stellar performance from Benny Q, have found themselves 10,000 gold up in this game.
His last 3 snipes have netted in 3 kills. Benny Q, while just shy in a couple of early game fights on the ult, have been on point for these last few. It's now netted him and his team a massive swing back in this game. 9,000 gold up for the Eldritch Hounds. Fire Giant respawning in about a half a minute, and add a Pyromancer and a Runic Bomb to the pocket of the Eldritch Hounds. There is only 2 towers and a Phoenix left standing before the Hounds can march right through.
And they might want to do so before this Fire Giant even has a chance to respawn. The tier 2 tower on the right-hand side, the only physical damage structure that does remain over here outside of that Phoenix. And looks like it's going to go down without a fight. The Phoenix has to be defended here by Niflheim Wargs, but they're all backing now. They still don't have the opportunity to stay and defend.
Kana does teleport in time. That's enough of a call for the Hounds to back away. Not going to keep their push up. Head back towards fire, regroup, let Oath go back, finish up his build. If he's got the gold to do so, does. Odysseus Bow now online. The Eldritch Hounds can buy some time around this Fire Giant. They're in no rush. They got left side Phoenix. They got mid Phoenix down. Plenty of time to work with.
And now it is all just a waiting game here for the Eldritch Hounds. They can choose when to take this Fire Giant. Do they want it now? Do they want it in 2 minutes? 3 minutes? It's completely up to them. Niflheim Wargs don't really have a say in this. But if I'm the Eldritch Hounds, I know I'm wanting to end this game sooner rather than later. Because every single time these games have gone late, these EU teams show up in team fights. And I do not want to give them the chance.
Fire Giant started by the Eldritch Hounds. And no chance for the Wargs to walk up and take this one away. It's another fire on 5. Second Fire Giant of the game for the Eldritch Hounds. Add a 3rd beacon through. We will be watching these Titans now march down the lanes I believe right side is the only one where we can see that, because it's the only one that still has a structure up for the Niflheim Wargs.
Yeah, it might have been that mid lane as well, given that there's 3 structures there as well. But I think it just goes on the fact that there's 2 Phoenixes remaining versus the 1 Phoenix and 2 towers for the Eldritch Hounds. So right-hand side is where they will go in just a few short seconds. Again, for the Eldritch Hounds, they'll have to kill the Titan twice if they want to be able to end this game. First in the lane and then second in that base. Could buy precious seconds here for the Niflheim Wargs.
For the Wargs on this defense, should they put all 5 over? I mean, what chance do they have? Where's their silver lining in a fight to defend against the Hounds?
Their silver lining has to be their dive onto Medicu. If they are able to kill this man before he gets off a snipe, before he takes somebody out of the game and into the grayscale for a minute, they have a chance in these fights. But as they have seen in the past few fights that they've tried to do so, he's just been able to live. He presses his Aegis at the perfect time to mitigate so much damage, so much dive potential, and then Quig on this Ganesh is there to provide safety.
Titan doesn't even get a chance to make it past the tier 2 tower line for the Wargs, and now it's just a Phoenix still standing. Ducky and Kana, they're going to have their own bout on the left-hand side of the map. It's going to come down to the 4v4 between the Hounds and the Wargs, between middle and right side. BennyQ's going to heal up the poke that Davey can throw out. Oath going to stand by and wait for an opportunity to jump in with the minions. Remember, it's a weakened Phoenix in mid and left. Ducky may even be able to stick around and take this one down himself as Rapio does his best to defend the bird.
Yeah, all 3 Phoenixes are up right now, so the Titan is technically invulnerable, but those 2 weakened Phoenixes are going to be taken out quickly. Oath takes out the middle one, and Ducky positions himself in this left-hand one. But again, he has to back off for now as the Titan starts to finally make its presence known on this right-hand side.
Oath resetting in the jungle. Right side Titan pushes forward. Coast and Benny nearby. Rapio can get over in a moment's notice, but Ducky can't have the flank maneuver. The Phoenix is now under fire by the Titan and by the Eldritch Hounds. Ducky goes up into the sky with the ultimate. Oath still waiting for an opportunity to go through. Preds in the backline with Kana. Can they take down Benny? Can they take down anybody? Benny is Aegis through everything and only will just barely go down. No, he's still alive. Got the heal down. Benny just will not die. The Eldritch Hounds will not give up. It is only Gunter alive, and the SPL will ring true. It is the Eldritch Hounds on top. BennyQ throws out a snipe for good measure as the Eldritch Hounds knock out the Niflheim Wargs.
The SCC dream is over for the Niflheim Wargs. The Eldritch Hounds put them back in their place, but it is one man and one man alone which has done so. BennyQ with a stellar performance. I think that is one of the standout performances of the weekend. Forget your pentakill on Johnny. This man is on a tear.
BennyQ qualifiers coming into Season 9 of SPL says, you know what? Raw looks real good. I'm going to go with this kind of oddball style of build. I'm going to play Raw. I'm just going to be better than everybody. And he does just that to qualify into SPL Season 9. Now we're here in Season 10. Says, hey, I need to qualify into the Masters bracket. Well, I'm going to do just that. We're going to bring out the Raw again, and we're just going to hit those snipes better than anybody else out there. And nobody's able to kill him. That last fight, he absorbed so much damage with that Aegis.
And then once the Aegis was over, he was on 10% health, 5% health, if that. And they still can't finish him off. There was no damage that was able to go on to him because of that heal that was surrounding him, because of the silence that was surrounding him. The Dharmic Pillars giving him so much protection as well. To protect the President composition comes out clutch here.
BennyQ, the Eldritch Hounds, they find their win over the Niflheim Wargs, and they move on. Their opponents later on will be the Highland Ravens. They're going to take a break. We're going to take a break here on the cast, and we'll throw it back to the desk to break it down.
What a game there from the Eldritch Hounds. They bounce back. They find a reverse sweep. What just happened, Trilly?
I can tell you, I was a big fan of the BennyQ performance, don't get me wrong, but there is no way that Raw survives so long in the back line if Quig is not there peeling. I was a bit sketchy on the Ganesh, but it did seem like the silence was so big. All of the CC that this Ganesh was providing made sure that Benny could sit in the back line with his juke shoes on, of course, and hit those clutch snipes and make sure to stay alive so many times in the back line. I got to give credit to them both. I think that Quig and Benny were put on a show in the back line together, and it ends up working out real well for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it may have been a mistake to let Benny go back to this Raw. I saw people in chat calling it Himmy Q.
I heard that one, yep.
He's just him, as it appears, and I think you'll see a little bit in this highlight reel. everybody really from the Hounds coming alive, especially in that last team fight. And Oath going to a new pick this game. I mean, obviously he's shown prowess on the Bakasura in the past, but forced off the Serket. I'm not sure that was the best idea. Maybe you would have rather had him on the Serket as opposed to the damage he was doing on this Bakasura.
Look at that silence. Such a long time, too. And that's what I'm talking about. I talked about it pre-game, about how Oath knows exactly when to say, hey, guys, don't worry. I'm going to show up. I'm going to start farming with you. Or B, I'm just going to go split push. I'll show up with a big lead, and then I'll make my impact known. Down 5-1. Oath shows up to that Gold Fury, finally decides to get involved with that Bakasura and makes a massive difference. So I think the entirety of the Hounds, this is the gameplay that I expected from them. I was a bit shocked about how Game 1 ended up, but this is vintage Hounds here. This is what we were looking for.
Now, you were right to have confidence in the SPL squad. Wargs definitely looked solid Game 1, but Hounds, I think, like you were saying, they downloaded the game plan. They took their time, made sure that they were able to get their compositions in Game 2 and in Game 3, and so much it felt like revolved around this Ra. BennyQ just kept generating plays, it felt like, out of nowhere. This snipe can reach all levels of the map. You can be behind 2 walls, and you'll still be dealing that damage. He can, I mean, it's just generating out of nowhere from a mage you don't even necessarily consider in the conversation of, like, ranged mages. Like, it's Thoth, Agni, and Ra?
Yep. Now it is. We got to get Ra in that conversation. I'm glad because we've heard rumblings about the Ra. It was such a long time ago that Benny was having these pop-up performances, but I'm glad he decided to bring it out here today. And now we know it should still be feared a little bit.
Should still be feared. And we've got the Ra player himself, BennyQ, standing by for an interview.
That's right. I've got the big differ himself, BennyQ, standing by with me. Benny, how's it feel finding a win? You know, you got to sit back, watch a lot of this Masters tournament so far with the SCC teams coming out for your first set, getting the full squad back together for this event. How's it feel coming out with a big win here today?
Feels nice to see everyone in person finally. I was a little nervous today because, I mean, those EU SCC guys are kind of crazy, but yeah, it feels good.
Now, knowing that you've gotten a win up against the SCC, you get a fight against the SPL a little bit later on. You're going to have the Highland Ravens as an opposition. Had some time since we've seen these guys. It's been about a month of play. New patches kind of come out through. How do you kind of feel for you and your team going up against the Ravens later on?
It's been a while, but typically we struggle in the matchup. But I think we prepped pretty well, so I'm pretty confident.
Now, I saw you sitting back here watching the highlights from that game between what Oath was able to do, the big snipe that you were landing. How did it feel getting to bring the Raw back out, not just in Game 2, but here in Game 3 and finding such big snipes with it?
I just can't believe I got it again. I don't know. Dude, I just keep trying, and I just hit it.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, Quig bringing out the Ganesh as well. Looked really good. Congratulations on your win, BennyQ. I'll let you get back with the team to celebrate. We'll go back to the desk.
BennyQ surprised that they let him have their Raw again. I think maybe that makes sense a little bit. Like, I can't believe they just let me keep playing the God.
I mean, we talked about it during Picks and Bans. We're like, can you even afford to ban out the Raw? Because there was so much that it seemed like the Wargs were worried about. You're giving Oath something disgusting if you are banning away that Raw, so they decided they couldn't do it.
Well, with the Eldritch Hounds taking that one, we can take a look at how the bracket is rounding out. Earlier today, we had the other EU SCC squad taking it against the Gladiators, so they're going to be playing up against the Oni Warriors. That set is coming up next, another best-of-3 elimination matchup. And then to close out the day, it'll be the Eldritch Hounds, who have now made it into a quarterfinal, going up against the Highland Ravens. You just heard it there from BennyQ. Maybe not the best matchup for them, but certainly a renewed sense of confidence going on the hot streak after coming back and reverse sweeping that set.
Yeah, I'm glad that they prepared for the matchup as well. Show some confidence, pre this matchup, saying, hey, if we get through the Wargs, we're going to have to deal with the Ravens. Let's make sure we know, at the very least, a game plan going into that matchup. But certainly should be a tough one. It's been a while since we've seen that team play. They've been able to sit here in this slot for just about a month now, something like that. So excited to take a look at that squad. And, of course, happy for the Hounds. They played well. They deserved it.
Next one coming up is going to be the Hex Mambo going up against the Oni Warriors, the undefeated Oni Warriors in that. So far, the Hex Mambo have gone undefeated. We'll see if they can continue that run in our next set right after the break.
If we drift to the horizon, if we let it all go, then will you come with me? Till we are free. If we drift to the horizon, if we let it all go, then will you come with me? I'm gonna make it somehow. I'm gonna break through the clouds.
Smite!
Coming up next.
Howdy, folks, and welcome back into Smite Summer Masters here on Smite Sunday. You got Dimes on the desk. Joining me is Frog. My head's full of concrete. His head is full of sunshine and rainbows and
magic.
Magic, to be quite frank. Frog, halfway through the day here, final day of this first little portion of Smite Masters. We just witnessed a 2-1 win. The Wargs going down to the SPL squad, and finally the SEC has taken a bit of a bump here on Sunday.
Yeah, the EU SEC is now defeated. Of course, the Wargs have been defeated before, but it's only the Hex Mambo now remaining in the bracket from the SEC.
And let's check out that bracket, Frog. Take a look here and see what we've got left on this Smite Sunday and what we've got left in Smite Masters overall. Just like we said, Eldritch Hounds bumping off the Niflheim Wargs, sending them back to Europe. And at the top there, Oni Warriors, Hex Mambo. That's what we got coming up next, and this storyline pretty much just writes itself, Frog.
Yeah, it is. I've been seeing a lot of hype around the potential matchup, Johnny going up against Panatom. But I got to tell you, I'm not sure if they're really ready for the Oni Warriors. Undefeated in the main season of the SPL, this team sort of came together out of nowhere and has been, I don't want to say the Cinderella story, because after about the 4th or 5th win, you were kind of expecting them to keep going on winning. I think, especially stars for this team, their solo jungle dive. Panatom going to be going up against Johnny, and Solo Retrol has been bringing out some of the more spicier picks and making his own new meta, bringing a ton of effectiveness into just that solo and really almost writing the story for how the SPL should be playing.
Well, Frog, speaking of Solo Patrol, we have him standing by, ready for an interview to talk a little bit about this upcoming match.
SOT, let's pick up right where the desk left off there. It's been all about Hex Mambo over the last few days. Been hearing a lot about this squad. They haven't dropped a game yet at this event. Does that stop here?
I think it absolutely does stop here. I think we'll be 16-0 after next week. So
that's a good look for you guys. It's been a great phase so far. I want to tap into me, if you will. SEC meta versus SPL meta. What have you guys gathered from how the teams have been playing this current update, this current iteration of Smite so far?
Honestly, I'm not too sure. Most of the games I've seen, I haven't seen too many, but the few of the games I've seen, they kind of just it's pretty slow pace for the most part, and things sort of pick up around the 20-minute mark. A lot of beacon fights I've noticed. A lot of fights around objectives. And I think overall the meta seems in a pretty good spot, pretty balanced. It's kind of which team has the best map play, the best team play. Kind of I see come out on top because they control objectives better and team fight better.
Well, we're able to get you guys back in action finally. Do you get the feeling that the Oni Warriors have had to change their playstyle dramatically from what we've seen? Man, I guess that was 3 or 4 weeks ago. At this point, it's been a while. Yeah. Do you get drastic differences in how the game is feeling for you guys right now, or more the same?
I think it's a little bit different, but I think it's not too drastic. I think it's similar, but I think we're still going to be focusing on just playing well as a team, 5v5 team fights. When to secure, when to burst, when to fight. Doing map splits. So if we were losing on one side, we can just all go to let's say dual lane or go to fire. If we're losing gold, we just rush fire or something. Stuff like that. We're just focused on playing well as a team.
Johnny's been the headliner for the Hex Mambo team, but you guys got Panatom. Are you favoring yourself in that matchup?
Personally, absolutely. I'm biased. I'm a big Panatom fan. I think Panatom is just pretty much the best player in the entire game. I think he's been one of the best players for a very long time, and I think he's just kind of he's going nuclear. Honestly, the things he does is every time you can always count on him. Every team fight, he always is going to perform, and he always does his job perfectly and better, honestly, than he's supposed to do. So
excited to see the Oni Warriors back in action. Thanks for your time.
Thank
you.
The
desk will start us off.
Solo a troll. Not a lot of bravado, just a calm assurance coming out from Sot and the rest of the Oni Warrior squad. But this could be the matchup that really puts them through their paces. I mean, Frog, what more can we say about the Hex Mambo that we have not already said over the past 3 days?
Yeah, it is hard to... We've been talking about them a lot, and for good reason. 10-0 so far, completely undefeated. And initially, that was just against those SCC teams. But now they've taken games and taken the set off of this first game of the day, that SPL team, Johnny landing a penta during that game.
Did he do that?
He did indeed.
Oh,
he
yeah.
did indeed do
oh,
that.
Were we?
We were actually.
Oh, we cast
We
it.
did cast that.
That's
Do you
right.
remember? Yes, it is. Go check out the Smite Pro Twitter, and you can see Johnny's penta. But it is. It's got to have them feeling pretty good. And I think for as dominant as the Oni Warriors have been, you're right to question, like, this may be a little bit different of a test. You're bringing in new ideas from this SCC team. This is not the equivalent. I remember an interview that Davey gave a little bit earlier where he said the Wargs have been scrimming for the past 3 weeks. I talked to Hawk, and Hawk was like, yeah, we just hopped on the meta, and we were surprised we lost the end of this SCC set, so we got a couple scrims in where we could, but we're just relying, like, they are going back to what they feel confident in and bringing their own meta to the table. Yesterday, it was Hawk that said they feel more confident in their meta than the SPL meta, right? They're not going to change their stuff because of what the SPL is bringing to the table. It was a dominant 2-0 versus the SPL team earlier today, and I definitely expect them to put up a fight against the Oni Warriors.
I mean, Frog, there's something to be said for playing your own game that you're comfortable with. That's why players have gone to comfort picks in Smite for years. I mean, at some point when your back's against the wall, obviously Hex Mambo's not even close to getting their backs against the ball. But when chips are down, you got to go back to what you feel comfortable with and what you know. And speaking of picks and what you know, talking about Johnny, almost impossible to ban out. Are you looking at another player on this Hex Mambo squad to really target out and focus?
No. I don't think so.
What are you gonna do?
Kha'Zix gave an interview earlier this week that was, Johnny's great.
Yep.
He is what we sort of draft around and what we can play around, but it would not work if we didn't have the powerhouses of players that we do have behind Johnny.
Sure.
And that's absolutely remained true. In fact, I've seen a lot of talk, and I completely agree with it. Kha'Zix has been a little bit underappreciated this tournament. He is doing a ton of the setup and positioning and engage tools just to give Hex Mambo and give Johnny the space so that he can walk through and look, make that pentakill look as easy as it does. And this is going to be the key matchup, what you see on the screen right here. Johnny going up against Panatom. Panatom feels like he has not been tested all season long for this first phase of the SPL. He has been making the other junglers look like they just picked up the game yesterday. Johnny has a little bit of a different play style. He brings his own god pool to the table. He's been playing Ao Kuang for like 7 seasons in a row, right? Like he doesn't care about what the current meta is. He will bring his own god pool to the table. And even this weekend, we've seen him widen that god pool even when he's not forced out being banned. We've seen people try to ban him out, but even like earlier in the set, they didn't even ban him out. He just went to Thor. He was just like, I'm going to beat you in 18 minutes. I'm going to pick the Thor. And so it is definitely going to be a matchup of the junglers who can run the map better.
And we're going to head into picks and bans here, Frog, for game number 1. But I got one more question for you while we get bans underway here. You mentioned it in the interview. It's been about a month since the Oni Warriors have played in a competitive environment. Obviously, we've been scrimming, but nothing like Smite Masters.
Right.
Hex Mambo, 10 games in a row of the best competition in the world. Do you think that's going to play a factor here as your Mojo's taken off the board?
Absolutely. I mean, there's something to be said for the hot hand, and Hex Mambo have been hot all weekend long. You've heard Hawk in these interviews. You've heard all the players of Hex Mambo at one point or another exhibit that same calm confidence that we just saw from Solar Troll walking out on stage. And so they are not feeling questionable going into this matchup. They have to hold on to the confidence. If not, they might have already lost. But I feel confident. They're bringing their best competitive foot forward to the table, and I think that start to come through already in these picks and bans where, lo and behold, we're starting to see yet again someone else trying to ban out Johnny. We'll have to see how that goes.
Bans rolling through quickly here. Clearly the Warriors and the Mambo have their game plans locked down. Oni Warriors saying, we're not giving you Kali. You're not going to pit to kill us. Not here in game number 1 of this set. Baba Yaga Ao Kuang also killed by the Oni Warriors. On the reverse side, got a support Yamoja, Robin and Thor nixed as well. The ever-popular Hachi Man picked up here.
Spudio looked fantastic on this pick a little bit earlier on. This was their, 20-minute win against the Gilded Gladiators, where you had a Hachiman and you paired it with an aggressive support. In that game, Kha'Zix was on Maui, but it could be a Kabrakan, it could be an Atlas, and they ended up just forcing themselves into the dual lane and pressuring those waves. And I think it was 12 minutes where Spudio had a 5-level lead against the another hugely popular hunter, Rama, on the other side. And Gilded Gladiators just weren't able to play into it. So I can definitely see why Hex Mambo continue to value this hunter pick early on in their draft. Hachiman just has been on top all weekend long. Banned and picked. Great safety, great damage coming out of this pick as well. Versatility in the form of both that dash as a movement ability and the ultimate as a movement ability. So a little bit of extra safety compared to the average god in that hunter tab. But a little bit surprisingly, the Warriors grabbed that hunter matchup right back.
Oni Warriors taking their sweet time with these first two picks. It's going to be the Krononos and the Aphrodite. Kind of curious. Got the Terra online, got the Maui online, the ever-popular Tyr still on the board as well. That's seen a lot of success here at Smite Masters. Instead, the Warriors opt to go that Krononos Aphrodite route. And now the Hex Mambo. You could pick for Johnny here, you could pick for Hawk here, the Discordia is online. Like I mentioned, any of those solo laners, the KA, the Tyr. I mean, pretty much wide open board here for the Hex Mambo.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think this series of picks shows us that we're already seeing a rift in the meta between the SPL and the SEC. Both teams feel confident in their own meta. Both teams bring what they feel is valuable to the table. I don't expect to see the Hex Mambo drift away from what's been finding them success. Terra and Discordia still on the board. They're going to go ahead and pick up the Terra and Discordia, whereas Oni Warriors, Krononos hasn't been banned all weekend, I think, and they picked it first, right? And Aphrodite hasn't been banned or picked all weekend, and they picked it second. It's not to say they haven't had success in this pick. In fact, Awesome Jake is pretty much the only support in the league that has been having routine success on this Aphrodite pick. But to value it this highly, to pick it second pick when the Hex Mambo have shown, I mean, you could have held on to this for last pick if you really wanted to, and you could have tried to get more out of the draft, more see what Hex Mambo was going to pick a little bit later on. But at this point, you've had 10 games to watch Hex Mambo. If you don't know the game plan they're coming in with, I'm not sure you've done your homework.
Oni Warriors headed the way of Achilles here. I like that pickup. Most likely headed into the solo lane. We've seen it flexed into the jungle as well. So a bit of back and forth, but typically Panatom, you like to put him on one of those hyper carry, aggressive, a god that you can really put the team on your back, transition into the mid-late game, and kind of just make things happen. Next round of bans rolling through here. We're going to need, assuming that Achilles is headed to solo, we're going to need junglers on both these squads. Hex Mambo also looking for a solo laner. Tyr still on the board, looking for Johnny's pick as well. King Arthur, we saw Cullen played. Solo Beck. I mean, the solo lane has pretty much been untargeted by both these squads.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised we're not seeing as many Guardians, to be honest. I thought that Cthulhu would make more of an appearance, maybe Ardio, maybe Jingchen. Instead, it's only been that solo Beck over there, and the Sobek has not proved to be effective whatsoever. Everybody that has pulled that god out has sort of been on the back foot for the entirety of the game. But this Achilles pick from the Oni Warriors, I love the pickup. This is a great link for the Aphrodite to just be in the front line, dishing out that damage, and when it comes through, you can use that Undying Love and make the Achilles feel even more unkillable than he already does. But as these bans come out, Oni Warriors looking to round out the draft.
Cirquet, a 20% win rate, 5 times played. That is not a fantastic number.
Nope.
With a god that we've seen picked up over and over. I mean, 5 times played. It's a good chunk of games. The data is there. Hasn't worked out so far. Put it in the hands of Panatom. See if you can flip that number on its head. And there is the King Arthur to pair with the Discordia.
King Arthur coming through. No surprise there. I think Julio has looked really solid on this pick. And so with the tier banned away, you're not really going to want to force Julio onto something that, if you don't have to force him onto something, he has been one of the least dying players all weekend. And so definitely want to keep him on his comfort picks if you can. I'm interested to see where they go for Johnny here. Thor, Kali, Bakasura, Ao all taken off the board. Loki, notably, still available for one of those Johnny picks. And he also played Camazotz a little bit earlier on this weekend. So he could go back to either of those 2 picks, or he could go for something like the Hebo pick that he's gone to in the past. And, you know, for all we know, he could pull out in a totally different pick. We have no idea how deep his God pull is, because for the longest time he hasn't had to go that deep in order to have hugely impactful games. But they're spending a lot of time on this pick.
Oh, you mentioned that Loki still on the board. Johnny, pretty much the only jungler to really have success on that pick. In fact, winning on it earlier this week. Would that pick in particular fare against this current Oni Warriors draft?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit too single target to go up against the draft with an Aphrodite, in my opinion, right? If you're Awesome Jake, you get the chance to link to your Kernernos, link to whichever mid laner you end up going, and you get to compare Undying Love versus Assassinate in a direct trade. Undying Love is always going to come out on top. But Johnny routinely has found ways to make that ultimate work. It was just, I mean, I still remember a highlight play from him just the other day where it felt like there was no action on the map. Everybody was just resetting for Fire Giant, and Johnny just makes 3 kills happen against the enemy team, right? He just pulls plays out of nowhere and has some of the best patience from this jungle role. So especially if the Oni Warriors find themselves in the front foot and they want to link to this Achilles and maybe use that Aphrodite ult, those safety tools aggressively, that may put them in a bad spot versus this Loki.
Habois is going to be the final pickup here for the Oni Warriors. That'll be slotted into the middle lane here. And, I mean, for Pagon, who's played this Habois before, seen tons of success on it, and an incredible mechanical player, do you like this pickup, or do you feel like it's just too much of a liability into a Loki, King Arthur, dive the backline type comp?
I think it's good from ahead, good from a position where the Oni Warriors are finding themselves on the front foot. Because in the scenario where Serket is a facilitator, Achilles is a facilitator, they get to build a little bit tanky, walk forward, get a bunch of cooldowns dumped into them, then Kernernos and Habois are both picks that can join them in that sort of W key full dive comp style of play. You're not waiting for the King Arthur or for the Loki to dive you. You are going on the front foot and diving them, starting out the fight on your own accord. And when that happens, you get those multi-man crushing waves. You get to use the passive on Kernernos and get those cleave autos when you're right up next to each other. And both characters have some of those self-peel tools as well, that knock up, that polymorph as well, that can just make a team fight chaos. So I think it can fit into their composition, absolutely, but from behind, these picks can struggle. When Kernernos falls a little bit behind and can't find those 1v1s, when Habois falls a couple levels behind and has trouble stepping up, if the X-Mambo get off to a good start here, this could be dangerous for the Oni Warriors.
Looking at the Oni Warriors, a lot of damage on the table, a lot of CC on the table as well. Are you thinking this may be an early game pick style comp? Obviously, Serket taking a little bit to get online here. But, I mean, is it fair to say Oni Warriors looking for more of a split-up team fight, whereas the Hex Mambo may be going towards more of that cohesive unit?
Yeah, I think it depends on how this Serket gets built, right? We've known Panatom to be that carry-style jungler, picking up the Susano in the past and really just going all in, stealing his entire kit, taking a kill, and just getting out of the fight safely. But a lot of what we've seen more recently on the Serket is sort of that hybrid build where you don't get as much damage, but you make a lot of space for your team to do the damage behind you. So it kind of depends on how Panatom chooses to play into this team fight style. On the other side, though, you know what Hex Mambo is going for. Hex Mambo wants the 30-minute team fight, and they've got the comp to do it.
Both of these squads undefeated. One team will fall here. It's the Warriors, it's the Mambo, and it's with David Myth.
That's right, but the Oni Warriors have been undefeated for a little bit longer. They made their way through all of Phase 1 of the Smite Pro League and the kickoff tournament. Hex Mambo, they're on quite a run here at Smite Masters. And this is a brawl that a lot of fans at home are looking forward to. And Myth, I am curious what our percentages are going to look like.
It's got to be heavy Warriors. I was expecting way more Warrior.
I'm nervous that this Hex Mambo train could come crashing back down to earth after a set like this. This Oni Warriors team, I think they haven't played in like a month, And people might be forgetting just how good this squad is.
The Oni Warriors have a lot of expectations running on them. Not only are they undefeated throughout the regular phase, but they're also representing the SPL as a whole. They're the best that the SPL has to offer right now. And if Hex Mambo could put a stopper to them, all of a sudden the conversation of, SCC versus SPL starts to look a little bit more...
The SPL as a whole needs this.
Yeah, every team in the league right now is an Oni Warriors fan. But I like an upset, Dave. I don't know.
No, I agree. If Hex Mambo are able to find a way to get this done, one of the more miraculous upsets we've maybe ever seen, given the context of the run that the Oni Warriors went on and are still on throughout the entirety of Phase 1. And if they have anything to say about it, throughout Smite Masters as well. Let's talk compositions. Hex Mambo, they brought aggression to the forefront here. Love Julio on the King Arthur. And Johnny, one of the most banned out players here this weekend, Myth. Eats a few more bans. Still ends up with his Loki, and I think that's where you got to start talking about this Hex Mambo team. Had a Penta earlier today. You'll have an opportunity to make an impact on this Loki pick.
Yeah, Loki's been interesting for me. It's been working out for Johnny, but it hasn't been Johnny getting hyper-aggressive. It's not Johnny making things happen on the map like it is when he's on Ao Kwong or maybe some of his other more aggressive picks. More so on the Loki, it's about hanging back.
Netrioid uses the beads and actually dashes back in as Spudio used all of his damage. The supports brawling out with the ADCs. Everyone stays alive in duo. Enough sustain on either side of that lane to keep everyone near full in the HP department. Kha'Zix's just a bit low. Agreed, though, on the Johnny point. Panatom, though, on the flip side. Talking about one of the best junglers, if not players, in the world at the moment. And he gets his Circuit. Playmaking style, good damage, good utility opportunity in a pick like that. Careful, Netrioid dashes away. That root from Kha'Zix might have been difficult. Johnny rotating to left, considering a gank, but won't find that opening.
Yeah, should just be the farm for Johnny, and that's going to be the case for the next 12 or so levels. Seems like he really does like getting that second relic online before he gets active on map in the PvP. So, expect to see him trying to rotate through the side lanes, mainly just for the neutral farm, control those neutral camps, and put himself ever so slightly ahead. If anyone needs to get active, it would be Panatom. Circuit is a pace-setting style of pick, one that can find picks very easily. Even up against Julio here, King Arthur, pretty safe in lane, but only level 3, doesn't have that defensive item finished up just yet. Would be an opportunity for Panatom, especially if he can take over to level 5 before Julio is able to make his way back to base. Speaking of back to base, Johnny has already made his way back just the once. So a little bit additional time on field for Panatom here. Less power in pocket, but maybe more farm in pocket for him.
Looking towards mid. He'll run face first. Panatom will into Johnny here on the mid camps. Glad we got to hover over in solo lane for just a moment. SOT on the Achilles, and I'll talk about that more in just a second. What would you say in the last 2 weeks a lot of Smite is? How many hours of Smite in the last 2 weeks would you consider a lot?
Ooh.
For a player to have played?
For a player to have played?
In the last couple weeks.
I would say, oh man, on average, if we're doing doubleheader weeks, you can expect them to go 3, right? So anywhere upwards of like 7 hours of in-game time?
A day.
A day, yeah. Oh, a day, anything over 3.5 hours is crazy.
I want for 2 weeks, 14 days of human life. How many hours is a lot of hours of Smite to have played in your mind?
20? Let's call it 20. Yeah, let's call it 20.
SOT told me he played 250 hours of Smite
what?
in the last 2 weeks.
Man. SOT has not seen the sun. That is insane.
I was talking to him before the interview, and I said, "Oh, Sod, it's been about like a month. You guys qualified in, like halfway through Phase 1. You've been chilling. You've been practicing a lot. You've been playing a lot of Smite." And he goes, "Yeah, I don't know, 250 or so hours on Steam in the last,
who's counting, though?
In the last few weeks, Steam is apparently." It's clarified just how much Smite this guy has played. Pagon, he's got Johnny chasing him down in mid. Johnny's got an ult, but Pagon's got beads. A knock up in water hands. All of that had to be moment perfect from both players. Johnny was out for blood. Pagon will live for the time being. But with some of that 250 hours of playtime, Myth. SOT settled on the Achilles as his selection here for Game 1.
Yeah, Achilles has been a pick on the rise recently. We've seen it out of the jungle a few times. It's been a little while since we've seen him in the solo lane, but incredibly good boxing potential, combat dodge, just a really annoying ability to deal with in the laning phase. He's got relatively good sustain, better than what King Arthur should be bringing. And then it's that execute come late game that becomes so important. Are you landing your shots? Are you not? And it's binary, right? If yes, Achilles looks pretty good. If no, all of a sudden that pick starts to lose some of its luster. I'll be keeping my eyes on SOT because it feels like SOT and the Oni Warriors might have a composition here that could just deal with the front line of Hex Mambo. If Julio and Kha'Zix are going to be forced to initiate all these fights, that execute from SOT might just be the linchpin for the Oni Warriors in the team fight.
I'm doing this math now. There's no way it was 250 hours. That's like 17 hours of Smite a day for the last 2 weeks.
That guy's a streamer, though.
I'm thinking he may be meant in the last month since we've seen them play. He's added another 200 or so hours of Smite. That's how I'm gonna
24 hours in a day. 2 weeks is 14 days.
You wake up, you go to bed, you stream for 17 hours.
That's 10 of the 14 days spent in game.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a longer term answer that he gave me. Not
I'm
just
thinking he's a liar.
I'll find out. We'll find out from Sot one way or another. Phalanx to start off his build. Be just fine over there in lane. Johnny's going to stack up a bit on this Transcendence, whereas Panatom has gone Jotuns with his first item. And we've seen Johnny a bit hovering around the map. Made a gank attempt over in mid. Pagon was right on time with Crushing Wave with his beads. This is now the time, though, Myth. Level 8, one item in, a tier 1 item in for Panatom. Is now the time for the Circuit to get active.
Yeah, especially considering he has elected to go for the faster build. With Jotun's Wrath as opposed to Transcendence, which we have seen a fair deal of in the past, you want him getting active while he's got this advantage over Johnny. Johnny, of course, not exactly keen to take too many fights. Maybe would be if he can find Pagon the next 20 seconds before those beads are back up. Where would I send Panatom? Rotations towards Hawk, always pretty appetizing. Catch him out before he finishes up his stacking item, if he elects to go the stacking item, that is. We've seen this new age, just tier 2 item build tend to stick for a little while. Could be that he just holds on to tier 2 book and then turns it into a Soul Reaver.
Pagon stacking.
A little bit later on. Yeah, that is interesting as well. I think that does indicate to me something the desk had brought up, which is the Oni Warriors look to W key with this type of composition.
Yep.
You want a little bit of HP, a little bit of damage. Can't go wrong with Warlock Staff.
One thing that I can confirm the math of, that Sot told me, is that he sensed that there's just a lot more scrapping going on, a lot more things to fight over. The Stygian Beacon in mid has brought up fights. Titans have brought up fights. And we were wondering, the big question around this Oni Warriors team was, will the new meta lean into what the Oni Warriors want to do? Are they going to have to pivot and play a different style? Do they not care? They're going to play their game either way. A meta that enhances fighting. Seems like it could be a good avenue for the Oni Warriors to follow, given where they found a lot of their success in Phase 1. Panatom winning a bit of a health trade against Johnny, but Johnny will send a little bit of damage right on back. The Loki with the Assassinate back online. Got the beads off of Pagon a little bit ago, but hasn't been able to strike pay dirt from that point on. In the dual lane, Myth, it started off with some fireworks in the beginning, but plenty of sustain with both of these supports. And a Sunder from Cozy finds Jake, but Jake, one of the players on this Aphrodite Myth that keeps us maybe believing in the viability of the pick. Julio stunned by SOT. He's on the wrong side of the lane, and execute needed. Still an execute threshold, but I'm not sure if Sot can close that gap. Up and over he goes, and just needed some lockdown from Panatom. Gank number 1 and kill number 1. 8 minutes in to game number 1.
Man, that is a well-coordinated fight right there. Just SOT starts channeling the ultimate as soon as the dash forward from Panatom is channeled, knowing that the taunt will be there immediately afterward, and he was right to trust in his jungler. Clean play to the Oni Warrior. Surprised to see Julio playing as far up in the lane as he was. Similarly, Pagon caught out. Assassinates there. Does he have the HP? He does.
Didn't have much more mana, though. Needed to dodge out that apple, I will add. Hawk, how that apple of Discord landed on a Pagon. Might have been talking about a slightly different moment, but just part of that solo lane fight that we saw that gave Oni Warriors first blood, I was talking a bit about Awesome Jake on the Aphrodite. And Myth, we've seen this pick for a little while. We'll call it 50-50 success.
Well, with Jake, we'll call it 100%.
Right, 100% success with Jake. 50-50 maybe across the rest of the league.
That's a generous 50-50.
Boosted by Jake.
Yeah.
Potentially. But this is a pick and a style of pick that really just facilitates the rest of the Oni Warriors and how they want to play.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the selection of target for Kiss on Jake. Is it going to be Panatom so that he's allowed to jump into the back line? Or is it going to be Pagon so that your Hebo, who is a late-game Quadra Ultimate style pick, now has additional protections and another Beads Aegis hard baked into his kit as well, thanks to that Undying Love. I would imagine we see him connected up with Pagon pretty consistently, have Panatom act more so as a solo agent, just hovering on the edge of the team fight. But we'll see. The Oni Warriors have always had their own style of play. They've always had their own methods, and even though they stray from the standard sometimes, be hard-pressed to find anything to question about them, considering the win streak that they've found themselves in as of now. Hex Mambo, though, a pace that I've become accustomed to seeing from them. Hold that thought. Julio.
Look out for Execute Threshold. Sat's got ultimate, and Julio will be taunted in once more. This one, simple now. Who gets it? Panatom or SOT?
Whoa! Okay.
Okay, Sat gets it. Sat gets it. Don't worry. But now there's reinforcements from Hex Mambo. Hawk has just been off the mark with these ultimates so far this game. Panatom
beads.
Blinks forward once more. Looks for the taunt. Doesn't get it, but gets beads away from Hawk. That's a value trade for the Oni Warriors. Only the time spent of 2 players over in solo, and you get a kill. And a set of beads off the mid laner. Sot.
He might have them.
Remember, Sot never used Execute.
Ooh.
Or maybe it's still on cooldown. Either way, Johnny's able to get out. His diamond is full, but did not want to take the dive underneath the tower.
Yeah, here's the thing about Sot. He's 2-0, and if he trades out his life for Johnny, that's a value trade for Johnny with the shutdown mechanics in Smite. And so, a good decision to hold off on diving into that tower. Fatal Strike, when you land it as well, does reduce your defenses every time you find those executes. So, would have been a guaranteed death there for the Achilles if he had decided to go into that tower. The point I was trying to make before the Oni Warriors do what they always do when we cast their games, which is force action on the map.
When you're trying to make a point.
That's right. Is that Hex Mambo, this is a pace that we've become accustomed to seeing from them. The slower early game, maybe not overly proactive, have Johnny farm up, just hover in your lanes and keep your head above water style of play. And it served them well, undefeated up until this point. But looking at the compositions, I would almost argue that the Oni Warriors just scale much better into the late game, the 5-on-5 engagement. So if that is the portion of the match that Hex Mambo are aiming for, might find themselves in store for a rude awakening. The Oni Warriors, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, they could just rest on their laurels for the next few minutes, and I would not be concerned about it.
I'm not sure. The only reason I'd be concerned is because that's not what the Oni Warriors do. I'd be wondering what's going on, but a fight may break out now. Stygian Beacon spawns in mid. Kha'Zix, for now, will contest it, but you can see this rallying of the Oni Warriors over towards the mid lane. Stygian Beacon is captured. Wondered if we would see a scrap over it. Hex Mambo not liking the opportunity that was presented to them there, so it's an easy first, I guess we'll call it a neutral objective over to the Oni Warriors, and that buff, that tower shred, really a structure shred, can really start to add up if the Hex Mambo aren't able to find their opening. Jake has finally started to rotate out of this duo lane here, Myth.
He's in trouble.
We're going to be fighting a bit further. Kha'Zix caught out maybe once more. An Undying Love early from Awesome Jake. Jake will eat the ultimate from Hawk over in mid. Johnny has Assassinate and Blink. Does not want either gap close opportunity. Oni Warriors poking and prodding once more. Maybe more just make Hex Mambo think about what's going on.
Yeah, I wonder. I'm pretty sure Crushing Wave would have secured the kill there, but considering the positioning of Hawk, had Pagon decided to use it aggressively, had he made contact, likely would have found himself in no man's land immediately afterward. And so, some discipline from the Oni Warriors. And discipline's not something the Oni Warriors have ever been lacking for. I know the conversation around this team is that they just press their buttons better and they play faster than everybody else, but there's a method to their madness. You can see it in their rotations around these neutral objectives, how quickly they are able to get active around Pyromancer, around Gold Fury. And so, a good deal of respect towards Hex Mambo from the Warriors.
Yep.
I imagine we're going to hit an inflection point very shortly. And it's got to do with this third item. Just about across the board, pretty massive power spikes here for the Oni Warriors. Panatom starting to stack up a little bit of that defensive utility. Pagon getting a little bit more HP stacked up as well. These are the Warriors will become very tanky very quickly, and that's not even taking into account the defense share from Awesome Jake.
Right.
Hex Mambo, if they want to leverage this pick-based composition, if they want Johnny getting active in that back line, no easy targets for him, except for Netroid, but CERN is one of the more self-sufficient, self-peeling ADCs in the game.
Yep.
Okay, use Assassinate on me, I'll drop Wild Hunt on my feet. And then from there, hopefully the team can get back and help me out in time. And for the most part, I'd expect them to be there.
Yep, Oni Warriors usually in sync with one another. And that's been what a lot of the players themselves have attributed their success to.
Yeah, what do they say? There's just, yeah, we don't even talk that much. We just kind of play, and what I would do is what my teammates are doing.
What my teammates would do, right.
What I wouldn't have given to have any sort of connection like that with teammates in the past. That's just got to be a great feeling.
Right, and do you think that's your fault because of your play style?
I'm a stinker, bud.
Right, the other 4 players were on the same page, and then there's Myth running down RDO jungle.
Whoa. Did you say that? Why do you know about my RDO jungle game, man?
God, there's just something about that game. RDO jungle.
Yeah, I was 0-14.
Maybe.
Okay, it was on land. All right, we get it. I get it. Let's talk about this one, you know?
You're right, that's my fault. Got to get in my shots while I can, Myth. SOT working on things over here in solo. He's got a couple kills given over to him by Panatom, and his rotation's over. But really the 1-level lead there. Julio's been able to stack up a couple items just fine. Haven't seen the solo laners make their waves across the map just yet. Poor Pagon, speaking of waves, he's had his crushing wave on cooldown pretty frequently here. Ganks over towards mid have gotten beads and ultimate off the Hebo maybe more often than Pagon would have liked. So we haven't really been able to see him get super aggressive around the rest of his team. You're right, though, talking about respect. Oni Warriors paying it to Hex Mambo, but Hex Mambo, they're maybe now sensing some space that's been given. Sot, can he make magic happen? No. Pyromancer nearly stolen by the Achilles, but that means a Gold Fury is pulled on the other side of the map by the Oni Warrior. Spudio is going to sniff this out. Panatom is here. The squishy Hachiman, got to be careful. Beads taken away, but Johnny, Kha'Zix, they're rotating behind. Oni Warriors get the Gold Fury, but do you get out alive? Awesome Jake doesn't have ultimate. Undying Love has already been used, but he's scurrying away to the rest of his team. Oni Warriors, they're going back in. Panatom, eyes for Spudio, who's been abandoned by the rest of his team. Sought on a teleport at a solo lane. Grabs his 3rd kill and a Gold Fury for the Oni Warriors. Just a faster rally. Hex Mambo, kind of a piecemeal steal attempt, ends up dropping a kill and the Fury itself.
Yeah, Hex Mambo really wanted to chase after the objective. They see that Awesome Jake has isolated himself, and it looked at me like Jake had essentially accepted his fate. Okay, well, I might die, but at least we got the Fury, and the rest of my carry is going to make it out alive. But the rotation from Pagon through the back line, SOT's teleport, and Jake just being a little bit tankier than I think anybody expected leads to an Oni Warriors massive swing. So it's Pyromancer for Gold Fury and a kill, favoring the Warriors.
I love this from Sot. Sot was trading out with Johnny. Julio stepped up, and Sot simply walked by Julio and kept chasing down Johnny. Says you a good bit of confidence in a tier 1 tower. Crumbles on the left side. That'll be your first tower of the game for Awesome Jake and Netrioid. Jake has really played his rotations well here. Seems like he's been in the right spot at the right time. Helped out Netrioid in shoving down the tower. Helped out the rest of the team around that Fury fight. Silver lining for Hex Mambo is that Runic Bomb. And Myth, we don't know the true value of the Pyromancer until that Runic Bomb gets used, right? One way or another. Hex Mambo will either steal something away or I could end up fizzling out. It'll be the next Stygian Beacon, though, that we might turn our eyes to. And if we have hit some of those 3-item power spikes across the board for the Oni Warriors, in fact, we have. Still waiting on a couple of those items, though, for Hex Mambo. Maybe hard-pressed to find a big fight here around the beacon.
Man, Prid win finish for Panatom. Some more CDR and a little bit of burst damage on the tail end of his ultimate as well. Means that these targets on Hex Mambo that have already struggled up against Johnny will only continue to do so. You need Hex Mambo's damage dealers to get involved soon. Julio's had a great performance in lane himself. Hawk maybe a bit off the mark with some of these golden apples, but since then has right that ship. Maybe one Spudio starts to rotate to these engagements. Things will start to turn around a little. Kha'Zix taking a play from Genetics' book, just being annoying and standing on the corner, but only delays the inevitable. The Chaos will control the control point once more. And now the Oni Warriors, 2% additional global movement speed
we like that.
and 10% additional structure damage. They'll make short work of any of these towers.
Yep, and movement speed, it's never going to feel bad. Moving a bit quicker, even if it's just 2%. Always feels nice. Structure damage could come in handy if you want to siege up one of these mid lane or maybe solo lane tier 1 towers. The Fury and the Pyromancer are going to be slightly staggered out from one another, Myth. About a 45-second difference between Fury and Pyro. Between Pagon and Jake, haven't seen much just yet. Panatom, though, initiates onto Julio. Finally, an apple rolls through from Hawk. Catches out onto Awesome Jake, who's used Undying Glove already. Uh-oh. This is when the Oni Warriors make their money. They collapse in all suddenly into a team fight. Sot on 4.
Watch Johnny.
3 of them onto Julio, but Johnny maybe still some gas in the tank, and Assassinate could make its way over the wall. Kha'Zix, though, chased down by Sot, and Sot's the one with all the gas in the tank. He's filled it up with the good stuff. 5 kills here in game 1. Another Assassinate, but this one weaves its way past Johnny, and there was an execute threshold anyway. Could be a triple in this fight. And it's the Assassinate that's actually still there for the Loki. And Fatal Strike nets a couple kills for Sot.
Yeah, the Oni Warriors. I mean, it's just these prolonged team fights now that are really coming back to bite Hex Mambo. The fight starts, it looks even, and then it keeps going, and it keeps going, and all of a sudden the Oni Warriors on their second wind. Just so much more powerful thanks to the sustain from Awesome Jake. And these delayed rotations from Pagon in particular have been crushing for Hex Mambo. Pagon in the last 2 team fights we saw around the Gold Fury and now here around the Pyromancer wasn't there from the offset. Shows up 20, 30 seconds into the fight and says, whoa, okay, no, ultimates are up. Maybe I go a little bit crazy here. Yep. And has done so every single time. Priority targets need to get addressed. And those priorities are Netroid, Pagon, and maybe you throw Panatom in that conversation. I wouldn't. He's more so a facilitator right now, especially with his highly defensive build. But Hex Mambo just have not had their opportunities to get into that backline. Nope. The dive potential that the desk highlighted between Loki and King Arthur, it really just hasn't happened yet.
Problem is Johnny's passive is also not unlocked. He's not like 2 and 6. He's just 000. So the Penta passive will be a few deaths away for this Loki. He'll hope to avoid that, though, and unlock a good team fight. Is it around this Oni Fury? Doesn't look like it. Hex Mambo. They're more concerned with the tier 1 tower in mid. Get some global gold for the team. Been a few assists here for Pagon. Haven't seen the full brunt of this Hebo just yet. The storyline's been written around SOT and Pagon, or Panatom rather, handing a few kills over to the Achilles early in this game. And this is the trickle effect that can start to happen against the Oni Warriors. They'll get a few kills, but then they start to pull away with the objectives. This is a team that early on ran down their kills, ran down their wins. They diversified some of those win conditions, though, in the last few weeks of Phase 1, and we're just a better objective control team on top of what was also a really, really good and best-in-the-world team fight team.
And it is worth noting, though, that Hex Mambo have not fallen out of striking range here. Gold, relatively even, considering how far into the game we are. Experience, legitimately even right now as well. Maybe a half level here or there, but the majority of the targets on the Oni Warriors are approaching or already at level 20, so some of that experience gap deceptive. Hex Mambo, it's their standard style. Delay the game. They're starting to get to that point, but I haven't seen a portion of the team fight that they can start to lean on consistently, and that has been Hex Mambo's win con is, all right, 25 minutes, let's get it rolling. PvP is looking real good for the Oni Warriors. The best situations we've seen from Mambo are their disengage.
Yep. Oh, is this just sudden FG call from the Oni Warriors? You're 5v5 on the map. Spudio, though, over on left, so I'm wrong in the team fight, but right on the map. It's a 5v4 over here on right. Panatom eats the apple, sends a bit of damage back to his team, and maybe that evens the scales a bit, gives Hex Mambo a chance in this fight. Remember, you've got Awesome Jake for sustain. Spudio, this could pay off if somehow the Oni Warriors are delayed from an FG and Spudio keeps going, which he won't. Really just a tier 2 tower. So actually a really nice play for Hex Mambo. And Spudio, the ADC, snags the tier 2, and Hex Mambo prevent the FG.
Yeah, SOT caught by the spread of the golden apple there. I believe would have had enough damage on second combat dodge to do just enough to put Kha'Zix into that execute threshold, but because he is crippled out, forced to disengage and takes a bit too much poke on the tail end from Hawk as well. Strife and Unruly Magic to stick around. So the Oni Warriors would have likely re-pulled the Fire Giant there had they not taken so much damage, but with Spudio on map, generating pressure as well, forced to reset themselves defensively. Johnny locks eyes with Panatom. That's an easy grab. Assassinate early.
About to be locking eyes with the rest of the Oni Warriors. Assassinate and beads are gone, and that's enough for now. No more chase down. Stygian Beacon, it's about to spawn.
Well, he hits hard.
Hawk, oh no, he's used Aegis early. Crushing wave through a monolith. The apple, oh, and misses again. Hawk able to get out alive once more. Early Undying Love. Panatom searching for targets. No taunts on this one. Oni Warriors, they have dropped a couple of kills here recently, but maybe that's just opened the door to the Stygian Beacon, and this will unleash the Titans in just a little bit of time. Only Warriors the team that'll fight for fighting's sake. I'm interested to see what they can get done around Titan spawn as well.
No beads, no Aegis for Hawk. I'm thinking an opportunity for Panatom to start hunting. Just himself might have enough damage to threaten out the enemy mid laner. Surprised that Pagon survives that engagement because I just assumed that he'd picked up Blink because that's Pagon's MO on just about every mid laner. Instead, beads Aegis. A little bit more of that respect towards Hex Mambo.
Pyromancer goes to Hex Mambo. Bit of a meeting of the minds over on right, but Hex Mambo, the ones who call the coin flip correctly. Runic bomb for them. Oni Warriors won't be super concerned with that. You're right, though, and I want to harken back to what you had mentioned. Hex Mambo remain in striking distance despite the 5-0 solo or troll. Achilles got to be a concerning factor. But outside of the gold myth, what you've talked about, it's that team fight threat. It's been very back foot from Hex Mambo. Very, well, if we can shrug off the initial engage, maybe we can fight with the second engage, but haven't seen much of that. You're about to be full build on Spudio outside of starter item upgrade. Got that to look forward to. Titans Unleashed. They're going to march down mid lane. And Myth Oni Warriors will send all 5 to mid right away, but might disperse and make full use of the map before the Titans officially meet.
Yeah, 3-2 split from the Oni Warriors. 3 on the gold, 2 on the right, just to make sure Fire Giant isn't pulled by Hex Mambo. Mambo will become aware of the positioning very shortly, as that gold free will be knocked down. Whichever team can make contact with the enemy Titan first, at a clear advantage, being able to drop some of that HP before it really turns into a team fight, so valuable. And that'll be the Oni Warriors, who have completely controlled the center of the map. They grab themselves a neutral objective and the defensive positioning in the center with 0 cost. Hex Mambo not able to get anything done here. That is a healthy Titan. This might just be a tier 2 tower.
Could be. Hex Mambo, again, backpedaling underneath the tier 2 in mid. Oni Warriors, they are full strength outside of a couple of relics. It's the Aegis for Pagon. That's 20 seconds away. Hawk, similar, but both of the actives.
That's burning.
Titan will be melted down quickly, and quickly enough for the Oni Warriors to be uninterested fighting any further. But if Hex Mambo stepped too far out, maybe assuming the Oni Warriors had backed away, could be dangerous. Johnny has stepped pretty far out. He's got a lot of damage for Netrioid. Oh, goodness! Pentaton plus Netrioid is an equation that Johnny had not calculated. And now there's an opening for 45 seconds. Hex Mambo without their Loki.
Oni Warriors have got so much time to play with here. It's Pagon and Awesome Jake throwing out some poke. They're very safe. A lot of movement speed between the two of them, as well as survivability with Undying Love still available. But I'd like to see them get a bit more done than just poke towards mid. Set up a gank in the jungle. Catch someone on the rotation in. TKO is valuable because you want the Fire Giant already pulled. Netroid's starting to slowly work through it.
That's right. Netroid working it down. Awesome Jake is there just to tank it up a bit further. SOT, a terrifying thought to run into for Hex Mambo. Panatom's on the other side of the engagement. A slow burn FG, but one that Hex Mambo seemingly simply won't be able to contest. Down it goes after about a 30-second burn. The Oni Warriors get it on everyone, and Hex Mambo shudder at the sight of SOT and Panatom stepping forward.
Hex Mambo just have not found their footing in the engagement. It'll be easy to find it. It'll be under your Phoenix or potentially a soft defense on these tier 2s. And base defense not weak from Hex Mambo. Discordia and Terra, very good in class, Mage and Guardian on base defense at stopping the aggression of just about anyone, especially a composition like this from the Oni Warriors that is really, really short range. You don't have any long range abilities here. It's all going to dedicate yourself. As Panatom, is this a catch?
As Panatom made the first mistake of the game for the Oni Warriors. Remains to be seen. If nothing else, he started off a fight.
Wow.
Oh, Pagon, Netrioid, the carries. They're low on the Oni Warriors. Hex Mambo have bought their time, and Hex Mambo have now bought a team fight. Julio on a double. After starting off 0-3, the King Arthur has ignited in this game. 28 minutes in, finally Hex Mambo find their first few kills. SOT still 5-0, does not want to hand over any free gold to Hex Mambo. But it's Hex Mambo, Myth, with a big opening here, 35 seconds at least on 3 death timers.
Yeah, those runic bombs from earlier have already been expended, though, so they'll have to work through that Phoenix the old-fashioned way. Panatom and SOT, not the best suited for defense, but some low HP targets. Fatal Strike might be big.
This is awkward. A taunt on the Kha'Zix. SOT, a stun on the Kha'Zix. Fatal Strike, it's there. Wow, our Hex Mambo had to be behind the entirety of the game, considering an end. Panatom on a double taunt. Sot's got 5 kills, but 5 more to get if he wants to save this game.
It's too slow.
Back into the fountain he
50%.
goes. It is a slow burn. Oh man, Hex Mambo. The health bar is low. Pagon's back in. Pagon on a triple. Oh, that's unreal. Pagon, Sot, and the rest keep the game alive. Hex Mambo had their opening. Pagon slams the door in their face.
Panatom in the grayscale is taking the Runic Bomb with them, Dave. Do the Oni Warriors have enough time to knock down the base? 30 seconds on nearest respawn. SOT's already there. It might be tight timing. It's hard to call.
Oni Warriors, this game looked easy for a while. Then now suddenly it might not be. Myth, maybe a Phoenix. Maybe a Phoenix is the safe call here for the Oni Warriors team. They want to rumble into the base. There's only one tower left on the map. They've got everyone. 15 seconds left on Kha'Zix, 15 on Spudio. The Oni Warriors full strength. Pagon had 0 kills 45 seconds ago. He'll end the game with 3. And don't let the 1-0 Oni Warriors lead fool you. Hex Mambo gave him a scare at the end.
And talk about diversifying your playstyle. That's how we open up this set. This is a much slower Oni Warriors. Not a whole lot of objective play in this one. A lot of team fighting, but not a whole lot of kills either. And at the very end, it is the thinnest of margins that sees them coming out on top. Hex Mambo clearly have earned every bit of respect that they've got.
Time to go back and assess that Runic Bomb that Hex Mambo.
Dude, that might have been it. It might have been it.
It was close, man. Oni Warriors get the win here. As expected, at 66% of us expected, right?
Yeah,
we knew
we all knew.
they were going to grab the win. A bit shakier, though. But I also don't want to let that distract us from how the vast majority of that game went, which was Sot control for the majority of that game. Oni Warriors not giving up any of the objectives. It's really just kind of an awkward fight where Hex Mambo had their opening.
Yeah, I mean, the Oni Warriors, it felt like once they had gotten the Fire Giant, the win left themselves. Like, they went slack. They relaxed a little bit. Okay, we've done it. And then it's this 3-man grouping in mid that's immediately punished by the 5 members of Hex Mambo. Everybody's reeling on defense. But cooler heads prevail, and I think you got to give MVP to SOT, man. I mean, he buys so much time on that Titan. I know it's a Pagon triple, but SOT did the work.
That's right. 5 kills in lane and just out of laning phase for SOT. Saves the game. Pagon also comes up big, as you point out there at the end, but the Achilles, unbelievable here. Oni Warriors, they hand the first loss of the event to Hex Mambo. 1 more to go. We'll see what they can get done in game 2 after this.
Time runs me over, and I burn some thicker skin. Learn to be
Well, howdy, folks, and welcome back into Smite Summer Masters as we're on the final couple sets of our day here. It's Dimes. It's Frog on the desk. Frog, you're looking pretty good today, man.
Thank you.
You know, I like the outfit, but you know what you would look better in?
What?
You would look better in a Skulls t-shirt. A big shout out to Skulls. Couple new Masters t-shirts there featuring a new, but you got a black one, you got a white one. Some of the best fabric, softest, and just most wonderful feeling on the market. Head on over to shop.hirezstudios.com. Get yourself a Skulls Smite Summer Masters t-shirt, just like we did. Isn't that right, Frog?
Yeah, I got that merch at Worlds, dude. I wear it
Yeah.
to bed. It's
I've
so
been rocking
comfortable.
Skulls stuff since like the very beginning. Like
Yeah.
as soon as this partnership came to fruition.
Oh, even before.
Boop, boop, boop.
I was.
Oh, you're
on
like
that.
in on it?
I was in the meta, dude. Yeah, I was on
All right.
it.
Well, speaking of meta, Frog, Hex Mambo maybe taking a bit of a step back in their view of the meta as they find their first spill of this tournament to the still undefeated Oni Warriors.
That was quite a game because I really had faith in the Mambo as we were starting to go through that game. They definitely were a little bit behind early on for sure, but they got towards the late game, towards 25 minutes or so. They were only down 3K gold.
Yep.
They were pretty even in experience, and they got to the team fight phase, and that is their bread and butter. And sure enough, they finally found themselves a team fight win. They got a 3-0. And they decided to run it down. They decided we are going to end the game right here. We're going to hang our hat that we can indeed end the game. And man, how close they were to being right. But unfortunately, almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and this is not one of those things. And so taking the Titan down to what looked like sub 100 HP,
negligible,
doesn't actually matter. You don't get any points for that. You only get points for actually taking the Titan down, which is what the Oni Warriors did approximately 30 seconds later as they all spawned up. Huge triple kill. You see it here. Solower Troll is up and is defending. Look at how low that gets. Man, it's just on the thinnest of margins. And Hex Mambo just so close, but not able to close it out.
Unbelievable. And as you saw in those replays, for the first 5 kills, to put them all on Solower Troll over there on the Achilles, one of the best mechanical players in the game, who apparently has been spending the majority of his life playing Smite these past. Dave and Myth ran the numbers on cast. It was like 17 hours a day of Smite or something ridiculous. Wow. Put in the streaming hours is Solower Troll. Surely turned up here in game number 1, 6-0-4.
Top damage.
And then, of course, Pagon coming through with the hero plays at the end to save the day. And running it down mid was the Oni Warriors to take game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the damage. Hawk had more damage than anybody in the game. I'm not sure this game was really decided on the Hex Mambo having a bad game. I wouldn't call it that at all. I think that they did their exact game plan. Their goal was to keep their head above water until they could find a win in a team fight. That's their bread and butter. And they did, and then they found a win in a team fight, and then they just made a bad decision, right? I mean, they decided to run it down, and I don't blame them for making that decision.
Sure.
I think I might have made the same decision. It was that close, right? You cannot call that in the moment. It is so difficult, especially with the pressure of being here and landing these boos. Honestly, I think if you're Hex Mambo, like I'm almost down for the salty run back.
Yeah, I mean, you say quote unquote bad decision, but like if maybe one extra ability, like one more cast,
one auto,
9 out of 10 times you make that play.
Yep.
Like that is not something where it's a coin flip, it's a 50-50. You go back to VOD review and think, maybe we could have played that more cautiously. I mean, if one auto attack, one ability cast, if Pagon literally has a second left on the respawn, we're sitting here having a completely different conversations about the Hex Mambo taking down the Oni Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely still reason to feel confident. If you're the Hex Mambo, you went in with confidence, you drafted your style of teamfight play. I don't think there's really any reason to go away from that because the Oni Warriors did not really beat you play on field. They definitely got out to an early lead, and I certainly think that Panatom was making it work, pressure on map, early kills out to solo patrol. The Achilles look great. And I like the Oni Warriors draft as well. They brought their own meta to the table. I'm not saying either meta is right or wrong. I don't think we have enough data to decide on that point quite yet. I think both teams should feel confident in what they just brought to the table. It just needs to be maybe the Hex Mambo. I mean, if they really are going to rely on their late game team fight style of composition, late game team fight style of play, as much as they seem to, they're going to try and play around Johnny once they get into that late game. If that's going to be their goal, why jump the gun? Like if you get a 3 for 0, you've now hit your phase. You've kind of peeked over the top of the mountaintop. You've gotten a view of the greener pastures. You're not necessarily at the greener pastures. You just tried to parachute from the top of the mountain all the way down to those greener pastures. If you're the Hex Mamba, you like got a peek. You're like, oh my god, we could end the game. But dude, if it's only going to get better.
Sure.
Like it's only going to get later into the game. You're only going to, in theory, have better chances to win those fights. They could have gotten the Phoenix, got out. They might have even gotten away with another tier 2 tower. They could have gotten another Phoenix. They could have went back and had another Fire Giant fight with Fire Minions pushing into the base, right? They had all of these other plays that they could have made to try and slow things down a little bit and once again rely on their team fight style. Instead, I don't think they jumped the gun. Once again, it's not like a bad decision inherently.
Sure.
But it's sort of where are you going to say your play style relying on? If you are drafting for those late game team fights, play around the late game team fights. Don't play around a base race.
So my follow-up question to that, Frog, is do you think this game 1 gaff follows the Hex Mambo, either mentally or on play, into game number 2? Do you think they approach game 2 with more caution? Do you think they play on the back foot to start? I mean, if they do the Oni Warriors take advantage and press the gas pedal and force them all the way back? How does the Hex Mambo adjust from game number 1, from that little, call it a chink in the armor, that little jump in the gun, as you said,
right,
and take it into game number 2?
To be honest, I think it is hard to say mentally, right? This is an SCC team, hasn't seen as much LAN experience in the guys at the other side of the booth.
Sure.
And so it's tough. It can be tough to adapt mentally from a decision like that where you go all in on something and it is so close and you end up losing the game off of it when you could have won the game with one additional auto attack. So, I mean, it can be tough to bounce back mentally. But from what I've seen from the boys on Hex Mambo this weekend, their mentals have been strong. They've got that calm confidence that they brought into game number 1. I'm hoping that they are not mentally shattered after that game number 1.
Well, you talk about adaptations. The first one that piques my interest here is this Aphrodite taken off the board. Clearly, the Hex Mambo think Awesome Jake's performed a little bit too admirably. There we go. Got that one locked down. On that Aphrodite pick, that's got to go by the wayside. Baba Yaga and Kali No say the Oni Warriors. Robin? The final ban here for the Hex Mambo and the Oni Warriors shoot back with an AK.
Yeah, these bans, once again, going towards Johnny similarly as they have in the past, taking away that Baba Yaga from Hawk. Such a difficult pick to deal with when you get that prophetic cloak online.
So it begins.
So it begins. The potential for the salty run back here is high. I mean, Hex Mambo, and one of the things he said on the desk for the first segment was that these two teams very clearly have a rift in what they consider to be meta, right? And they were going, Oni Warriors were going a slightly different direction, didn't really necessarily affect what Hex Mambo were going, but critically, the one ban that you've missed, you now take away the Aphrodite, you leave open the Thor.
also this Hell. I mean, thinking this might go to support, thinking this might go into the hands of the mid laner Pagon, who just played a very similar style of mid laner in Habwa last game. Certainly something to keep an eye on. Circling back around to this Thor that you just mentioned, into the hands of Solo or Troll or Panatom.
Yeah, I think it's gonna go Sot. To be honest with you, I think Sot. Well,
I mean, we saw Baskin run it down.
We did. We saw Baskin have an excellent performance on it, and Sot, I think, back in the day, sort of not invented the Thor solo, but brought it to popularity during a meta where nobody else was really playing it. And so it's sort of a comfort pick for him, but at the same time, I know the game that Sot just had on the Achilles and how much they potentially value Achilles here in this composition, right? You add the Hell to that, you get a little bit of CC immunity, you get that same healing that you've been able to get the last couple of compositions from the Oni Warriors. On the other side, though, the Hex Mambo go into what has been working, and this time, instead of grabbing Hawk up top and going for that Discordia, they go for the tier. They want Julio on something that has a little bit more presence, a little bit more engage opportunity. This King Arthur, he just spins and wins his way into the back lane. But he has to walk there. That's the critical portion. He does not get to Lawbringer there quite like Tyr does. That engage from Tyr is unique. It's pretty much the reason that we've seen him so heavily prioritized this weekend, and Julio has looked great on the pick thus far. So I love this adaptation from the Mambo.
And this is a Nami pickup. Only 2 pickups so far here at Smite Masters, with other hunters like the Roms, the Hachis, the Kerns, things like that being prioritized here. Izanami not particularly popular. What is it about this ADC that really slots into the Oni Warriors?
I think it's just the pressure, right? You give it over to Netroid, and Netroid once upon a time was one of the most, still is one of the most aggressive hunters in the league. I think maybe Vaporish Coast has surpassed him a little bit in just wanting to take 1v1s, but there was a time when Netroid was on the Kings, and he had soloed at one point every single other player in the league in one phase of the split. And you do that a lot with pressure ADCs, and Izanami is a premier one. You get to clear the wave, entirely hit the wave with those boomerang auto attacks. You get the additional pressure, and as well, you bring a little bit of utility into that fight, right? Tyr is diving you, and you silence him. You interrupt a Fearless. You interrupt a combo. Similar to Terra, she's got those combos that they're running through during the fight. Depends on what jungle pickup is gone here for Johnny on the Mambo, but Izanami definitely has some self-peel tools as well.
No more hero plays, says the Hex Mambo, as Habwa falls by the wayside here. Serket taken off the board. Oni Warriors final ban phase. Hits on the Discordia and the Dodgy, curious enough. Kind of an interesting shot there with Johnny. We've seen the Dodgy a couple times. Unsuccessful, I think, every single time. So a little curious there that one's getting taken off the board, but it doesn't matter. Can't pick it anyway.
Yeah,
so moving along.
I dislike the Dodgy ban, to be honest. I don't know why you're doing it.
It's kind of a lost ban.
Well, it's also, you have a Hell. You have a cleanse against the Palo. And critically for me, they've left Bakasura up for Johnny to pick. They banned that in the second phase last time. So we'll be interesting to see if he decides to go back in that direction. But bans have swapped up for the Mambo as well. Ra going unbanned will now be picked up for the Oni Warriors. Not just Benny Q that's going to be prioritizing this pick. Pigon, a very different pick from the Habwa, right? You don't necessarily get in the front line as easily. You have to play more ranged, but if it looks anything like Benny Q did a little bit earlier on in the day, hitting those ranged snipes, this is a dangerous pick to be a part of.
And so far, as the Hex Mambo think about their next 2 selections, running a bank time here, this feels like an Oni Warriors crafted composition, right? This does not feel your standard Hachi tier Terra. Not that there's anything wrong with those 3 top tier picks, but it feels like the Oni Warriors are really leaning into a strategy they've handpicked for this Hex Mambo squad.
Yeah, it's definitely fitting of their own meta, no doubt about it. You still get this healer support, this Hell likely going back to support for Awesome Jake, so very similar vibes to what he's been playing. Still a little bit ambiguous on whether or not this Thor will end up in the jungle for Panatom or over in that solo lane. But this is where we're going on the side of the Mambo, and this is also what I was worried about. They ban away the Discordia, so Hawk has to go one god deeper into that pool. The last time he had to do that, he went to Giannis. He does the same thing again. I liked him a lot when we saw him forced onto this pick. He had really solid aggressive portals. He had really solid through space and times. He did a lot in terms of utility for the team. On the other side, though, or not on the other side, rather, the next pick down, this is what you sacrificed when you banned Daji. You left this Bakasura open, and I think this fits so well into a drop everything composition from Hex Mambo. You drop the Terra ultimate, you Lawbringer in from tier, you threw space and time in, and all of a sudden your entire team is occupying one jungle corridor, and Johnny cleans up everything. It flows so well through the team fight for the Mambo.
If the Hex Mambo are looking for that mid to late game team fight, as they always do, this is the comp to get it done. Meanwhile, the Oni Warriors are going to finish out their draft phase by picking up the Susano for Panatom, one of the premier Susano players in the league. Only seen it once so far. Not a fantastic look, but if there's one player's name I'm looking at to take the Susano and make it happen, it's the jungler for the Warriors.
Yeah, I'm not doubting Panatom on the Susano. I was doubting Susano as a pick a little bit into this meta. You go a little bit towards making players do less damage, making players a little bit tankier, and all of a sudden Susano, who you're typically building full damage, finds it harder and harder to like one-shot these characters and then get out. And so you don't necessarily have that same in-and-out potential. But if anybody is finding those flanks and finding that effectiveness, it's going to be Panatom. And he makes this pick look like a really early game pick, when on paper it's a very mid-game and sort of into the late game pick potentially. But Panatom loves to get involved early, especially on the Susano, and it's a really, really good facilitator pick. You have more setup than you anticipate. You've got the Typhoon coming through, and then the Ra ult to follow it as well. There's a lot of potential for setup, and that also means you've got this semi-global pressure from the solo lane. That means that Solar Troll has, the ability to get involved earlier on in these team fights, doesn't have to do as much to rotate into a fight around the Pyromancer or something like that. It's a very aggressive draft from the Warriors.
Frog, I gotta ask the obligatory question. An Oni Warriors composition that is tailor fit to their playstyle. A composition from the Hex Mambo that they've been playing all weekend long. Are we going to game 3, or the Oni Warriors bringing it home?
After all is said and done, Hex Mambo have made me a believer. And so I can't say anything else. We are definitely pushing to game number 3. I'm not even going to leave myself an out. We are definitely, listen to that, Dimes, definitely going to game 3.
Frog, there is only one way to find out. It's the Oni Warriors, it's the Hex Mambo, and two of the best to ever get it done. It's Dave and Myth.
Myth twice? That's crazy. Myth twice and then me? You're one of the best to ever do it, Myth. A second one of you is the other one. And then there's Dave. And that's okay.
It's okay.
It's hard sitting next to a goat on 2 separate occasions.
I know, man. They're always eating grass and neighing.
Do you know what? No. I was going to say, do you know what sound?
Bleat. Bleat. Do it. Yeah, go ahead. Do your bleat.
Bleat.
Okay.
Bleat. That's the sound.
And this is why they all love you.
And that's why 63% of Twitch chat still leaning for the Oni Warriors.
That's 1% less, I think.
No, there was 66. There was 66 to the other math, 34.
Nice.
I will say this for Frog. Stalwart in his belief. Not only definitely once, which is an absolute statement, repeated it.
Yeah, he's a Sith Lord. Speaking in absolutes, man. I thought we taught him better.
I thought we did. But Myth, are you carrying his resolve that Hex Mambo are going to take us on to a game 3?
I do like Hex Mambo's composition. I think that there are 2 critical pieces in the team fight, and we're getting ahead of ourselves, getting all the way into the team fight, but why not? Julio and Johnny. Critically, they need to deal with Panatom, and just Panatom. If Panatom is dealt with, Hawk is going to have a free game, and Kha'Zix and Spudio can do all they want, standard Guardian, standard Hunter stuff. I think that is perhaps the most important interaction on map. Otherwise, the rest of the Oni Warriors are probably just either peeling for Pagon or trying to facilitate Panatom on his ever constant and vigilant hunt, trying to catch Hawk out in the jungle, right? Susano, one of the, if not the only assassin in the game that is well suited at chasing out a Yanis. So some key interactions I'll be keeping my eyes on. But all that could just go out the window if all of a sudden we have an explosive early game that completely tips the scales, right? That's assuming a 25-minute team fight at an even state.
Well, SOT was the explosive early game. SOT plus Panatom over in solo lane, right? I mean, a 5-0 start on the Achilles. It's a Thor this time. We saw Thor early this weekend in some of the SEC matches.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Wasn't the best. Oh, no!
Oh, he's out.
Wow. SOT is going to live, I presume. Yes, he will. He'll hammer away. Julio nearly getting a solo kill on a solo or troll. The Thor's a pick, Myth. We've seen mixed success from this weekend. Earlier on in some of the SEC matches, didn't quite synergize with what those players were hoping for. We've also seen the double dunk Styx Ferryman style of Thor and Ratatosker game. And it looks really good in Baskin's hands. I love the rotation potential of this pick. I mean, you talk about a lot of what Hex Mambo want to do, Myth. Panatom was your highlight of who they need to shut down on the Oni Warrior side. What's the Oni Warrior style of composition here? Are you hoping that you could pick someone out, maybe like this? Johnny's an afterthought. Who's expecting a 4-man rotation at 2 minutes over in mid? Johnny sure wasn't. Oni Warrior sure were, and it's Panatom on first blood.
Yeah, I wonder what the communication's like from Hex Mambo in a situation like that, where both Kha'Zix and Spuddy are sitting there like, you know, guys, couldn't exactly say where Jake and Netroid are, but they certainly aren't here, so hope they aren't with you. And Johnny says they are. And an easy chase down, well played by Panatom, by the way, to hold on to the dash from that third ability until post-leap from Johnny, and an easy lockdown immediately afterward. What is the game plan for the Oni Warriors? This looks to me to be a much more standard Oni Warriors game plan, which is get aggressive everywhere and always, right? Look for your boxing potential in lane, have SOT make those early rotations. We've seen Jake and Netroid now make a rotation at the minute-and-a-half mark for a fight on mid-camp. So you got to imagine they'll be doing the same thing for a Pyromancer once that spawns.
Man, Johnny's going to walk face first into Panatom and SOT over on right. This time, not 4 members of the Oni Warriors awaiting him. So Johnny will leap away, and he'll be just fine. Pegon with different styles of picks, Myth, but maybe similar outcomes. You got the Insta-Gib ultimate. It's not a crushing wave this time. It's a searing pain. Saw his brother perform really well on this pick earlier on today, the Ra. Is there enough setup around it, though, that gives you confidence in Pegon, or does Pegon even need the setup to hit those ultimates?
Well, that is a lofty question you've sent my way. Does Pegon need help landing his ult? Probably not, but he does have it if he does need it.
Yeah, let's get existential.
Right, SOT's got the wall stun from downtown, the Anvil of Dawn, things like that. Pretty easy to follow up on for Pegon if he's playing heads up. Even a pull-in from Panatom, if you're timing it just right, should be just enough. So I'm not concerned for Searing Pain. I think the concern lies with Hex Mambo and how they're going to survive it, because you better believe a fair few will be finding their way into these priority targets. The concern for Pegon is the dive from Hex Mambo. Bakasura, just as fast as a Ra. Will also have Haste and Katana eventually, generally in third item, if Johnny's builds are anything to go by.
Hey, didn't he
in
set
sets
up for
of
that
pass.
one?
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to throw. He's practicing. That's a practice shot. It's a low cooldown.
That's right. Got to get things heated up a bit before the actual team fights break out. Can I ask some more questions about Hawk, right? Through space and time.
That's way harder to hit.
Yeah, it is. Also more utility in that ultimate. Provides different avenues for your team to get in and out of team fights. Now, what's different from earlier games is that through a first blood, Oni Warriors have actually pulled the 2,000 gold lead. Remember, we were sitting at 1.5K despite...
It's 2,000 already?
It's 1.5K right now,
hey,
depending on where the waves are. We were at this point 25 minutes in with a 5-kill lead for the Oni Warriors in Game 1. So first blood, about 500 of that, and the rest of the farm is starting to add up. This is where the Oni Warriors have made a lot of their money throughout the phase as well. Slowly pulling away a lead and then suddenly forcing a fight against you. Sod has used his wall, but now used his hammer. Johnny could have an opportunity, but is not immediately ganking that side of the map. Really about these junglers and where they want to set their pace. And Johnny's gotten back into this game, back into the farm game, keeping pace with Panatom quite nicely after falling for first blood. Panatom lurking between Tier 1 and Tier 2.
He's freaking me out.
I know, this is scary. Has Blink. Won't use it. Instead it'll be a purple buff invade.
You know, the Oni Warriors have actually got a very good composition at looking at early neutral objectives. I know we talk a whole lot about E-set and how she's like one of the best mages at really contesting Gold Fury or playing around it. Hold that thought as Hawk forced to use that ultimate defensively. Small loss on utility, but at the end of the day, not a massive deal, not just yet. But Ra is in that conversation, Dave. Of,
Sure.
You know, you can get onto the Fury and you can pull it, and you're not really sacrificing too much because you've got that heal constantly ticking. You've got really good objective secure as well. So I wonder if the Oni Warriors try and expedite their pace around the PvE. Last time around in Game 1, it was pretty slow going around those Furies and those Pyromancers. Wasn't the standard breakneck pace that we've associated so closely with the Oni Warriors. I think this time around they've got a composition that could really get it done.
Yep. And if they choose to press down on the gas a bit, it'll be up to Hex Mambo to be close by. You do not want to let the Oni Warriors bleed you out early in the game because we know they can team fight better than just about anyone in the league, especially when they've got a gold lead on their side. SOT, though, he's got a little defense early. Breastplate of Valor maybe hoping to get some Anvil of Dawns going, get those ultimates back off of cooldown here shortly, because a team that loves to rotate. Think about where some of those kills came from early on the Achilles. Maybe Sot can look towards mid, something like that here in the next few minutes. Get a little extra additional value. But it is still this timer that we've talked about with Johnny. You're looking later into the game. Johnny Penta earlier on today. Could absolutely get it done on a pick like this. Hawk from mid doesn't hit his ultimate, but 4 members of Hex Mambo are here on left. Won't end up fully ganking. Maybe if that ultimate connects, you're considering going in a bit further. As I'll always say, I admire the attempt.
Yeah, nice try from Hawk, and if it does connect, likely would have rode those portals in to get involved with the rest of his team. That small exchange we saw between Spudio and the duo lane of the Oni Warriors is one that we can expect to see a fair deal going forward. Just ultimate slow, okay, I've cleansed it. Good luck. Johnny. He should be all right. He still has leap. That's a disengage, easy call, but a TKO nonetheless. Drop him down to 50%. Maybe a Fury call.
Maybe. Pagon and Panatom. Panatom without Blink makes a difference there. If Johnny's hovering around, Pagon has Blink, maybe one more big initiation. Jake drops a ward, I believe, over on Fury. Maybe just checks it, but just face checks it. Set another purple buff. Man, these last couple purple buffs just getting taken away from Hex Mambo. 1 level lead for both Jake and Netrioid. Neutral farm starting to bleed away just a bit. Johnny goes up and over the wall. Luckily, Kha'Zix and Hawk close enough by that Johnny had a little bit of extra safety over in his corner on the left side of the map. Panatom's just, the way he lurks, you know, he just kind of hangs out and waits for you to make a mistake. Johnny, despite falling early, has really picked up the farm game and has a 1 level lead.
Good luck keeping up with Bakasura. If you're not playing Surcat, matching pace with Bakasura on his jungle rotations and his jungle clear is just so difficult after that Golden Blade gets finished up. And as you said, Panatom has been doing a lot of lurking in the sidelines and waiting in purple buffs or waiting around these mid camps trying to find opportunities to gank. Haven't exactly seen the same from Johnny as of yet. He's been much more content to hang out in the jungle and just continue to farm up, and I think he's right to do so. But you have to make use of that level lead eventually. Generally, it's like a 2 to 3 level lead. Once you're in that range, you feel like any fight you take is a good one.
Yeah.
So it could be that Johnny waits for that. But if that's the case, Panatom could very easily adjust his own playstyle. Once you start to realize you're falling behind and not a whole lot of it is getting accomplished in your own.
Oh, Panatom face first.
Good lord.
Into Hawk and Johnny. Hex Mambo, a simple kill over in mid. Just no vision. And a 1-2 punch from a Yanis and a Bakasura. Pagon traded some damage back, I'll add. Hawk was low, but no chance. That'll settle the score a little bit here. But again, needed timing. 2,500 gold all of a sudden for the Oni Warriors in the lead. And despite the kills going the other direction, this will help out a little bit. A pick on Awesome Jake. Netrioid actually steps forward. Drops.
Well, they're healthy.
Silence. Johnny leaps away. Sot is up. Gotta be out of range. Kha'Zix sidesteps the ultimate, but has to sidestep the wall as well. Not enough damage from the Oni Warriors to complete the dive. But you always gotta be heads up when the Oni Warriors are around because they'll make a play like that.
Man, that is such a windfall for Hex Mambo there. The pick onto Panatom immediately followed up by surviving that initiation on the left side. SOT utilizes his teleport as well as his ultimate, so miss out on an entire wave to his tier 1 tower. That's experience and gold lost. Julio the entire time, just allowed to farm up in his lane. Should be benefiting from a slight lead now. Maybe an entire level there. So the Oni Warriors, not for lack of trying, come up empty, but in trying have left open the door, and Hex Mambo always find their opportunities.
They do. Team with no give up in the vocabulary. Game 1 is a really good indicator of that. Oni Warriors really controlled things, never really widened that gap. Hex Mambo found their fight nearly ended Game 1. What was it that you said? By the thinnest of margins, or
it was
something like that? It was
thin margins. That sounds like me. That sounds like anybody that watches that game, though, right?
That's true. I'm trying to give you an opportunity to gas yourself a bit. You know, that's like some of the best phrasing I've ever heard, and that's good by you. That's the way it ends, though, in Game 1. Game 2 here, Hex Mambo have fought their way back in. Stygian Beacon, it'll spawn here in 30. Tier 1 tower.
Ooh, watch out.
Ooh, again. Through space and time out of mid, doesn't hit. Jake fills the health bars up a bit further. Kha'Zix and Johnny are in. Goodness, out of nowhere. The rotation from the Giannis. The assistance from the Bakasura. And a 2-kill swing for Hex Mambo. You don't need the ultimate to hit if Hawk is able to teleport his team to left.
Yeah, I mean, that's twice now that the Oni Warriors have tried to aggress on that Tier 1 tower. This time, though, Tier 1 tower removed, but at what cost? 2 members immediately, the dual lane dead. But Stygian Beacon timing, it's the Oni Warriors are going to grab that one for themselves, and the Hex Mambo, what do they get off their kills? They don't return the tower. They don't grab the Gold Fury. It's kills for kills' sake. Close up the experience lead, but gold significant still in favor of the Oni Warriors.
Yep.
I think experience, though, will become a major conversation very soon. I'm looking at the jungle. Surprisingly, it's Panatom who has caught himself back up. I thought we'd seen a much larger gap at this point. Johnny just now ticking over to level 13 to the 12 of Panatom on the other side. Mid laners even, support even. Still a slight lead for Netroid.
Yep.
I don't know how the Oni Warriors do it, man. It just seems like whenever they die, they come back just as strong.
They do. Well, dying with a bit of a lead helps you come back to life, at least even. That's assisting the Oni Warriors here in game number 2. An elimination game, I might add, an important one. Hex Mambo got to win 2 straight against a team that has not lost a set at all here in Season 10 of the Smite Pro League.
At all in general. I mean, this team has never tasted loss.
I mean, they've lost like game 1 of a best of 3.
I said what I said.
And you meant it. And you know what? There's a way you can twist that to where you're right. They have not lost a set at all. This roster has. Grouping for the Oni Warriors over on left. Could consider a Gold Fury at this point in the game if you talked a little bit about the objective potential of the team.
Oof.
Hawk just wide.
Well, they're still moving up.
Space and time, but still going to take those portals forward. Also, Earthen Fury gets used by Kha'Zix there, so a couple big ultimates down. It's the same play, run back. Let's see if we can catch a snipe. If not, maybe we'll portal our way through, find an unsuspecting member of the Oni Warriors. But Hex Mambo have disengaged. Wondering if the Oni Warriors were going to take that as an opportunity for the Gold Fury, but they'll think twice.
Yeah, this time the difference is the Oni Warriors were ready for that rotation, even if the fight had made its way to them, and it's a fight that they didn't want to take. SOT was hovering nearby in mid, would have been able to get involved with that Anvil of Dawn. Panatom was over there, still had that Typhoon for disengage, so plenty of resources that Hex Mambo needed to contend with still if they wanted a clean team fight there. But it is worth noting that this time around, the Oni Warriors have been trying to get aggressive. Game 1, it felt like both teams were resigned to a much slower pace. It was fine. Nobody cared. Farm up in lane. Let's wait for the team fight. This time around, for the first 8 or so minutes, the Oni Warriors were constantly aggressive in lane. Awesome Jake and Netroid made their home on that Tier 1 tower. But Hex Mambo and their play on field were able to slow them down.
Yep.
How long can you keep the tide at bay? Not very long. Pyromancer to the Oni Warriors with 0 fight back. But how do you evaluate the value of a Pyromancer? It's with the Runic Bomb. We'll have to wait till that's used.
Yep, might get used around one of these towers, one of these neutral objectives. Nice wall from SOT. Only in that it forced Kha'Zix into an awkward spot, but underneath his Tier 1 tower still had plenty of safety. Now everyone from both teams making their way towards the left. SOT back to base for a reset, maybe a power spike. Yes, finishes his Genji's guard. Haven't seen much from either of these solo laners, Myth. However, thinking we're just a moment away from a Tier and a Thor making their presence known in a team fight.
Yeah, Julio's hit some pretty significant power spikes as well. That Relic Dagger means that that Blink will be available frequently but has elected to go towards beads, concerned with maybe the CC chain of SOT and Netroid, those silences, and so won't have teleport. Whereas when SOT initiates, if he's forced back to base, he'll be able to rejoin his team very quickly, essentially 2 lives to play with for the Thor on the Oni Warriors. It's just the one for Julio. Blinking beads. A very aggressive lineup in the relics there. And that's mirrored by his jungler as well. But haven't seen him make those rotations. He has to be very choosy, Julio that is, on when he does make those rotations, as he hasn't got the teleport, whereas SOT can just about go wherever he wants and be anywhere else at a moment's notice. Yep. I wonder, do the Oni Warriors pull the trigger soon? I really thought we would see them move in towards that Gold Fury. And even if the fight doesn't go their way, sustain advantage over to the Oni Warriors as well. Terra's got some healing, but she's not matching the output of a Ra and a Hell.
Yep.
So it feels like anything where you could fight for elongated periods of time, if you can stretch out that dance around the Pyromancer, around the Gold Fury, it would only further favor the Oni Warriors.
Warriors got to like what they're seeing from that Hell Myth. Top player damage in the game right now through 17 minutes on the 1 assist. Plenty of poke, also plenty of sustain, as you've mentioned, for the rest of the team. Also, one of Jake's amazing picks. Jake's mage support win rate.
100%.
Yeah, very, very high throughout phase number 1.
On sets. 100% on sets.
Right, not individual games.
Because they have tasted
right,
loss.
They
Yeah,
have tasted
you were
loss
right.
at one point. And they didn't like the taste. And they don't let it weigh on them for too long. They end up winning every set that they play. It does feel like you're just kind of balancing again in the same way that we were in game 1. This time, though, you don't have SOT on the 5 kill swing that you did. In fact, you have Hex Mambo with a slight kill lead, slight experience lead, but you're not setting this pace, the Oni Warriors that we've come to know all throughout phase 1. I wondered if we would see a bit of a different look team with some of the changes. A little more tankiness, a little less damage. Does that affect the Oni Warriors and how they want to play? Through one game. Yes, maybe 1.5. Looks a little bit different, but still a team with great shot calling. Always seem to be on the same page as one another. But Hex Mambo are starting to hit that point here, Myth. Johnny's got Golden Blade, Phalanx, that kin size. Got to be feeling really good for this Bakasura. So you're starting to hit some damage out of one of your late game carry picks as well.
Beacon spawning up soon. Julio postured a little bit more so towards the center of the map. SOT does have the teleport. We'll be able to join his team, but would have likely liked to have held that a little bit longer. Jake, that's a lot of damage.
It is. Oh, regurgitate from Johnny. It zones Jake. Shotgun blast out of Hawk. Catches out the Hell. Now Panatom's got to be concerned about where his exit path is. Julio, though, be careful. You're beneath the tier 1 tower, and the rest of the Oni Warriors can chase you down. The wall sets up for Pagon. We'll go 1 for 1. Jake for Julio. Stygian Beacon, though, looks like it'll be conceded over to Hex Mambo. So a small mid-lane scrap ends up at a 1 for 1.
1 for 1, but TKO on 2 from the Oni Warriors. And Hex Mambo relatively healthy still. May have been able to look a little bit elsewhere on the map.
This Gold Fury will not die.
Yeah, this Gold Fury is not taking any damage either. Neither side willing to commit themselves there. I thought considering SOT was forced to use the teleport just to get into that engagement and also forced to use that ultimate, it might have been the difference maker that opens that door to Hex Mambo, but instead, it's Oni Warriors on reset to the Pyromancer.
Ooh. Flip a coin. Weighted coin for the Oni Warriors and their second Pyromancer of the game. Still, the Gold Fury stands strong. At this point in the game, I mean, it feel great, but goodness, neither team. Now we've maybe reached the point where it's not worth throwing a team fight away over the first Gold Fury of the game, right? SOT hammers forward, and a portal out from Hawk means a tier 1 to the Onis. They have lost, the Oni Warriors have, just the 1 tier 1 tower over on left. They add their second of the game, though, in Hex Mambo's mid lane. Finally, maybe? Nope, just ward coverage from Awesome Jake. Though Hex Mambo keeping tabs on where SOT is.
Yeah, we're waiting on some significant power spikes as well. This build that we've seen now twice from Pagon, the Ethereal Staff, not Warlock Staff this time around, Spear of Desolation, it's great. You're statted perfectly at 6 slot, but it is slow. It's slow and it's very expensive, so could be that the Oni Warriors are waiting on a little bit more penetration or the Soul Reaver proc or something like that before they're willing to all in on an initiation or an engagement. I'm excited to see the SOT dunk wall into Searing Pain and who is going to survive that a little bit later on. Hex Mambo going to try their absolute best to prevent that sort of engagement from happening. And again, that does come down in large part to both Julio and Johnny, those frontliners. Kazakhs, I think, a little bit more restricted to hang in that back line. No, Dave, stop teasing me, man.
Come on.
You're scaring them away from it. Keep it down.
I got to wait until they bite. Right. Spooked them away. Spooked Hex Mamba away from the Gold Fury, but maybe baited them into a fight. Dash forward from Kazakhs, as well as an Earthen Fury. It's a backpedal from the Oni Warriors.
He's very alone.
He is super, super alone. And it looks like that's how he'll die. Julio actually re-engages a couple of runic bombs.
He should be dead too.
Forward. Down goes Sod. He's found Hawk. And Hawk is walled off once more. This is the opening we wondered if the Oni Warriors would find, and they found it. 2 already for Net. Net has dashed over the wall. Sod lives.
Still alive.
Johnny needs one more auto.
No.
He'll never find it. But Spudio gallops forward. And really, it's just a 2-for-1. Oni Warriors with a big fight. Lower health bars on Hex Mambo's side. And a good 2-kill swing for Netrioid.
Man, SOT does so much in that team fight. I was talking about for the first 20 minutes, it's going to be Panatom chasing out Hawk every single time. How could I have forgotten that SOT is just as capable on this Thor, keeps Hawk isolated for the entirety of the team fight, nearly sets up for the kill. That wall connects, but not able to follow up himself. Well played by Johnny, peeling out for his own mid laner, but it's the Oni Warriors at the end of the day. They come out massively ahead off that exchange. A couple kills, a Gold Fury as well, pushing themselves even further in the lead. That gold lead has been nursed for a while.
Yep.
Now starting to grow up a little bit to that 4,000 mark, but 22 minutes into the game, I mean, is that enough to separate you? I think maybe the largest separation is map state for one. The Oni Warriors in a much more favorable map state, having taken out that mid-tier 1 tower. But also it's the 2 runic bombs in pocket that I'm keeping my eyes on. That's 2,000 true damage on whatever structure or neutral objective you elect to move in towards. And 22 minutes in, call me crazy. We watched a lot of Smite throughout the last decade. I think that might be the magical Fire Giant time.
Has your life changed in the last 10 years, Myth?
No, I was playing Smite, and I still am.
I'm still sitting around and playing Smite.
Talk about it a lot more now, though.
You do. You do. And you're good at it, Myth.
I appreciate it.
You should do it for a living.
I won't quit my day job.
Understood. Oni Warriors now can send their grouping to the right. Again, sometimes it's a team that they don't necessarily need the gold lead, they just need some confidence. Awesome Jake, though, may have been caught out by Julio. Jake able to just wander away. Johnny has now gone back in. Johnny can't find the kill once more. Oh no, SOT is up in the sky. The dunk won't hit, but instead he's found a wall in the back of the fight. Sod with his first, just short of the second, but the rest of the Oni Warriors still have damage. Netrioid's on a killing spree. But Hawk trading blows with the rest of the Oni Warriors. Everyone's getting in the kill column. Another close fight, but another 1-kill advantage for the Oni Warriors.
The Oni Warriors are getting so much value from their sustain, Dave. It's ridiculous. There is an Ankh on the side of Hex Mambo, but clearly there needs to be more. Divine Ruin, sure. Let's get a Brawler Speed Stick. Let's look towards some Contagions. Let's make this healing go away for Hex Mambo, because the Oni Warriors have just slipped out of so many of these engagements. Jake's living with sub 100 HP. Pagon's done it once or twice now as well. SOT survives for 2 ability rotations longer than I thought he would have. And the Oni Warriors, by thin margins once more, able to win out on the engagement. Pyromancer will go into their pocket. Make sure that your runic bombs remain at 2. And Hex Mambo still struggling to find a solid teamfight win.
They have been. I'm not sure it'll start around this Stygian Beacon. A couple minutes away then from the Titans unleashing. Didn't see much from the Titan fight in game number 1. Kind of wandered down the lanes. Teams were dealing with them relatively quickly. I'd argue we're in a similar map state. Game state a little bit different. I mean, we are a bit further out of control than we were in game 1. And the Oni Warrior, my argument was always the Oni Warriors are looking for a reason to fight anyway. Maybe a Titan fight kind of ushers us closer to that last big swing. Say what you will about Hex Mambo. This is a team that has really showed up this weekend. They've impressed us. Nearly take game 1 from the Oni Warriors. They've got a big hill to climb. They want to keep their tournament lives alive.
And I think it starts, might be, just begins and ends at this Fire Giant. You cannot allow the Oni Warriors to take this one for themselves. Their siege potential is just ridiculous with the amount of sustain that they've got in their draft. They will remain on your Phoenix line indefinitely. So I agree with Hex Mambo. Group up, make sure this one doesn't go down for free, it won't be easy to stop the Oni Warriors. Again, the longer a fight goes, the better it is for them.
Panatom, are you in trouble in mid? Yes, but it's not the ultimate price that Panatom has to pay. Oh, goodness, Hawk. One more portal through. Titans will be in mid.
Where's he going?
Sot's going towards Spudio. It's good eyes from Yuma. If I didn't catch it, Spudio's got to use his ult once more to get out of this fight. Titans wander down the mid lane. Maybe Oni Warriors setting the bait one more time. In all likelihood here, enough towers left in mid. Maybe just Oni Warriors deal with the Titan. Send Hex Mamba to deal with their Titan after that. We've already seen how, if one team deals with it quickly, you're going to have a small opening here. Maybe some alone time around the FG.
Maybe. At least a POI that Hex Mamba will be forced to address. Looking at the positioning of Panatom towards the edge of this team fight, I got to lean forward for this one, Dave. I think the Oni Warriors, they want this engagement.
Sot gets beads away from Hawk. Hawk doesn't have his ultimate back. Oh, it's Portal. Right into a Fearless from Julio.
Close.
Titan is going to go back to the Tier 2 tower over in mid. Gets a little bit of damage, but ultimately falls. Johnny and Panatom battling it out. Panatom's got a lot of damage for Johnny. Primal Fury for the Oni Warriors. Maybe Primal Fury reset. Titans come and go. Not much to be said on the map. But if nothing else, all things stay the same going into the 27-minute mark.
It's a death of 1,000 cuts here for Hex Mambo. The Oni Warriors slowly tearing this game state further and further into their favor. Primal Fury simplifies the Fire Giant. Double Runic Bomb will probably become 3 before the Fire Giant's pulled in earnest. And Hex Mambo just trying their best to keep the tides at bay. The Oni Warriors have done a great job diving to that back line. Pagon in particular as well has had a phenomenal game here on the Raw. Maybe it runs in the family because he is hitting every single ultimate so far. SOT is running amok, making sure that Hawk isn't allowed to play in that back line. Panatom has been restricting Johnny much better than I thought he would. The Susano versus Bakasura matchup is not a very fun one for Susano. But considering it's a Phalanx Bakasura, it slows down some of that DPS. Panatom been able to survive each one of those regurgitates. I believe 3 now used on him, and he just walks out of there after dropping the Typhoon. So it's a moot battle between these junglers, and between the backline dive, it's the Oni Warriors coming out ahead. Hex Mambo need to address it. Either deal with SOT on his dunk. You've got the damage output between Johnny and Spudio to really shred some of these frontliners. Double kin size will do that for you. Or perhaps you need to see a little bit more from Julio. He's had some good pushes, but for the most part has found either Jake. Once or twice we've seen him on SOT. It's been those tanks. Catch out Pagon, catch out Netroid. All of a sudden you're turning some heads.
And Pagon's felt very undisrupted this game.
1-0-6
on the Raw, right? I mean, doing a lot of assisting. Seen some good snipes though from Pagon. You're thinking, man, this Raw could have a difficult time if a Tier, if a Bakasura find their way in, but we have just not seen that play out. More pressure towards Jake than anything else, but Jake has slipped away just a few times as well. Spudio's really spooled up the damage. That surprised me. I figured it would be Pagon on top, but Spudio's had a good game here so far. 1 minute away from the enhanced Fire Giant. Oni Warriors 1, maybe team fight away from sending Hex Mambo packing. A lot more controlled chaos from the Oni Warriors in this set than we were left with in Phase 1.
Wouldn't even call it chaos at this point.
Yeah, right,
This is reminding me of like a Season 9 Camelot King style from the Oni Warriors. Just slow, methodical, taking apart the map state, grabbing neutral objectives, poking and prodding, but not overcommitting. The Oni Warriors, they've taken their month break of practice to really hone in on maybe their trigger discipline.
Kha'Zix, bored of the pace of this game, dashes forward. It's actually a blink.
Massive onk.
Oh, Netrioid clipped by the Yanis ultimate. Oni Warriors unhappy with the initial prospects of this fight. Out and away they go. Kha'Zix and the rest of Hex Mambo starting to work down the Tier 1 tower. Root from Kha'Zix, but a wall from SOT. Reminds him which team is ahead. Sot has set the stage, and he might finish this fight as well. And Anvil of Dawn gets double beads for a double kill.
Good Lord.
A triple kill from Sot. Runs him down. Are your eyes open now? Because the Oni Warriors have awoken at the end of Game 2, and it is the end of Game 2. And the end of Hex Mambo here at Masters.
Pagon plays that perfectly, Dave. The dive was well executed by Hex Mambo. Every bit of CC found its way to Pagon, but Pagon had an answer each time. Oh, you've got a stun? I'll beads that one. Oh, Blink Fearless? I'll just ult to CC immune that. I don't need the damage to kill you. And immediately afterward, once everything was expended, the Oni Warriors turn and burn every individual member of Hex Mambo. Clean, concise, clinical. Words I wouldn't have used to describe the Oni Warriors until today, but the only ones I could use that are correct.
And if we saw shades of that from Oni Warriors at the end of Phase 1. There were games where they slowed down their pace a little bit, but they're still interlaced with a lot of these little fights and scraps, it feels like. This was a start to finish. We're going to take these objectives, and Gold Fury lasted like 20 minutes in this game. But the Oni Warriors, they find a way to get it done. The longest winning streak, that already happened at the end of Phase 1.
Yeah, we're
right?
still in it. It's
now
just extending.
We're adding on to it. Hex Mambo, they had a heck of a run here at Smite Masters, but unfortunately you faceplant right into the Oni Warriors by the end of it. This is going to be a difficult team to beat.
I mean, we always knew the Oni Warriors were going to be one of the clear favorites for this tournament, and I think clearly still the case. Hex Mambo kept us guessing for Game 1, nearly able to extend this set. Frog, unfortunately, incorrect in his 3-game prediction, but at the end of the day, the SPL prevails.
Yeah, say it 3 times for the 3 time. It's not vamos, vamos,
No, it's
vamos.
not.
It's Frog saying definitely going to a Game 3 on the desk. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't get there, but Oni Warriors, they step up. Again, I think this became a very anticipated matchup because of what Hex Mambo did, and we cannot forget that because it was a great tournament from Hex Mambo. Oni Warriors, their win streak continues here in Season 10, and the desk will tell us how we got there.
Hex Mambos, the miracle run coming to an end as my companion on the desk gets absolutely rinsed.
I only said definitely twice, for the record.
Did you?
I did not say it a
Someone
third time.
cue up the film. Vile, who's ever get the replay ready of Frog going definitely.
I had faith, and I will not be dragged over the coals for that. I am proud that I had faith. Ultimately, though, that faith was misplaced. And the Oni Warriors definitely showed up. I think they took their month off. And like Miff said, they really refined that playstyle. They took things a little bit slower, disciplined gameplay. He compared it to Season 9 Camelot Kings, which is quite the compliment. And I'm not sure that he's far off. They did not force themselves where they didn't need to be. They did find themselves on the bad end of a couple of trades, but nothing that they couldn't handle. And ultimately, what was it to end the game? It was a counter-engage. They didn't force something they didn't need to. It was Hex Mambo uncharacteristically forcing a bad fight. They get the re-engage, they win the game.
Impressive by the Mambo as well. I mean, Game 1, nearly taking it by a razor's edge.
Yeah.
Coming back to unfortunately lose it and then dropping game number 2 here. It was pretty tight all the way through. I mean, here 30 minutes in, 7-7. Gold lead sure in the pocket of the Oni Warriors, but Hex Mambo never stopped fighting back until they literally were decided and didn't have a player on the map to do so.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a slow, drawn-out game, and I think the Oni Warriors, through it, just kept finding the small wins. Pagon going Deathless, Solo Troll consistently. I mean, he was out of the solo lane so often in that game and just using that global pressure so well on the Thor. Panatom as well, just getting in and out of those fights, consistently keeping Johnny's attention comparatively to when Johnny was playing those SCC teams where he had those free flanks and it was hard to keep track of Johnny. In the last 15 minutes, it was Panatom constantly finding Johnny, trading a couple abilities, and they have to go run away. Trading a couple abilities, run away. And all of a sudden, Johnny doesn't get to have that same setup into fights. It was just Oni Warriors did everything right.
Oni Warriors continuing their undefeated streak. We've got the coach, Oxy, standing by.
Oxy, head coach of the Oni Warriors. The win streak continues. Been about a month since the last time we've seen you guys play. Pretty big update to Smite here recently. Do you feel like strategy and play style has had to change for the Oni Warriors in the current update?
Yeah, we train a lot. We try a lot of things and scrims, a lot of different meta from different teams, and try to adapt to everything.
And look, a lot of what you guys did really well in Phase 1. You play really fast, you fight a lot. These 2 games felt a bit slower. Do you think that's just the way that this meta is going to play?
Sure. Probably everybody think that gonna be a slow meta, and I agree with that.
Because the game times were still sort of short, but the pace of the game was still kind of slow, and so it's just interesting everyone's take. You guys went up against Hex Mambo here. They played really well all week long. Johnny was the name of the game. Do you have to draft specifically around Johnny, or do you focus more on what you guys want to play?
Yeah, we try to take off the great player, Disoni, because he's probably the best jungler in the world.
Best jungler in the world. Did Panda Tom hear you say that?
Yes.
You wanted him to hear you say that. You had some final thoughts that you wanted to share with some folks at home, I think.
Oh, yes. Feliz día a todos los padres en español. Eso.
Perfect. Support from around the world for the Oni Warriors. Congrats. The win streak continues. We'll go back to the desk.
Lots of confidence there from the coach Oxy for the Oni Warriors, ending the miracle run for the Hex Mambo. And even though Hex Mambo are headed home, I think certainly have turned some heads here in the Smite Pro League.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Oxy just called him the best jungler in the world from the winning streak,
not even on his own team.
SPL team. There's a lot of confidence, and there's sure a lot to come from this Hex Mambo roster.
Absolutely. Speaking of lots to come, we've got one more set today, but let's take a look at this bracket and see where we've come from and where we still have to go. The Hex Mambo, you can see the run all the way through the bracket there, now coming to an end. Eldritch Hounds finding the Wargs, Ferryman over the Levi's. The Eldritch Hounds and the Highland Ravens will be matching up to round out this first phase of the Smite Masters tournament. And then you can see the Oni Warriors, Jade Dragons of the top bracket. That'll come a little bit later on in the week, though.
Yep, winner of this going up against the Styx Ferrymen down in Masters Part 2. That's going to be next weekend. But for now, our last match of the weekend coming up, and we have indeed a good one. I think the Hounds, they had to reverse sweep against the other EU SEC powerhouse, so they have a sense of how they want to play, especially against that meta. And now they have to go up against a slightly different meta. This Ravens team, untested, surely enough. They've been watching all the games. They've been scrimming, but they're going to come out of the gate with their own ideas. And on the other side, Hounds, they were just tested by this other idea of the meta, likely going to be different. So they certainly do have the momentum after that win a little bit earlier today, but it's going to be tough to adapt into that SPL team.
An SPL versus SPL matchup here, Frog. We just saw that the Oni Warriors taking a little bit of a break didn't affect their gameplay at all. We'll see if the same applies to the Highland Ravens after a quick break. Stick around.
Take 10 steps back till you get to where you're going. Just research where you're going. A t-shirt where it's snowing. A preacher not quite knowing.
Our final set of Masters Week 1 is a classic game of Duck Hunt as the Eldritch Hounds take on the Highland Ravens coming up next.
That's right, a game of Duck Hunt, as said by Alpha Jackal, as the Hounds and the Ravens battle it out in our final best of 3 in week number 1 of Smite Masters. Another elimination match, and a great one to be sure. And look, it's been a long run-up to this point here in this weekend. Unfortunately, send the Hex Mambo home in our previous set of the day, but the Oni Warriors, they auto-qualified to this point in the tournament because of their performance throughout phase number 1. Highland Ravens on the other side of the bracket did the exact same. So we're going to get our first look at the Highland Ravens in just about a month of time. Is that true? It seems like a little while there, Myth. Anyway, they're going to be playing up against the Eldritch Hounds. They'll move on to play, the winner of this one, rather, will move on to play the Styx Ferrymen next weekend, where the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors await on the other side of the bracket. Jade Dragons and Oni Warriors, they fought it out during the kickoff tournament in the finals. They will now match up in the semifinals of this one. With the Styx Ferrymen, they look dominant in the matchup that we've seen, and so quite a prize for either the Highland Ravens or the Eldritch Hounds to move on and face them in one of the semifinal matches that we've got. But Myth, I imagine you got to favor the team that finished first in their division and auto-qualified to this point in the tournament.
Yeah, the Highland Ravens going to be a difficult team to take down for sure, but I don't know, the Eldritch Hounds, they've got warm hands. They've already played once today. They've got one of their biggest brains back here as well. You know, Chuckles has been talking his game up against Neil, who's back at studio as well. It's maybe there's some intrigue here.
That's true. The Chuck versus Neil saga continues. Neil Ma, head coach for the Highland Ravens, has been a wonderful voice behind the scenes for this team. Now joins us here in studio for Smite Masters. Hopefully not for just this week. If the Highland Ravens have it their way, they'll move on to next weekend as well. But we got to talk a little bit about what has worked so well for this Ravens team, because goodness, they really turned things on in what was a very competitive order side of phase of the SPL in phase number 1. And it's a team, Myth, that I think really leaned on Hurrywind and his growth as a support player, Scream, some of that expertise out of the jungle, Haddix and the solo lane talent. Also Ven and Barracuda really hitting their stride again in their respective roles.
Yeah, it's been about a month since we've seen them, so excuse me as I try to remember how we talk about the Highland Ravens.
Yeah.
I think you're right in bringing up Ven and Barracuda in particular. Those two have stepped up massively so far. I have thought in years of past, a bit of a quiet performance. The Olympus Bolts version of Ven and Barracuda, it was a much more subdued backline. Let's kind of hang out, see what comes our way, what opportunities there. Since then now, rebranded as the Highland Ravens, Venenu has diversified his god pool to the utmost. Feels like he's going to play a different god every single game just to keep that trend going. Barracuda has gotten hyper-aggressive, even on picks like Jingwei, that are historically one of the safer, just hang out in the backline styles. And in doing so, has created space for self-proclaimed win condition and an absolute best player to have ever done it, Lucas Sprack, as well as Hurrywin, who is on his upswing through support, and that's not even bringing up the consistent linchpin, arcstone of this building that is Haddix. That guy's going to lock down any lane you put him into.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, Myth, Ven is he's in turtleneck Ven right now.
We got turtleneck Ven?
Yeah, turtleneck Ven going on
Curtains.
right now. It's Neilma who's standing by for the pregame interview, the mastermind behind the Ravens.
That's right. I got Mr. Neil with me from the Highland Ravens. Neil, first question coming at you here. The Eldritch Hounds, you got a set to wind up earlier in the day. Ravens coming in a little bit too cold. Is that going to play any kind of impact in this set coming up?
I mean, it's always kind of a double edge. They get the chance to warm up and just feel out all the nerves and just get ready and get in the zone, whereas we get to see what they were playing before. So, I mean, there's pros and cons to both, and I generally don't put too much stock in it. I think they both have benefits and cons, so we'll just have to see how it goes.
Now, Neil, I have to ask you the obligatory 10.6 question. Been on it for about a week now, seen a few days of it, seen plenty of competitive games here. Is the team feeling nice on it? Is it suiting your style, or is it something you've had to get used to?
Yeah, we've been feeling great on it. Everyone on the team thinks about the game a lot and has really strong and good opinions on the game. It is always a little bit weird when a team like the Hounds, we haven't been practicing against them for a while now, obviously, and we see them play a few things throughout the tournament from other teams that's different as well. So you kind of just have to hope what you've been doing in practice and what's been working for you is actually the best way to play the game. So it's always a little bit up in the air, but we're feeling confident in everything we've done.
It's a single elimination, right? This is it. This is do or go home to make it to the next Saturday, the next phase of Smite Masters. Is that putting any more pressure on the squad, or is it business as usual for the Highland Ravens?
I think it's business as usual. Obviously, the stakes are a bit higher when you don't have another chance, but you have to come to every set thinking that you can win, and just having the advantage of having played them a few times and just knowing how they play, I think is going to suit us really well. So it's just going to be business as usual. Show up, play our game, and just hope everything goes well.
Neil, I appreciate you chit-chatting with us here before the game. Mr. Neil Ma from the Ravens, and back to the desk.
I bet the Neil Ma tournament mindset carries over as coach to the rest of the team. I mean, that's just how it works, right? It's the transitive property that regardless of whether he's coach or player, his team can really dial it in when the going gets tough. Would you agree?
I agree in sentiment, but maybe not in nomenclature. I'll call it the Neil Ma property. How about that? It's the Neil factor.
Have you heard of Murphy's Law myth?
Don't even.
How about Cole's Law? Have you heard about that?
Yeah, it's like when things,
yeah, it's thin
are
sliced
good.
cabbage. We
Okay.
can't run it back. We've already done it once. I'm sad. Eldritch Hounds are the team on the other side of the player booth from the Highland Ravens. A team that we've already seen play a little bit here today. Had their hands full in their match earlier on, but were still able to come out ahead. Ducky, Oath, Benny Q, Quig, Coast, and Chuckles. All 5 players here in studio. Myth, this is a fun back-and-forth matchup that we got to see a couple times throughout the phase. And though the Ravens come in as the favorites, they get the bye to this stage of the tournament. Not an easy opponent in the Eldritch Hounds to go up against.
No, the Hounds have really benefited, I think, from some of these 10-6 changes. They've always been one of the scrappier teams in the league. Love opportunities to force fights on map. Have seen a lot more success in that playstyle. I mean, it was almost a clear, just like through line of early on in the year where they're playing a little bit more hesitant, freshman phase here in the SPL. Have since then become more comfortable and more willing to take those engagements and really started to boost that win-loss ratio. So here in 10-6, when there's 3 guaranteed team fights that are coming your way through the way of the Beacon, feels like maybe the Eldritch Hounds will have opportunities to take some of those much-wanted engagements. Otherwise, Benny Q, I think the guy on your screen right now, deserves a lot of credit for being one of the first guys to bring Raw back here in 10-6 and looking very good on it. Quig, in particular, has also been an incredibly impressive player for me personally. Feel like he has really come into his own in that support role as of recent, especially at this high level at that. Could be that initiator, can be that backline facilitator, and the ability to switch between those 2 styles certainly does open up a lot of different styles of composition for the Eldritch Hounds.
Benny Q got the Raw just 1 set before his brother, Pagon, played the Raw in our previous set.
Who wore it better, Dave?
I was eating, lunch when the Hound set was on. I wasn't on it. I was letting you guys really do all the heavy lifting on that one. I was going to ask, you said that Benny Q brought the Raw back. Do you think that's just by timing, or do you think Pagon, his brother, was actually playing it first and Benny Q just got the chance to play it first this weekend?
Oh, man.
Which came first, the Benny Q or the Pagon?
Benny's the older brother.
Okay.
There you go. That's simple. That's simple.
Picks and bans for game 1. Between the Eldritch Hounds,
I think he's the older brother,
and the Highland Ravens. You said it confidently, and I'm going to let you own it, man.
Okay, thanks.
Picks and bans in an elimination match between the Ravens and the Hounds, a best of 3. Certainly we'll see some jungle presence when you got Oath on one side of the jungle, Scream on the other. Gotta limit some of the threats from either of those 2 players. Really threats across the map. Eldritch Hounds thinking that Oleron is the threat. Barracuda, never one to shy away from those magical ADCs. But he'll play a lot more than the Oleron if magical ADCs are in his mindset. And this will be our first look at exactly what the Ravens' take on the meta is. And head coach Neil Ma behind them will surely have been pushing them in the right direction. Couple Hunter bans, though, really start us off. Leave open a lot of power remaining in the jungle and soul lane support. Still a lot to be looked at.
Yeah, I think you're right to bring up the magical ADCs for the Highland Ravens in particular, because Barracuda has been one of the premier magical hunter players, I suppose. Holds on to them for a little bit longer than everybody else too when they come in and out of the meta. Feels like Barracuda is the last to say, all right, well, they're out of the meta. He's always been one to go towards them.
Wow.
Very comfortable on picks, like the Soul in particular. So I wonder if the Highland Ravens will be looking there. Otherwise, with the bans as they are, feels like every single potential frontliner is still available. Could be Guan, could be Horus, could be Hercules, could be just about anything in this first slot. With the entire field available to them, the Highland Ravens go towards Raven, a pick that was very nice in the first couple of days of this event, back when it was just the SEC, those guys were locking it in very consistently. We had seen it pretty high up on that ban priority order as well. But since then has tapered off a bit. Interested to see that the Ravens take it this high up.
We saw solo lane Robin. Do we see jungle Robin this event?
We have, yes.
Okay, so we've seen a little bit of both then. Leaves flexibility open for the Highland Ravens. Could be something for Scream, could be something for Haddix, but we know the tier is going to Ducky and the Hachiman over for Vaporish Coast in the dual lane of the Ultra Challenge. So you get one pick on either side of the map, and a couple of them straight up from, for lack of a better term, the tier list for both solo lane and ADC. The Highland Ravens, not a team that shy away from getting off that meta chart a little bit. You know, Ven likes what he likes. About the Agni, Morgan Le Fay, Zeus. Bakasura would shore up some question marks and give that over to Scream and give Robin to Haddix. And why not? Ganesh for Hurrywin maybe to corral his opponents.
Yeah, I like the Bakasura immediately into the tier, being able to restrict Fearless. Feels like it is only one of his 3 abilities, but feels like it's like all of his kit all at the same time as well. So having that Regurgitate as a direct answer, one that an engagement and interaction I'll be keeping my eyes on going forward, as well as the Ganesh locked in. Ganesh generally going to be the throw up Dharmic Pillars into the back line of your enemies, and then afterward start peeling out for your own back line. Seems to be the preferred play style of the majority of Ganesh players in the league right now. But it's an interesting top 3 from the Ravens in that it feels hyper aggressive, doesn't it? Feels like a composition that could really get things rolling early on. And with so many mages still available, you could very easily draft something that just got high pressure early on. We know Ven's very capable of playing things like Poseidon, highly mobile, high damage burst potential as well. Following up off the back of the major CC chain that is a Ganesh or even a Robin would be relatively easy. I wonder, do the Highland Ravens, in this void of hyper-aggressive nature that the Oni Warriors have left behind, maybe they've decided to take up the mantle and be the very fast team.
However, we've seen teams with this type of draft still slow things down, so it could be aiming towards a different state of the game. Robin gets plenty tanky late on. Bakasura does plenty of shredding tanky targets. So the Hounds have tankiness on their side already between the Terra and the Tier. Barracuda still needs his pick. He won't be able to play the Xbalanque or the Olorun or the Hachiman or the Martikaras. But, as we've mentioned with Ven and the other players in the Highland Ravens, Barra has pretty deep God pool at this point. He'll play Jingwei if he feels like that's what's right. Has played Jingwei. Game 1 against the Kings in the last set that we saw the Highland Ravens play at the very end of phase number 1. Hard to ban this guy out. So that was a bit of a different meta. I think it's good you got Hurrywin's pick there, the Emoja, the Aphrodite. Those were a couple shots towards Hurrywin. You get the Ganesh. I think if you're saving your support pick, might be more difficult to outpick if the Eldritch Town sent a couple more bans Hurrywin's way. So we're still sensing mid lane need here from both teams, Myth. And jungle for the Eldritch Hounds. And so jungle is the role that's going to take at least a ban from the Highland Ravens.
Do the Ravens continue down the ban column here? Oath, a very adaptable player, has got a significant god pool himself. Surcat and Bakasura, the premier of which, as of recent, Surcat's still available. Could be the lock-in for the Eldritch Hounds. Doesn't necessarily have any great matchups. You really don't want to play it into the Bakasura either, so maybe Nemesis becomes the option. But the Highland Ravens, with one more ban, could shore that up. I wonder, do you continue down the Oath path, or instead, perhaps, take aim at the support selection of the Eldritch Hounds? There's nothing in the support pool as of now that I would feel overly threatened by. If I had to guess from the Ravens, and it is legitimately a guess, this is a brand new meta, maybe a Nemesis ban here.
And a brand new Mifflin, admitting that something is a blind guess.
No, I'm a genius. Go ahead, look at the screen, Dave.
I wasn't even listening to you. What'd you say, Nemesis?
Play. Oh, man. Just playing into my hand.
I didn't. Did you say Nemesis?
I did, yes.
See, eventually you get on the soapbox and you just start going, and my brain just dials down.
And everybody else, man.
If you said Nemesis by the end of that, then I applaud you. But you could be lying, and I could be giving you false praise. But I'll assume you did say Nem. And so the Nem ban for the Eldritch Hound, for the Highland Ravens against the Eldritch Hounds makes a little bit of sense. So then, of course, levies the two questions. What is Oath going to play here in Game 1? And then on the flip side, what is Barracuda going to play? Because we do not have an ADC pick, despite a few ADC bans from both of these teams. Merlin is always there, and Benny Q has gone on record as saying he would play Merlin forever if he could. Doesn't seem too bad to get in the second wave of picks.
Surely for the Ravens, you just take Rom, right? Rom has been a premier pick for everybody, has been a high selection by the majority of the European SEC teams as well. Just great scaling, global presence, decent ability to box in lane. You're not going to be able to match up directly with this Hachiman, but with the help of Ganesh, things could be turned around. And then the Zeus. Zeus has been within Ven's pocket for a while now and has had some great performances on it, but into a composition like this from the Hounds that has got so much dive potential. Hachiman from range, Tyr with the Lawbringer, Terra jumping into that backline. Feels like it's going to be a difficult one for Ven to survive every single engagement, but if you're dedicating all that time to Ven, it allows some space to Barracuda or Scream in that backline. That is a massive target now that the Eldritch Hounds very clearly will have to deal with.
Now, the composition does look different, so I'll say that, but saw Zeus against the Camelot Kings at the end of Phase 1, then go 6-1-4. But around him, a Bakasura, which is here, but an Aphrodite, a King Arthur, and a Jingwei. So that was the composition the Ravens played previously. Now you've got the Zeus. You don't have the Aphrodite for the Undying Love. You do still have the Bakasura, but Ganesh maybe can provide some of that peel. And they played it into a Baba Yaga of Amana. God, remember those days. Hell, Hachiman, and Cerberus. So still a different look on the flip side. That begs the question, Myth. Is Zeus going to be safe enough in this game to get off that damage, or do the Eldritch Hounds have enough dive, have enough access to the backline of the Ravens to make Ven's life difficult?
I think so, especially assuming that it is Hebo in the jungle, and I think it's not even an assumption. It's the only place this Hebo could go.
Merlin
Blink,
jungle.
Yeah, that would be awful. Blink knock up into Crushing Wave, and Zeus dies before he touches the ground. And then looking at the rest of the team fight built around the Ravens, it just doesn't seem to me that this is a composition that could exist and thrive with a dead Zeus. If I'm on the Eldritch Hounds right now, I look at this comp and I say, kill Zeus, win game. And it feels pretty simple, because otherwise you've got answers to the Bakasura. If you pick up a Heavenly Sprint, he's going to really struggle to apply his damage. Heavenly Sprint also nearly invalidates the Dharmic Pillars. You could just go ahead and walk that. You'll take 2 ticks regardless, but much better than the alternative. Raven, not exactly known for his kill secure potential either. So a lot of the damage in these team fights really has to flow through the mid lane. The Highland Ravens is a king protection comp. If they can keep Zeus alive, if Ven is allowed to operate, kills should follow, wins should follow easily. But easily is not a great word to use there. It's not going to be easy whatsoever, because the Eldritch Hounds have drafted plenty of dive.
They have, and the Eldritch Hounds are a team very adaptable in-game as well. This is the team, remember early on in Phase 1, Eldritch Hounds were really struggling to string some of those wins together. We wondered when that growth would come. Finally, really started to get things going. And ended up being a really competitive team throughout the phase. And so you're still favoring the Ravens in this one, just before picks and bans because of the success the Ravens found. But Eldritch Hound's a team that have found a way to get it done once or twice throughout the course of this phase. Even outside of picks and bans here, Miff, I'm just curious what your thoughts are. Who are some players to look at for Game 1 and for the remainder of this set?
I think that as far as pace setting is concerned, I'm always keeping my eyes on the junglers, of course. Oath, a player that plays with momentum but has been stopped in the past. Scream as well. Just a hyper-aggressive player. That guy has got maybe the biggest personality in the Smite Pro League as a whole, so if he gets off to a fast start, one that could really ride that momentum. Otherwise, as I said, it's got to be Ven. You got to keep your eyes on this Zeus. He's such a major key to this composition for the Ravens that if he is dealt with, I just don't see a route to a victory here for the Ravens. For the Eldritch Hounds, it's not a composition that's really contingent on any individual pick, but Hebo in the team fight feels like it does carry maybe a similar weight to this Zeus.
Could be black and white in your mind then, Miff, whether the Zeus stays alive or not. Could be how this Highland Ravens team lives and dies in game number 1. It's tough, and we talked to Neil a little bit in the pregame interview about advantages versus disadvantages of not having played this weekend, not having played yet here today. Your team has essentially been on a month break where I'm sure they took some time off, but also got back to practicing. maybe you could see game one be a little bit slower for the Highland Ravens, but that ends up slowing down and flipping the script once the Ravens really lean into things here in game one. So I don't think it's a long, drawn-out problem, if it's a problem at all for this Ravens team. I mean, this is a really close-knit one here, Mifflin, because it's two teams that I think had uncertain expectations placed upon them early in phase one, and it's two teams that have found ways to make a name for themselves and find success for themselves despite maybe some lower expectations at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, both teams exceeding the projected of the casters and the community at large as well.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, did you have them? Who'd you have high up here?
I had Highland Ravens in first place.
Did you really?
I did not. I had
you
Highland
had them
Ravens
like
in
sixth,
second to last place.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that was before we had the play-in teams. We didn't have Hounds or the Gladiators.
Yes, and where would you have put the Hounds?
Probably
second to last place.
Probably seventh place. But you know what? That's what makes the SPL so special, is because the brightest minds can get it wrong sometimes, and it just depends on how you play on the field. And I think some of that, truthfully, is we didn't know where the growth of Hurrywind would be throughout the course of this year. I think Hurrywind has really found a home and support. Where it looked good in that transition over last year, wasn't quite as consistent, though, as what we are now seeing out of Hurrywind. And so I think that's one big aspect of this Ravens team that has felt really, really comfortable. Game one between the Ravens and the Hounds just around the corner, doing a quick lobby remake, and then we'll be getting there. So no worries. We'll be in game one here shortly. And Miff gets to hang out with me a little bit longer on the desk.
Wax poetic?
Do you want, what do you say, wax poetic?
Yeah, do you want to? We could. I've broken down
You
this
know what,
team
Miff?
composition both
You know what,
ways
Miff?
so many times.
As the chair one.
Yeah, make a decision.
No, I always make the decision.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll permit it. Make a decision.
I want you to make the decision, Mifflin.
We'll get right back at you after this quick break.
Talk too much with strangers. Get way too serious around family.
Appreciate everyone's patience. Game number 1 between the Hounds and the Ravens, just around the corner. Myth, have you ever accidentally kept auto level on going into a game?
Only when a patch enables auto level, because I turned it off 9 years ago, and it has not been turned on by me since.
And you have never once.
Why would I?
I don't know. Well, that's why we had to remake the lobby. Someone had auto level on. We're about to get into game 1. A lot of this lives and dies with the Zeus, as you've mentioned here, Myth.
1 point. I wonder what he auto leveled. What it could have been that actually ruined his game.
Production was like, it's probably the Hachiman.
What is auto level? Doesn't max the 2 or level the 2 for Hachiman?
I wonder if the logic is that
devs.
it would go from just the 1
no, it doesn't
on
do
down
that.
the list.
It doesn't do that.
Is there like a suggested?
Yeah, it's like
suggested
it's
path?
like a
All right, Myth and I are going to go debate this as game 1 between the Ravens and the Hounds kicks off at the end of week 1 of Smite Masters.
Rounding out the first little phase here of Smite Summer Masters with an SPL matchup. The Highland Ravens and the Eldritch Hounds coming to blows here as we finish off Smite Sunday. It's Dimes, it's Trelly, and it's Doug spectating this final set of the day.
And you had all this time to think of that intro, and that's what you went with?
Dude, I've been here like 12 hours.
We've been ready for this matchup. We've been spitballing what you could have said, and you know what? I'm just messing with you.
You weren't helpful. What do you mean we've been spitballing?
Hey, I loved it, and I was just messing with you. If you're confident in your own throw, everyone else would have been confident in it too. With that being said, we do have quite the matchup here. I want to zone in on exactly what the Ravens have been doing, because there was some, I don't know how to phrase this, there was some skepticism from Mifflin about being able to keep Ven alive on the Zeus. Rightfully so. Zeus dies very quickly, but immediately your eyes have to go to the starter item that Ven has opted to build, right? He's going Bumbas, so not something we've seen in mid lane for quite some time. There was a time once upon ago where you could start jungle items, but Ven trying it out on the Zeus, maybe going for a Bumbas hammer late game. It will help his jungle clear, but survivability, not so much.
Yeah, so talk me through, I mean, Bumbas hammer, jungle clear, great. Not really hanging out in the jungle if you're mid laner. I mean, you're spending most of your time clearing the waves in mid. Talk me through the benefits of this item and why Venenu has ended up opting to go this path.
Simple. He's going to be spending time in the jungle. That's the new Ven strat, I'm sure. He's going to be farming a lot. And in reality, I think just a good way to get some extra CDR online. Maybe he's just testing something. I'm excited to see how it ends up playing out. But I do think the Ravens comp has more than just the Zeus, of course. Haddix, one of the premier Robin players back when that build was so terrible, running the meta of just full mitigations. Robin, a scream, takes a lot of damage there. The Sigil, the Spirit Robe, that sort of thing, and it looks like starting up that style of build once again. I'm excited to see exactly how he's able to make use of this later on. Once he hits about level 20 and upgrades that Sigil, we're going to see some sparks fly from the solo lane.
Between Mifflin and you, Trelly, we've spent plenty of time chit-chatting about the weakness of this Highland Raven squad. The Zeus, as quick as getting aggressed upon. On this left side lane here, Hurrywin just trying to dish out a little damage. If the Zeus and Venenu is a little bit of a concern for the Highland Ravens, flip your eyes over to the Eldritch Hounds. Where is the chink in their armor? Where is the weakness in their game plan for the Ravens to exploit?
To be clear, I think the Zeus is good. Miff is the one who is, questioning it. I do think it's hard to keep alive, yes. But Ven has proven himself. I have learned better than to the question if he can keep this pick alive, because he has done it so many times against some of the best teams in the world. With that being said, Oath is going to have to play extremely safe on a pick like Hebo. He has the blink. He doesn't have any sort of survivability, which means, of course, any bit of CC is going to be trouble. Any bit of damage can't immune with an Aegis. Scream doesn't have the best time trying to exploit that, but of course Ven drops the lightning storm, gets that detonate off. That could really start to swing. But looking at his build, he's going Warlock Staff. I mean, he's not going to be doing damage for quite some time. Ven actually loaded into this game and said, I will see you guys at 10 minutes if you try not to need me.
Which, I mean, the Highland Ravens have drafted this pressure duo lane, right? Izanami, one of the more premier clear gods in the game. Ganesh also provides lots of pressure with that silence. Great clear as well. I mean, what is the comp speaking to you? What has been the strategy for the Highland Ravens here going into this classic kind of classic for Smite Masters, at least, duo lane of Terra and Hachi?
Well, looks to me like they're just going for, of course, the sustain that Tara brings, right? She's been very highly prioritized for that reason. Just being able to get so much extra sustain onto your squad. If you don't win a fight right at the start, you can back up, get some healing, try again later. It's the reason that Tara is always going to be at the top of the list until the meta changes up from needing just a little bit of sustain in your kit. With that being said, though, Hachi is just one of the safest and one of the strongest ADCs in the league. Always going to be top pick, top ban if you're trying to grab him. Barracuda says, I'm fine with last picking here. Like, Iza is going to be all right. She clears the wave. She can still hard carry late game, and I'm not looking to scrap anyways.
You know, for the past couple of years, Barracuda has been that consistent player that you can lean on, sometimes even having, pop-off performances and really carrying a game. So, I mean, keep your eyes on pretty much any player on the Highland Ravens squad can find that win condition and really be the opportunity for their squad to pop off and find a W. The Outreach Hounds already finding a couple W's of their own earlier today. So could be a little bit of playing the hot hand here, coming off a nice victory earlier on this Sunday.
I mean, if that's this case, then I'm looking towards Benny Q for sure. I can already imagine. Chat's got the copy pastas ready just in case this Merlin makes some big waves here in the mid lane. That Ra was banned away, so he didn't even get to play it because of how good he was looking on it early on. Of course, mirroring the build is actually going for the Warlock staff as well, so both of these mid laners said, you cool if we just do nothing? Or can we just collect our stacks and not bother each other? So far, that's kind of been the case for everyone. I imagine player damage on the lower end here besides solo laners just because no one's been getting that active. Oh, okay, I guess Coast has, but besides that, everyone else has just been standing back, just trying to farm, and actually, Scream has touched no one.
And kind of curious for me that that's the case, Trelly, is level 5. Scream has ticked over and gotten that ultimate online, but a couple of blinks online for both of these junglers. Typically, I think when you see a patient jungler looking to wait until that mid to late game, you see the blinks or something more defensive, but no, 2 aggressive style picks here in the Habbo on the Bakasera going aggressive relics and not really making an impact so far as we tick over to 5 minutes.
As far as I'm concerned, you get the blink, so you can use it, but you don't have to, right? You want that ability to blink in if there's a kill that's just lined up perfectly for you. If it's not, that's fine too. You can Crushing Wave defensively. You don't need beads for CC immunity. And of course, Bakasura, I don't see many threats to him on the map currently. If Scream is just, jumps over a wall at the wrong time and finds a Hebo there, that's one thing. But as long as he's positioning as he has this whole game, just running to camps, eat minion, leave, get that movement speed, keep zooming, I don't think he's going to need a survivability relic this early on either. If you were to ask me where I think first blood was going to come from, I would not say Barracuda, because he has a lot of range and is not too worried about the damage from a Tier 2, Tier 1 Oath, who does not have much built into his kit already.
Oh, nice double knock up there on the back of Ducky. Lawbringer over the wall. Easy escape there. Oath, the target of a dark portal out of Barracuda. Twig locked in those Dharmic pillars. Ready to escape, though, and successfully does so, as Oath has made the rotation and the retreat as well. So a few ultimates blown on the side of the Highland Ravens. Nothing to show for it except a purple buff.
And that's going to be the end of the scrap. Still no bloodshed. I will say, one of my favorite things about this new map, because we're not seeing too much fighting, we're not seeing too much invade, is over on the dual lane. I don't know what to call those guys. Yeah, yep, Doug knows exactly what I'm talking about. Out in the water. We're just holding the coffins, walking from waterfall to waterfall. I don't know their purpose. I don't know what they're doing. But they're just trying to transport something from waterfall to waterfall. But they're always creepy when you look over there and you're farming.
Charlie, I'm going to be so honest with you.
You didn't know they were there?
I had no idea those were there.
You play ADC. You told me that.
I do.
Have you not looked over ever? You're just so focused on getting last hits?
Dude, tunnel vision is a problem in my Smite game. It's one I'm working on as Hurry Wind is aggressing on this speed buff, trying to grab it for the Highland Ravens, and successfully does so. And most of the success...
He's
yeah,
back.
I know, I see it. Thank you.
Back.
As for the record, Trelly is pointing actively at the screen, trying to demonstrate my lack of situational awareness.
I'm telling you, at some point there's like 3 of them. They just keep going, and I absolutely love it.
That
Maybe.
Vapor's aggression up in the air, a knock up from Hurry Wind as Vapor's Coast uses the beads, hops on the horse, gallops away, and there's the safety from the Hachi that you were chit-chatting about with me earlier.
Yep, he pulls the beats though, so maybe an opportunity for Scream to head on over. Maybe not the first gank that gets you, but the second one when there's no mounted archery, when there's no beads available, Hachiman could be in some trouble. But Oath to the rescue. There was a Hebo nearby just in case the aggression continued, and because of that, you're just going to lose Bastions for your trouble, which Coast would have loved to hold on to. Of course, that gold is nice. All Hi-Rez has to do is find a grab. But look at this. Here comes the Hevo. He's still not going.
Never mind.
So patient. Barris even laughing at him under tower, and he still won't fight.
Look at that little smirk on the player cam in the corner. He knows exactly what he's doing. Barra's been trolling just a little bit in this duo lane all game long. And these aren't, placement matches. These aren't matches with no downside. You lose this and you are out of Smite Masters. As here comes Oath. Terra Ultimate has been popped. Barracuda under the safety of this tier 1 tower for at least the moment. Oath thinking about the engage and thinking better of it. Backing off in this duo lane. Not willing to dive tower with that penetration on him. Not quite finished. Got a tier 2 spear there, but really going to need the final stats from that tier 3 to get something going.
Unfortunately for Barra, not going to be able to hold on to that purple buff, though, because of the aggression from Oath. If you were wondering where Scream was, why he wasn't helping his ADC, he was taking the blue away from Ducky, just mirroring the farm on both sides of the map, trying to say, hey, Haddix is going to come online a bit before Iza. We're going to have to leave you alone on an island for a bit, which tells me that Hurrywin's probably going to rotate out of this lane soon, try and give this Iza some solo farm. Ward up, yes, but no kill potential any longer. Even with co-speeds down, it is so difficult to find a kill onto this Hachiman. And more specifically, the way that the Highland Ravens have been winning their games, the way that they've been stringing together early leads, has been playing through Duo. It's been playing through Ven. Yeah. It's been playing through this Zeus. And Scream is deep in the jungle. I was wondering if he was going to make a rotation, but him and Oath are scrapping.
Oath rotating back in, and Scream keeping Oath out of business here, falling low, under half HP. There's a knock-up, a crushing wave comes through from Oath. Scream, low Scream, slow down, a leap over the wall, but it's Benny Q to cut off the escape. Oath picking up first blood for the Eldritch Hounds at 9 minutes. Benny Q almost detonated. What a double dunk there from Ducky. Over the top and a double juggle as well. Ducky making it happen on this tier, but driven away now out of mana. Benny Q finds a second kill for the Eldritch Hounds. Ducky low, slammed down by Haddix. And it's a turnaround onto the tier.
Finally, someone goes down there from the Hounds. There were so many low health bars. Ven got good damage off. But again, if you're going Warlock staff, you just don't have the DPS to confirm these kills with the detonate. And it didn't happen. Benny Q was able to come back into that fight and finish the kill on Ven and follow up with the beautiful tier list that Ducky was able to grab. Of course, if you are going to overcommit that hard just to confirm the kill, Haddix comes through with this Mystic Rush and an auto attack later. Is able to grab the return kill onto Ducky, but still a 2-for-1 trade for the Eldritch Hounds, all started by Scream just being, I'll say it, way out of position, way too far up.
Scream playing a little bit aggressively, trying to make something happen. It felt like a bit of a skirmish there in the mid lane. Does not pan out for the Highland Ravens jungler. Now, we've got a tiny little baby lead here forming for the Eldritch Hounds, pretty much neck and neck through 10 minutes, but after that scrap on the right-hand side, the Eldritch Hounds nursing a very slight gold lead. One that can be erased, though, with some return kills, maybe a tower or two. And once we get to that point, Pyromancers, Gold Furies.
Yep, I want to say, at this point, Ducky maybe finally gets his blue buff. He still does not, but look at the rotation. Benny Q's here.
Scream in a bad spot here, uses the Regurgitate to slow down the aggression from the Eldritch Hounds. Ducky chasing out Haddix as well. Benny making the retreat back to the middle lane, doesn't want to miss any farm at all. And it's going to be a Regurgitate for absolutely nothing.
You had to say it twice. You couldn't just let it be once, right? I mean, we could have just said, he regurgitated, that's it, but you had to draw attention to it again. And in which case, you're right, he did ult. He did slow him down, but I just didn't want to hear it twice. And now you don't have that ultimate to try and get aggressive, but has Scream been getting aggressive so far? Not so much. Trying to go for camps, trying to go for buffs, yes. But has not found the go button to look for a 1v1 because he doesn't have that damage online yet. Would love the kin size, doesn't quite have the gold to build it up, so he's going to just run away until he gets that second relic in one more level.
Both these teams playing this one nice and slow, but that beacon, the Stygian beacon coming online here in just about 15 seconds. Curious how the Eldritch Hounds and the Highland Ravens are going to position around this objective, considering they've been playing thus far so cautiously. We'll have to see here how both these squads value this new objective.
Well, I mean, Ven actually did finish the Warlock staff, which is big because it evolved. Benny Q's has been evolved ever since the last fight. Ven wasn't doing as much damage, didn't have that pen. Looks like doesn't matter. They are going to forfeit the beacon, give that one over to the Eldritch Hounds because they don't feel as if they're in a position where they can really get active. They can't fight. You saw the charts. I mean, the XP is really the big changer right now. Hitting level 12 means you get access to second relics. That's a big deal. Having that extra level of safety or engage helps out your team fight immensely. A couple members of the Eldritch Hounds have already went back to pick those up, whereas the Highland Ravens, they're probably just going to play a bit more defensive. Maybe they show their face at a Gold Fury if it gets pulled, but up until that point, just staying back. You can lean on Haddix. He's got a 2-level lead in the solo lane. That is where Ducky has been, unfortunately, losing his buffs consistently because of that invade from Scream. But Haddix doesn't feel strong enough to rotate out of lane just yet.
Charlie, is it fair to say plenty of circles online here for the Highland Ravens, right? You got the Dark Portal, you got Venenu dropping the ultimate. Speaking of dropping ultimates, Hurrywin tries to put his down on the ground. A blink away there for Benny Q. Here comes the slasher in Bakasura, who has to leap away as Quig pops the Terra ultimate in return. Just to double check and make sure that Benny Q able to escape safely there. Supports have traded ultimates. Oh, still that crushing wave online. Blink is down though, so in re-engage unlikely from the old Eldritch Hounds.
But look at the patience from Benny Q. Actually holds on to both relics there. Barracuda in no sort of trouble will once again be able to dash away. But the rotation in from Hurrywin says maybe trying to defend this purple buff. A fight is on the marks here. Oath does not use anything, just walks out from the Dark Portal, does not care. At the very least, Vapor's Coast is forced to ult away.
Coast, no ultimate. In comes Zeus, and the Zeus presence is enough to force the crushing wave away from Oath. As well, that's going to be down for the next minute or so. Oath's gank potential has fallen substantially. Was that necessary? I mean, Ven kind of just poked his head around the corner, and Oath said, thank you, goodbye.
Oath was definitely afraid of the shield into the detonate combo, but looking at Ven's build, I don't think 100 to 0 was certainly in the cards. If he gets the detonate, then drops the ult after the ult, and then gets another 3-charge detonate, maybe Oath has to worry about that one. But rather safe than sorry. Doesn't feel like he's going to need that crushing wave in the next minute or so, and given the pace of this game so far, I would say probably right in that assumption. There has not been too much scrapping towards objectives, and if it is a team, it's probably going to be the Eldritch Hounds that are making that pull, so they can just wait for Oath's ultimate to be back off cooldown. Barracuda has been, again, left alone on an island for a bit, has been taking a lot of pressure towards that purple buff. It's only about a level behind, but I'm assuming Coast is pretty close to 15 at this point. The Ease is going to want to stay over there. He's going to want to split push, try and catch up. In doing so, you may lose some pressure towards the Pyromancer, but the Eldritch Hounds have not shown the ability to go for it just yet.
Ducky making the rotation from solo, but a little bit of a peek around that Pyromancer just to make sure the Highland Ravens aren't trying to do something sneaky. Auto Attack's doing plenty of damage here to the Tier 1 tower already. Vapor's Coast got that Executioner's Axe online. Devil's Gauntlets are stacked up. Barracuda deciding to go a little bit of a different build route here with the Aussie and the Bladed Boomerang. What's the thought process between these two different Hunters builds?
If you're picking Iza, you usually do just want to get that crit online. It seems like not worried too much about what the frontliners are doing, trying to focus more so on bursting down these squishier targets. And at the very least, winning 1v1 trades. Of course, right now, Coast is getting the better end. He's just got better range and has been having much more access to free farm. Even has a second relic, whereas Barra hasn't went back to base to pick up an Aegis or a Shell for his own liking. But because of that, it seems like Barra's more so just focused on these squishier targets, and of course, he can still shred through the tanks later on. He's got built-in pen, and he's got plenty of other ways to make sure that these tankier targets get shred through with the Boomerang auto attacks.
Well, advantage for the moment for Vapor's Coast, who was about one auto attack or maybe a couple minion hits away from taking this Tier 1 tower on the left-hand side. And there she goes. Tier 1 tower lost for the Highland Ravens. Oath blinking in aggressively. No crushing wave quite yet used. Barracuda turns it right back around. Active down for Oath. Scream and Hurrywin making the rotation. A regurgitate and an immediate ultimate button there from Oath to get out of dodge. CC immunity down, but able to escape under the Tier 1 tower. And it's an attempted gank after attempted gank. Return ganks and just pure caution.
Haddix is here
from both these squads. Haddix wrapping around. Benny Q with the flicker online. Theoretically, there it comes out, but a root is going to connect from Haddix. It doesn't matter, though, because the mid laner, Benny Q's got a bit of backup in Ducky.
Yep, Ducky said, don't talk to me or my son ever again, and unfortunately, Haddix had to walk away. Plenty of damage there, but did not want to use the Mystic Rush. Could have put himself out of position. And level 18, Benny Q.
Wow.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about being just left alone in mid lane. Of course, he did get a kill early on, but that's a 3-level deficit.
Yeah, where did that come from?
Ven got the Bumba's Dagger, you'd assume, to try and farm as quickly as possible, and has not been able to do so. Just very far behind, and the Tier 1 tower drops. Look at that. Look at the XP per minute. Manny to the top by a wide margin. No one's even close.
And a 3-level lead also being opened up in the duo lane. I mean, I was kind of looking at the gold, and it was pretty close a couple minutes ago, but a couple towers go the way of the Eldritch Hounds. All of a sudden, that's opened up to a few K there as the Pyromancer getting revved up here by the Highland Ravens. Quig wrapping the corner. Oath and BennyQ are here in support as well. 3-level lead in the ADC. Got 2 levels in mid, 2 in jungle. Couple levels in the pocket for the Highland Ravens. But, I mean, Eldritch Hounds opened up a significant lead here. It's 4 members of the Hounds on this Pyromancer. Dharmic Pillars dropped down by Hurrywind. Doesn't matter, though. Hounds grab the Pyromancer. Maybe some follow-up here from the Highland Ravens. Really feels like Hurrywind would like to get something cooking. Ain't going to be the case.
They just don't have the ability. I mean, we saw Scream go to Pyro first. He's like, hey, maybe we can pull this. And then he looked up and was like, I'm level 14. Like, there is nothing this Bakasura is going to be able to do. And it seemed like the Highland Ravens had a plan. And it was put some pressure over on the right. BennyQ forced to beats. He's going to have to back up. And at least the Highland Ravens are able to grab that beacon. But do they get out safely? Seems like the answer is yes.
I mean, BennyQ took a couple shots there from the Highland Ravens. And BennyQ is not a tank by any means. That is a Merlin with no defense items. And look, still mostly just fine. Just kind of face-taking abilities. What's not going to be mostly fine, though, is this Fury, which is started up and immediately put in the ground by the Eldritch Hounds. Highland Ravens didn't even take a look at that objective. And now we got ourselves a pretty substantial lead. Call it about 4K for the Eldritch Hounds.
Yep, because of Oath putting so much pressure over to the left side of the map, there's been a lot of farm going the way of BennyQ. There's been a lot of farm going the way by Porridge Coast, and Bear and Ven have been getting the bad end of those trades. Even Scream, he's behind in the jungle as well. It's just Haddix who is, I was gonna say flourishing, but not even so, considering that he's not top XP in the game. He's sitting 1-0. This Robin is still annoying. Don't get me wrong. He can make the mages' lives pretty miserable. But once you get that sigil online, whether the explosive or the sigil of the old guard, usually sigil of the old guard, that's when you become this unkillable monster. And Robin has not hit that point yet. That's why Haddix hasn't been taking these fights. He's been going for poke, saying, hey, maybe I'll go in for BennyQ, but the second someone else shows up, he's got to back away. Just does not have that amount of tank stats or damage to try and find those solo kills as long as there's a little bit of backup.
Chelly, I'm not really sensing kind of an urgency out of the Highland Ravens.
Definitely
and
not.
You're nodding along with me. I mean, it doesn't feel like they're trying to make any hero plays. It doesn't feel like this game's really out of their control as Coast and Quig are combining on this left side of the lane. Throw some shots into the tier 2 tower. What is it exactly that the Highland Ravens are clearly waiting for? What's the item spike? What's the level they're trying to reach before they start to make a comeback, or at least try to really put some gold in their coffers and even it up?
My guess is Haddix. Like, that's the only thing they could be playing for because of how much pressure Scream has been on the right and the lack thereof on the left side of the map. There's no way you're waiting for Bear to get online because he's just going to be so far behind. There's no way you're hoping this Zeus comes through. It's all on Haddix because he is the only one who is holding that amount of farm currently for the Ravens. Whereas if you look at the Hounds, BennyQ ticks over to level 20. Oath, of course, working on some key power spikes, and Coast has his pen online. He would just like to finish up that kin size. Ducky on the tier is not going to be as tanky. He's not going to be able to do as much as Haddix is currently, but think about how many massive tier ultimates we've been able to find this week so far. And Ducky's about to finish up that Pred, which is a good reason that some of those ultimates were as effective as they were. So the tier, I'm going to say, is essentially online as well. I'm going to put the pressure on the Hounds here. They are ahead. They've got the XP lead pretty much throughout the entirety of the map, besides in solo, which is not going to be that big of a deal. It's time to start looking for some pressure. I'm saying, Coast, maybe don't go back to dual lane. Bear is going to be over there for a while. We can let him split push. Let's look towards this Fire Giant, or at the very least, let's look for this Pyromancer once it spawns back in. And just as I say it, Coast is not heading over to duo.
We've got some pressure on the map. Tier 1 tower down in the middle lane for the Highland Ravens. Same thing could be said for the Tier 1 over in duo lane. I'm sure the Highland Ravens have turned it around and stripped away a Tier 1 tower on the right-hand side in solo lane from the Eldritch Hounds, but tower's certainly going the way of the Hounds thus far. And it's not been, big flashy kills, big objective plays. It's just been pressure and slowly stripping away towers, putting damage into objectives and structures as the Pyromancer's coming back online here.
I'm amazed that Bear actually decided to rotate, I guess, fearing that the Fire Giant would be looked at. I really thought they'd say, Bear, don't worry about it. Go hit level 20. We'll try and defend as best we can. And hopefully when the time you do rotate in, you'll have that XP differential caught up. But he actually does make his presence known. Feels like with the dominance, with the bladed boomerang, he does enough damage to where he doesn't have to sit in that lane and just sap farm. But the Highland Ravens are force splitting a red buff here. It's not like they're getting anything done. They responded to a possible FG call. Pyromancer goes the way of the Hounds. Runic Bomb in pocket for Quig, and looks like they're setting up for Primal Fury now, so the Ravens just show up late to the party and get nothing done.
Now, with one Fury already going the way of the Hounds, a couple of Pyros in their pocket as well, is this next Primal Fury spawn kind of the straw that broke the camel's back? Are the Highland Ravens going to have to contest this objective, or do you think this is maybe a breaking point for the Eldritch Hounds if they grab this objective, could crack this thing open?
No, the Highland Ravens will not step up. It doesn't seem like that's on their ability at all. Quig is actually just going to attempt to solo it. He does not do enough damage. He thought that bomb would do a little bit more. But you can tell by the positioning. I mean, Haddix and Scream grouped up and pushed down right. They are not trying to defend anything that's not a Fire Giant. And I don't think they're going to give up FG until it's enhanced. That doesn't seem to be the call, but at the very least, they are not going to fight for something like a Primal Fury. They either A, have an insane confidence in their late game, or insane confidence in Hurrywin to go for a steal. Doesn't end up getting it. The Dark Pillars, unfortunately, not enough damage. Or B, they're just saying, hey, we can't fight now. Maybe we'll get some farm later.
I mean, you gave me two options. Either insane confidence in the steal or insane confidence in the late game. Steal didn't pan out, which leaves us with one option. Insane confidence in this late game.
Well, they still could have had confidence in the steal, and it didn't work.
That's true, but now we're past that moment, so there's really one option. I mean, unless we're talking about like Fire Giant steals.
That is still a possibility, but again, now Bear is split pushing. This makes more sense, but look at the blink in Scream. Unfortunately, loses the beats, and Benny Q flickers forward.
Ducky sees an opportunity here. Benny Q dishing out the flames, but a great silence and peel from Hurrywin. Forced out is Ducky, using the Lawbringer offensively. Scream takes an arcane shot to the face there from Benny Q. Porsche Coast shows up in solo lane to make his appearance known. 3-1 so far for the Highland Ravens. Kills overall. Excuse me, for the Eldritch Hounds, I should say. The Highland Ravens on the back foot here as the Hounds find one more. Sure, Barracuda finds a tower on the left-hand side, but at what cost?
What cost is the question. Haddix wants to have the wraparound. He has not been very low so far this game. That shield barely even broken, but Hurrywin, he can surely die.
Ooh, and caught by the crushing wave there. Hurrywin dropped low, and Hurrywin finished off by Oath on the hub. While Haddix, not quite as tanky as he expected. Some great walls there out of the Terra. Mystic Rush away. Haddix forced out. Now the Eldritch Hounds backing, grouping up around this Fire Giant. Benny Q has made the rotation back in on the Merlin. That is all of your magical damage right there, baby, and it is going straight to the face of the Fire Giant.
Yep, Barracuda try to split push left. Ducky stops him, so he has to go in and retreat. Ven doesn't even show up for that right lane fart. He was just going for the farm. He went for the green buff. He's going for chest camp, probably trying to upgrade his starter item as quickly as possible. Again, it seems to be that the Highland Ravens either A, just got so far behind they couldn't contest, or feel so good about their defense. And don't get me wrong, with Zeus, with the Lightning Storm, it can be super easy to just shut down a Phoenix Siege. But with how scary Oath is going to be once he gets that full build online, with how much damage Benny Q has been able to get down, it is not going to be easy to stop these Phoenix Sieges. Titans marching up mid lane, and the Eldritch Hounds don't seem to care.
Tier 2 tower falling for the Highland Ravens over here on the right-hand side. And so far, 25 minutes in, Scream's taking the tower in the middle lane.
He's killing the Titan.
And killing the Titan as well. Important objective to take down. But thus far at 25, call it 26 minutes here in just a moment, this passive, let's wait and see style that the Highland Ravens have adopted isn't making waves for them.
Nope. And it's actually the Bumba Sphere there for Ven. Does not value the cooldown, does not care about the Bumba's hammer. So we'll see how much damage he's able to get off now. It does seem like this is what he's been going towards, right? He has been building up, not fighting, just farming, hits level 20, he has arrived. And because of that, Phoenix Siege still does seem to be where the Highland Ravens are setting up for, right? They're not stepping forward, they are sitting and waiting. The Titan is still sieging down mid lane. Maybe this tier 2 tower is when we see sparks fly, but Bear is over and left and Haddix is over and right. Not even the tier 2.
Not the tier 2, not the tier 1, not the Fire Giant, not the Gold Fury. At some point, the Highland Ravens have to draw a line in the sand and say, Eldritch Hounds, you're not stepping over this line. Is that line the Phoenix? Is that line the Titan? I mean, so far, the Highland Ravens haven't shown us any kind of response, and here we go. This is what we've been looking for. Hurrywin kicking things off, but Venadu and Hurrywin immediately slammed with those walls from Terra, locked down, and the Highland Ravens forced back. I mean, Venadu also blowing the Zeus ultimate there. A giant defense tool completely off the map here. The Eldritch Hounds, Terra ultimate applied to every member, moving in on this Phoenix. Left hand lane going down. Mid lane looks to be the next target, and what do the Highland Ravens really have to defend?
I mean, that's the thing. They used everything for beads from Benny Q, and they grabbed the left side bird, and they're able to back up. Odd play so far here. The Elder Towns have been dominant. They step forward, they get what they want, they leave. There has been no fight back, except for that one attempt at Benny Q's relics. I'd call it a pacifist run if I didn't see Haddix already had a kill. But again, farming has been the name in the game for the Ravens. Of course, they're getting out-farmed because of objectives and such, but whenever we see the Hounds show up on left, immediately over to right they go. Just say, maybe we can get something free, maybe we can just get a buff camp away or steal a wave, that sort of thing. But Scream is sticking around here. He was able to grab the tier 2 Odibo, of course, his tech that he always builds on most of these auto-attack junglers, and then going into some magical defense, fearing not only what Oath and Benny Q are able to do, but also just his survivability. He's like, hey, I can't even go through my ultimate without getting bursted down by some of these mages. I need some way to stick around in these fights.
Level 20 is being hit across the board here for most of the gods on the map. A couple level 19 supports. Otherwise, that's going to do it for him. We've got full build starting to come online. ADC on the side of the Eldritch Hounds has finished off his build. Oath on this Habwa looking to finish off his as well with a 6-slotted item. And a 6-item Habwa is one of the scariest gods in the game.
No doubt.
Kind of terrifying. You can one-tap Zeus at that point. But the same thing could be said for the Zeus, right? You catch a great lightning storm, a good detonate on a few members of the Eldritch Hounds. Could be curtains for this Chaos squad. But so far, I mean, that may have been the first time I've seen Veneno actually use the storm, like maybe once or twice.
Yep.
But hasn't been able to find these big lockdown ultimates. Do you chalk that up to the Eldritch Hounds knowing the Ravens are waiting for a grouping and not letting it happen, or the Highland Ravens just not finding the right opportunity and waiting for it? It may never come.
Certainly might not, and Ducky wants to chase this one down. Scream, unfortunately, could not blink there. It looks like Oath is not going to let him get out of combat. All the while, the Hounds are sieging on right.
It's two members chasing down Scream, who's going to divert the attention of the solo and jungle of the Eldritch Hounds. On the right-hand side, though, a big-time team fight breaking out here. Dharmic Pillars dropped by Hurrywin. There comes the
Haddix.
Sunder on well. Haddix wrapping around onto Benny Q. The Mystic Rush slams down Terra Ultimate a moment too late. Benny so tanky, caught by the root, but Haddix forced to back off Quig. Low HP, a kill goes the way of Barracuda. It is 2-4. The Highland Ravens finally find something, and Trelly, you are throwing up your hands in disbelief.
I can't believe, number one, how much Scream was just able to keep Oath stringing along. It was like a carrot on a stick. He's like, yeah, keep coming. I've got Talisman. I'm super fast. And look at this. The Highland Ravens now have offensive positioning here for the Fire Giant. Ward coverage shows that the Elder Towns know exactly what's going on here. Oath is on the left side of the map, though. If the Ravens group up for an FG push, it's going to be a 3v5 for at least 20 seconds.
Highland Ravens don't really have anything on the table here in terms of ultimate. Scream just got
Here it
regurgitated
goes.
back. Fire Giant started up here, got Barracuda throwing some boomerangs into that neutral objective. Ducky and Benny Q showing face around the Fire Giant. Ducky looking for a big-time Lawbringer to set up the Merlin and the Hachi-Mon in the backline. Ducky in the backline, getting ripped through by the Regurgitate, but who's here? But Haddix, a great pillar, is going to stop Ducky in his tracks, but a fearless away for the solo laner. And safety as the rest of the Eldritch Hounds surround him. Pyromancer goes down to the Highland Ravens. Just clawing back a little bit of that gold lead. You grab a bomb as well, but it's certainly not closing that gap any further.
Yeah, well, the Elder Towns, they know everyone is left. They have the ward coverage down, so they're going to immediately start their pull onto the enhanced Fire Giant. All the while, Haddix is forced to clear out these minions, and trust me, he does not do it quickly. He can teleport in, but it's going to be 30 seconds before he can. Fire's at 50%.
Oh, Fire's under 50% at this point. It's a miracle steal by the Highland Ravens, and they do it! The Highland Ravens, they grab the Fire Giant, and it is a full retreat here for the Order Squad. Barracuda is going to be the first to fall. Oath finding one. Vaporish Coasts also puts one in the pocket. It's the duo lane for the Highland Ravens who have found the grayscale. Quig, Oath, and Vaporish Coast want to keep rolling on strong here in the right-hand lane. Phoenix under siege now. Haddix making the rotation in. Quig locking down the solo laner. But here comes Scream, who immediately dies.
They're
gone! Turns it right back around. Venenu over the top, making it happen on the Zeus. Finally making an impact here in game number one.
Left Phoenix could be going down, though. That's exactly what Quig is trying to stall out. But all the while, that was so much damage. This is what we've been waiting for. Ven, unfortunately, cannot keep the bird alive. But that was the Zeus damage we've been expecting. Beautiful rotation in from Haddix, by the way. So much damage. And there was low health bars, right? The call was, let's go for the steal. Give the credit to Barracuda. Dark Portal takes away the enhanced Fire Giant. Immediately, we are retreating. We are not looking to fight. Turn tail, run. Ven even drops the Lightning Storm defensively. He says, go ahead, guys. Walk through this if you want to chase us. The Hounds did it. They all walked through, took 90% of their HP, and said, hey, we're going to keep sieging. Why not? Turns out, because Ven's here. That's why not. Way too much damage, and of course, the rotation in from Haddix opens up the game. And Ducky's going for a solo kill. That's a lot of damage.
And Ducky's making it happen too. Venenu at half HP, Herwin and Haddix playing Space Creator for their mid laner. Oni Fury still the target here for the Highland Ravens. It is just Ducky and Quig, but Ducky on this tier can make it happen solo. Juggling Barracuda in the air, now locked down. Dark Portal for the Silenced Lawbringer, defensively out of Ducky. And it's enough for the Eldritch Hounds to show face and force the Highland Ravens off of the Oni Fury.
Yeah, they do have the EFG, Highland Ravens that is, but remember, it's on Ven and Haddix, 2 members. Does not mean that they can just step forward as if their whole team has that massive buff. They will have to retreat, and I gotta say, Ducky did do, he went for the solo, and he got a good portion of Ven's HP gone, so that just goes to show how much Scorching Blink with a Fridwin proc can do to his Zeus if you're able to juggle him on top of it, even with this tankier style of build that Ven's went for. Plenty of HP with the Warlocks and the Ethereal Staff. Without all being said, though, let's take a look to survey the map. What has happened in the past couple minutes? Well, Ravens steal EFG, their left side bird still goes down, and then the Eldritch Hounds are able to grab the Fury, and they keep the aggressive positioning. Oni Fury pushes these minions down forward, and here come the Hounds. They don't have the buff, they don't have EFG, but they are still stepping forward.
Eldritch Hounds still with a pretty significant lead, call it about 5K-ish here at 34 minutes, and willing to press the gas pedal as well. The Hounds grouped up in this left side lane. Still no Phoenix. That went down. Respawned briefly. Hurrywin tried to save the day in the left-hand lane, unable to do so. So still the Highland Ravens having a wide open base here for the Eldritch Hounds to take advantage of. Quig wrapping around, maybe looking for some cheeky walls there. Aren't going to find him though. Haddix and Hurrywin have been leading the way so far for the Highland Ravens. Some nice ultimates by Hurrywin to either stop the aggression from the Eldritch Hounds or get things going, but the Highland Ravens so far unable to capitalize from some decent initiations off their frontliners.
Yeah, there's no way the Hounds wanted to push up there. They were like, hey, let's see what we can find. Maybe someone overcommits, but are we pushing in for a Phoenix into what we just saw happen with Ven's damage? When we don't even have Enhanced Fire Giant? No, definitely not. So the Hounds back up. They go ahead and grab themselves another Pyromancer, and look at the build. So many of them actually picked up Chalice of the Oracle. It's only Oath who has room for the Runic Bomb. Everyone else is holding too much vision in their pockets. They can't make use out of that consumable. So because of that, Oath is going to have to hold on to it. Breaking the base, still very important here for both squads. But remember, the Highland Ravens have 3 tier 2 towers they would still have to go through, and Scream has been spending the vast majority of his time away from his squad. I mean, you forget about the wild goose chase that Oath was sent on, trying to chase him down. All the while that fight was taking place. Haddix does get some aggression sent his way. Ducky wants to go in for the blink. Does he have the angle, though, is the question.
Ducky does have the angle, knocks Haddix in the air, but not a great geometry there from Ducky, who juggles Haddix in the air, forces him away, though. That blink is going to be down. No, blink. Yes, blink was used. The blink is up on Oath on this Habwa. Speaking of Habwa, it's Habwa and it's Scream, the crushing wave.
Here we go again.
90% of the jungler's HP. Oath, a little bit of cooldown reduction for you. Why not? And Scream and Oath going at it. Scream comes out on the bottom end of that transaction. Enhanced Fire Giant about to come online. It's going to be a 4v5 for why? For why? You look literally flabbergasted.
Scream has blink.
Yep.
But he chose to beads. Which there was no way he was going to survive. He beads death there, and it did not work. Turns out you can't cleanse that, but doesn't matter. Eldritch Hounds towards the EFG. Scream did not clear out the last wave of fire minions, so that left side bird will go down if this stalls out, but Ducky doesn't care. He's going in!
Oh, and Hurrywin falling so quickly to the might of Vapor's Coast and the remainder of the Eldritch Hounds. A 3v5. Scream still down for another 25 seconds. Fire Giant started up here by Eldritch Hounds. Not going to even be looked at by the Highland Ravens, who have to retreat in dismay. Look upon the Fire Giant as it falls, wraps around the belts of the Eldritch Hounds, and the final push is being prepared here in the minds of the Hounds.
Certainly is. Scream will be back in 5 seconds. His ultimate and a blink will be available, but the Eldritch Hounds have a Runic Bomb in tow. And remember, that's in the back pocket of Oath, who's also missing his blink. He doesn't have a good way to close gap, but you don't need kills here. You need Phoenixes, and right side's already gone. Mid Phoenix next in tow. And look at this. Haddix is all the way over and left with Scream. They're just giving these birds up.
Power play here for the Eldritch Hounds. 20 seconds. until Hurry Wind on this Ganesh is back in the fray here. Haddix under the Phoenix, no stun yet. Onto Vaporish Coast, that's going to be a Sunder, and half the HP of the ADC drop, but same thing goes for Haddix and Venenu in the backline. No actives now for Venenu.
Haddix?
Only beads online, over the top, Ducky. Tyr has been a menace this tournament, and why stop now? Hurrywind's back in the action. Now Titan taking some damage. No Phoenixes on the board for the Highland Ravens. Eldritch Hounds regrouping and waiting for the end.
They have to try and go for a play here. Scream wants the chase down, but does not have the blink to close gap. Hurrywind already dropped the Dharmic Pillars. Where's the chase potential? Maybe from Haddix in the jungle. That's the best play you have.
And here the Eldritch Hounds regrouping on the left-hand side. Healing up is Vaporish Coast using those auto attacks. The Devourer's Gauntlets, Benny Q, full HP Quig, Ezatera, who cares, Ducky, Tyr, so tanky. No ultimates online here for the Eldritch Hounds. Barracuda only with this Dark Portal. Vaporish Coasts looking at the Titan, ignoring everybody else on the Highland Ravens. It's Haddix in the back line, targeting out the ADC. Scream ripping through the lightweights of the Eldritch Hounds. Benny Q goes down to the might of the Bakasura as well. Quig forced out from Hurrywin. Ducky on the retreat, and the Highland Ravens have not given up their final breath.
They're going to keep chasing down Quig here. All the while, fire minions are hurting the Titan. Woo! Ducky with the double Fearless trying to keep his support alive, and Quig still has legs in this race.
It might happen. Quig falling away. No stun yet. Haddix with the slow onto the Terra. It's just going to be a matter of who has the dash first. Scream picks up the support for the Eldritch Hounds, and the Highland Ravens push ahead as their Titan is getting devastated by these fire minion waves. A double knock-up out of Oath. A tier 2 tower in the mid lane. The Highland Ravens,
2v4.
One more.
They have to try and keep this bird alive. All the while, the Titan is on defense duty. Ven has to try and keep it going. They need to go for the end here.
Barracuda sending auto attacks into the Phoenix.
They're not going to
do
it.
Fall, and the Highland Ravens not confident in their ability to take on Ducky and Oath. Might be the smart call here. Ducky, ultimate, Oath, ultimate, a two-man knock-up, a two-man crushing wave, and that could spell true curtains here for the Highland Ravens.
All the while, Ven is playing a tower defense game. He goes over to the right, he goes back over to left, tries to make sure these wave of minions are going down. The Titans not looking good, though. The Eldritch Hounds made an attempt at an end in a 4v4 situation, did not have the damage, and because of that, Enhanced Fire Giant's not going to spawn back in, but look at this ambush. The Highland Ravens did not leave. They made it look like they backed, but they are now hiding in the jungle. Who's going to step up force? Benny Q would be a fantastic target, but it looks like no one's going by themselves. They don't have eyes. They know Ven's the only one clearing. He's the only one showing up on minions. Why is that? Let's probably stay grouped up.
And the Eldritch Hounds, they're not silly. They're not going to play the fools here as the Highland Ravens repositioning once again, and we've reached the point in the game where we can no longer take 5v5s. It's no more coin flips. It's tactics like this. It's strategies that are a little bit outside of the normal playbook that the Highland Ravens are going to have to employ.
There's a ward.
They are. The Highland Ravens walking over a ward. The Eldritch Hounds,
he opened the door.
They know what's happening. Scream over the top, opening the door.
Back.
The Eldritch Hounds backing. It's going to be a defense for the Eldritch Hounds. The Highland Ravens try to make a miracle play. Ducky over the top, stunning Hurrywin, who's going to fall to Vaporish Coast. Scream and Haddix on full retreat here. The Highland Ravens try to make a miracle backdoor play, and it goes sour.
Ven is still trying to keep these three birds alive. All the while, once again, the wraparound. Are they going for the end again? How many times can you make this back play work? It's not going to happen. Vera has to go back with Haddix. 3 Phoenixes spawning simultaneously, and Ven hasn't left the base in 5 minutes.
Trelly, it's a 4v5 here as the Eldritch Hounds march it down mid lane. The Highland Ravens are going to have to find some kind of highlight defense here under the Titan. It's got to be Ven. It's got to be Barracuda. It's got to be Haddix. It's got to be Scream. It's got to be the entirety of the Highland Ravens. Auto attacks coming through from Barracuda. What a lightning storm. Does not matter. The Eldritch Hounds take down the Highland Ravens for game number 1.
I understand the play call. It seemed like it was forced, though. You don't have to go for the back door there. You don't have to go in for the Titan. All 3 of your Phoenixes were spawning in. You just had a miracle defense. But the Highland Ravens decide they don't want to fight. They want to PvE, and it ends up biting them in the butt. The Eldritch Hounds, they just walk right forward. They don't have to go for anything sneaky. They just go right down the front door and say, hey, Hurrywin's dead for quite some time. We're just going to kill your Titan.
Shout out to the Eldritch Hounds for applying pressure across the map the whole game, getting objectives. You know, you got the Pyros, you got the Gold Furies, but I mean, the Highland Ravens, just a big question mark for me. So much passivity on the map. I mean, what do you chalk that up to?
It seemed like the call was late game will get there. Late game comes, they're still not online. Should we fight? How about I split push? Everyone wanted to go for the farm. Everyone wanted to get full build. By the time they got full build, the fight looked clean. But their base was already broken, and then they go for the backdoor. Column doesn't work out.
Eldritch Hounds take down game number 1. The Highland Ravens, maybe a bit of a mindset switch up. We'll have to find out in game number 2. Coming your way in just a sec. Stick around.
Show me a different way. I'm not afraid to let my guard down. I was walking in the dark until you came and turned a light on. And I don't wanna take the rain without the clear skies. And I don't wanna take the pain without love. I know you have to break a heart to start the healing. I know I'll never give you up, give you
Eldritch Hounds, they swing first and they connect in game one of this best of three. They'll take the lead for what was a pretty lengthy game number one. The Highland Ravens had their chance, failed just a bit short. Eldritch Hounds take the lead, one game away from knocking out the Highland Ravens. But you know what is a knockout? The deal that you guys can get right now on the V Shoujo event that is live in Smite. I don't know how I do it. 70% off. What could be the final price in week 9 plus right now, or in week 5, 70% off if you want to buy all of them right now, or you can direct purchase some of the skins still at a discounted rate. So if you're interested in the V Shoujo skins and the V Shoujo event we have going on, still a great time to get in, discounted from future prices, and a wonderful time to make that investment. Myth, you set the stage. The mindset was clear. Protect the Zeus, and maybe the Ravens can win. Zeus didn't die a whole lot, but he also didn't get forward and team fight a whole lot in game one.
Yeah, Ven spent a whole lot of the time behind his team, waiting for them to create space, create opportunities to take a team fight, and that space and those opportunities never quite happened, right? So Ven maybe not dying a whole lot, but not getting a whole lot accomplished, and I think that is true of the Highland Ravens as a whole in this game. I would argue for the first 30 minutes, Smite happened at the Ravens, and the Hounds essentially given a free ride through every single neutral objective as well as Tier 1 tower. Eventually we got to the point where the Eldritch Hounds, in an effort to close out the game, were forced to group as 5, and the Highland Ravens strike back in attempted split pushes or attempted backdoors as well. But at the end of the day, in Smite, it feels like you always do have to find the PvP, and the Highland Ravens just did not have that in them. So the Eldritch Hounds, with superior initiation, with great play from Oath, with Benny Q putting out immense damage, were able to win game one, win the day here. But I think there's a little bit more in the tank. I didn't want to say it in the initial P's and B's, but I did really feel like this was a draft that was going to struggle from the Highland Ravens. So I think with some adaptations, perhaps in ease of play, get something that just plays itself a little bit more so, the Highland Ravens will show us a bit more themselves.
Ven did have good damage numbers. There was one fight that kind of flipped this game around, things starting to balance a bit. Remember, the Ravens had an opportunity to backdoor this game. They chose for a mid lane Phoenix. They grouped up in the jungle, attempted to go in. A lot of that was one big lightning storm, one big team fight from Ven. Difficult first game from Scream, though, at 2-5-6. On the flip side, Oath had a heck of a game on the Hebo, and a really good one from Vaporish Coast as well. This is what we talked about when we talk about this Eldritch Hounds team and how they've kind of strung together this identity that seems to really be working for them. It's this that's maybe caught the Ravens a bit off guard for game number one. Got to be a pick ban adaptation for the Highland Ravens, but also, as we've talked about, and I mean, in all of the existence of esports, the discussion has been the team that gets the bye is a little bit more cold going into the game. Do you start to heat up later on in the set? In game two, that excuse is kind of out the window now, Myth, because the Ravens, they've played their game, they got to be warmed up, and they got to do it now. You lose this one, you end up going home to the Eldritch Hounds. Eldritch Hounds will find themselves in second pick. Highland Ravens now, they've got a lot to consider. Do you keep your bans the same? Do you ban away the Hebo after the performance it had in game one? Do you try to protect your Zeus a little bit further? We've seen a great Zeus comp from the Ravens, but this draft in game one missed a few of those key pieces. Hounds in maybe a bit more of a commanding position as far as adaptation required after game one.
Yeah, so do the Highland Ravens start dedicating some bans towards maybe the Hebo? Is that one of the standouts? I'd think the tier would be something I'd be keeping my eyes on personally. Instead, Ra and Aphrodite to round out the last of the bans. And the Highland Ravens in a first pick position. I still have got my eyes on that tier. I know Haddix is capable of playing it just as well as his opposition, and that pick has just been valuable all week. The ability to initiate a fight with Lawbringer has really leveled up that god. Instead, it's the Thor lock-in, some flexibility for the Highland Ravens. Regardless of where it lands, be it the solo lane or the jungle, we'll have a bit of that global presence, a nice bit of wall to separate some of these jungle fights, and great poke potential as well.
Still a really good Robin game for Haddix, so it was just difficult to find the stride with the rest of the team in game one, 3-0-7. That'll now flip sides to the Eldritch Hounds. Looks like the Hachiman is going to stay right at home as well. They're banned away. I wonder if one adaptation the Ravens make, if you're worried about Beara and his pick, is put Beara on something right now. Because remember, there were a couple ADC bans from the Hounds in the second wave. in almost an exact situation as this. Olorun, Marty banned, Hachiman picked, and the Ravens left Bera's pick a bit later on in that draft. So that could be one change that ends up happening here. Robin also for some flex potential. Both picks can work in both lanes. Do you like a Bera pick here, or you think he's flexible enough to leave for later in the draft?
I think you could hold off, but it's not so much that Barracuda needs to hold off. I think if you were to take Bera's pick, it would be more so to facilitate maybe a counter selection for Scream, or Scream can evaluate whether or not he wants to take that Thor for himself or not. And the selection's available to Barracuda as it stands. The majority of his God pool very safe. It's not as if he locks in Jingwei here and all of a sudden it's like, oh no, I'm worried about X, Y, or Z in a counter matchup on the other side. So maybe you do. Just go ahead and grab it for yourself. But I said at the top, I'll say it again. Feels like this tier is getting a little bit disrespected.
Might be. Might still be an option for both of the teams. Don't know exactly where the Robin or the Thor are going. This is the Neilma moment. Sitting in the back of the Ravens booth now discussing with the rest of the team where they want to go. It's less about Barracuda and what he can or can't play, and maybe more what's really strong in the meta right now if they feel like they have to fall too far down the ADC tier list by waiting. That would be a good time to swing. Naja for Scream. That's certainly a pivot. Only seen it once this weekend. And then a Soul for Barracuda, I have to imagine. So 1 game for Naja this weekend. 2 games for Soul. None of them have won yet, but the Ravens will try to change that.
I mean, you've got strong initiation. Thor's going to burn beads consistently. Najat will do it in the single target. Soul, for the most part, self-sufficient in that back line, should be able to hold her own. But this composition, as it stands with just the 3 core members for the Highland Ravens, hasn't really revealed itself too much. It feels like you've got high potential to go for either a backline dive style comp, depending on the support selection, or maybe it's going to be another King Protection style composition. Identity not locked in just yet for the Highland Ravens. Same could be said of the Hounds, but I think we'll get some clarity on what type of draft they're electing to go for with this 3rd selection. Robin, successful in both solo and jungle, so flexibility there. Hachiman, not so much. Will likely just be headed for that duo lane. Maybe you just go ahead and grab yourself a support pick and then start banning out some of Hurrywin's selections. It will be the Ganesh for the Eldritch Hounds. Has a decent matchup into the Thor. Throws out that hammer, immediately start channeling that silence. You're either going to force the beads, or he's just going to miss out on the ability to teleport away. Naja as well. If he decides to start off a fight with Sash and he isn't hitting Ganesh with it, the silence can prevent the Windfire wheels immediately afterwards. So, potential to play spoiler to some of these Highland Ravens combos.
Yep. Love the Ganesh pick for the utility it provides. Hebo. No more, even though it was the Eldritch Hounds who played it in Game 1 to some success. Don't want either, well, I guess at this point it would just be mid, so Thor, Solo, and Naja jungle. There is a weird world where we've seen Naja support once or twice, but I'm not opening the door to that. Not when Scream is on your team. You're keeping that Naja right where it belongs. On the flip side, though, Oath still needs his pick. Won't be he, but we assume, I guess, and the Ravens are assuming as well, because they're going to ban out Serket. Immediately after Hebo gets taken away. There's still some viability there for Oath. Oath has played a lot of different picks so far here this year. Another shot. Maybe both of them towards Ven with the Hebo and the Giannis. Look over at Oath's picks. Hebo, Bakasura, a couple Serket games, Nemesis. Miff, you predicted a Nem ban last time. So you say.
Allegedly.
Allegedly a Nem ban. You want to call it again?
Nemesis doesn't have a great matchup here, though. You could ban Nem, and it might be decent in what the rest of the Highland Ravens I like to go towards.
Unlucky.
But Thor, Naja both have great tools to deal with that shield, and Soul being slow immune into Sap Rate means that you're not really concerned about Nemesis chase potential. So, yeah, I don't think this is one where you would feel really restricted towards a Nemesis ban. Bakasura, on the other hand, just take away one of the top flavor picks of the month.
Indeed. And a good one for Oath. 6-2-2 against the Wargs on Bakasura earlier on this weekend. And against the Ferryman at the end of the playoffs. 14-2-4 on Bakasura. So Oath has plenty of history.
That's surprising.
AMC. That'll be your mid lane selection. Ganesh over in duo. You got Shred. Got it with AMC in spades. I mean, if Marty gets banned, we've talked about how AMC can fill a similar role. It's obviously a different play style, but ability-based Hunter could be there here for the Hounds. They got a lot of physical damage, though, Miff. Something maybe the Ravens can itemize against.
Could be. But with your, presumably, with your jungler still available, the Robin, of course, could still flex jungle or soul lane.
Yep.
There are some magical junglers that I think could really diversify the damage pool here for the Eldritch Hounds. The only weakness being that you'd be lacking a little bit in dedicated hard CC. Ganesh has got plenty on his own, but Robin's really just the root and the slow. So you kind of want something that's got a little bit more CC for you. Yeah, that Kleina's thrown me for a loop as well.
Got to be it.
Now, I'm trying to figure out this Kleina pick. We've seen Kleina mid in the past. We've seen Kleina solo in the past, but who would the mid laner be? Then it'd be Soul. What's your duo lane look like? It's got to be Kleina ADC Soul mid, right? It's got to be. Barracuda's not a Kleina guy.
No. Barracuda's a big Soul guy.
Big Soul guy. Got to be Cleo mid.
You would think. All right, hear me out. Kuzumbo mid.
I'm with it. I'm with it.
Naja support.
Dude, yes.
Kleina jungle.
Oh my God. Dave, keep going.
No, we're on to something. We'll get the official word here. Soul ADC, Cleo mid. So it is what we figured. It'll be Soul for Barracuda. And Cleo for Ven, which admittedly is also a bit out of Ven's wheelhouse from what we've seen recently. More control, burst style mages from Ven.
Triple assassin composition, when every pro I've talked to going into this weekend has assured me that it is a guardian/warrior meta. Tanks are back. That's all they've been saying to me.
Build Thor a bit tankier.
Yeah, well, Thor is gonna. Yeah,
Right.
I'd be surprised if Naja also doesn't get like a Prid win or something like that.
Right. But diversified on the damage pool are the Eldritch Hounds. A little bit there for the Highland Ravens as well.
I hate this Ravens draft, man.
You do?
I just don't love it. It feels like
what's missing in your mind, or what is there too much of?
Too many assassins. First off, too many cooks in the kitchen. Look, this is a draft that if you get an early lead, you're gonna dominate. Obviously, triple assassin, hard to stop that ball rolling once it gets moving, but getting that ball moving, I think, going to be the difficulty here for the Highland Ravens. You've got objective burn. Kleina's always phenomenal at that, so you're not so worried about your ability to actually deal with Gold Fury, the burn, or Pyromancer there, but it's secure. I think you're lacking in. If it's Soul, and Soul's in the duo lane, it almost restricts you entirely to only playing on that left side of the map as far as neutral objectives are concerned. And once you get to the Pyromancer, you have to be really worried of just like swarm of bees rolling through and taking away your neutral objectives. So just a very high execution composition from the Highland Ravens as well. And considering the pace of game one and how they had lost, which was inaction,
right?
A high execution composition, it just feels like you're not feeding into what you're playing right now.
High execution after what was a very difficult game one. Could be the final game of the day and the weekend. I'd implore everyone to stay tuned until the end of broadcast for an announcement if this is the final game. Could be one more after it, though, if the Highland Ravens are able to turn things around, is what I would say if we were going into game number one. Instead, we're going to stick around here on the desk just a little bit longer. I'll continue that segue, though. We have an announcement at the end of the day, so if this ends up being the final game, stay tuned all the way to the end of the desk segment at the end of the day for a little bit of information. But for now, we can stick around and keep talking about Eldritch Hounds versus Highland Ravens. It is an interesting point you make there, Miff, though, because you're talking about execution and how important execution is to this Ravens team. Felt a bit lackluster then in game one, so it's got to be a mental shift from the Ravens team. On the flip side, do you think this Hounds draft is one that can just kind of let the game happen to them for a little while and end up winning a bit later on, regardless of execution, action, or inaction from the Ravens?
Double Hunter composition always is going to scale well into the late game. Anytime kin size is in the meta, there's just no real great answer to it. So if you've got two sources of it, you'll find some value. Ao Kuang, of course, a phenomenal scaler as well. And so if this does go 30, 40 minutes, I would argue the Eldritch Hounds have got a slight edge. But triple assassin means that, with all these hunters on the other side, easy targets for assassins to jump onto. So there's a little bit of nuance to be had, but traditional Smite knowledge just dictates that this has got to be a draft diff in favor of the Hounds.
Miff, I got some good news for you.
What's that?
We're remaking the lobby.
You don't mean it.
I do. I do mean it. One more time. Oh man, we're on a leveling issue again. This time, though, we are.
Wasn't even an auto level this time. He just hit the wrong button. That's crazy.
Do you want to say who it was?
It was Tyler Whitney.
And the ones who know will know.
That's right.
Tyler Whitney misleveled his ability, and so we're going to be remaking the lobby just prior to going into game number 2 here. We're going to take a quick breather here. Game 2 of our final set of the weekend just around the corner. Stick around. Miff, can you confirm that chat figured out who Tyler Whitney is?
They did, yeah. It took them a while, longer than I thought it should or would.
Yeah, and Tyler Whitney is.
That's Hurrywind.
That is Hurrywind.
That's
Miss
support for the
abilities,
Ravens,
and
that's
so
right.
you can yell at him if you'd like before we go into,
Yeah,
into
not
game
us.
number 2 here. Not
Stop
us.
yelling at us.
Please stop. I
Please.
can hear it from here.
They're the worst.
God, stop.
They're the worst.
It's unbelievable. Game 2, Miff. Eldritch Hounds, Highland Ravens is the mental deficit too big for me.
Run it back. Run it back. You got it.
Game 2, Miff, is the mental deficit too heavy for the Highland Ravens here? Or do you think the Hounds have a big advantage?
I think they've got an advantage, to be sure, at least in composition. It's just something I've seen before, as opposed to the Highland Ravens, who are breaking new ground here, let's say.
I've been told we are loaded in. The levels are correct, and Game 2 between the Highland Ravens and the Eldritch Hounds starts right now.
A quiet Game 1 from the Highland Ravens. They're going to have to make some noise if they want to avoid elimination here at Smite Masters. The Eldritch Hounds looking for game point against their opponents. Dimes, Trelly, Doug. You know the drill, Smite chat. Put your hands up in the air for what could potentially be the final match of the day, Trelly.
First of all, perfect 50-50 there from the Ravens and
Look
the
at
Hounds.
that.
Which we love to see.
I don't think we've seen that so far this weekend.
But I love to see it now. And with that being said, I think it'd be hilarious to watch Hurry pull 3 buffs, walk up to the little triple bounce spot, and then pop his 2, and pop the shell spikes, and just reflect like 7 damage a shot.
He leveled the wrong ability again, but you only get 1 remake.
Yeah, he's like, oh boy, guys. All right, well, we're gonna have to just watch as my shell spikes try and clear this one. Either way, this composition is interesting.
Certainly ringing a bell.
Triple assassin.
Yep.
Guardian.
Yep.
Mage.
Yep.
Magical ADC. We have seen Oleron. That was the only magical ADC so far this tournament. I was shocked by it. Won some, lost some. Soul, a little bit different, but look at the build. I mean, Death's Toll into what I can only assume is Telekines for Barra. Barracuda has gone on to say in an interview that sometimes he feels like with this team, the Highland Ravens, they might have too many cooks in the kitchen. That's his exact words. In this team comp seems to be...
It's cooking.
It seems to be the product of too many cooks in the kitchen. Not to say it can't work. Assassins have immense pressure early, so a snowball could be forming this very moment and rolling down a mountain to topple the Eldritch Hounds. But with traditional Smite knowledge at our hand, it's not going to be easy.
You know, there's a saying, Trelly, now we're cooking with gasoline.
Yep.
You know, when something's... This is cooking with, like, something like jet fuel. I feel like if it's going to pop off, it's going to be explosive. It's going to be flashy.
I'd call it damp wood. Cooking with damp wood.
No, those are 2 very different things, Trelly.
I could see that you were going with, it's going to pop off real hard.
Yeah, I was trying to be positive and look up as Stream takes half his HP in the middle lane there. We're going to Hurrywin falling down the left-hand lane, I should say. Barracuda and Hurry having to back off there. Quick and Vaporish Coast looking a bit unhealthy as well. But I think jet fuel is a little bit more preferable to damp wood, Trelly. It's going to be large. It's going to be explosive. Lots of damage coming out of Assassins.
Speaking of large and lots of damage, here comes Oath. Unfortunately, this gank gets called out because Scream fought him the whole way here. So they will not get caught out the shield buff, and they will be able to retreat for free. But still, with Scream showing up, the Highland Ravens surge forward. They are not alone. They will just march up as a squad of 3 trying to grab this shield buff.
Okay, so now that we're at 2 minutes, we can actually start talking about Smite here for a little bit.
All right.
Obviously, 3 assassin composition, a little bit more traditional coming out of the Eldritch Hounds. I mean, the highlight of game number 1 in a weird way was the complete silence from the Highland Ravens, right? The inability to step forward, not really contesting any objectives, just real quiet on the Highland Ravens front. 3 assassins, I mean, gonna have to get active here.
That's a good
game
point.
Number 2.
That's a good point. If we're calling, the lack of fighting the highlight of game 1, which I certainly would not, but because you are right, that is what we saw. This is the polar opposite. This is,
right.
Hey, we just want to ult, we want to get in there, we want to scrap, and that is definitely a step up for me because the Highland Ravens have been looking like one of the most mechanically gifted teams in the SPL throughout this whole first phase, right? I mean, they finished 2nd place because of that. I expected them to have some new strats here for this new patch, of course, but also just be able to mechanic stiff more often than not. So if you're going to pick 3 assassins to do so, I'm excited to see how it goes through. But notably, the start that some of these assassins have gone for, in particular Ven, once again the Bumbas, once again, not a stacking item in the Warlocks, but with the Soul Eater, tells me he's not trying to fight, right? He wants to get this Soul Eater online. He wants to stack it up as quickly as possible. And if you're going to be doing that, you're probably not looking for 1v1s versus an AMC anytime soon.
Speaking of the ANC, what a perfect segue that was, Charlie. It's like you could read my mind here. Set it on the desk, kind of maybe an alternative to the Marty when that one's banned away.
Right.
Amu's and Cobb, a little bit of mobile, got good damage, great shred. The up down from Ducky just to force Haddix out of lane here. Talk me through BenAQ on the B.
He just likes this pick a lot. I know that, he's been called the secondary to Marty because he does have that extra pen built into the kit. You can still go double Hunter, and of course, Oath always likes to go towards this Ao Kuang. But AMC just has tremendous clear. Once he gets that Transcendence online, he essentially full clears with his Honey and his Swarm, and he's able to zoom across the map with those Hives pretty consistently. Still has tremendous burst, and it's pretty easy to ignore how hard it is to get close to an AMC. But with 3 Assassins, I'm thinking the Highland Ravens might have an easy way to do it. They could just close the gap with Anvil of Dawn from Haddix, or of course Scream can just hit that sash. There are plenty of ways to try and pull the beads here off of BenAQ.
Now we've chit-chatted about how important it is. Speaking of importance, BenAQ, those beads came in handy there. Pretty important for the middle lane B. Gets out of the grasp of Scream. Scream using those Windfire wheels aggressively. And immune away from BenAQ there. Those going to be down for quite a little bit here. We've talked about the Highland Ravens, talked about their high execution comp, second one they've drafted in a row. Much more traditional here from the Eldritch Hounds. I mean, essentially, pretty much seeing the same playstyle as game one as Oath has made the rotation in. Hurrywin, execute range. A clutch ultimate there for the CC immunity. Barracuda backs off as well. Safety over here in the dual lane for the Ravens.
I love that play, though. I mean, the silence is saying, hey, if you don't have beads, we're going to execute you before you even have a chance to go into the death spin. But Hurrywin, unfortunately, was not able to get into the watery grave. The execute threshold comes through, finally gets the click off, and Oath does not get the first blood, which means that I'm just going to trade ult for ult, and that's going to be just fine here for the Highland Ravens. They are happy for that trade because the alternative, of course, is you lose your only tank on the squad, your only traditional tank, I should say, for first blood there. But it seems like the Highland Ravens have been getting the better end of this duo lane. Soul and Kuzumbo have good pressure here. And actually, it's Ducky versus 3 currently, and here's Ven as well.
Oh, the Highland Ravens would love to find a first blood here, especially committing Venenu to this aggression on the Kalina. It's just a confirmation of the blue buff on the right side in the solo lane. Ao Kuang hovering around the mid lane as well. Kind of a similar-ish style to the Habwa, right? You both magical, both want a couple items online, both looking to blink in, get in the back line, pretty much one tap a carry.
Yeah, but in this case, Oath is not going to go for the 70% pen build. He's going to at least get Eye of the Jungle, so he can't lock himself into that much. I do like the play style, though, from Oath on this Ao Kuang. He usually is looking to play as defensive as possible until he gets online. Once he does, really can't start to get active here. And Ducky and Haddix just, they do no sort of damage to each other, so they just trade back and forth constantly. Ducky, it's the second time he's ulted, one for a totem, second because he was bored. I mean, that teleport has already been used, so it's not like he's going to stick around. He does have to go back to base, but the benefit, of course, was that Haddix also has to go back to base, probably to finish up that Glad Shield as well. He's got 4 abilities to proc it, so might as well go in for that extra ability damage, especially if you're going to build up some more of those tank stats. Makes sense to me. But relatively quiet, not for a lack of trying, though. This hasn't been a, hey, let's play passively, let's just hide. This has been more of a, no one's stepping up. We haven't had the opportunity to find these clutch fights early on.
And Scream with no blink as well. Grabs that pair of beads to start the game. Wants some safety from Oath's ultimate ability, so no blink Windfire wheels, a surprise attack on the middle lane or anything like that. You know, something else that occurs to me here, Trelly, with this triple assassin Barracuda soul composition is the wild objective shred. Speaking of shred, though, Venenu shredding down Oath's health bar to about a quarter there. Pops the ultimate. Charge of that's going to be up sooner rather than later. BenAQ's made the rotation, chucks out some bees as well. But, I mean, what does the objective shred looks like for this Highland Ravens composition?
That does seem to be their game plan here, is to just shred objectives as quickly as possible. Soul and Ven, 2 of the easiest ways to just do as much tick damage as possible to a Gold Fury and then explode it with a Supernova, something like that, which is what Barracuda can provide. And, of course, 2 charges of Feast the Veil will get the job done. So I'm thinking, yeah, the objectives will go down very quickly here, probably why Hurrywind said, I'll be the only tank, right? I'm just going to show up, I'll tank the objective, we go for it, we back up. Hopefully by I don't know, 12 minutes or so, we'll be able to build a lead for ourselves so we can go for pulls like that. But they don't have that tremendous burst option besides Supernova. So Barracuda's going to have to be on point. That ult does come out pretty bursty, but it is a bit of a tick damage as well, right? It's a couple ticks immediately, and then they slowly come through. There's still that opportunity to try and go for a steal, notably if Quig has like Dharmic Pillars or something to try and disrupt the confirmation from the Highland Ravens.
Taking a look at BennyQ here on this Amu's and Cobb. Got the Transcendence nearly stacked up. A couple of power and pen items, and that AMC is really going to be swinging. Are you surprised at all, Trelly, as we're pushing, about a minute and a half away from 10 minutes here, that we haven't seen more abuse on this immobile mid character?
If I had not just watched the first game where Scream didn't fight at all, I would say yes, but because it does seem like passive play has been his MO, no, it doesn't shock me in the slightest. There's a big rotation coming over here. The outer towns are far up, but look at Scream's health.
Already dropping low to half HP. Vapor's Coast dashing away. The teleport is going to be channeled as well. Ducky has joined the fray, slamming back down his Oath, but guess who else is slamming down? It's Haddix who is here. Ducky with the up down. So many ultimates and no kills. Ducky, tanky. Same thing can be said for Heroin. Quig locking down Scream. Haddix finds Oath in the backline. Coast dashing through and falling to the flames of Barracuda. Venenu puts another on the Highland Ravens. Tick marker 3-1 for the Ravens.
All the while, BennyQ decided not to rotate. He just pushed down the mid lane. That AMC damage would have been massive if he got into the fight. But now he might be stuck. Haddix could easily step forward the wall here. BennyQ's taking tower to try and get the tier 1. That's not worth.
No double tap onto BennyQ, but Haddix with the auto attacks. BennyQ there, sending out the Stinger to lock down the Thor. He's going to leave that Stinger in the middle lane, but at the very least, maintain his life.
Yep, he does lose the Stinger. Does not get the tier 1 tower, but loses his beads for his troubles. BennyQ, a man of farm, not a man of action. Not yet. At least he wanted to back up and get a Soul Eater, and he does just that. So it looks like all's well that ends well for the Highland Ravens. They defend Barracuda's purple buff, and it's funny. We were sitting in the break room between games, and Bear just walked past sadly and said, Hebo at every purple buff, man, and then just went to the bathroom. This time he said, you guys better rotate to my purple buff. I want to make sure that I don't fall behind. And look at that. 2 levels up. Coast is getting a bit of the treatment now.
So far, the opposite. Game number 1, 10 minutes. Already matching the kill count of what felt like 25 minutes in game number 1 here. Highland Ravens with a bit of a small lead. Could be larger here in a minute. If Quig can be locked down by Hurrywin and Venenu, Oath has made the rotation as well. The Dharmic Pillars to try to peel for the mid laner. Here comes Screen up in the air, slamming down Oath, who's going to find death at the hands of the Najah. It's a 2-for-0. Quig and Oath drop. And 2 more towards the Highland Ravens now really starting to ramp up these assassins.
Yeah, we were talking about how Oath is going to come online real hard late game. This is not late game. He had 2 tier 2 items, which is not a lot of power, of course, and actually went in for the water illusion underneath tower. All the while, Hurrywin had Sumo Slam, was able to push under Quig, so didn't seem like a great fight for the Elder Challenge to try and take. They lose 2 members of their team, of course. The gold and the XP is not going to be the biggest deal. I'd assume it wasn't the biggest waste of time. Just delaying the power spike of when this Ao Kuang gets online, most notably, is a bit of a problem. Because Scream has been just using that Windfire wheel specifically onto Oath, trying to find Ao Kuang. Beats aren't up for another 10 seconds. So maybe, Oath can stand a little bit far forward with those beads back up. But still, he's been taking a big brunt of the pressure here from the Highland Ravens jungler.
Well, importantly, the Highland Ravens, despite having a nice little kill lead to their name, gold, still really not that built up yet, about 600. XP, sure, it's in the corner, but no objectives taken, no tier 1 towers pushed down off those kills. It's just been kind of kills and then back off, farm up a little bit, but no real tangible outcome from the aggression so far.
Not yet, but Scream is lurking, right? He's always looking for something. BennyQ's beats won't be up for 20 seconds, so a decent target there. But the beacon is the target, as well as the tier 1 tower. Haddix rotates over to make sure the beacon goes the way of the Ravens, and the tier 1 on left also drops. It's going to be a Gold Fury attempt real easily. It's because Haddix is here, and Bill of Dawn's available. Here comes the rest of the Hounds, and actually Ducky teleports in.
Oh, Scream uses the ultimate, which is immuned away by Coast and is now in a tough place. Haddix, meanwhile, in the backline of the Eldritch Hound, Scream does fall to Oath. Vaporish Coast gets turned right back around by the solo laner from the Highland Ravens. It's BennyQ and Quig, the recipient of the suns raining down from Barracuda. Ducky takes out the soul. Haddix in a tough place here, hammers away. Now the chase down from the Eldritch Hounds, who could choose to kill Haddix or choose this Gold Fury. They're choosing to do
Hammer
the
in
damage to Thor. Slow down, hammer away, and Haddix to safety.
Eldritch Hounds had plenty of damage, though. They still could go for the pull. All the while, Hurduin sticks around. This Kuzumbo doesn't have Watery Grave, but a nicely bounced Nene might be the only attempt at a steal he has. And he's going to throw it and back off. Ven's here too, but yeah, with Ducky playing zone duty, this should go handedly over to the Eldritch Hounds after a beautiful fight.
Haddix.
Haddix did step up. I didn't even realize. He was able to step forward and kill BennyQ.
And Oath falling to Venenu as well. A 2-for-0. The Highland Ravens, they lose the objective, but a couple more kills going their way. Not on major priority targets there. BennyQ was 0 kills. Oath, tough slash line so far for the jungler.
Yep, but you don't expect the teleport from Thor. That's the big difference maker, right? Usually when Thors are playing solo, they go beads. Maybe they'll get a teleport and beads. Haddix says teleport and sunder. I don't care about CC. I don't care if you use a stinger on me or try to execute. I'm ulting in for my team, and so far, 3-0-3. It's been working out for him. If I'm waiting for this Thor to engage every fight, it seems like a good call. Here for the Highland Ravens, they were able to clean up a lot at the tail end of that Fury. Pyromancer is spawning in here shortly, so I got my eyes on the Ravens. They've got the lead. They should be the first ones over towards that objective. We already mentioned how much Ven can do to something like a Pyromancer if it's unwarded or just left alone with it for a couple seconds. Tag Bear into the mix, and that objective's going to be burning quickly.
We've been seeing it all weekend long, but the solo laner is really playing an impactful role so far here in game number 2 between the Highland Ravens and the Eldritch Hounds. Nice slash line for Ducky, 2-1-1 thus far. As you mentioned, 3-0-3 for Haddix on this Thor. This Thor solo has really been making some waves.
It certainly has. No easy targets unless BennyQ wants to step forward with no relics, but he's about under tier 2 at the moment, so only Quig could go in for a steal, but he's too late. So unfortunately, not going to have a chance to drop that ultimate. And Hurduin picks up the Runic Bomb. Highland Ravens playing with house money. They can just step forward and do whatever they want at the moment, but they still do have a late game competition, the Hounds that is. They've got this double ADC. They still have Ao Kwong, who is not looking great itemization-wise. I don't think just because they're getting dominated in the early that should be too telling, but a bit of a lane swap here. Ven says, don't worry, I'll handle left. Barra said, you guys need some towers down? I'm your man.
I'm Soul, and they are gone. Tier 1 tower drops in the solo side of the map, and so far, personally, I'm really happy with this switch up from the Highland Ravens. Getting a little more active on the map.
A lot more active on the map.
A lot more, like 100% more active on the map, actually. Being proactive with ganks, taking fights, turning them around. Speaking of fights, Venenu might be the recipient of one here. Haddix is in support of the mid laner. Quig is the target, low HP. Vaporish Coast on the horsey just for a little bit of the damage. Haddix has to hammer away. Oath with the follow-up. Immediately up in the air goes Haddix and slamming back down onto Quig. Silence out of Haddix, who has to run away. Scream takes a member of the Eldritch Hounds in the air. It's going to be Quig who's going to fall to the might of Venenu. Hurry went spinning around in the back line, creating the distraction, allowing Scream to escape for just a moment. The CC comes through from the Highland Ravens. Oath with a sliver of HP. Haddix does not see Scream up in the air.
Oh my gosh.
Oath eats Scream, puts it down his gullet. Is the smashdown coming from the Ao Kwong? Barracuda takes down Ducky in the meantime. Here is the Bianc, who gets eviscerated by Venenu. Goes in aggressively, doesn't work out for the jungler. 3-1, the Highland Ravens on top.
All right, Oath, you get one of those, but Haddix is still around, hiding around the corner. He wants to find a wall into a double tap, but Coast not going to let it happen. BennyQ is still lurking as well. Good damage, but not great. So Haddix decides to back up. That stealth play on to Scream was insane. But what was more insane? Going back down right on top of Ven with that little HP. Oath said, hey, I'm 1-4 at this point. I end up, he was actually 2-3. Doesn't matter. He's like, I'm not worth much. I go in, help my team. Maybe it works out. Doesn't, but hey, makes for a cool play. Ven's 4-0. The shutdown would have been nice, but does not come through. So now the Highland Ravens get to continue their aggression. The Oni Fury spawning in here shortly. You know they want to get some vision down, so Coast immediately grabs that shield buff and tries to get out. Walks over a ward, though, so the Highland Ravens know exactly where he is. And Ven, he's anywhere but mid lane. I mean, he's not going to stay around in mid anymore. He does not care for it. And it's actually Scream who's covering duo. Lane swaps in every lane at this point.
I mean, this composition does not call for traditional laning, that is for sure. And so far, it's been working out. You called out Venenu, 4-0-6. Another assassin on the board, 3-0-5. Composition so far working for the Highland Ravens, but we're pushing 20 minutes now. The Eldritch Hounds definitely able to scale up. Do you see the Highland Ravens continuing to pressure on, or the Eldritch Hounds, as they scale, being able to take the fight back to them?
Seems like the Highland Ravens are already grouped up towards the Oni Fury. They want to fight, right? They want to step forward. They said, hey, we've got the beads timer on Oath. That's not going to be up for 56 more seconds. That's a great target for an Anvil of Dawn or just some great CC from pretty much anyone on the Ravens so far. This beacon is also spawning in, and the Ravens are the first ones to step forward. Beautiful stun.
Eyes on Scream, sneaking around the back line here, but Ducky turns it right back around with a Mystic Rush over the top. Hurrywin trying to create some space in the back line. Haddix doesn't need it, though, slamming down from the skies as Thor, the Dharmic Pillars, doesn't get any value, and now it's a full-on retreat from the Highland Ravens, looking to group up, regroup. Stygian Beacon here being looked at by the Ravens, charged up to about half. Ducky, no ultimate, only ultimate online for the Eldritch Hounds comes in the form of Oath Dragon. May not be able to use it here, though. Sashing in aggressively, Scream taking Ducky up in the air. So tanky is Ducky, though. Can the Highland Ravens confirm this solo lane kill?
Nope.
Answer is no. Oath in the backline, though. Haddock so tanky, and these are two compositions that really need some shred online. Barracuda falling low. Barracuda falling to the grave, courtesy of Oath in that water illusion.
That's Oath coming in massive for his team. Did not get active in that fight. Sat in the jungle and waited for his moment. Finds it onto Barracuda. Both relics available. Just did not think he had to A against that water illusion, and because of it, falls down. And the Eldritch Hound's able to grab that Pyromancer. Beautiful scrap. Started with Ducky going to the backline. You were talking about who should be getting aggressive. I certainly thought it was going to be the Ravens, but Ducky starts off that fight. Mystic Rush into the backline. Says, hey, Soul, that's my target. I'm going to use all my Pridwin damage, all my Manticore spikes on one character. Gets Barra low, doesn't get too much from it, gets taken up to the sky by Scream. Doesn't fall, though. This is the benefit of building the way that Robin has. Ducky is not unkillable, but it's still very hard, even with so many eyes on you.
Got a Fury online here. It's the Oni. Ducky rotates in via that teleport. Barracuda also in the vicinity as well. Both of these squads looking to take fights around objectives around this Oni Fury. Pyromancer is going to be down. Got a little bit before the next beacon spawns up. Fire Giant just a glint in the eye at this point. But Haddock's more than happy to farm on this right-hand side. And that last fight, what really stood out to me here, Trelly, Ducky and Haddock's were eating abilities and just not going down. Like, absolutely not. Is that a penetration issue? Is that just a characteristic of today's meta and what these solo laners bring? Walk me through it.
It does seem like a bit of not only the meta shifts, but also not too much damage was focused. Up until Ducky goes up into the air, he did land on a supernova, right? Barracuda had some decent damage. But the unfortunate part about Kuzubo is the sumo slam. That is a very hard CC to try and navigate. Hurrywin pushes into the wall, trying to make sure there was no overhead kick, and that means the majority of the solo did not hit.
Oni Fury getting shredded down here by the Highland Ravens. It's Coast and Benny and Ducky here to play defender for the Oni Fury. It's enough to, for the moment at least, push the Highland Ravens off this objective. You got to get Haddix over to this left-hand side if you want to take a 5v5.
Yeah, he doesn't have the teleport, so he has to go over the old-fashioned way. Hammer will get him close, and then he still has Anvil of Dawn. But the other towns don't want to gamble on that objective pull, so they will just retreat. All the while, the Highland Ravens, they've got some decent ward coverage, but it's mostly the Hounds that have vision on this side of the map. That's why they know they can step forward and at the very least grab this Tier 1 tower. Hurrywin's nearby, but do you really want to go that way? I don't think so. He's going to go the safe way behind, and Vent might be the first one to see him.
Venenu also able to get in the wall if necessary. Ducking, leading the charge for the Eldritch Hounds. Hurrywin peeking around the corner here, trying to see if all 5 members of the Hounds are available. Oath just kind of hanging in the backline there. Has a fantastic angle here on the Highland Ravens. Coast drops down low, but not all the way. Haddix locked down for the moment. Scream taking the ADC up in the air and finishing him off. Barracuda in the backline. A Disapparate to escape damage. Scream with a fantastic Aegis to stay alive for just one more moment. It's not enough. Ducky takes down the jungler.
Yep, and now it looks like the chase is coming through for the Hounds. They want to step forward. All the while, Haddix gets silenced out. No hammer for you. Oath gets another one.
And it's a full-on backpedal here from the Highland Ravens. Low mana for Hurrywin, low mana for Venenu. They have to watch on here as the Eldritch Hounds shove minions under this Tier 2 tower. Got Benny Q throwing some of those stingers, throwing some of those bees. It's not going to be enough to take this Tier 2, but pressure applied here by the Hounds.
Yep, they won't be able to grab it, but surely they go back for that Oni Fear. That's still the objective that started all of this aggression, and no one else is going to step forward, so that's where the Hounds head. I don't think Haddix is going to teleport in time. That's 18 seconds away. So the Eldritch Hounds, after what seemed like a great fight, I mean, Hurrywin goes to the back line, makes Coast's life absolutely miserable. Haddix hits a good wall. Scream is able to use that Windfire Wheels to confirm that kill, but it was the retreat after. And you've brought to my attention just how tanky Ducky is. He hasn't bought a full item in such a long time. He's got plenty of gold in his pocket. But look at this from the Ravens. Look how slow the Eldritch Hounds are to go back. They have no idea.
Beautiful, and the Ravens have the shred for
That's
this objective at 23 minutes. This Fire Giant is going to go the way of the Highland Ravens. They lose the Fury, but who cares? You get the Fire Giant wrapped around the waist unless Quig can somehow pull a Miracle Steal off. Ain't gonna happen though. The Eldritch Hounds have to watch on as the Fire Giant goes down to the Ravens.
Yep, this did seem like the reason that the Highland Ravens picked a composition like this. They can absolutely destroy objectives if given the opportunity. And unfortunately, the Hounds did not pull Oni Fury back. They pulled Oni, maybe I'll do green buff, chest camps up. Hey, purple spawned in. All the while, Oath? Why are you stepping up so far?
Oath and Venenu are going to be the target. Haddock slamming down from the Anvil of Dawn. Venenu with the finishing touches there. Ducky now caught between the entirety of the Highland Ravens, but goes in aggressively on Soul Barracuda. Gets knocked up here by the Kuzubo. Meanwhile, Haddix and Venenu in the backline causing so much havoc. Vaporish Coast takes out the mid laner. Haddix turns it around on Ducky. Benny Q stuck. Immobile only has to watch on as the rest of his team dies. It is a 3-for-1 Venenu streaming worth.
Yep, but look at this. Double ADC, and they're stepping forward. Look at these low health bars. Benny Q, he wants to fight, and he wants to go in for the Pyro. He will be able to confirm that one. So Runic Bomb goes into the pocket of Vaporish Coast. Remember, this is the Highland Ravens that have the Fire Giant here. They do get aggressive. They do handedly win that fight, but the Hounds still step forward. Low health bars mean that they're able to grab the Pyromancer at the very least.
And after this swinging Fury fight into the Fury, into the Fire Giant Pyromancer business, the Eldritch Hounds are going to come out on top with about a 200 gold lead, which is insignificant, but where they were before this all started, it's a nice little comeback, a nice little nest egg for the Eldritch Hounds.
Yep, but the Ravens still have FG on 4, and they still have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to play with. Scream stepping forward. He knows that Benny Q has both relics, so even finding an ultimate here would not guarantee much. All the while, Oath and Haddix are lurking in the jungle. They both want this fight.
Oh, Barracuda with no Disapparate. That ability is going to be down at the mercy of Oath, who has to back off. Great peel there from the Highland Ravens to protect Barracuda. Scream also falling low and falling down to Benny Q. Barracuda, the target of Ducky, who is chasing down the ADC. Some peel in the form of Haddix, who uses the Thor ultimate just for the CC to keep Barra alive.
That is a beautiful peel there from the solo laner. Haddix says, get away from my soul. And it looks like Oath is still trying to get aggressive. The Eldritch Hounds are not happy with the trade. They want to siege forward. Remember, they have double ADC. This tower is going to melt like butter.
The Eldritch Hounds not giving up the ghost here. It's Venenu, Barracuda, and Haddix to defend this objective. Ain't gonna happen, though, boys. The Highland Ravens, no aggression, as they just have to watch on. Their tower goes down. The Eldritch Hounds now with a couple thousand gold lead. Call it about 1,200. 25 minutes. Titans unleashed, marching down the right-hand lane.
Finally, that tier 2 tower falls down. Oath was upset about that one, remember. It was very low, but no one was able to finish it off, and wants to grab that extra bit of gold in pocket and just make sure that this power play that the Highland Ravens has doesn't end up as in their favor as it seems. Titans are still marching down, though. That all happened all while the tier 2 was being sieged. They're going to meet in mid lane over on right, middle of the lane over on right lane. And because of that, you expect a full-on grouping, but so far, Haddix and Scream a little late to the party. They're going to get there a little bit delayed. So the Eldritch Hounds should be able to get some decent damage. They're just not stepping up.
Well, same thing can be said for Ducky and Oath. The opponent's solo in jungle on the Eldritch Hounds here. As now the Highland Ravens are finally grouped up as 5, pretty close to it at least. The two Titans are brawling here on the right side of the lane. Quig and Ducky, keep your eyes on this Raven, who has been diving the back line time after time after time, and Hurrywin, who's been blinking forward and disrupting the likes of Benny and Coast.
It really does seem like there's no strategy to Ducky's plan. It's just, I'm going to use everything on Barracuda. And don't get me wrong, it is a good plan.
Yeah.
Barras does a lot of damage, but he's not, there's nothing skillful. I am just going to drop everything on Barra, and because of that, whenever Barras sees this Raven, he's going to back up.
Double tap off the mark there from Haddix. Oath around the corner. Dharmic Pillars cutting through the Highland Ravens, and Ducky diving Barracuda,
no one can help him,
who uses everything to survive the dive. Ain't gonna happen. Scream falling low as well. Hurrywin at the very least finds one in return on the enemy ADC. But plenty of auto attack damage here from Ducky, from Benny Q, and Amuz and Cobb. Venenu trying to put Oath in the ground. has to watch on here. The right-hand Phoenix is going to fall down slowly but surely as the Titan wails away at the bird.
Yep, Titan helps out. Oath is going to be able to go on back to base. And again, Barracuda had relics there. It is not that he misplayed. It was a AoE Sunder from Quig into the Dharmic Pillars, into the Pridwin proc. All hit about 3 to 4 members of the Ravens.
Chunked them.
And then the rest of the Ravens just look and say, sorry, bro, good luck. Like, we got to get out of here. We saw what he did to you. There is nothing we can do. If Haddix had an Anvil of Dawn on a Ducky last time, Barra would have died. This time, there was no help. There is not enough peel in the world to keep this soul away from Robin. And Ducky, he's got red. He just sees red. That's all it is. Whenever he sees soul, he's like, I'm clicking everything.
The Eldritch Hounds now firmly in control of this game number 2. The Highland Ravens certainly on the back foot here in this elimination match. Despite being down in kills, up in gold, up in objective control, cracking the base of the Highland Ravens. The Pyromancer goes the way of the Hounds. You've got a Fury on the map as well, and Fire Giant back in the field of play.
Certainly is. Primal Fury is also available with that right side bird drop. So the Highland Ravens are going to have to send someone over to deal with those waves of minions. And it seems like the Eldritch Hounds are going to group in mid for the time being. They have 2 Runic Bombs, so Phoenixes will be relatively easy to grab if they don't get destroyed. All the while, though, you have to look towards these assassins. I mean, Ven's sitting 6-1. He's got plenty of damage online. Haddix, 5-1. Has been very explosive in the backline. Very similar. Don't get me wrong. Whatever Ducky is doing to Barra is also being done by Haddix to Coast.
Right.
They are the targets. These ADCs, unfortunately, are getting the brunt of this DPS. But we just get the front row seat to Robin just kit dumping onto Barra. So I just know that, number 1, this soul has been doing a lot of damage if he goes uncontested. And number 2, these soul laners are not letting the carries go uncontested.
Primal Fury started up here by Oath, joined by Coast with that crazy auto attack damage here. 6 slotted at 29 minutes is the Eldritch Hounds ADC. Primal Fury to fall here from the combined might of the jungler and the ADC. 1 less neutral objective on the map, which means 1 less opportunity for the Highland Ravens to find their way back into game number 2 here.
Gonna group up. EFG spawns in now. The Eldritch Hounds didn't want to go for a pull before it was enhanced because why not? At this point, just stall it out. The Ravens don't want to push up. They're losing that minions into the right side of the map anyways. Their Phoenix is down, so they're going to stand by and just watch. They still do have plenty of steal potential, don't get me wrong. With Barracuda around, with Ven hiding in the walls, and Haddix going to the sky, it's not easy just to go in for a pull. Someone's going to have to keep tabs on Oath. The Eldritch Hounds have been doing this strategy where Ducky goes to the back line and Oath goes in the jungle and hides. Tries to find a way to get to the carries. And there is plenty of burst damage on the side of both of these squads. I'm keeping my eyes on these solo laners, though. They do seem to be making the most impact.
And eyes on Benny Q as well. A pleasant slash line in 2-1 and 8, but topping the damage charts by a nice margin for the Eldritch Hounds. Almost 30k damage for the Amus and Cobb, making it look pretty good here in the middle lane.
There
but look
is.
at this. It's a split in the middle lane. Oath and Vaporish Coast eliminating the Firebird in the mid lane. 2 birds down now for the Highland Ravens, who see their opportunity to engage the Dark Pillars and dropped Haddix. Deleted off the map, swallowed down by Oath. Scream does take out Quig, and Coast also falling to the Highland Ravens. It is a 2-4-2. It's going to keep on rolling here as Ducky finds one. Barracuda takes out the enemy ADC in Benny Q. Mid lane playing ADC, I should say. Venedu, between 2 members of the Eldritch Hounds, has the power to turn it around, unable to do so.
Yeah, but there's 2 birds down. Remember, if the Highland Ravens want to try and chase this, they're going to lose the right side. Phoenix
Oh,
and
no!
Ducky, he still wants to try and fight this. Oath doesn't have the damage.
One more shot!
He can't finish the kill!
Auto attacks from Barra don't connect with Oath, who's lifted with a sliver of HP. Same thing goes for Ducky. Same thing goes for Venenu. It is only 2 members each for each of these squads remaining on the map. And Trelly, Fire Phoenix spawns here in the right lane. Barracuda able to defend it. Mid lane, Phoenix down. What do the Ravens do? Question mark? Not enough damage? Okay, he's got it. Barra's got it.
That was
fine.
so close. Barra just exhaled. I saw his face. He's like, guys, I threw Stellar Burst already and the archers didn't die. Luckily, though, he did have enough AoE to make sure that Phoenix did survive. It's on 1 HP, of course, but that's enough to make sure that if you do get your mid bird back up, your Titan will still regen. At this point, no one's making advances towards the Titan. It's just trying to get those fire minions to stop spawning on the right side of the map. Remember, this all started from what we assumed would be an EFG fight. No, it was, let's just push in for mid Phoenix. We've got Runic Bombs, and then we can figure out what happens after. Quig for Haddix, traded out. This is the unfortunate truth to starting no beads. Oath is going to be looking for you every time. I mean, if Haddix goes to the back line and Quick finds a silence, that's an easy target to try and execute because he can't hammer away.
We're at 32 minutes here, Trelly. Level 20 across the board. Pyromancer falls. Items getting capped off here. Builds finalized. The Highland Ravens able to fight these Eldritch Hounds mano-a-mano. Take them on 5v5. And if not come out on top, at least stalemate the Eldritch Hounds pushing forward any further.
Yep, and I have to draw, the conclusion that I think a lot of the Hounds have, and it's that Supernova, Barracuda's ultimate, has been chunking. If you get close to him and he's able to actually cast that ability, and it lands on someone who isn't Ducky, it is doing an absolute ton of damage, especially with that Calamitous Rod of Tahuti proc. It's been making lots of value, but look at the Hounds. I mean, they are just charging to the backline. This is not a sneak diss at all. Hurrywind's getting shredded.
And Hurrywind is getting gone. Hurrywind dies to the likes of Benny Q. Scream is on full retreat. Barracuda hits the panic button as well. Ducky just running at the Highland Ravens ADC, playing the backline dive that the solo is so opt to do. Supernova down. Scream falls to Vapor's Coast. Trelly, 5 members of the Eldritch Hounds stepping forward into the base of the Highland Ravens. It's Venadu, Barracuda, and Haddix. A miracle defense here to stay alive at Smite Masters. The Eldritch Hounds with 2 Phoenixes down, dishing out the damage, laying it into the Titan. Haddix up in the air. Who's going to be the target? A 3-man smashdown from Haddix. Is it going to be enough to dissuade the Eldritch Hounds from taking out the Highland Ravens? A deicide, and the Eldritch Hounds best the Highland Ravens 2-0 as we round out Smite Masters.
I do not envy the position of the carries of the Ravens. So many times we got to see Ducky's point of view, and so many times I saw him not even lose his shield. It was just full HP, Pridwin, Glad Shield, disgusting damage, even the Sunder procs. And it wasn't a sneaky play. Again, that was not a let's wrap around, they won't see us. They were pushing waves times. It seemed like the Highland Ravens knew what was happening. They tried to group up for it. They realized they were too close, and they bit off more than they could chew.
The Eldritch Hounds, they've played some games here at Smite Masters, and their handle on the meta is impressive. I mean,
True.
Ducky literally running at Barracuda to finish that game. You called it all game long. Ducky, tunnel vision. You see red, you see Barracuda, you press 4, you kill him. It worked. Scream gets caught off on the left. What an end to an incredible 2-game set. It was slow in game 1. It picked up in game number 2. And Dave and Miff are going to bring us home.
We sure are. The Eldritch Hounds, they got to find a way to get a win here in game number 2 because the Ravens are swinging early on in this game, but it's the Eldritch Hounds, Myth, that end up turning things around. You talk about the composition differences here. We're wondering how the Ravens comp would look. They jumped on Coast. They did it often. They killed Vapor's Coast a lot, the Ravens did. Unfortunately, the team fight headed in the opposite direction was a bit stronger.
Yeah, I didn't think Ducky was going to be like a literal natural disaster on the map. I didn't think Ducky was going to be untouchable and also just absolutely decimating the backline on his own. We knew that they were going to scale well in the late game, but the Robin was an X factor that I wasn't quite prepared for. Ducky having a legacy game here for himself.
I forgot about this.
Yeah, Oath. I mean, that small tidbit of the clip does not do full justice to what Oath accomplished there, just sneaking around everybody. That was a long journey to get to that execute. Top to bottom, a long journey for the Eldritch Hounds, who fight back into a devastating lead that the Highland Ravens were able to establish for themselves, but cooler heads prevail, a patient game, and eventually it's the Eldritch Hounds through team fight after team fight after team fight that finally come out on top. And you know what? I brought up Ducky. Let's talk about Quig for a moment.
Okay, sure.
The Dharmic pillars that he were landing.
They were Dharmic.
They were so Dharmic, man. The only way you could describe those pillars would be with Dharmic, right? I mean, 5-man ultimate shredding defense every single time. So clean from the Ganesh. I love seeing this Eldritch Hound squad, and the energy in that booth was absolutely electric. As we walked by, I mean, the ground was shaking from their screams.
It's an ominous
right.
thought there. But you might be right. Screams is a good thing in this context. Coast puts up 28k damage, and the 2 and 5 I think doesn't really tell you the story. There's a lot of dive happening in Coast direction, but what a game from the Eldritch Hounds. Quig 0-for-18.
0-4, huh? Oof,
Couldn't get any kills going on Ganesh, unfortunately.
Loser.
Oath has a great one here. Ducky does as well. And look, this is what we talked about with the Eldritch Hounds. And the identity that they're building and the growth that this team has had. It was a rough start to the phase, but they started to find ways to win games. And that's it. for the Ravens now. This is your number 2 seed coming into this event. They play second after phase 1.
Well, you know what they call second?
Go ahead. I
First
don't.
loser.
I'm hoping you'll tell me. I was talking over you. Say it again.
First loser.
First loser.
That's
You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, the Eldritch Hounds, they still got a horse in this race, Myth, because they're going to be moving on, I believe. We'll look at the bracket in a little bit. I believe they move on to play the Oni Warriors, which is a Benny Q v Pagon type storyline that we get to look forward to, but we'll clarify that here in just a moment. The Eldritch Hounds, they find a way to get it done. They 2-0 the Highland Ravens, and Quig standing by with Dimes for the post-game interview.
Got Quig with me here. Congratulations on your 2-0 over the Highland Ravens. Game 1, kind of a slower paced game. Game 2, full of adrenaline. Let's start with game number 1, though. It's kind of a drawn-out, calculated game from the Eldritch Hounds. What was your game plan going in, and did you execute it to perfection, or was you kind of just playing at the Ravens' pace?
I mean, I'm just happy with how we played. You know, we didn't really make any mistakes. They let us get through the early game. They drafted a lot of duo pressure, and we're kind of just sitting there invading their purple. Ducky played really well from behind. He's permanently getting his purples or his blues invaded, and even though he's down, he's just saying guys, as long as you're doing well on duo side, I'm fine to scale. And it's that's just what happened. They let us scale in game 1.
Now, in game number 2, you kind of ratchet up the tension a little bit more, right? You see the Highland Ravens draft, you see the 3 assassins. Were you guys scratching your heads, or kind of what was your mentality seeing their comp and going into that game?
I mean, we saw their comp, and we kind of had AMC in the pocket, and we know that AMC does really well into those dive comps as long as I'm there to sit back and peel for him. And a big boon for us there was if I'm able to get a good Dharmic Pillars and a good Sunder, it's they immediately have to walk back, and Ducky's just creating so much space that Benny's just kind of free casting. He has the cloak on AMC too, they can't one-shot him. I'm there to silence anybody that goes on him. No beads Thor into Alklong. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, easy to that.
Now, Quig, Eldritch Hounds, you've played a few sets now at Smite Masters, and you guys are clicking on all cylinders, it seems like. Is there any special way that you're going to move forward and prepare for this next phase of Smite Masters?
Just keep gaming. That's it.
Quig, just keep gaming. Congratulations on your 2-0 over the Highland Ravens. Back to the desk.
That's Paul's thing, right? No, Paul is just gaming.
Paul's just gaming.
Quig
added another word.
He's just going to keep gaming. Right, and those are 2 very different things. Eldritch Hounds are doing a lot of gaming. They're looking good while they're doing it, and they'll move on to the next phase of Smite Masters. Quig talks about it there. Just put down the Dharmic Pillars, let the team do their thing.
Every masterpiece has its cheap copy.
And I would call you a cheap copy of me, Myth. I would agree. We'll go on to the bracket here and look how week number 1 of Smite Masters unfolded. A lot of 2-0s in the main portion of our bracket here. Only the Eldritch Hounds and the Niflheim Wargs go the distance. Styx Ferryman 2-0 over the Leviathans in that SPL knockout match. The Eldritch Hounds just now knock out the Ravens, so that sets the stage for our first semifinal. Or I guess it could be the second, but one of 2 semifinals next weekend. That'll be Hounds v. Ferryman, Oni Warriors, and Jade Dragons on the other side. Myth, are you pouting because the weekend's over?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of things building up over here, all right? I'm working through some emotions.
Oh, this is good. We're working towards it, that's for sure. We got a little bit more Smite Masters just around the corner, and we got a lot of fun to look forward to. So on Thursday, make sure you tune in. The fans will be playing with the casters for a couple of hours. The waiting room will be after that, and then the Titan Forge podcast rounds out the day on Thursday. Friday, you get to take a breather. And then Saturday and Sunday next weekend, we'll round out Smite Masters. Oni Warriors, Jade Dragons, that'll be your first semifinal. And then Eldritch Hound, Styx Ferryman will be the second semifinal we have for you next weekend. We will have a 3rd, 4th place match on Sunday. And then the grand finals of Smite Masters will be Sunday afternoon. So one more weekend, Myth, of good Smite action. A lot of fun here. We're down to 4 SPL teams. Any big surprises with the 4 teams that are remaining?
Yeah, I think the Ravens just lost. That was pretty wild. I don't think anyone saw that one coming. But otherwise, I think expected outcomes for the most part.
Goodness, I've made it 15 seconds into this. As I mentioned earlier on, we have an announcement for you guys today, and that is that today was my last day here with Hi-Rez and casting with SPL. I'll put more information out on Twitter about where I'm going, what I'm doing, next steps in the future. I don't think you've seen the last of me in esports. I hope to see every one of you around here soon. but for now it's on to a new adventure for me. And so God, I want to take just a moment to thank everyone at home. I mean, if you think about everything that we've been through over the last few years, I started on Paladins in 2019, and that was my first segue into esports. Yes, this is
dude, come on!
This is the only thing that's saving me. I started on Paladins in 2019, and that was my first segue into esports. And some of you Smite fans saw me on stage doing interviews for Season 6 of Smite Worlds, and that was my first step into the world of Smite and the first step into the world of esports, and it changed my life forever. COVID was such a difficult time, the pandemic, but I welcomed you guys into my bedroom, not in the way that you're thinking, but in the way that the camera was on us at all times, and we felt the closeness of the community through what was otherwise a really terrible time. Through loss, this team of mine, this family of mine got really close. Casted a couple Worlds finals, and thank God I got to meet all of you at home during Season 9 Worlds, because it was one of the best weekends of my life, and you knew how to make a guy feel loved. And I can walk away from this chapter in my life feeling like I checked that final box and with my head held high because of what I was able to accomplish and the love that you guys helped me feel. So to all you fans at home, everyone on Twitter, all the viewers, anyone who came up to me, you haven't seen the last of me. Don't you worry, I'll be around. You know where to reach me. But thank you. You really made a guy's dreams come true over the last few years. And I do want to give shouts, as much as the team might hate it. Every single caster I've worked with over the years, Pretty Hair, Hindu Man, you guys gave me my shot years ago. Rain Day, you helped make me into a professional. Fawn and Krez, the original Pally Patrol, it's been a blessing. Gormizer, you casted my first Worlds Finals, Paladins Worlds Finals with me. Myth, whether you like it or not, you've been more important to me. That's my buddy right there. You've been so important to me over the last few years. Aggro, you've helped make me into the caster I am. J-Mac, Trilly, you guys stepped into not an easy situation, and you guys truly killed it. So I appreciate everyone. I hope to see you around. You'll hear more from me soon this week. And just one final time, thank you so much. It's been the dream of a lifetime. Everyone dreams of being in this position, and I was able to do it. And it's thanks to everyone at home and everyone here, not only the casters but production. Thank you, everyone, so much. And so for one last time, I've been Dolson. On behalf of me, all the other casters, everyone back in production, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you soon.
All right, I'll count you in. 3, 2.
Hi, my name is Dave Dolson Olsen, and this is my Smite story. Oh no, that's Paladins. It almost looked like I wore that shirt yesterday. Team fight groove.
Right.
I mean, I wore that shirt yesterday. Going so hard and so fast in all those team fights. But to further break it down, we are going to send it back to our desk. Here's Gornevin. Right?
Pretty tall, actually.
They were going hard.
Here, well,
They were going hard and fast in those team fights.
That's
a little bit more even.
Yeah, I like this. Look at that. I feel good.
Graham, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. This is your first deck segment, though, right? For Smite.
My first
That's
Smite
right.
deck
That's
why we had to bring in the tenure, right?
Yeah. So
kept me up here on my own.
Did you match on purpose that day?
Definitely don't.
I wanted to be like Hindu Man when I got up, so
I'm
yeah,
gonna
this
throw you a
worked.
curveball straight away.
Oh, great.
You
This
ready
is
for this
perfect.
one?
All right,
Yeah.
go ahead.
That was easily the best one. Come on!
Jesus.
You kicked me out of the room to record that.
Yeah, because I can't do scripted content. That's your fault. Oh, God. Oh, yeah.
How many times has this happened to you?
So many.
There's no wrong way to sit.
I still have that at
as long
home, by
as
the
it's
way. Viewers at
maximum.
home, I still got the Maxonomic,
When
don't
you and I
you?
were casting that one, it was a long, long set. And I would say the chair I'm sitting on, the Maxonomic chair, is lit. This is the later costume I'm in. I'm going to slowly turn around. The Maxonomic chair, a throne.
Oh, Ramsey, yeah.
For royalty, and Ramsey is certainly royalty.
She's grown up.
It
She's still
requires
happy
no
and healthy,
convincing,
Chad,
no
don't you worry.
coercion. You don't have to force somebody
When
to
was
sit in this
this?
chair for hours on end because it's just that comfortable.
It was
As
right
I
after the
look
Jade
how
Dragons
happy
and the Oni Warriors.
Tristan
Oh, yeah,
is to
nice.
be sitting in this chair. Happy Halloween, everybody, from Mystery Incorporated. My name is Fred, and I've got the rest of the squad here with me, but the SPL Strangler is strangling people, I guess, somewhere in the SPL.
We gotta get this guy!
It's time, we have to. We need to bear down, we need to buckle down and get him. It's time to split up, and it's time to start the SPL.
Oh no, not my mom!
I refuse to cry on the internet, so Mom, I love you.
Great. Yeah, that's great. I really held to that, didn't I?
Post-game interview. Happy Mother's Day to you. Happy Mother's Day
Mom.
to all the moms.
Don't make me angry.
Come on, man! You have no time for me.
That's my speaker.
We are Smite! All right, let's try out Godslayer. Oh, this is. It really is that good.
I don't know if his mic's picking up. He is moaning.
It really is that good.
That's really good.
Code Smite,
Tastes
by the
like
way,
coconut.
10%
I'm
off.
feeling a bit uncomfortable. I think it's time.
This was your favorite bit, Myth.
Suspenders to pop off.
Look at the pit stains. Do we get my bad word in here?
Suspenders.
Do we get my bad word in here?
Down there, here.
Please tell me we
I'll
do.
bag him up.
Look at
Only
this
you
throw.
could magic Mike
Get ready,
Smite.
Look at this.
There's metal. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Yes. Sorry, I swore on cast.
Oh, the
Who got
weekend
him?
of my dreams.
Welcome to game night. I am Dolson, and last week I lost, and guess who ye? It's cold outside. I'm about to get a whole lot more cold. We got Finch.
Is it colder or more cold?
You can see how cold it is. Some condensation.
Oh, look at you, Myth. The
Dude,
hair,
baby
the
Myth.
classic hair.
I'm sorry,
Dude,
Dave.
just go.
All right, let's get us going, Myth. You gotta help me out, bud.
You
This is
ready?
heavy.
All right, so you lift.
All right, I'm lifting.
Okay.
This was cold. Oh! Notice the upper traps, though, Myth, and how well defined they are.
That's balance.
Yay! Come on, get in here, guys. Get in here.
I'm wearing that
top of the
shirt
shot.
today.
Happy birthday, Dave. We can't hear you, man. Oh, he wants. All right.
And I'm joined by, you know him, you love him, it's Dolson.
I hope they love me. I hope they know me.
2020 is when I first started casting Smite.
Truer words never
That is
spoke.
how my Smite story began, and it's still on.
Oh, no, not Myth and I. God damn it.
You, there. Yes, you watching the stream. You are fabulous.
You are fabulous.
Thanks for watching.
You're all fabulous. Did I forget anything?
No, you can.
That is. Oh, that is delicious. It was so bad. It was so bad. Oh, God. I'm good. I'm good. Holy oh, that burp was. That is terrible. That burp was guttural. Oh, I love you guys. Oh, God. I'm going to go cry now. Ugh. Appreciate you guys. All right. I think that's my video. I love you guys so much. One final goodbye. One final thank you. And I assume there's a peach around the corner. And so from this tiny man in the tiny box, I love you all, and you'll see me soon. Bye now.